Lin Feng unexpectedly traversed into a world where spiritual energy had revived. To his astonishment, the awaited golden finger after 4 long years turned out to be a part-time role as a Grim Reaper. From that moment on, he appeared to be an unremarkable writer. Yet, as night fell, he wielded his blade, transforming into a shadow to vanquish the darkness. However, his obedient and perceptive sister always seemed to notice his absence. "Brother, where do you go in the dead of night?" she would ask. "Did you not hear my knocking last night?" Chapter 1. I became a part-time Grim Reaper. In the parallel world of Blue Star, within the southern Mo Kingdom, in Jiangnan City, at the ancient city community, Lin Feng's door swung open abruptly, revealing a girl clad in a white and blue school uniform. She was tall, with naturally light blue hair that cascaded down her back. Even the oversized, baggy uniform could not conceal her alluring figure, with long, fair legs adorned in a pair of pristine white shoes. Though only 18, her curves were exquisite, and her features delicate a true beauty. "Qian, did school end early today?" a handsome young man dressed in black exclaimed, hastily shutting his computer screen with a cheerful smile directed at her. Despite his quick reflexes, she caught a glimpse of the content on the screen. "Online dealing by the Royal Hecatomb? What is this?" "Brother, you're not gambling, are you?" she inquired while changing out of her school uniform. "Of course not. Am I that kind of person? Someone sent me a link, and I accidentally clicked on it. By the way, Qian, could you please knock next time?" he replied, feigning calmness while feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. If not careful, it could lead to an embarrassing situation. Each time the door was flung open, he instinctively tensed up, especially when he was engrossed in the news, leading to moments of awkwardness. "I know. We'll just go grab a package," she said, swiftly changing in her clothes and slipping into her white sneakers before stepping outside. Lin Feng shook his head as he noticed the clothes draped over the chair, casually tossing them into the washing machine. The girl's name was Gu Qian, and she had been living with Lin Feng for quite some time. Lin Feng had lost his mother at a young age and suffered from a leg ailment. His father, sympathetic to his plight, hired a caretaker to assist with his daily needs and cooking. This caretaker, too, had her share of hardships. Though she possessed a certain charm, her husband was unworthy. When Gu Qian was very young, her mother had to work tirelessly to provide for her after her father left for another woman, leaving them in a precarious situation. Seeing their plight, Lin Feng's father allowed them to move in with him, enabling better care for Lin Feng, while also supporting Gu Qian as she reached school age. He even found her a school to attend. Thus, they had lived together in the Lin household for many years, their bond resembling that of childhood friends. Having endured trials in her early life, Gu Qian was initially cautious when she first arrived at the Lin home. After many years, she gradually acclimated to her new life. Although she was the daughter of Aunt Gu, Lin Feng never regarded her as an outsider. He always set aside a portion of his meals for her. However, tragedy struck when, during Gu Qian's second year of middle school, both Lin Feng's father and Aunt Gu perished in a car accident while working. Having lived together for some time, and with Aunt Gu treating Lin Feng with great kindness, he felt a deep sense of gratitude and naturally took on the responsibility of caring for her. Gu Qian. Fortunately, she excelled in her studies, sparing him from worries in that regard. Time flew by, and Gu Qian blossomed into a graceful young woman, exuding confidence. At Yulan High School, she had become a goddess in her own right, attracting many admirers. Yet her focus remained steadfastly on her studies, aspiring to alter her destiny through knowledge. At that moment, a notification chimed. Ding. The host meets the criteria system binding in progress. Binding successful. Congratulations, host. You have bound a part-time Grim Reaper system. This was indeed unexpected. After 4 years, you finally arrived. So, is it check-in or clock-in? I can accommodate either. The sudden chime revealed a new opportunity for Lin Feng. Apologies, I'm the part-time Grim Reaper system. Part-time Grim Reaper? So I'm not a full-time employee? Lin Feng replied, astonished. He was aware he did not belong to this world, having only arrived a few years prior. He vividly remembered that summer day when he lay in bed watching a drama, Sister's Friend. Just as he was engrossed, the television began to shake violently, and thick white smoke erupted, followed by a sudden explosion. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in this bizarre world. This realm, reminiscent of a time 5 centuries past, had been plagued by the terrifying revival of spiritual energy, allowing various spirits to roam the earth. The fluctuations of this energy had also awakened numerous individuals with extraordinary abilities. His original self possessed unique eyes that could see various terrifying spirits, often falling victim to their frightful presence. The original Lin Feng had a leg ailment that rendered him unable to stand for prolonged periods, confining him to a wheelchair. Tragically, he had met his end after having his life force drained by a ghost from the Republic of China. Upon merging with the original memories, Lin Feng shuddered at the sensation of being drained, both painful and oddly pleasurable, even nostalgic. However, while others traversed to other realms with grand adventures or encounters with illustrious figures. He found himself in the unfortunate position of becoming a wheelchair-bound youth. Left with only an old house and a sister who resembled an anime character, he noticed the wandering souls outside, particularly at midnight when he often spotted a ghost in red emerging from an ancient well in the neighboring yard, which was quite terrifying. If not for his resolute will and concern for Qian, he might have succumbed to fear. The system chimed again. A novice gift pack has been prepared. Do you wish to open it now? Yes, of course. Lin Feng replied without hesitation. You have received System's Blessing buff. All positive attributes increased by 20. You have received Complete Incantations of the Ghost Path. You have received Instantaneous Movement Technique. You have received Grim Reaper Combat Attire. You have received Phasing Ability. You have received Supreme Essence Cleansing Pill. While Lin Feng was indifferent to the Grim Reaper tools, the description of the last pill made him tremble. It could reconstruct his body and mend its deficiencies. Indeed, the system's gift packs contained remarkable treasures. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng recalled his past as a forward on the school soccer team, only to now be reincarnated as a wheelchair-bound youth. With a handsome face but rendered powerless, he gazed at the pill, exuding a potent fragrance, and swallowed a whole. The pill dissolved instantly, its essence coursing through him, causing his body to tremble and sharp pain to strike intermittently. He could hear the cracking of his bones, as if they were being ground and reformed. After some time, Lin Feng felt a release as impurities from his body were expelled. Thank goodness Qian isn't here, he mused. He was now covered in dirt, astonished by the amount of impurities within him. Testing his limits, he managed to lift his legs slightly. Though unaccustomed to using them for a long time, he needed time to adjust. Lin Feng soaked in the bathtub, feeling a tad embarrassed by the intimate garments hanging nearby. There exists a cartoonish Pikachu. The current residence is somewhat antiquated, yet spans over 90 square meters. Being an older community, many conveniences for drying clothes are lacking, resulting in most items being hung in the bathroom. Naturally, some intimate garments belonging to Qian have found their way into view, not escaping his notice. Certain sizes are alarmingly close to those of an adult. This girl is growing far too quickly. Lin Feng silently mused, vowing that once financial stability was achieved, he would certainly procure a more spacious home. Fortunately, Gu Qian excels academically, and the school has waived all her miscellaneous fees. Most of the time, their relationship is harmonious, yet disagreements occasionally arise. For instance, Gu Qian often inquires about herbal remedies for leg injuries, sending Lin Feng on errands. Initially, Lin Feng found her curiosity about herbs quite irksome. Whenever he lectured her on the matter, she would fall silent. Her countenance, so pitiable, with reddened eyes and a quivering lip, seemed to convey a profound sense of injustice. Ultimately, with no other recourse, Lin Feng yielded to her wishes, provided it did not impede her studies. As for Qian, he found it difficult to voice any objections. Especially in recent years, she has transformed remarkably, blossoming into a quintessential beauty reminiscent of an anime character. Like tea times, Lin Feng would find himself reflecting. How is it that Qian can be so adorable? I wonder which fortunate boy will capture her heart in the future. As for the unconventional personas favored by those with peculiar tastes, he harbored no thoughts whatsoever. Even if the system dictated such a scenario, he would resolutely refrain from indulging in it. Even if faced with the prospect of losing a hand or being ensnared by a vengeful spirit, he would not relent. After all, he is a man of integrity. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from downstairs. It sounded as though something had collided forcefully with the wall. The dilapidated building trembled slightly. Chapter 2. The car not going to kindergarten, it must be another car crash, Lin Feng muttered to himself. The feng shui of their building was rather unfortunate, as vehicles often inexplicably collided with it. Strangely, the drivers found themselves unable to escape from their cars, as if the doors had been welded shut. After being rescued, some would panic and cry out, "This isn't a car going to kindergarten. Let me out." Having lived here for many years, Lin Feng had grown accustomed to such occurrences, which happened at least once or twice a month. He suspected that a ghost responsible for welding doors was at play. Lin Feng's current occupation was simple. He made a living by typing online. No matter how handsome he might be, it was of little consequence, for one cannot live by looks alone, especially with a younger sister to support. Although the school had waived all of Qian's tuition and fees, he still bore some necessary living expenses. Unfortunately, others showed little interest in the novels he wrote. He merely transcribed, from memory, the tales of war gods he had read, albeit with mediocre writing skills. Often, he would forget the subsequent plot and had to abandon his work in frustration. Recently, he had penned a story titled The War God's Wife Repaying Debts by Carrying a Pig. After only the beginning, he received a stern warning from the editor. Hua Tailang, the only loyal reader he had, known as Lang Mia, consistently interacted with him, fervently providing support. Over the years, it was thanks to Lang Mia's encouragement and a meager attendance bonus that he managed to scrape by. However, despite their 4-year acquaintance. He had yet to see this person's photograph or know what they looked like. Judging by their bold speech, he imagined Lang Mia to be a robust, bearded man. Reclining in the bathtub, Lin Feng gazed at the inexplicably appearing interface, which displayed various attribute panels. System, what does that green experience bar signify? Lin Feng inquired, pointing. Host, this represents the experience gained from subduing demons and exorcising evil. Upon defeating them, you will receive corresponding experience rewards and hunting points, along with the chance to acquire various items, elixirs, magical artifacts, and spiritual liquids, the system explained. Wait, are you saying that chastity can also drop? Isn't that a bit distasteful? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. The items being referenced seemed rather inappropriate. My apologies, I meant real currency. The previous host met an abrupt end, and I'm still using the old language version, the system clarified. Engaging in this line of work carries risks. Numerous hosts have perished due to their recklessness. Many have read a few invincible tales and assumed that possessing a system would render them invulnerable, only to be cut down by antagonists. The previous hostess' demise was sudden. Can you elaborate? Lin Feng inquired, his heart racing at this revelation. He was eager to glean more from the cautionary tale. The previous story was quite kitsch. A fiancé had drugged him, and his closest friend betrayed him. In a desperate situation, he unwittingly fulfilled the system's activation conditions. After activating the system, he easily defeated the two. Originally, he only needed to eliminate them for a smooth future. However, unexpectedly, he became merciful, choosing to release them and magnanimously grant them freedom. To his surprise, they seized the opportunity and pierced his heart with a sword. The system, too, could not help but exclaim, wondering why it had to adopt such a saintly demeanor, unaware that this was precisely what readers despised most. Such self-sabotage could hardly be blamed on others. Thus, Lin Feng mused, it appeared that I must avoid entanglements with women. But you must first have a woman, don't you? The system interjected suddenly. Lin Feng gazed at his left hand, falling into a contemplative silence. After a considerable pause, he said, let me first discuss matters of ability with you. The system, noticing Lin Feng's silence, seemed to have inadvertently touched upon a sensitive topic for adults. Regarding the release of the skill spirit path technique, the higher the proficiency, the greater the power. Once the host's level is attained, a system store can be unlocked, filled with a variety of items. However, all acquisitions require corresponding hunting points. There are only 2 avenues to obtain these hunting points. One must either slay monsters, or, later on, exchange currency for hunting value when the system permits. Nevertheless, the exchange rate is quite staggering, far beyond his current comprehension. As Lin Feng absorbed the system's introduction, he pondered deeply. His original self possessed the innate ability to perceive spectral beings and malevolent entities, and he had witnessed many horrific scenes of strange demons devouring humans. Such spectacles were indelibly etched in his memory. Ding. Newbie task issued. Hunt down a common spectral entity. Reward, 1 lottery draw. To aid the host in effective identification during the novice period, an auxiliary function has been activated, automatically notifying the levels and weaknesses of any encountered spectral entities. For those with supernatural abilities, daily inquiries into levels can be made 3 times. Only those enigmatic organizations possess special identification devices. As the number of awakened individuals with supernatural powers continues to rise, videos frequently circulate online. Recently, a viral video showcased a man in a straw hat whose body could stretch several dozen meters, performing various challenging physical feats. Unfortunately, the video was swiftly taken down within an hour of its release. The official statement claimed it was merely promotional footage for a film. Yet, after witnessing such scenes repeatedly, many have come to accept the existence of supernatural beings. Official acknowledgement has become inconsequential. Instantaneous movement technique. With a thought, Lin Feng scrutinized the incantation. By imprinting a special mark at designated locations, he could perform this technique, allowing for spatial leaps to those marked spots. However, being at level 1, his spatial movement was limited to a mere 1,000 meters, and he could only mark 5 locations. Spirit Path Technique 1. By reciting the incantation, various spells could be cast, summoning winds and rains, commanding thunder and lightning, and creating binding traps. Phantom Technique 1 generates a skull mask, rendering the wearer's identity undetectable, while providing a 20 boost to all attributes. Nevertheless, the execution of these spells requires a specific spiritual energy to sustain them. Given Lin Feng's current physical reserves, he could only utilize them a few times before exhausting his energy. To increase the number of uses, continuous leveling up would be necessary. Brother, are you in the bath? Just as Lin Feng was submerged in contemplation within the tub, Gu Qianqian's voice drifted in from outside. Brother, my classmate has sent me some new herbs and 2 rooster eggs. They say that using these together yields excellent results. The girl brings an array of peculiar items home for him to try. Lin Feng ponders how to explain the situation to Qianqian. He finds it impossible to elucidate the concepts of systems and time travel to her, yet he feels compelled to convey something to this girl, lest she continues to gather herbs for home. Gradually, he steadies himself against the edge of the bathtub and rises from it. His legs are regaining strength, indeed. The effects of the elixir are remarkable, though recovery is a process that requires time. He must continue to adapt for a while longer. Brother, what's wrong with your face? Qian inquires, noticing Lin Feng, who is drying his hair. That familiar visage seems to have become even more handsome. What is wrong with my face? Lin Feng asks, glancing into the mirror. Wow, I look really good. He is momentarily taken aback. Host, looks certainly count as a positive attribute, as a qualified traveler. The system provides such enhancements. Have you ever encountered an unattractive time traveler? The system remarks. By the way, the length and size in your area have also increased by 20, it adds casually. What? I've grown this much already, and you're still adding more? Are you trying to make it all happen at once? Leave some room for growth. Lin Feng is left speechless. No wonder he feels a tad heavier. Meanwhile, Qian, with her curious gaze, occasionally glances at Lin Feng, intrigued by his transformation during the brief time she was away to collect the package. At dinner, Qian shares amusing stories from school. Brother, did you know? One of my classmates can conjure fire in his hand, she whispers excitedly. In the classroom, Minnie witnessed a sudden burst of purple flames erupting from his palm. Do you think he might be an awakened ability user? Perhaps, Lin Feng replies vaguely. However, he didn't return to school the next day. I heard he was accepted early by the Imperial Capital University. How enviable. The mention of Imperial Capital University fills Qian with longing. As a student, she has been instilled with dreams of attending this prestigious institution since childhood. Brother, this grilled sausage is delicious. You should try it, she offers, placing a piece on his plate. The bond between non-biological siblings remains simple and unpretentious. At this moment, atop a neighboring apartment building, a bald man sits on the balcony of the top floor, contemplating a leap. Below, a crowd gathers, eager to witness the spectacle. Voices from the crowd echo with pleas. Brother above, don't do anything rash. Think of your beautiful wife. My wife ran off with someone else. He wails back. Consider your children. The crowd continues to urge. The bald man's lament grows more desperate. Brother, just jump. Life is too miserable. The spectators can no longer contain their dismay. It is a veritable tragedy unfolding before them. As he prepares to take the plunge, a chilling voice pierces through the air. Wang Dali, your lifespan is 80. Your fate is not meant to end prematurely. Should you leap today, you will spend your days bedridden until your demise. Wang Dali looks around in confusion, unable to discern the source of the voice, only hearing the sound of chains clanking ominously. You, the 18th generation of my ancestors, have a debt of gratitude towards me. Today, by chance, I have saved your life. From this moment forth, our bond is severed. You shall encounter great fortune in the days to come. Live well. The voice faded into the distance. Wang Dali felt a surge of trepidation. Who could this person be? Yet, at that moment, he no longer dared to contemplate death, since this individual proclaimed that he still had a bright future ahead. Could it be that old Wang would eventually experience a reversal of fate? Chapter 3. Not even half as fearsome as a ghost from the Republic of China. With mere months until the college entrance examinations, the volume of assignments was considerable. Lin Feng, however, was in his room, diligently engaging in leg strength training. After an afternoon of recuperation, he could manage a few tentative steps, albeit with a noticeable disparity compared to a normal person. Nonetheless, for Lin Feng, this was hardly a significant issue. He had grown weary of the days spent in a wheelchair. As night descended, the moonlight was dim, with only the soft glow of yellow streetlights filtering through the sparse leaves, illuminating the community. At that moment, Lin Feng was already waiting on the balcony. His evening training had yielded some results, allowing him to perform brief movements. He fixated intently on the ancient well in the neighboring yard. At midnight, a ghostly figure in red would emerge from its depths. This specter was clad in tattered garments, evoking a sense of vulnerability. In the past, when Lin Feng found himself devoid of inspiration for his writing, he would stay up until midnight, hoping to draw a spark of creativity from this red-clad ghost. Alas, the study materials available to him were far less vivid, and he lacked the funds to experience a genuine wellness center. The meager earnings from his writing were scarcely enough to cover his modest daily expenses. Now, Lin Feng's gaze remained fixed on that spot, eager to assess the level of the ghost. The system had informed him that, in terms of supernatural abilities, his current strength was categorized at the late stage of a certain level, though his lack of combat experience meant that his performance would ultimately depend on the circumstances. Level, Water Ghost Weakness. Fire. Lin Feng glanced at the hints displayed on the ghost. This was well within his operational capacity. He activated his ability, and a skull mask materialized upon his face, its red and white striped patterns exuding an eerie aura. The black shroud of the Grim Reaper enveloped him, enhancing his presence. After all, black is eternally powerful. He awaited the opportune moment. As the ghost fully emerged from the well and passed by a nearby stone, he executed the art of instantaneous movement, vanishing from his room in an instant. Ghostly technique, 42 forms of fiery flames. A swirling emerald flame ignited in his hand, flickering and exuding a terrifying energy. Though Lin Feng's legs were not yet nimble, hindering more intricate maneuvers, His hand movements were direct as he delivered a forceful strike to the back of the red-clad ghost. Ghostly technique, 47 forms of dark fire seal. With that, another flame was unleashed, striking at the ghost's vulnerable spot. The red-clad ghost emitted a piercing scream, caught off guard by Lin Feng's two sudden blows. The cries were somewhat chilling, yet Lin Feng remained undaunted. In retrospect, this modest beauty paled in comparison to the female specters of the Republic era, he mused. From a distance, she appeared rather appealing, but upon closer inspection, the finer details were lacking. The dance of life and death, between man and ghost, was a rhythm Lin Feng adapted to quite swiftly. Although it was his first encounter, fear eluded him, akin to vanquishing minor foes in a game. The relatively weak specter clad in red fell victim to his swift two-combo strike. Her carelessness, after years of unchallenged dominance in this realm, led to her undoing. Oblivious to the presence of a diligent youth who had already discerned her patterns of movement. Congratulations, host, on your successful kill. You have earned 100 experience points and 10 hunting points. Host, your combat style is remarkably straightforward, lacking in fervor, the system remarked. It was a matter easily resolved. Why complicate it further? Lin Feng replied. You have earned a chance to draw a prize. Would you like to do so now? Not just yet, Lin Feng decided. Observing the specter's form dissipate into flames, revealing a stack of genuine currency. Money is indeed a valuable asset. This bundle must be worth at least 10,000. He promptly collected it. Noticing a nearby pebble, he focused his thoughts and dispelled his instant movement mark. To eliminate this specter, he had exerted considerable effort, marking several stones in the vicinity to identify an optimal position. Is someone approaching? He activated his instant movement once more. Host, you are quite cautious. I hope you live a bit longer, the system commented. Why do you sound so pessimistic? How many hosts have perished before me? Lin Feng inquired. 9. The system responded, its tone laced with indignation. All were careless. Lin Feng felt a wave of exasperation. It seemed that this side job as a reaper came with significant risks. He had assumed one host was sufficient, but the revelation of 9 predecessors was disconcerting. Clearly, in times of weakness, one must exercise caution. If one does not court danger, one shall not meet demise. After securing the money, Lin Feng leaned over the balcony to gaze below. Indeed, 2 figures emerged. Recalling the opportunity to actively probe for superhumans thrice daily, he decided to test it. Level and level, one figure stated, identified as Lei. The supernatural radar detected a powerful surge of spiritual energy nearby, yet it has vanished. What could have happened? It must have been exterminated. But who could move with such swiftness? An awakened one. Or perhaps a cultivator. The man named Lei observed a patch of ashes on the ground, still warm to the touch, and caught a whiff of a familiar, sinister scent. Regardless of who it is, anyone who slays ghosts is not our enemy. I just wonder if they have registered their identity, Lei mused. The situation is becoming increasingly precarious, with various spirits emerging. Yet, there are still too few of us awakened. His companion remarked. I've heard that higher-ups are conducting special experiments to create artificial awakened beings. I wonder how that is progressing. Who knows? Some matters may not be as straightforward as we imagine. Perhaps the awakeners' infrequent engagement with experiments is not without significance. The two exchanged hushed words before swiftly making their way elsewhere. Their primary mission now was to exorcise malevolent spirits, a task that did not yet require their attention. After vanquishing the female specter, Lin Feng resumed his perusal of the author's backend on the Tomato platform. This habit, cultivated over the years, compelled him to check reader reviews daily, as it felt unsettling not to do so. What nonsense was this author writing? The daughter of the war god was once again residing in a barn. Brothers upstairs, cease your reading. This author is merely recycling the same formula halfway through. And it's all gone stale. The war god's family is in dire straits. This author's writing lacks finesse. Let's abandon this endeavor, Lin Feng lamented. This author is toxic. One must wonder how much he paid for that #1 spot on the fan rankings, given the multitude of gifts he receives. I suspect there is some clandestine arrangement afoot. Everyone upstairs, leave. The author's work is quite good. Why shouldn't the war god's daughter stay in the barn? His entire family deserves to dwell there. The only supporter of Lin Feng, Lang Mia, engaged in a heated exchange with the others. The review section descended into a cacophony of insults. Silently, Lin Feng closed the review section. As a struggling author, he regretted not having indulged in more enriching novels on the platform, for it might have prevented his current plight. A new pop-up appeared on the Tomato website. It was yet another message from Lang Mia, expressing his unwavering support with a plea for new chapters. If you abandon this, beware, I'll trace you through the internet. This left Lin Feng in a quandary. After all, he was now blessed with a more promising career, yet relinquishing his writing was out of the question. For writing was his true calling. This formula has grown stale. I must conceive a new narrative, he resolved. After some time, he recalled the tale of the previous host that the system had shared with him, and suddenly, inspiration surged forth. The Green War God. This time, surely no one would berate him, Lin Feng mused, rubbing his temples in contemplation. The ideas flowed abundantly, akin to a gushing spring. Just then, someone shared an image with the caption, "Parents are away." Alone and lonely, exciting and invigorating. Join me in enjoying the thrill of action. Without hesitation, Lin Feng added the individual S-room number. He launched the orange melon writing software and commenced his literary battle. His fingers danced fervently across the keyboard. For hours later, a draft of 20,000 words emerged. He located the editor Huatai Lang's name in the Chocho mailbox and clicked send. At that moment, Huatai Lang, diligently working overtime to review manuscripts, caught sight of Lin Feng's latest novel title. What? This kid has completely clashed with the war goddess family, he remarked, somewhat bemused. As Lin Feng's editor, he had witnessed the young man's unwavering dedication. After 4 years of writing war god narratives, every attempt had floundered. Once upon a time, he had debuted alongside Lin Feng, yet now, while Chen Shi, Xin Ji, and Tang Si had all ascended to greatness, Lin Feng remained in obscurity. Rumor had it that his family's circumstances were dire, with only a younger sister remaining. He had seen her photograph. It was indeed striking. She resembled a quintessential anime beauty, with blue hair, long legs, and large eyes, flawlessly enchanting. Upon first glimpsing her image, he almost felt inclined to address Lin Feng as brother. He would gladly spend his entire life caring for Qianqian and Lin Feng, but unfortunately, this wish remained unfulfilled due to his wife's reluctance. Furthermore, after becoming an editor, his hair began to thin considerably, robbing him of his self-confidence, and the last remnants of his fantasies vanished entirely. Sighing, he decided to see what Lin Feng had written this time. The title was surprisingly intriguing. War God. Becoming green will make you stronger. The beginning was rather well crafted. It had been a long time since he received a piece of green literature, and he was pleasantly surprised to discover that Lin Feng possessed such talent. It bore the essence reminiscent of the divine maiden from the underworld. Huatai Lang began to read with great interest. After a considerable time, a young woman clad in pajamas approached Huatai Lang, carrying a bowl of chicken soup. "De Lang, I just warmed up a bowl of chicken soup for you. Drink it and go to bed early." "Alien, you are truly wonderful," Huatai Lang said, patting his now bald head. He finished the soup in one gulp. "If only you had written like this earlier, perhaps you wouldn't have struggled for so long." Huatai Lang mused as he closed his computer. Chapter reviews had vital skill explanations. Chapter 4, No Matter. After completing the opening of the novel, Lin Feng began to prepare for the sacred first lottery. For this, he even took a bath in the restroom to cleanse himself and wash his hands, demonstrating respect. "System, initiate the lottery. I thought you could endure a bit longer." The system replied. "Hee, life requires a sense of ritual," Lin Feng chuckled. A grand spinning wheel materialized before him, filled with various items. "Begin," Lin Feng declared. And the wheel started to spin on its own. Zanpakuto, Demon Slayer, Sharingan, Jade Maiden Divine Skill. Upon hearing these names, Lin Feng felt a bit bewildered. In his previous life, he had enjoyed reading novels, but had rarely indulged in Japanese comics. He had never watched Naruto, One Piece, or Bleach. The only anime he had seen was a few episodes of a certain character's daily life, which he found somewhat enjoyable, and he noticed a slight resemblance to Qianqian. However, Qianqian's naturally blue hair set her apart in some way. The pointer continued to glide across the wheel. "Stop. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the passive skill Steel Bones. Your body has been significantly enhanced." In an instant, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming surge of strength. He believed he could easily defeat 10 Huatai Langs with a single punch. Observing a fruit knife on his desk, he grasped its blade, which crumpled in his hand like paper. "This skill is quite impressive," Lin Feng sighed. Although those techniques were formidable, his physical strength needed to keep pace. Passive skills were invaluable, especially for newcomers like him, as survival was of utmost importance. However, the steel bone skill merely provided a substantial increase in physical strength. In the face of those cultivators wielding flying swords, it might not prove as effective. Continuous upgrades were necessary, the system reminded him. In many respects, the system would offer Lin Feng reasonable advice. The system served as an assistant, leaving all other matters aside. Lin Feng understood the system's intentions. The current world system was rather intricate. With the revival of spiritual energy, not only had there been awakenings of supernatural abilities, but many rare treasures and spiritual herbs had also emerged in the world. A peculiar and extraordinary realm has emerged. The ancient sects of cultivation have also come forth, vying for the treasures of heaven and earth. On the following day, Lin Feng received a message from the editor, Huatai Lang. He believed that the setting of the war god was commendable, the theme innovative, and the concept creative. If written well, there was hope for Lin Feng to ascend as the green god. Could it be that I finally have the hope of becoming a deity? Lin Feng felt as if he had been invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. Although he had secured a more promising job, writing remained his greatest passion. At the very least, he needed to complete the Green War God narrative, as he had given his word to Langmi that he would not abandon it this time. Otherwise, he would suffer dire consequences. Ding. Daily task issued. Eliminate 2 ghostly entities. Reward, 1 mysterious lottery draw. "Brother, breakfast is ready," came a gentle voice from outside. "All right." Lin Feng slowly made his way to his wheelchair, still lacking a bit of strength in his legs. However, he anticipated that within a couple of days, he would fully recover. He pondered how to inform Qianqian about his leg's recovery. Should he tell her that his powers had awakened, thus curing his legs? Host, I suggest you consider a different approach. Do not end up like my fourth-generation host, who ultimately brought about his own downfall, the system coldly remarked. Is that all there is to your host's tale? Lin Feng was left speechless. Did this system harbor some curse? Was it targeting hosts specifically? The stories of the 9 others are rather abundant. Do you think an 18-year-old girl can keep her mouth sealed? Once she leaks information, you will be thoroughly scrutinized. The ability of instantaneous movement is a temporal skill, and many are coveting this ability, the system elaborated. In its view, it was best to focus on enhancing one's capabilities first. As an omniscient entity, it was well aware of various research endeavors. Moreover, some matters are independent of trust. This is merely an urban map. It is not a fantasy of cultivation where she would sacrifice herself to save you, the system concluded. Having contemplated this for a moment, Lin Feng steadied himself against the wheelchair and stepped outside. After breakfast, Qianqian inquired, Brother, the weather outside is lovely today. Shall I take you for a stroll? Lin Feng responded affirmatively. Qianqian's face lit up with surprise, for Lin Feng had never been fond of going out, let alone allowing her to accompany him. As he often faced the annoyance of nosy aunties pointing fingers, as if it were unusual for a sister to accompany her brother. Once everything was in order, Lin Feng produced a small bag containing a bank card and a considerable sum of cash. Today, we are going on a major shopping spree. Brother received his manuscript fee. How much did you earn? Qianqian asked, astonished, as she had never inquired about Lin Feng's earnings. 10,000, Lin Feng replied with a hint of pride. Although it stemmed from ghost hunting, it constituted part of his regular income. Since it was cash, there would be no inquiries. Yet, she could never quite comprehend the narrative of the war god. Why did the war god's daughter sleep in a cow shed? Why did thousands appear outside the cow shed when the war god was enraged? Just how vast was that cow shed? Such questions lingered in her mind. She was always accustomed to approaching novels with a contemplative mindset, yet the more she read, the more confused she became. And she found it difficult to inquire with Lin Feng about the reasons behind her bewilderment. Today, Qianqian had the rare opportunity to style her hair into twin ponytails, adorning a lovely white dress complemented by black stockings, which rendered her exceedingly charming. Lin Feng inadvertently tugged at her hair, marveling at its silky texture. As he exited the community, he certainly noticed a myriad of curious glances directed his way. Some bore expressions of pity, while others appeared to relish in misfortune. However, Lin Feng paid little heed to these reactions, as Qianqian was soon to graduate. He resolved to exert himself in his endeavors to capture spirits and earn some money, confident that he would eventually leave this dilapidated neighborhood behind. Yet, he pondered the sudden influx of malevolent entities in the vicinity. His outing was not merely a leisurely stroll. He sought to investigate the surrounding circumstances. Amidst the crowd, he occasionally spotted spectral figures weaving through, some even locking eyes with him. Only when the underworld dispatched its emissaries, such as the Oxhead and Horseface or the Yin-Yang officials, to collect souls would the situation be addressed. However, should these entities linger without being claimed, their malevolent thoughts would burgeon, transforming them into vengeful spirits, as the system meticulously elucidated. As he absorbed this information, Lin Feng grasped it swiftly. Although he could vanquish these spirits, it bore no significance unless they were marked as malevolent entities. Slaying them would not fulfill his mission. As they traversed a narrow alley, a notification chimed. Daily task initiated. No overnight grudges. Reward, 300 hunting points. The system's sudden alert momentarily took Lin Feng aback. But he quickly comprehended that it was a minor experience trial. He observed 7 young men with bleached hair loitering in the alley, smoking nonchalantly. On the ground lay a young student, battered and bruised, evidently having been assaulted. Upon seeing Qianqian pushing Lin Feng along, the 7 men viciously kicked the young man. Get lost. The youth, as if granted amnesty, scrambled to his feet and fled. Gu Qianqian, have you brought your crippled friend out for a stroll again? Sneered one of the men, clad in tattered shorts, a scar marring his face. His gaze was lewd, exuding an air of imminent trouble. Lin Feng felt a wave of nausea wash over him at the sound of their taunts. They were repulsive, akin to beasts. What do you want? Gu Qianqian's voice trembled with apprehension. She recognized the scar-faced man, known as Scar A-san, who typically roamed the school vicinity extorting protection money from students and engaging in various forms of intimidation. A few days prior, when he had bullied one of her classmates, she had intervened, accompanied by several school security guards, thus igniting their animosity. What do I want? I simply desire to toy with you. Scar A-san replied with a brazen smirk, eliciting laughter from his companions, who reveled in the opportunity to mock a goddess up close, a delightful indulgence for such ruffians. Lin Feng's fury ignited within him. His countenance darkened, and disregarding the need to conceal his abilities, he prepared to confront the group directly. After all, who could bear to witness Qian being tormented? What are you doing? Suddenly, a patrolling officer approached, having seen the young man dash out of the alley in haste. Suspecting some grave incident had transpired, he hurried over to investigate, coincidentally stumbling upon the unfolding scene. Upon encountering the scarred rogue, A frown involuntarily creased my brow. Such a brash bully, engaging in brawls day after day. This band of ruffians, still under the command of that local tyrant, Ping Si, was indeed a source of irritation. Ling, is there an issue with merely greeting this young lady? I questioned. The nearby streets lacked surveillance, and given that no physical altercation had yet transpired, it was evident that the patrolling officer would be powerless against them. Qian, you two should take your leave, avoid this narrow alley, and stick to the main road. Ling Hao advised Gu Qian. He was well aware of her situation. She was not a troublemaker. Yes, thank you, Uncle Ling, Gu Qian replied softly. However, Lin Feng's countenance darkened. As Qian urged him to step outside, he lightly brushed the corner of the rogue's clothing. The system was indeed correct. There were no lingering grudges. Keep your distance from the students. Should you be found bullying them again, you shall not escape unscathed, Ling Hao declared sternly. His disdain for such scoundrels was profound. They were akin to a persistent adhesive, always creating trouble. Careful with your words, Ling. I hear your daughter, Ling Yi, is also sitting for the college entrance examination this year, isn't she? Sharing a class with Gu Qian. I wonder how well she is faring? Another brazen youth chimed in. Do you dare threaten me? Ling Hao retorted sharply, retaliating with a powerful strike aimed at the youth's abdomen. His blow was formidable enough to incapacitate the young man on the ground. Who dares lay a hand on Ling Yi? I would rather forsake my own life than allow him to thrive. Ling Hao growled. And you lot, get lost. Stay clear of this alley. If I cannot protect my daughter, then I might as well resign from my duties as an officer. Chapter 5. No lingering grudges. Do not worry, Qian, I am here. Lin Feng reassured, perceiving her unease. He had not anticipated that the practice would be so vile. Yes, brother, let us go shopping, Gu Qian feigned calmness. Unwilling to appear too fragile, fearing it would only exacerbate Lin Feng's concern. Yet, the matter of the bullies weighed heavily on her mind. She hoped to avoid encountering them on the way to school the next day. The morning's joy had faded, and though she did not voice her worries, they were plainly etched upon her face, which Lin Feng observed with clarity. A gentleman's vengeance is not to be delayed for 10 years. Lin Feng's retribution would occur that very night. Even without the system's reminder, this would hold true. The teleportation mark was set, no matter where the scarred ruffian was. He would sense it. Those who dared to threaten Qian would find their fate more unbearable than death itself. The moonlight delicately illuminated the earth as Lin Feng checked the time. It was precisely 10 o'clock at night. He donned his mask and focused on the location of the teleportation mark. The distance was 5 kilometers, making it impossible to reach in a single leap. He vaulted out of the window, his enhanced physique granting him strength and speed far beyond the ordinary. Descending from the 6th floor was hardly a challenge. Clad in his deathly attire, Lin Feng raced through the night. His legs had recovered to 80% capacity, and he felt no significant hindrance. With the system's guidance, he had already devised his words. In the dim light of the evening, Lin Feng observed 2 spirits peering curiously at a household. To him, these were the weakest of specters. With one task still pending, he recalled the ghostly art of 24 thunderstrikes. Suddenly, 2 bolts of lightning descended, striking the spirits with precision. His proficiency in ghostly skills increased, earning him 100 experience points and 10 hunting points. A system prompt soon followed, confirming the feebleness of these wraiths. From the disoriented spirit, a silver pendant emerged, shaped like a hexagram and radiating a soft blue glow. It hung from a delicate silver chain, distinctly feminine in design. Upon picking it up, the system automatically displayed the pendant's attributes. Calming pendant. Once worn, it brings tranquility to the mind, enhances memory, and possesses the ability to repel evil spirits. This pendant was indeed valuable, rivaling even 6 walnuts in worth. However, Lin Feng felt no particular sensation from it. His physical strength had been augmented by the system, rendering such ordinary accessories rather useless. As for the ability to repel evil, he had no need for it. His purpose was to capture spirits for his own advancement. If he were to banish the malevolent, how would he find spirits to hunt? Host, would you like to draw for a reward now? The system inquired. Draw, he replied. The process commenced. Stop. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the passive skill of agility. Your agility has significantly increased. Testing his newfound ability, Lin Feng leaped effortlessly over a 7-meter-high wall. Your luck is indeed remarkable, the system remarked. This passive skill is a boon. The chance to draw rewards was largely reliant on fortune, with many rules predetermined. Such passive skills were also available for purchase in the system's shop, starting at 100,000 hunting points. Yet, Lin Feng was just beginning and had already accumulated 2 such advantages, which was quite commendable. With the enhancement of agility at his disposal, Lin Feng traversed the streets with a speed that had multiplied several times. Under the moonlight, a black figure gracefully leaped between ordinary residential buildings. His movements light as a feather, barely disturbing the surface of a pond, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water. In a modest 2-story house, Scarred Asan was on the 2nd floor, engaged in intricate warm-up exercises with a young woman. Meanwhile, his underlings on the 1st floor sipped drinks, watching DVDs and indulging in risky conversations. Tomorrow, let us pay that Ling Yi a visit. I know her route to school well, one of the younger men remarked. His hair a vibrant yellow. Ha ha ha, she has the face of a star. If we get a chance, it would be even better, another chimed in, boasting loudly. Such harassment of students was not uncommon for them. It was merely a light tease. If caught, they would only spend a few days in jail. The laws in the land of Nanmo were not as stringent as those in Lin Feng's homeland of Blue Star. His sense of belonging to this nation was rather shallow. After all, he had traversed through time for 4 years, not having been reborn into another world, and thus did not regard Nanmo as his true homeland. Today, that Ling Hao had embarrassed their leader, and the prospect of frightening the young girl tomorrow seemed amusing to him. Let Ling Hao understand that they are not to be trifled with. As the subordinates of the local ruffian Ping Si, they indeed possess a considerable amount of audacity. Bang! The door was forcefully kicked open, ushering in a chilling breeze that momentarily stunned the group. A deep imprint marred the stainless steel security door. Was it a violent breach? They beheld a man clad in black, donning a skull mask, who advanced step by step. His gait was steady, yet each stride exerted immense psychological pressure upon them. What do you intend to do? Huang Mao exclaimed, startled, as he instinctively grabbed an iron rod from the table, assuming a defensive posture. The very act of breaching the iron door indicated that this individual was no ordinary person. Lin Feng refrained from further words, steadily approaching. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for such individuals who prey upon students, lacking any genuine prowess. Huang Mao, undeterred, recognized the malevolence of the intruder. Everyone, prepare your weapons. Do we truly fear this unarmed individual? He swung the iron rod towards Lin Feng's head, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Lin Feng extended his palm, allowing the iron rod to strike against it. With a resounding clang, Huang Mao's hand was instantly jolted, leaving him momentarily numb. Lin Feng then grasped the black iron rod firmly and delivered a blow to Huang Mao's shoulder blade. Crack! The sound of shattering bone resonated, almost melodious in its cruelty. Following this, Lin Feng delivered a swift kick, sending Huang Mao crashing against the wall. Bang! Another deafening noise erupted, causing the ornaments on the wall to tumble down. Steel and sinew were not something mere mortals could withstand. Lin Feng devised a plan for dealing with the remaining thugs before him. Witnessing this spectacle, the others were instantly struck with terror. They were accustomed to bullying students, but today was the first time they encountered someone so formidable. That was an iron rod, and yet it had struck his hand without any apparent effect. Not being fools, they quickly contemplated bowing down in apology. Although they were unaware of this man's identity, they believed that bowing would be a prudent choice. As ruffians, they regarded dignity as a trivial matter. Lin Feng remained indifferent to their plight. His purpose for being there was abundantly clear, and he had no desire to waste words with these individuals. Bang! Bang! Since they chose not to embrace righteousness, they would become lifelong failures instead. Their kneecaps were shattered to a pulp, the anguished cries echoing throughout the room like the lamentations of slaughtered pigs. In mere moments, the group had been reduced to a state of utter incapacitation. This scenario was more agonizing for them than death itself. For Lin Feng, killing and incinerating was not a formidable task. However, it felt too lenient for them. As for whether they would survive in the future, he harbored no concern. Glancing at the Huang Mao who had previously called out to him, he felt a wave of nausea and delivered a swift kick to his third leg. The wails from downstairs finally roused the attention of Scar-faced Ah-san, who was engaged in affairs above. As the door to his room swung open, Scar-faced, in a fervent state, finally registered the commotion below. Peering down, he found his underlings sprawled on the ground, drenched in blood. A man clad in black and wearing a mask coldly observed him, gripping an iron rod. Yet, Lin Feng leaped with remarkable agility, ascending directly to the second floor with astonishing swiftness. The sight of this audacious leap filled Scar with dread, particularly the pair of eyes glimmering from within the skull mask, which sent shivers down his spine. Brother, please spare me. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. Look, there is a young woman inside. Scar attempted to stall for time. The woman within, trembling and clutching her rear, felt a wave of fear wash over her. Scar's previous actions had indeed crossed a line. She had heard the commotion outside, yet dared not venture out, knowing all too well the dangers of such underworld feuds. Suddenly, a familiar cry pierced the air, one far more harrowing than her own earlier screams. After a prolonged silence, she cautiously felt her way along the wall, peeking outside. Scar lay in a pool of blood, his appearance grim. The iron rod was inexplicably embedded in him. Was this retribution? She gingerly touched her aching backside, a strange sense of relief washing over her. Returning to the room, Lin Feng placed the tranquilizer on the desk and began typing on his computer. He had thoroughly incapacitated Scar, rendering him as immobile as his henchman. Scar's future would now be spent in a wheelchair. However, that final thrust had not been intentional. It was merely a casual throw. He had momentarily forgotten the extent of his strength. Although modern medicine was advanced enough to allow for regeneration, the costs were prohibitive for such a group. With neither wealth nor power, and now crippled, they would be reduced to a life of begging. As for revenge, would they dare approach him in a wheelchair? Moreover, they did not even know his identity. He opened the comment section of his writing, which remained lively. Remarkably, the literary style was unprecedented. surpassing his previous work on the war god. This time, he decided against criticism until the piece was complete. The commentary today was notably more positive. And aside from the usual detractor, a reader even offered support, an unprecedented occurrence. As a well-known writer of battle-themed narratives, Lin Feng harbored dreams of becoming a literary giant. I must ponder how the war god can evolve into something unique, he mused, furiously typing away at the keyboard. Suddenly, the ringtone of Ling Hao's phone pierced the air. I suspect this individual has peculiar inclinations. Chapter 6, The Goddess Hatsune. Upon receiving the news, Ling Hao was initially taken aback. However, given the gravity of the situation, he knew he must assess the circumstances firsthand. At the Jiangnan Haidang Hospital, Team Leader Ling, you finally arrived, exclaimed Xiao Zhang. What is the current situation? Scar has been thoroughly incapacitated. All 3 of his legs have been reduced to a mangled mess. Miraculously, he remains alive. His henchmen, too, have had their legs shattered. They can expect to spend their lives in wheelchairs, Zhang Fei responded slowly. He had never witnessed such brutality before and was astonished at the ferocity of the assailant. Regarding the identity of the assailants, did they disclose anything to Ling Hao? They mentioned being clad in black and wearing skull masks, swiftly subduing their victims with a single strike. The astonishing agility displayed in leaping to the second floor, which stood at a height of 4 meters, was remarkable. As the captain of the patrol team, he possessed a modicum of understanding about those with extraordinary abilities and practitioners of the arcane arts. During times of frequent disappearances, he would report to the bureau, requesting special support. This was not a clandestine affair. Just a few days prior, he had heard Ling Yi mention a classmate who could conjure fire with his hands. It seemed that the young man had awakened his powers unexpectedly. Once an individual awakens their abilities, they are registered by a special department. Those who are willing to serve the nation may enjoy certain privileges, albeit with corresponding obligations that must be fulfilled. The specific procedures were somewhat unclear to him, but he understood that power and duty are intertwined. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Indeed, Captain Ling, Zhang Fei responded, his enthusiasm palpable. Yet, the scarred man has brought this upon himself. Having committed numerous misdeeds in the past, at long last, he has been caught, and our jurisdiction will surely experience a period of tranquility. Zhang Fei expressed his satisfaction, for he had little sympathy for such villains. However, due to the limitations of his authority, obtaining substantial evidence against this group of ruffians proved challenging. Many victims, fearing retaliation, were reluctant to testify. Some matters are best kept to ourselves, Ling Hao advised Zhang Fei. Though we may despise them, we must maintain decorum in public. After all, we are still part of the Patrol Bureau, representatives of the official establishment. Understood. Ling Hao recalled vividly the threats made by the scarred man the previous day. Those who are ruthless will inevitably face their own kind. Nevertheless, in cases involving extraordinary abilities, I must report to the higher-ups. The thought of the report caused him some distress. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had spent the night typing away, producing 8,000 words before finally surrendering to sleep. He felt an insatiable itch to write if he did not pen something each day. In the past, when Qian was away, his routine had been set. Inspiration eluded him during daylight hours, only to return with vigor at night. The following day, in the senior class group chat, a frenzy erupted. Did you hear? Major news. The scarred man and his gang were taken down yesterday. Early in the morning, Gu Qianqian's classmates were buzzing with excitement. Initially, Gu Qianqian felt anxious about encountering the scarred gang at school, but the shocking news quickly alleviated her worries. Lu Qianxi refrained from posting irrelevant messages about studies. The class teacher admonished, and the chat fell silent. Gu Qianqian's class was the top graduating class in the school, naturally comprising students with influential parents. Just days before, the scarred man had bullied someone from their class, and now he had been dealt with, truly a cause for celebration. Qianqian, take this with you, Lin Feng said as she left home, handing her a calming pendant. Gu Qianqian gazed at the exquisite star-shaped charm in awe. Remember to keep it safe. Do not pass it on to anyone else, Lin Feng cautioned. Over the years, this girl had made considerable sacrifices to care for him. Their shared life had forged a deep bond, and now it seemed they had entered a new chapter together. The pendant possesses the ability to soothe the mind, enhance memory, alleviate mental fatigue, and even ward off malevolent spirits. Indeed, it is perfectly suited for Qian, and Lin Feng has additionally inscribed a mark upon it. Regardless of the circumstances, he can sense Qian's precise location. Upon wearing it, the pendant emanates a soft blue glow. This tranquil pendant is a product of the system, boasting an exquisite design and style that is second to none. The more Gu Qian gazed at it, the more enamored she became. Brother, where did you purchase this? It must have been quite expensive. I bought it online. It didn't cost much, Lin Feng replied vaguely. He had acquired many household appliances from the same source. And of course, quality correlates with price. Thank you, brother. I'm off now. Remember to soak your legs in herbal infusions daily. All right, be careful on your way. Lin Feng waved goodbye to Qian, reflecting on how she had become increasingly sensible. He was eager to share in her joy. In the imperial capital training base of the Nanmo Kingdom, a woman with a ponytail and a statuesque figure, clad in hot pants and a white top. Deftly maneuvered through a series of driverless smart armored tanks, engaging in routine combat drills. Her ample bosom swayed slightly with her agile movements, skillfully evading a barrage of armored projectiles. With perfect timing, she unleashed a powerful punch towards one of the training tanks, which, astonishingly, left a massive dent in the tank made of special alloy. The sound of her strikes echoed across the training grounds, accompanied by sonic booms. "Cold sister, someone is looking for you," a voice called out, prompting her to halt. "I'll be out after a quick shower." Having just completed an intense workout, she felt somewhat uncomfortable due to the sweat that clung to her. Her name is Yi Chuin, affectionately known as Lung Long. At 24 years of age, she is an awakened wielder of Earth's might, possessing formidable physical strength and having vanquished numerous high-level spirits. As she bathed, she listened to an audiobook featuring a story about a green warrior. Chapter 1. Becoming green means gaining strength echoed in her ears. "I'll deal with you later when I have the time," she murmured to herself, noting her continued growth, which she found rather bothersome. In the reception area, team leader Lung Lung will be out shortly. Please enjoy some tea in the meantime, a voice announced. "No rush. I have business to discuss with her," Xiang Hui replied, sipping his tea. An hour passed, yet Yi Chuin had not yet appeared, causing Xiang Hui to grow restless. "I'll go check again. Perhaps Cold Sister has something urgent." A woman with purple hair said apologetically. "What's the matter? Not satisfied? Come to the imperial capital and find me." Yi Chuin was swiftly typing and engaging in a conversation. "Cold Sister, are you almost done?" The purple-haired woman knocked on the door. It was clear that Yi Chuin had forgotten about her presence. After completing 99 tasks for her passion, she finally switched off her phone. When Yi Chuin emerged, her long hair cascading down, the contours of her oval face were strikingly apparent against her fair neck. Her skin was as smooth as jade, delicate and soft, a true work of art. With a high-bridged nose and alluring collarbone, her lightly painted lips were irresistibly captivating. Dressed in a flowing black robe, her enchanting eyes sparkled with a unique charm, exuding an air of nobility. The jade-like peaks of her figure stood proudly, accentuated by intricately designed black stockings enveloping her legs, complemented by a pair of striking red high heels. A serene smile graced her lips, reminiscent of Tifa, though her features boasted a refinement that surpassed the latter. Xiang Hui found himself momentarily entranced. After years apart, Yi Chuin had become even more stunning. Even he, with his considerable resolve, felt an uncharacteristic vulnerability in the presence of such a captivating beauty. However, he understood that this goddess possessed formidable abilities, and though he harbored intentions, he lacked the courage to pursue them. He recalled a saying, "The Yi family has a daughter coming into her own, capable of extraordinary feats that overshadow all." "What brings you to me this time?" Yi Chuin inquired, reclining on the sofa. "There's a formidable class, a golden armored wraith, appearing in Jiangnan City, and I require your assistance in capturing it alive." "A class, a golden armored wraith, and you cannot handle it yourself?" she questioned, a hint of disbelief in her tone. "That creature possesses immense strength. My flying sword cannot harm it, and it is exceedingly cunning. My master is currently in seclusion, and my other seniors are preoccupied with pressing matters, leaving me without support," Xiang Hui explained. If it were not absolutely necessary, he would have preferred not to seek aid from other members of their group, as many of them bore old grudges from previous generations that continued to affect the younger ones. "I have a special gift for you," Xiang Hui said, producing a small vial. Yi Chuin examined it closely before nodding in acknowledgement. Internal collaboration was not uncommon, and given that the situation was unfolding in Jiangnan, she could simultaneously visit a certain individual who held a special place in her heart. Although they had never met, an unspoken connection had long been established through words. She indeed harbored a unique sentiment towards him. However, her commitments abroad on special assignments had left her little room to seek him out. This opportunity was fortuitous. Chapter 7. Matters of the Dormitory. Yulon High School, the premier institution in Jiangnan City, boasts an impressive statistic. Over 70% of its students gain admission to the prestigious Imperial Capital University each year. Naturally, the admission criteria are stringent, with two primary pathways for entry, either through the wealth and influence of one's family or through exceptional academic performance. Gu Qianqian, hailing from a family without power or clout, gained admission solely based on her outstanding grades. Qianqian, a beautiful girl with long hair, clad in the school uniform, greeted her. Ling Yi, responded Gu Qianqian. The two were classmates and shared a dormitory, their relationship having always been amicable, both being regarded as school beauties. They resided in a 4-person dormitory, but the atmosphere among the other two occupants was far from harmonious. It is well known that unattractive individuals often cause turmoil, particularly those who are both unattractive and possess power. Although Ling Yi's father held a position as a captain in the inspection bureau, in the eyes of others, he was not considered a significant official. Upon entering the dormitory, Gu Qianqian and Ling Yi discovered that two others were already present, Rin Yu and Guan Lin, with whom they had a rather strained relationship. Gu Qianqian occupied the lower bunk, while Rin Yu sat on a stool, painting her nails. Two slender legs draped in black stockings rested upon Gu Qianqian's bedspread. Upon noticing Gu Qianqian's entrance, they were hastily withdrawn. Rin Yu's father, a prominent developer in Jiangnan City, had generously contributed numerous gifts to the school in order to secure Rin Yu a place in the best class. Gu Qianqian, her expression clouded with displeasure, meticulously smoothed out the wrinkled sheets. Typically, they existed in separate spheres, rarely intersecting. Although she exuded a sunny confidence, her family circumstances were far from favorable. She often endured minor verbal bullying, but fortunately, Ling Yi provided her with some support, for which she was genuinely grateful. Lin, do you think the necklace my dad gave me yesterday is beautiful? With the dormitory now fully occupied, Rin Yu proudly retrieved a delicate glass necklace from a box and adorned herself with it. Isn't that the limited edition from Master Zhou Xiaofu? It just came out, right? Quite pricey, isn't it? Guan Lin remarked with a smile. Hee, it's just a few million, Rin Yu responded with evident pride. While she could not compare to Gu Qianqian in looks, her affluent background often compelled her to seek validation in such matters. The others were well aware of Gu Qianqian's family situation, both parents deceased, now living solely with an elder brother who had a disability. She was indeed a misfortune. Were it not for her appealing appearance, few would take an interest in her. Yet, residing in the same dormitory meant that boys often inquired about Gu Qianqian. Even her own crush seemed to show interest in her circumstances. This only intensified her feelings of jealousy. As for striving in academics for future college entrance exams, her family had already arranged for her to study abroad, conveniently allowing her to experience life in a foreign land. Such arrangements were standard practice for the affluent, and fairness was of no concern to anyone. Oh, Qianqian, your necklace is so beautiful, Ling Yi remarked, unable to contain her admiration. Gu Qianqian was in the midst of changing clothes when the necklace gifted by Lin Feng inadvertently became visible. My brother bought it. Gu Qianqian replied with a sweet smile. She cherished gifts from Lin Feng. Both Rin Yu and Guan Lin noticed it as well, having seen their fair share of jewelry. They could not help but acknowledge that the piece adorning Gu Qianqian was indeed striking. It featured a hexagram design with a blue gemstone the size of a grain of rice at its center. If authentic, it certainly would not come cheap. What necklace is that? Let me see, Rin Yu insisted, reaching out to grab it. Step away. What do you think you're doing? Gu Qianqian retorted without hesitation. Irritated by Rin Yu's habit of taking things without permission, they were not friends, and such presumptuousness was utterly intolerable. It's just a worthless necklace. Why treat it like a treasure? Who would want to see it anyway? Rin Yu scoffed, dismissing its value. She doubted that Gu Qianqian's brother could afford anything truly valuable, assuming it must be a cheap online purchase. Even if it's a broken necklace, it was a gift from my brother, and I don't need your approval. Gu Qianqian countered fiercely, unwilling to yield regarding Lin Feng's gift. Are you done? Don't think your family's wealth makes you special, Ling Yi interjected, unable to tolerate the situation any longer. Merely a casual glance, Guan Lin remarked, her tone decidedly audacious. It is said that her lineage is quite illustrious, capable of commanding respect in both circles. You speak boldly. Do you wish to engage in a spar? Ling Yi responded, rolling up her sleeves. Having trained in combat techniques with her father. Very well, you are indeed fierce. Just wait. Naturally, Guan Lin could not match Ling Yi's prowess. Fine, let us wait. Do not presume we are intimidated by you two. Come, Qianqian, let us dine, Ling Yi said, taking her hand and leading her out of the dormitory. Ling Yi harbored a disdain for such individuals who wielded their influence to bully others. We are all classmates. Is such behavior necessary? She recalled her father's adage. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. How dare she show me such disrespect? Who does she think she is? Rin Yu suddenly devised a plan. It would be troublesome to deal with Gu Qianqian at school, as she attracted too much attention. She picked up her phone. Hello, Uncle Wen. I have a favor to ask. Rin Yu spoke without hesitation, directly in front of Guan Lin. If I cannot handle you at school, do you think I cannot manage your disabled brother? Rin Yu thought to herself. Thank you, Xiao Yi, Gu Qianqian acknowledged, knowing that Ling Yi was coming to her aid. It's nothing, we are good friends. Let us just get through these months, and when we go to university, it will be a whole new world, Ling Yi said, grasping Gu Qianqian's hand. Indeed. By the way, your brother has quite the taste. This necklace is truly beautiful. You think it is beautiful too? Gu Qianqian replied, her spirits lifted. Although it was merely a bargain from a discount store, she did not mind in the slightest. Many items in her home were procured by Lin Feng from similar places. To her, this necklace seemed worth at least 200 yuan. During evening study hours, Gu Qianqian sat upright, perusing a volume titled 10 Years of College Entrance Exams and 6 Years of Simulations. However, today felt peculiar. Her mind was exceptionally clear while studying. In the past, she could only conceive of two approaches to a single problem, but today was different. Insights flowed like a torrent. She could even recall where similar problems appeared in various textbooks. Although perplexed, Gu Qianqian did not dwell on it and began solving problems directly. Her thoughts flowed seamlessly, and upon encountering a question, solutions emerged effortlessly. Her productivity was more than double her usual pace, leaving her somewhat astounded. The necklace emitted a faint blue glow, subtly illuminated under the light, though she remained unaware of any change. 2 hours later, the bell signaling the end of study hours rang. She had completed the entire workbook. In the past, she would have felt fatigued, yet now she felt invigorated. She then encountered a somewhat obsessive individual. Gu Qianqian, look at this large cup of milk tea. I had it specially brought in. A slightly plump young man stood at the entrance, holding several cups of milk tea. Having waited for some time, she had expressed her dislike for this behavior repeatedly, but Qiao Shan remained unchanged. Qiao Shan, the sole son of Qiao Feng, chairman of a chain of wellness establishments in Jiangnan City, the sole heir of the Jiangnan healthcare chain. He is also a devoted admirer of Gu Qianqian. No, drinking too much can lead to weight gain. You should cut back, Gu Qianqian remarked with a hint of exasperation, while simultaneously shutting the dormitory door. She harbored no interest in such mundane boys. It was truly a pity that someone with such a privileged background did not apply himself to his studies. Chapter 8. Impermanence. Days passed, during which the system issued daily tasks. However, Lin Feng's recent luck with the lottery had waned considerably. He had not drawn any noteworthy passive skills. Instead, he merely obtained a few elixirs, several talismans, and a small spatial ring. Ding ding. Hunt 5 level monsters for a reward of 500 hunter points. Plus 2 mysterious lottery draws. Host, the task has been released. Lin Feng paused his game, scrutinizing the task details. Another defeat? As Lin Feng pondered, the screen flickered, displaying an eye-catching record of 0121. It seemed that Luban was not suited for him, he mused. Lin Feng typically undertook monster hunting tasks at night, as wandering about in the garb of the Grim Reaper during the day would indeed attract undue attention. He had gleaned a wealth of useful information from the system. In this world, not only were there awakened individuals with special abilities, but also cultivators. These cultivators wielded flying swords and talismans, capable of soaring through the skies and traversing the earth with ease. However, they were overseen by certain special organizations. Once their identities were confirmed, their actions would be subject to scrutiny. If these cultivators and awakened individuals were left unchecked, it could lead to catastrophic chaos. The system provided Lin Feng with only basic information. More complex matters would require him to grow stronger to unlock. System, do you have any activities for a 100-fold return? Lin Feng inquired suddenly. What do you mean by a 100-fold return? The system seemed puzzled. For instance, spending money to gain strength, where whatever you invest returns 100-fold. That belongs to the realm of the affluent systems. Our attributes differ, and such features are not possible. You should focus on defeating monsters instead. Engaging in a casual exchange with the system, Lin Feng discovered that this Grim Reaper system possessed a quirky charm, not as rigid and mechanical as he had anticipated, yet firmly principled. Until Lin Feng met the system's standards, it would not condone any actions contrary to its principles. Following a cordial conversation with the system, Lin Feng set a modest goal for himself, to level up quickly and then move out of this dilapidated neighborhood, embarking on a new daily life with Qianqian. As night fell, it was once again Lin Feng's time to make his entrance. He stood atop the building, surveying his surroundings before casting a coin to determine the direction of his actions for the night. His techniques were not particularly flamboyant. Yet each day of ghost hunting brought noticeable improvement. He had learned the fatal points of female ghosts, allowing him to dispatch them with a single strike. Host, if you wore your underwear on the outside, you'd resemble Batman to some degree. Lin Feng's face twitched. After becoming familiar, this system had developed quite the sense of humor, often engaging him with casual remarks to stave off boredom. Recently, there were persistent whispers regarding his green battle god, suggesting a hint of admiration for his literary prowess. What could this mean? Lin Feng's pupils widened in astonishment. In the distance, he spotted a figure clad in black, wielding a long chain and adorned with a tall hat inscribed with the words "Peace under heaven." The individual's rank remained unknown, but he was unmistakably a Een commander from the underworld. What could he be up to? Lin Feng inquired. Is that even a question? When the Black Wuchang takes action, it is invariably to capture the most malevolent spirits, came the reply. The Black Wuchang seemed to have noticed Lin Feng, raising his gaze towards him. With just a fleeting glance, Lin Feng felt an unsettling chill, his legs trembling slightly. The affairs of the underworld are not for you to pry into. You should take your leave, the system admonished. Such intriguing ghostly eyes you possess. You truly are a fascinating individual. I wonder if you might be interested in a temporary position, the Black Wuchang mused to himself before turning and striding towards a dilapidated courtyard. For centuries, the number of spirits had surged dramatically, increasing the workload in the underworld significantly. Their lives were a relentless 996 routine, devoid of any joy. The higher-ups often spoke of recruitment, yet no new souls had joined their ranks. In this era, they too were weary. Lin Feng felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Merely locking eyes had such an effect on him. Were the denizens of the underworld truly so terrifying? What manner of evil spirit was he destined to apprehend? Lin Feng pondered. After this encounter, he became increasingly cautious in his actions. This world indeed concealed the existence of the underworld. The intricacies within were numerous, and it seemed that only time would allow for gradual exploration. In an open-air playground, A fierce battle was unfolding. A voluptuous female ghost suddenly ensnared Lin Feng, her sharp claws digging into his neck, while her long, supple tongue dripped saliva. Caught off guard. Is that so? You must be mistaken, the system interjected. It clearly indicated otherwise. Lin Feng had just vanquished 4 Class B evil spirits, unaware that another had stealthily followed him, seizing the opportunity to ensnare him. The ghost's long hair tightly bound Lin Feng, her tongue flicking out incessantly as her nose sniffed him repeatedly. So much yang energy. It must be quite delectable, the female ghost remarked, eyeing Lin Feng's mask. Should I draw from above or below? Her voice was sultry, yet her complexion was ashen. The juxtaposition of her long tongue made the scene rather disconcerting. This is troublesome, Lin Feng thought, feeling somewhat distressed. Having just expended his spiritual energy in defeating those Class B evil spirits, he was caught off guard by this sudden ambush. The ghost's bloodied visage drew closer, her fangs poised to sink into his neck. Could it be that I am destined to repeat the fate of my original self? To be drained of life? Lin Feng's thoughts raced. Death was not terrifying. If it were a ghost from the Republican era, he could accept it. But this buxom ghost was unworthy. An idea sparked in his mind. The ghost appeared taken aback. She noticed a talisman had inexplicably appeared in Lin Feng's bound hands. The entity of that level was perilously close to Lin Feng's left hand, perfectly positioned for the talisman to be affixed upon it. A voluptuous figure is not always a boon. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng decisively placed the explosive talisman directly on its vulnerable point. Explode, he commanded, with a deafening roar. The blast erupted, sending both Lin Feng and the female specter hurtling away, obliterated by the force. Naturally, such proximity to the explosion left Lin Feng gravely injured. Even with a physique of steel, his left arm was shattered, the wound deep enough to expose bone, blood gushing forth incessantly. Upon ingesting a medicinal pill, he felt a wave of coolness wash over his left arm, the bleeding barely staunched. The flesh that had been blasted away began to regenerate gradually. With such paltry allure, how dare you attempt to seduce me? You are even inferior to that well ghost, Lin Feng exclaimed. According to the hierarchy of ghostly beauty, the female specter of the Republic era held the highest rank. This large-chested apparition possessed no other charm. With a thought, Lin Feng directed his focus to another spot. Ding ding. Your ghostly arts have upgraded to level 2. Instantaneous movement upgraded to level 2. Phasing technique upgraded to level 2. Spiritual energy capacity increased. You have received a reward of 500 hunting points. Would you like to commence the lottery now? Lin Feng did not hesitate this time. The spinning wheel materialized once more. Stop. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Death God's exclusive weapon, Phantom Moon. Continue. The wheel spun again. Stop. Congratulations, host. You have gained weapon mastery level 1. Having obtained a weapon alongside the mastery, Lin Feng felt invigorated. With the storm quelled, I am now prepared. The Phantom Moon, a slender, obsidian weapon, shimmered with intermittent glimmers of light. Host, those who escape great peril are destined for greater fortune. See, a splendid item has arrived. The system interjected suddenly. How can you say that? I was nearly done for. Lin Feng replied, somewhat exasperated. Host, there are matters beyond my influence. I can only provide assistance, the system calmly explained. Principal issues are beyond alteration. Otherwise, many hosts would not have perished. Lin Feng was left speechless. Had it not been for those few medicinal pills and talismans, he might well have been devoured by the female specter. It seems he must exercise greater caution in the future. Without delay, Lin Feng vanished from his spot. The instantaneous movement technique level 2 allows for simultaneous marking of 10 locations, with a flight range of 2,000 meters. Weapon mastery level 1 grants knowledge of the basic usage of all weapons. The Phantom Moon inflicts additional damage on malevolent entities and can assume various weapon forms: sword, gun, staff, pistol, or Gatling gun. However, ranged attacks require prior charging. Quite a commendable weapon, Lin Feng thought, as he stored the Phantom Moon in his spatial ring. With a weapon at his disposal, he no longer had to rely solely on brute strength. Chapter 9. Fishing at the Bottom of the Water. In the Shaoshan Villa district of Jiangnan City, an elderly man sat on a broad sofa, perusing a document. Uncle Wen, here is the information you requested. Though it was an arrangement made by the young lady, it must be executed with finesse. Let Ping Si handle it. Give him an unforgettable lesson, Wen Cheng remarked, casting a glance at the document before carelessly tossing it aside. The information regarding Lin Feng is not particularly intricate. However, the investigator has provided a detailed account, evidently putting in considerable effort. Indeed, the man in black, Wen Shu, respectfully withdrew. Wen Cheng is the head steward of the Rin family. In his youth, he ventured alongside Rin Yu's father, Rin Xiong, earning his profound trust. In the present day, Wen Cheng is primarily responsible for managing the various affairs of the Rin household. In the Guqing community, Lin Feng was diligently cleaning his home. Now that his leg had healed, he could no longer allow her to handle the chores. After half a day's effort, he had thoroughly tidied the living room, kitchen, and the shallow room. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a loud bang, leaving Lin Feng momentarily stunned. He was standing on a chair, wiping the light fixture, and the abrupt intrusion was quite unexpected. Before him stood a man in his 30s, clad entirely in black and sporting sunglasses, resembling a typical gangster. The bucket of water he had left by the door during mopping was knocked over, spilling water everywhere. This certainly piqued his interest. Luo, who was equally taken aback. He recognized the young man in a white shirt standing on the chair as Lin Feng, whose image he had seen before. However, the dossier indicated that Lin Feng suffered from a leg ailment and could only move in a wheelchair. Was the information provided by the boss inaccurate? Nevertheless, it seemed inconsequential. Lin Feng appeared to be around 23 or 24, showing no other signs of affliction. He looked quite spirited, especially with that face that seemed to invite trouble. Handsome, yet a sin in its own right. Who are you? Lin Feng demanded, jumping down from the stool. This inexplicable man was indeed unfamiliar to him. Kid, you really aren't a cripple after all. That makes it easier for me to deal with you, Luo Hu sneered. I can comfortably break your legs. Is that so? Lin Feng stood before Luo Hu, even towering over him slightly. Young man, remember that some people are not to be trifled with. Tell your sister to show respect to her classmates at school. This was a message from Ping Si, relayed by Luo Hu, to instill a sense of awe in Qianqian. It seemed someone intended to create trouble for her. Lin Feng remarked coldly. Luo Hu then launched a swift kick aimed at Lin Feng's abdomen. Lin Feng merely sidestepped, evading the attack effortlessly. Kid, you've got some skill. Luo Hu attempted another kick. Why are you so slow? Lin Feng thought, noticing that Luo Hu's movements seemed to have considerably slowed. His left and right legs flailed in slow motion. Compared to the swift strikes of other fighters, Luo Hu was distinctly lacking. Yet, he did not dwell on it for long. If someone was seeking trouble, it was best to handle it swiftly. He seized Luo Hu's left arm with his right hand, twisting it gently until he heard a sharp crack. He then pressed down further, producing another sickening snap as Luo Hu's hand was forcefully contorted. Luo Hu's scream echoed throughout the building. Lin Feng maintained his grip, continuing to apply pressure. Fear gripped Luo Hu's heart. A single move had rendered his left arm useless. The strength displayed here surpasses that of Ping Si by a considerable margin. Who sent you to deliver this message? Lin Feng inquired. Ping Si, Luo Hu replied, his voice trembling. At that moment, he dared not continue his obstinacy. A single strike had rendered one of his arms useless. Who exactly is Ping Si? Lin Feng had little knowledge of the local thugs outside. Grasping Luo Hu's other arm, he twisted it once more, producing a series of ominous cracking sounds. Ethereal greenish runes flickered in Lin Feng's gaze, instilling an inexplicable dread in Luo Hu, who could not bear to meet his eyes again. That brief moment of connection felt as if his heart had ceased to beat. Regret washed over him. He had initially thought this would be an easy task, only to find himself crippled with 2 broken arms. This time, he had truly encountered a formidable opponent. Blood and sweat dripped incessantly from him, pooling onto the ground. Spare me, spare me. I will do anything you ask. Luo Hu gasped through the searing pain, yet he dared not meet Lin Feng's gaze. He would rather face death at the hands of Ping Si than endure the terror emanating from those eyes. It was well known that he would not rest until he avenged himself, albeit with a bit of trouble caused to others. Did you not wish to cripple my legs? Lin Feng produced a pill, pried open Luo Hu's mouth, and forcefully inserted it. This was a bone-corroding pill. Upon ingestion, he would endure the agony of being devoured by a multitude of insects for 10 hours. For an ordinary person, merely surviving would lead to a mental breakdown, plunging them into a nightmarish torment. Lin Feng lifted Luo Hu's head, locking eyes with him, and commanded, place this stone near Ping Si's residence. Yes, yes, Luo Hu replied, grimacing through the pain. He felt his breath becoming labored. The mere thought of throwing the stone, or even jumping off something filled him with dread. Those eerie eyes remained etched in his mind, as if they were perpetually watching him, stifling any rebellious thoughts. Of course, you could also choose to betray me. That pill will teach you a lesson. I dare not, I dare not. Luo Hu was but a petty thug. Even Ping Si was merely a figurehead in his eyes. The consequences for Ping Si might be even graver than his own. Contemplating the pain of his severed arm, he nodded vigorously. Half an hour later, Gu Qianqian pushed open the door and was greeted by a pristine room. Not a single scrap of tissue lay in the wastebasket, and Lin Feng's wheelchair remained stationed at the desk. Qianqian, Lin Feng emerged slowly from another room. Brother, she exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, her speech faltering. The herbs and the 2 rooster eggs you took last week truly had an effect, Lin Feng said softly. Under the system's urgent warnings, he had finally devised this narrative. Since this girl believed in such things, why not attribute it all to her? Regarding the matter of supernatural abilities, the system's reasoning was not without merit. If he told Qianqian that he possessed such powers, then what? After all, Lin Feng had no intention of joining any national teams. The use of his abilities transpired primarily under the cover of night. Many of his actions could not bear the light of day. Brother, that's wonderful. Gu Qianqian could not contain her joy and rushed forward to embrace Lin Feng. Qianqian, do not weep. Is this not a joyous occasion? Lin Feng gently remarked, patting Gu Qianqian's shoulder. After embracing her for a good 10 minutes, he finally eased her away, tenderly using a tissue to wipe away her tears. You have been working hard on your studies lately. Let us indulge in a grand feast today, he encouraged, ruffling her hair affectionately. All right, I shall change into something else first. Brother, your leg is finally better, she exclaimed, still in disbelief, as if she were caught in a dream. If it weren't for the sharp pinch she had just given her arm, the intense pain confirming her reality, she would have doubted it. To her astonishment, those 2 eggs had indeed worked wonders. Her brother was upright once more. Today, it was Gu Qianqian who pushed Lin Feng out. She believed that while Lin Feng's leg had improved, it still required some care. Regrettably, the rooster that had laid the eggs had already been stewed. Otherwise, she would have sought 2 more eggs to bolster her brother's recovery. Dressed in a soft blue outfit with her hair tied back in a ponytail, she wore a white short skirt complemented by white sneakers. Though simple and unadorned, her appearance attracted the attention of numerous passers-by. Let's go to Heideleo. It has been ages since I last enjoyed hot pot, Lin Feng suggested, pointing to the restaurant sign. Brother, I heard it can be quite pricey. Gu Qianqian hesitated, aware of how hard Lin Feng worked to earn money, often toiling late into the night. Not to worry, it is a rare occasion to celebrate. And I have not savored it in a long time, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Indeed, Heideleo was bustling with customers. Lin Feng and Gu Qianqian waited for half an hour before their number was called. While ordering, Lin Feng noticed Gu Qianqian's shyness and that she was selecting only the cheaper items. With determination, he took the menu and began marking selections. As it was a rare outing with her, naturally, they should indulge a bit, even if this week's ghost hunting had only yielded 3,000 yuan. For him, that was sufficient. With a little more effort, he believed his earnings could increase. Looking at the multitude of selections, Gu Qianqian couldn't help but exclaim, Brother, that is too much. Eating all this will make us gain weight. Not at all. Eat more to replenish your strength. A little extra weight on girls is endearing. Lin Feng chuckled. Is gaining weight truly endearing? Gu Qianqian murmured. Their hot pot meal lasted an hour and a half, with Lin Feng relishing every bite. This was his first grand meal since his arrival in this world. Gu Qianqian, too, felt quite satisfied, having made a valiant effort to clear the plates. Though her stomach felt somewhat full. Dear guests, today marks the 30th anniversary of Heideleo. You may participate in our anniversary event using your receipt for a chance to win grand prizes, a young waitress in uniform announced, handing Lin Feng a receipt. An event, you say? Let us see what it entails, Lin Feng mused. Chapter 10, The Proficient Left-Handed Writer. The event area was located on the 2nd floor, and the 2 rode the elevator up. The atmosphere above was indeed lively, with a large space set up for various challenges, raffles, riddles, and games. There were also numerous couple-themed activities, such as a half-hour kissing contest with a reward of a 40 discount voucher. In the center of the area, several couples had already begun their activities. The exaggerated actions persisted, as kisses were directly planted on the waist. Gu Qianqian felt her ears flush crimson, overwhelmed by shyness. Indeed, such a scene was ill-suited for this pair of non-biological siblings. Lin Feng also felt a tinge of embarrassment, having not anticipated such a passionate display. It was undeniably a wellspring of inspiration for writing, prompting him to steal a few more glances. Extreme ring toss. Are there any brave souls willing to try? The announcement rang out, promising a chance to win grand prizes for those who successfully tossed 10 rings. Accompanied by a surge of excitement, Lin Feng's attention was drawn to the game. Many had already gathered to participate. At the center of the game booth stood a large rack adorned with 10 distinct objects, the difficulty increasing from near to far. After observing for a while, he noted that the luckiest contenders had managed to ring only 8, earning themselves 5 discount cards. The game sign boasted that those who succeeded in tossing all 10 would receive a coveted water-bottom fishing diamond card, along with a year of complimentary dining at the water-bottom fishing restaurant, limited to 2 people per visit. The allure of this event was indeed compelling. Though most participants were merely seeking the smaller prizes, securing just 5 rings would already yield a commendable 50% discount voucher. 10 rings? A jest indeed. The final 2 hanging objects were positioned with exquisite precision, perfectly situated in the corners. No matter the force applied, they were elusive. Only a precisely calibrated throw could bypass the sharp angles nearby. Brother, you should give it a try, Gu Qianqian urged, grasping Lin Feng's hand. Let us aim for 10 rings, she declared to the host. After verifying her ticket, the host swiftly handed her the rings. To his surprise, instead of attempting the toss herself, she handed the rings to a young man seated in a wheelchair beside her. He was quite handsome, though his legs seemed to pose a challenge. Otherwise, the 2 would have made a charming pair. Let us witness how this young man takes on the challenge. The host continued to enthusiastically rally the crowd. Before the challenge begins, may I pose a question? Lin Feng suddenly interjected. Please, go ahead, urged the host. If I manage to toss all 10 rings, would it be possible to have takeout delivered to my home? You see, my mobility is somewhat limited, Lin Feng replied subtly. The host appeared momentarily taken aback. Had he not even attempted the toss yet, and already he was contemplating takeout delivery? A representative from the water-bottom fishing establishment nodded in affirmation to the host. They had long since conducted tests, revealing that to hit the 10th target, one must master a particular force and technique, an exceedingly slim chance of success. Thus, he harbored no concerns about the delivery issue. With all eyes upon him, Lin Feng slowly rose to his feet, preparing to take his shot. The rings must be tossed with the proper posture. Whoosh, whoosh. 7 rings successfully tossed, and the crowd began to swell with onlookers. Gu Qianqian looked on with admiration. Her brother was truly remarkable. After years of injury, his skills had not dulled. He was even using his left hand, yet she recalled that Lin Feng was not a left-handed individual. Why was he so adept with his left? 8. The host exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Today marks the second occasion when someone has successfully captured the 8th ring. Is it conceivable that the 9th could be conquered? Just as Lin Feng was preparing to aim for the 9th, a small girl unexpectedly dashed into the center of the arena. A spirit? Lin Feng found himself momentarily taken aback. The girl appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years old, her hair styled in 2 little braids. And she donned a beige outfit. She seemed to be searching for something within the arena, occasionally locking eyes with Lin Feng. Brother, what's wrong? Gu Qianqian and the other spectators noticed Lin Feng's momentary distraction, which lasted over 3 minutes. It's nothing, he replied, regaining his focus. With impeccable precision, he launched the ball, tracing a graceful arc that settled snugly onto the pendant's head. 9. He had achieved 9 rings. The young man had done it. He was now eligible for the half-year discount card. Was there a chance to vie for the grand prize of a year's worth of free meals? Let us witness a miracle, the host exclaimed, his excitement palpable. After all, the organizer had promised home delivery, and he held no responsibility. He was eager to see if anyone could indeed claim the grand prize. The crowd continued to swell, for this was a chance to win a year's worth of free meals. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey Ling Yi." Gu Qianqian turned to see none other than Ling Yi herself. Today, she wore a flowing white dress and clutched a large stuffed toy. Her appearance endearing enough to capture the attention of many. Is that your brother? Ling Yi inquired, pointing at Lin Feng, who was scrutinizing the 10th ring. Yes. He my brother, and he achieved 9 already. Impressive, isn't it? Gu Qianqian replied, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Is he really your brother? Ling Yi questioned. As she had never met Lin Feng before, but had heard Gu Qianqian mention him. She recalled that Gu Qianqian had said her brother had some leg issues and could only use a wheelchair. Yet, here he stood, tall and handsome. Appearing to be in perfect health, Lin Feng carefully gauged the angle and tossed the ball towards the sharp corner. With a bounce, it landed perfectly on the 10th pendant. 10. A year's worth of free meals. Congratulations to this young man. The host bellowed, and the atmosphere in the arena erupted in jubilation. Hello, Brother Lin. Ling Yi greeted him after he completed his throw, having refrained from interrupting him earlier to avoid distraction. You must be Ling Yi. Lin Feng smiled, recognizing her. Have we met? Ling Yi inquired, somewhat perplexed. I've seen a photograph of you in the notebook I delivered to Qianqian's room, he explained. Brother, how could you say that? You once referred to her as Ling Tai. Gu Qianqian teased, bringing to light an old story. Lin Feng chuckled sheepishly. He had indeed found it curious that such a lovely girl would have a name associated with iron. After a simple registration process, the diamond card was presented to him amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. Gu Qianqian, feeling triumphant, nudged Lin Feng forward. Today had proven fruitful, and future deliveries would be a breeze. It seemed that since the system had been activated, fortune had genuinely favored them. The days ahead promised to be increasingly bright for the siblings. Just yesterday, the top-ranked player, Lang Mia, had left him a message, indicating he would be visiting Jiangnan City soon and wished to treat him to a meal. Lin Feng was determined to host him splendidly. Next time, bringing him to this hot pot restaurant would be quite fitting. The elder brother has pursued him for several years, and the gratitude for his unwavering support remains etched in his heart. Without the elder brother's encouragement, he would not have persevered until now. Thus, he often pens special notes for his elder brother, delighting him with heartfelt gestures. Chapter 11, Slaying the Moon. Upon returning home, Qianqian was still brimming with excitement. The year-long free meals at the hot pot restaurant represented an immense reward for a family like theirs. Everything today felt like a dream to her. Her brother's leg had suddenly healed, and they were dining out while also hitting the jackpot. Had Lady Luck finally started to smile upon their family? Qianqian, you should rest early. In a few months, you will be facing the college entrance examination, so you must put in your best effort, Lin Feng said, gently touching Gu Qianqian's forehead. Everything now is merely the beginning. The days ahead for the two of them will surely improve. Brother. You should rest early too and not overexert yourself, Gu Qianqian replied, knowing that her brother still needed to write late into the night. Feeling a twinge of concern for him, after sitting on the bed for a while and ensuring that the adjacent room had quieted down, she prepared to set out. As Lin Feng donned his skull mask once more, he sensed the location of Luo Hu's stone. It was quite a distance away, the low-deck map indicating that it was at least 15 kilometers off. He leapt agilely onto the roof of the neighboring building, swiftly moving forward under the cover of night toward his target, Ping C's residence. That was a grand estate, hidden in a corner, guarded by numerous henchmen. As a local strongman, Ping Si wielded considerable influence there, but he also had many enemies, necessitating a vigilant demeanor. With a whoosh, Lin Feng appeared at the spot where Luo Hu had tossed the stone. Why are there runes here? he wondered, surprised to see blood-red symbols flickering beneath an ancient locust tree in front of the estate, with a thin wisp of blood energy seeping from within. The surrounding aura felt ominous, suggesting that it was not a normal environment. Everything appeared rather peculiar. Inside a lavish room within the estate, a middle-aged man with a somewhat ferocious demeanor and a missing middle finger respectfully addressed an elderly figure in a blue robe. Master Gua, I have prepared the girl born at the third watch on the 7th day of the 7th month as you requested. Please take a look. Ping Si, you have done well this time, managing to find someone who meets the criteria so swiftly. The elderly man in the blue robe replied with a hint of a smile. This broken Chi Dan is a gift for you. Whether you succeed this time depends on your fortune. The elder produced a small green vial. This mid-grade broken Chi Dan, when consumed, offers a chance to enter the Chi gathering stage. If one wishes to embark on the path of a cultivator, gathering Chi is an indispensable first step. Thank you, Master Gua, Ping Si said, his heart racing with excitement as he cradled the vial. He could not fathom the price he had paid for this item. He had occasionally learned of the existence of cultivators in this world. If he could master their methods, he would be capable of extraordinary feats. Unfortunately, lacking connections, he had no means to access those sections. Unexpectedly, 2 years ago, he stumbled upon good fortune when an elder named Guiji found him. With a fervent desire to seek a master and embark on the path of cultivation, he found himself at the mercy of an elderly man who imposed stringent demands, compelling him to procure various rare items. Over the past 2 years, he had expended considerable wealth in this pursuit, with women being an indispensable element of his quest. While ordinary women would suffice, his peculiar methods necessitated that their birth dates and times aligned perfectly. Tragically, the fate of these women was often grim. They were drained of their essence and subsequently incinerated by his fire spells. Suddenly, Guiji spoke with a grave tone. Someone has intruded. He had configured a unique array in the small courtyard, allowing him to sense any trespassers. Lin Feng, stealthily maneuvering through the night, felt a disquieting aura emanating from the array beneath the locust tree and cautiously entered through the back garden. Abruptly, he noticed the lights in the house to the north extinguish. In that instant, a talisman hurtled toward him with alarming speed. He deftly evaded it by sidestepping to the right, the talisman barely grazing his forehead. Almost immediately, 2 more talismans shot forth from the room. He repeated his evasive maneuver, skillfully dodging their trajectory. What? He exclaimed as he believed he had successfully eluded the talismans, only for one to suddenly emit a brilliant golden light. It splintered into several streams of light, encircling Lin Feng and forming a prison-like column of illumination that ensnared him within. Oh, I am curious to know who dares to intrude upon my domain, Guiji remarked with a smirk. This binding talisman is rather exquisite, is it not? The lights flickered back on, revealing Ping Si and Guiji exiting the room. Not a cultivator, Guiji assessed Lin Feng, having scrutinized him thoroughly. Sensing no aura of a practitioner, Lin Feng, in the Qi refinement stage, utilized his system's auxiliary features to gauge the situation, equating his status to that of an extraordinary ability user. He had yet to engage with a cultivator, thus he remained vigilant. If you choose to remain silent, I shall have no choice but to summon Master Gua to intervene, Ping Si stated from behind Guiji, though he had begun to form suspicions. The skeletal mask donned by Lin Feng bore a resemblance to a certain individual known as the Scarred Blade Asan. Could they be one and the same? Those women beneath the locust tree, were you responsible for their demise? Lin Feng inquired, disregarding their previous exchanges. He had witnessed several vengeful spirits congregating beneath the tree, bound by peculiar chains adorned with esoteric runes. While the method remained a mystery, the implications were undoubtedly sinister. Since you are aware, it seems you shall remain here today. Once you are eliminated, I shall uncover the true identity concealed beneath your mask, Guiji declared, dismissing all other matters. Such occurrences must not escape into the outside world. The Supernatural Bureau was still pursuing his whereabouts. In Guiji's eyes, Lin Feng, trapped within the confines of the cage, appeared woefully weak. He snapped his fingers, and the cage began to constrict slowly. Observing Lin Feng being compressed within, Guiji felt an unsettling thrill. As Lin Feng lightly brushed against the cage, a thin cut instantly appeared on his hand. The unique spiritual construct proved to be far more resilient than he had anticipated. Gazing at the increasingly constricted cage, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with intensity. When the opportune moment arose, he swiftly hurled the dagger in his grasp, akin to a flash of lightning. Whoosh! Guiji merely flicked his index finger, causing the dagger to veer off course. Such a rudimentary skill in throwing daggers posed no challenge for him. The perceptiveness of a cultivator was formidable. Youngster, you are still too naive, Guiji mused, envisioning the fear etched upon Lin Feng's masked face, soon to be torn apart by the cage. The thrill of impending doom was tantalizingly close. In an instant, a shadow flickered, and the cage was devoid of its captive. Lin Feng had materialized behind him. Guiji, caught off guard, was bewildered. A spatial moving artifact? Such a concept was alien to him. Seizing the moment of Guiji's panic, Lin Feng deftly severed his throat. The system's assertion rang true. The physical prowess of cultivators was indeed lacking. How could this be? Guiji, still grappling with disbelief, clutched his throat as the cage continued to constrict. He stared wide-eyed, unable to fathom the circumstances until his last breath. Ping Si, also struck by fear, dropped to his knees. With Guixianshi now slain, he dared not exhibit arrogance. I have a question for you, Lin Feng said calmly, fixing his gaze upon the lifeless body. Please, my lord, Ping Si replied, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Who sent you to trouble the Lin Feng family today? After a moment's pause, realization dawned upon him. It was he who had instructed Luo who to carry out such an errand. My lord. This was orchestrated by Ren Xiong's chief steward, Wen Cheng. It is said that his sister had offended Ren Xiong's daughter, Ren Yu, and he sought to teach her a lesson. I was unaware of any connection between Lin Feng and yourself. I beg for your mercy. Regret filled Ping Si's heart as he lamented provoking such a formidable figure. The Ren family, Lin Feng contemplated briefly. Indeed, it is all Wen Cheng's doing. Please, spare me. Ping Si offered. I possess some valuable items that I can present to you. Observing Lin Feng's hesitation, he assumed he might be spared. You have committed numerous misdeeds, Lin Feng retorted, transforming the dagger in his hand into a long, black blade reminiscent of a celestial weapon. With a swift motion, Ping Si glanced down in disbelief at the gaping wound in his chest. How could this be? I only just acquired the elixir today. Lin Feng cast a fleeting glance before conjuring a great conflagration that engulfed the dwelling entirely. Many vengeful spirits had perished here. Their release was necessary for their liberation. Host, you are quite decisive. I thought you might show him mercy, the system remarked. Why extend mercy? Not every individual deserves to live, nor should they all be spared. Those ruffians lacked any real power or wealth. Their existence would only lead to a wretched life. Yet Ping Si held connections, and even if incapacitated, he might rise again. Every action he takes is measured. He avoids indiscriminate slaughter, but will not hesitate to eliminate evildoers. He acts in accordance with his conscience. Chapter 12, The Goddess of Violence. The news of Ping Si's demise spread that very night, eliciting a spectrum of reactions. Some rejoiced while others despaired. This Ping Si is indeed a ruthless character. Having committed numerous misdeeds over the years, yet he maintained good relations and had powerful connections, typically resembling a tyrant. It was unexpected that he was ultimately stabbed to death in his own home. When the inspection bureau arrived, they could only discern 2 charred bodies. However, the perpetrator left no trace. Nearly everything in the house had been reduced to ashes. Ling team, how should we compose this report? Zhang Fei observed that Ling Hao appeared to be quite troubled. There is no need for us to handle this matter. Someone from above has already been dispatched. Ling Hao replied with resignation. As soon as the photograph of the charred old man was uploaded to the internal network for identity comparison, he received a call from the Supernatural Bureau, informing him that the individual had a unique identity and that a dedicated team would be sent to investigate, instructing them merely to secure the body. The recent weeks had seen a series of major cases, and the Inspection Bureau chief's expression was decidedly grim, leading to his reprimand. Fortunately, as this case involved a person of special status, there were no stringent requirements from above for a resolution. With Ping Si deceased, his subordinates and adversaries may take action. Ensure that the brothers remain vigilant, Ling Hao advised Zhang Fei. The situation could not be taken lightly. If further disputes over territory arose, it would surely cause trouble from above. The Supernatural Bureau, composed of individuals with supernatural abilities and practitioners, is a unique organization headquartered in the capital, with branches in every city. Its purpose is to assist various cities in addressing supernatural and unnatural occurrences. Regarding Guiji's murder, I have already inquired. It was not our people who acted, a young man stated. He had been hiding for so many years. Who would have thought he was concealed near Jiangnan City? Remarked a middle-aged man. His death is indeed a blessing, as it allows us to reduce the pursuit list. The young man said, rubbing his forehead. Over the years, bizarre events had surfaced incessantly. They had been dispatched by their sect to assist the Southern Mo government in dealing with supernatural affairs, and it had been over a decade now. However, with the emergence of unidentified incidents in Jiangnan City, it was essential to send someone to investigate. The question remained as to which sect this individual belonged, or whether he was someone who had suddenly awakened their abilities, the middle-aged man mused. It is imperative to ascertain his identity swiftly. We cannot allow him to slip beyond our control. Yes, I have already notified the relevant parties, the young man replied. The Southern Mo government held a certain apprehension towards such lone wolves. While it is often said they act heroically, the less flattering perspective views them as reckless and unrestrained, exploiting their strength to evade the nation's judgment. Among a collection of common medicinal pills and various small bottles of different colors, one particularly exquisite purple gold bottle captured Lin Feng's attention. Its elegant packaging suggested it was no ordinary item. Hesitantly, Lin Feng extracted it and unscrewed the cap. A delicate fragrance wafted forth. System identification, verdant spirit liquid, a concoction crafted from various precious spiritual herbs. Consuming it will enhance one's spiritual power limit. What a remarkable find, Lin Feng exclaimed. He had been struggling with a deficiency in his spiritual power limit, which often disrupted the fluidity of his techniques. Regularly supplementing his energy had become a necessity. Without hesitation, Lin Feng consumed the liquid, feeling its rich essence spread within him, transforming into a unique and pure energy coursing through his being. Between the limbs and sinews, a profound sense of exhilaration surged within. It is no wonder that many are drawn to the thrill of slaying and seizing treasures. After regaining his composure, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Particularly in vanquishing malevolent cultivators, he harbored little in the way of negative emotions. Once he felt sufficiently at ease, he perched himself at the edge of his bed and began to type fervently. A peculiar green light flickered above the head of the god of war, as Lin Feng's fingers danced across the keyboard at breakneck speed. This was their first encounter with such an enigmatic green script, strikingly imaginative in its hue. Naturally, there were also many disparaging remarks, for this form of green was indeed beyond imagination, evoking a sense of unease. Fortunately, his esteemed elder brother, Wolf, possessed formidable combat prowess and had never faced defeat, often inviting others to the capital for heartfelt discussions. One could surmise that his elder brother resided in the capital. Lin Feng had not considered the magnitude of the upheaval that Ping Xi's death would incite. For him, two matters were of paramount importance: the upcoming college entrance examination and the pursuit of wealth to purchase a home. This modest dwelling was indeed due for an upgrade. Days passed, and regardless of whether the system issued tasks, Lin Feng diligently captured malevolent spirits for several hours each night. Over the course of the past fortnight, his total earnings reached 30,000, alongside a plethora of other valuable items. His skill levels had ascended to level 3, and his teleportation technique had expanded to a range of 5,000 meters. 2 days later, after extensive inquiries, Lin Feng finally located Wencheng's residence. He was straightforward in his approach. He bore little courtesy towards those who preferred to wield others as instruments of harm. He promptly administered 3 myriad devouring pills, allowing Wencheng to experience the essence of suffering. The average person would scarcely endure a single pill, and Lin Feng did not dwell on the potential consequences of administering 3. After all, if he sought to trouble Qian, a price must be paid. He genuinely cared for this sister of his. In the outskirts of Jiangnan City, Xianghui and Yi Chuan stood atop a hill. Today, Yi Chuan donned a dark red garment, her face adorned with specially crafted supernatural investigation glasses. On her hands, she sported gloves made from a unique material, her expression solemn as she gazed at a nearby tomb. "Miss Yi, remember to show mercy. Do not slay it, for I still have great use for it." Xianghui cautioned. "You talk too much. Hasten and extract it. I have matters to attend to tonight," Yi Chuan urged. Xianghui held his fingers together, murmuring incantations. 5 elements technique, earth flow. Suddenly, he pressed his hands against the ground, causing the tomb to rise abruptly. "Why is it you again?" a strange voice echoed. Through her supernatural glasses, Yi Chuan beheld a 6-legged golden armored beetle emerging from the tomb. This colossal beetle measured 2 zhang in size, crowned with a massive horn, and bore 2 brightly colored wings that buzzed incessantly. "Clearly, the lesson I imparted last time was insufficient," the golden armored vengeful spirit retorted sharply to Xianghui. "Last time it managed to escape. I didn't anticipate it would return with an ally. Enough with the prattle. Your opponent is me," Yi Chuan interjected, not affording the vengeful spirit further discourse, as she had her own agenda. Leaping forward, she aimed a flurry of punches at the golden armored vengeful spirit. "If you seek death, I shall oblige." The golden armored vengeful spirit charged directly at her. It possessed immense strength, its wings as sharp as blades, swift and agile. With a resounding boom, Yi Chuan clenched her fist tightly and unleashed a powerful punch. The blow surged forth like a torrential current, accompanied by an astonishing wave of force, striking the golden beetle with the speed of lightning. The formidable punch tore through the air, akin to a cannon blast, landing heavily upon the golden creature. A thunderous roar erupted, generating a tremendous sound wave. The golden beetle plummeted rapidly from the sky, and the ground beneath it cracked open with the force of the punch, the fissure extending several hundred meters. "Lady Yi, do be careful not to crush it," Xianghui shouted from the side. In terms of strength, the golden beetle stood no chance against her. "Fear not," Yi Chuan signaled reassuringly. With a resounding crash, the golden beetle sprang back up from the ground. Her previous strike had indeed been fierce, causing its large horn to tilt at an awkward angle. However, it was not a fatal blow. Its tough exterior rendered it resilient. Buzzing fiercely, the golden beetle suddenly conjured 3 identical doppelgangers. "Miss Yi, only one of those insects is real," Xianghui warned. The 3 flying creatures moved with remarkable speed, aware that confronting Yi Chuan head-on would yield no advantage. Instead, they shrank their bodies to half a meter in size, attempting to slice through the air with their wings sharper than a cultivator's flying sword. Flying creatures posed a significant challenge for Yi Chuan, causing her brow to furrow. Her inability to fly was her greatest hindrance. Despite her agility, she could not compete with the airborne beetle. Suddenly, her speed diminished, and she narrowly avoided being grazed by the beetle's wings several times. Both sides appeared to be seeking an opportune moment. Closing her eyes, Chuin attuned herself to her surroundings. There remained subtle differences between the true form and its duplicates. She found it, as the golden beetle attempted a strike from behind. She deftly stepped back and seized its massive horn, violently slamming it to the ground. In that moment, she resembled a musician wielding a grand guitar, striking wildly around her. Then, Chuin seated herself upon its back, one hand gripping the horn while the other pounded its head. The sound of metal striking echoed with each punch, creating indentations upon the golden beetle's form. Though not lethal, the blows were undeniably painful. The beetle's 6 limbs began to twitch uncontrollably. Xiang Hui, witnessing the scene, felt a shiver of unease. It was sheer brutality. No wonder few dared to provoke her. Observing that the golden beetle seemed to be faltering, Yi Chuin flipped it over and forcefully yanked its wings from its back, tearing them off. Letting you fly only wastes my time. Remarkably, the transparent wings were quite beautiful, worthy of being a collectible. Lady Yi, that's enough. Show some mercy. Xiang Hui, noticing her growing excitement as she dismantled the creature, quickly called out. He produced a talisman, murmuring incantations before biting his finger to inscribe some symbols upon it. He then affixed it to the forehead of the golden beetle. Seal. In the blink of an eye, the vengeful spirit vanished without a trace, leaving behind an image of a golden beetle on the talisman. This was precisely why she chose to assist Xiang Hui. The inability to cultivate was a constraint imposed by the rules of this world, a barrier that had yet to be shattered. Miss Yi was truly extraordinary. This golden beetle spirit had caused considerable harm to my fellow disciples. It was a remarkable display of strength, befitting one awakened to the powers of the earth. Xiang Hui solemnly tucked the talisman away, for he had invested considerable effort into securing this golden beetle. Miss Yi, would you care to join me for dinner this evening? He inquired. No need. I have a friend to meet. Perhaps another time. Chapter 13, Auntie. To meet his elder brother, Lang Mia, Lin Feng specifically purchased a new outfit. This was not merely for show, but a gesture of respect for his brother. He had meticulously planned the evening, intending to treat his brother to dinner before taking him to the most reputable establishment in Jiangnan City for a massage. He had already inquired about the prices and heard of a particularly skilled technician, priced at $99.98, known for exceptional technique and top-notch service, ideal for men of discerning taste. At 6 o'clock, Lin Feng glanced at his watch. He had arranged to meet his brother at 7, at the entrance of Shui Di Lao. It would take approximately half an hour to walk there, a distance not too far. Opting for a taxi, he arrived at Shui Di Lao's entrance in just 10 minutes. He and Lang Mia had communicated through a rider's platform, leaving Lin Feng unaware of what his brother truly looked like. However, in his imagination, he envisioned someone with long, shaggy hair and perhaps a dragon tattoo draping over his shoulder. Upon his arrival, he noticed a considerable crowd outside Shui Di Lao. Suddenly, a tall and burly man approached, adorned with a thick chain around his neck and a full beard. He plopped down onto the bench opposite Lin Feng, swaying slightly. This rather unrefined appearance closely resembled his mental image of Lang Mia. Lango? Lin Feng ventured, placing a hand on the man's shoulder. What wolf? The burly man turned around, regarding Lin Feng with a questioning gaze, his voice bearing a somewhat feminine lilt as he flicked his fingers. Lang Mia? A chill coursed through Lin Feng. What wolf? I am a respectable person. You shouldn't be saying such things. The man hastily moved Lin Feng's hand away. To him, Lin Feng appeared quite handsome, yet the individual he sought seemed far from respectable. The name Lang Mia reeked of streetwise bravado. My apologies, I must have mistaken you. Lin Feng realized from the bewildered expression on the man's face that he had indeed approached the wrong person. This slightly effeminate man could hardly be the individual he was looking for. Childish, the burly man's companion, a woman wearing sunglasses, suddenly uttered. Lin Feng was taken aback. Despite her sunglasses, the woman's exquisite features were undeniable, exuding an indescribable allure. Her alluring collarbone was adorned with a small golden pendant, and she wore a beige top paired with a white mini skirt and black stockings. With her legs crossed and red high heels swaying, she sipped her milk tea, observing Lin Feng with keen interest. Who are you? Lin Feng asked, perplexed. Few are those who can call him by that nickname. Only his seasoned literary friends are privy to it. Yet, the woman before him hardly seemed to fit that description. After all, the rugged visage of Wolf Mia was firmly etched in his memory. This delicate figure bore no resemblance whatsoever. Are you Wolf's girlfriend? The woman's voice was melodious, prompting Lin Feng to entertain that preconceived notion. It was indeed difficult to associate such beauty with the image he had in mind. Upon hearing his words, she involuntarily sprayed her milk tea all over the head of the burly man beside her. The man, initially ready to express his anger, found himself momentarily stunned by the sight of the woman in sunglasses. My apologies, she uttered, feeling a twinge of guilt. Spraying someone with milk was undeniably in poor taste. Hey, no worries. It's a hot day. It's just a refreshing shower. The burly man's tone softened immediately. Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed that beauty could indeed absolve one of all transgressions. This man was utterly devoid of moral scruples. Hey there, I'm Xiao Rui. Shall we connect on WeChat? I'm about to shoot a short film, and it would be great to find a time to discuss it. The burly man was clearly unable to restrain himself. The woman's aura was simply exquisite. With the right promotion, she was bound to rise to fame. Excuse me? Where's my brother? Lin Feng hastily interrupted Xiao Rui, realizing that this was hardly the moment for such discussions. Hee, I'm not his girlfriend. I'm actually his aunt. He invited me out for a meal. Yi Chuin remarked, finding amusement in Lin Feng's apparent failure to recognize her. She noted that this young man was quite handsome, albeit a bit foolish. Is that so? Lin Feng hesitated. Wolf is gone, and now there's an aunt? Ding. Lin Feng's phone buzzed with a message from Wolf Mia. Brother, I'm tied up with something and can't leave just yet. Please take my aunt to eat first, and I'll join you when I can. After reading the message, Lin Feng felt it inappropriate to say more. It appeared that this aunt was indeed feeling a bit hungry, having already consumed several cups of milk tea. Shall we eat while we wait for your brother? Lin Feng suggested to Yi Chuin. He was surprised to discover that she, despite her youthful appearance, was indeed Wolf Mia's aunt. Please don't call me aunt. I'm not that old. Just call me Lung Long. Yi Chuin replied with a light laugh, finding Lin Feng's demeanor amusing and playful. Then I shall address you as Sister Long, Lin Feng decided, feeling it to be a more respectful choice. With a VIP card in hand, Lin Feng led Yi Chuin directly into a private room without waiting in line. Sister Long, take a look at the menu. Is there anything you fancy? No need. Just order whatever you like, Yi Chuin replied, having tasted the finest delicacies in the capital. Today, she simply wished to see Lin Feng. To her surprise, he was not only striking in appearance, but also quite handsome, especially when he smiled. Radiating warmth akin to the spring sun, Lin Feng picked up a pen and began to mark several signature dishes on the menu. At that moment, Yi Chuin had removed her sunglasses, revealing her striking beauty. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders, reaching the pinnacle of allure. Even the server delivering the dishes couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. Cold sister, this dish is quite delightful. You should give it a try, Lin Feng remarked, maintaining a respectful distance and avoiding too many glances at the cool demeanor of the person before him. Is it that I am unattractive? Yi Chuin inquired playfully, her voice soft and imbued with a refined accent from the capital. No, not at all. I was merely pondering when my elder brother would arrive, Lin Feng explained. It had been half an hour since they began dining, yet Lang Mia had yet to make his appearance, leaving Lin Feng feeling somewhat awkward. He was not particularly adept at conversing with women. Aside from Gu Qianqian, he had never dined alone with another female companion. The silence began to create an uncomfortable atmosphere. Noticing Lin Feng's discomfort, Yi Chuin took the initiative to delve into a novel, swiftly discovering common ground for conversation. To Lin Feng's surprise, Cold Sister held a high regard for his literary works. It was evident that she, as part of Lang Ji's family, shared a similar mindset. In truth, had Yi Chuin desired to learn more about Lin Feng's circumstances, a simple phone call would suffice, and detailed information would be promptly delivered. However, her interest in Lin Feng was not of that nature. She had followed his literary journey for 4 years, cultivating a unique bond akin to that of a devoted fan. During the monotonous days and nights, only Lin Feng's writings alleviated her solitude, particularly admiring the exhilarating pace of his stories that ignited a special excitement within her. As she listened to Lin Feng recount his past, she felt a pang of sympathy, surprised to learn of the hardships he had endured. His efforts to sustain his family solely through writing were indeed commendable. Nonetheless, I believe that human determination can triumph over fate. Since I have been able to rise again, I am confident I can alter my destiny, Lin Feng declared with unwavering resolve. For reasons unknown, he found himself speaking more with Yi Chuin today. He sensed a resemblance in her manner of speaking to that of Lang Ge. Cold sister, could you perhaps share some stories about my elder brother? Lin Feng eventually asked, struggling to find further topics of conversation as the absence of Lang Mia made the atmosphere grow chilly once more. Yi Chuin paused momentarily. He is quite handsome. Has no bad habits, though his temper can occasionally be a bit fiery, she continued, seemingly lost in her thoughts. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, clearly in accord with her sentiments. Lin Feng recalled how his elder brother had once faced off against several detractors simultaneously without losing his composure, managing to speak without uttering a single curse. An hour passed, yet Lang Mia still did not show. Lin Feng then received a message. Little brother, I am unable to come today. Please take care of my aunt. It's her first visit to Jiangnan City. Show her around. In an instant, Lin Feng received a flood of 999-foot power of love tokens from Lang Mia. Lang Ge is truly kind-hearted, Lin Feng mused, understanding that his brother's intent was to spare him any expenses. However, he now possessed a promising part-time job, which rendered him less dependent than before. Nevertheless, since Lang Ge had made the arrangements, he felt obliged to execute them with excellence. Lang Ji's aunt was none other than Cold Sister herself. Cold Sister, would you care to experience the night view? There is a wonderful amusement park nearby that is quite charming at night. Chapter 14. The Kind Aunt. The nighttime amusement park is a renowned hotspot in Jiangnan City, featuring a plethora of well-equipped attractions. The most renowned attraction is a terrifying haunted house, boasting a spine-chilling 5-star recommendation. It steadfastly holds a position among the top 3 in the national haunted house rankings. Particularly at night, countless thrill-seekers challenge themselves within its haunted confines. It is said that only a handful have emerged unscathed since its establishment, with most being carried out. The evening breeze in Jiangnan carries a certain chill, and Yi Chuyin seems to be dressed rather lightly. Her long, snow-white legs are exposed, swaying slightly as the gentle wind stirs the hem of her skirt. In your mind, what image do you conjure of Langmi? Yi Chuyin smiled, believing that Lin Feng, not only handsome but also quite amusing, must be a delightful companion, and his books are rather good too. He must sport a buzz cut and a prominent gold tooth, with arms as thick as her legs. Just look at his name, Langmi. There surely lies a story behind it. Her older brother is a forthright individual, one who always follows through on his words. As Lin Feng fantasized about Langmi's appearance, he remarked, "Is that how you envision him?" Yi Chuyin was taken aback. She had merely chosen the name Langmi on a whim, so how could Lin Feng weave such elaborate tales around it? Clearly, his comprehension skills and language arts would earn him full marks. Of course, did you not see how he engages with others? He can go for 24 hours straight, tirelessly confronting a dozen trolls. Without that kind of stamina, how could he possibly endure? Yi Chuyin's cheeks flushed. How had her own image become so distorted? The instance of facing off against a dozen people was merely due to her being on a task that required her to be online for 24 hours. Out of boredom, she had casually engaged with others. She glanced at her arms, realizing they were quite distant from Lin Feng's description. Langmi is probably as you envision him. Yi Chuyin decided to change the subject, having inadvertently entangled herself in it. Revealing to Lin Feng that she was, in fact, Langmi would surely lead to greater embarrassment. "Cold sister, put on this coat," Lin Feng insisted as another chill breeze swept through. He quickly removed his jacket. "It's new. I've only worn it for a few hours. It's still fresh," he added thoughtfully. "Hee, you are rather kind." Yi Chuyin noted the sincerity in Lin Feng's eyes. Unlike the lewd gazes often cast by other men upon first meeting, realizing he harbored no ulterior motives, she accepted the coat and draped it over herself. Given Lin Feng's tall stature, the coat nearly reached her hips. In this weather, Yi Chuyin felt little impact, even in extreme cold. She would not feel the chill dressed as she was. The clothing was merely decorative to her. Whether worn or not made little difference. If she were at home alone, she would prefer to feel unencumbered. As Lin Feng and Yi Chuyin walked, he noticed some spectral figures weaving through the crowd. Meteor Amusement Park. A colossal sign proclaimed above them. "Cold sister, the scenery here is quite nice. Shall we venture inside?" "Sure, you lead the way," Yi Chuyin replied with a smile. As Lin Feng gazed at the amusement park, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He never imagined that 4 years could pass in the blink of an eye. "Sister Lung, I will go buy the tickets. Please wait for me here," Lin Feng stated. Yi Chuyin responded, her wristband vibrating to signal the presence of supernatural entities nearby. This was a specialized device crafted by the National Security Bureau, designed to alert its wearer whenever such phenomena were detected. In the vast region of Jiangnan, tranquility seemed a rare commodity. She recalled the recent meeting where bizarre occurrences from various locales had been discussed, the origins of which remained shrouded in mystery. Yi Chuyin produced a pair of specially crafted glasses for the invisible spirits. Only with these glasses could the supernatural beings be discerned, allowing direct visual contact. She spotted a restless spirit, a ghost of one who had died unjustly, clinging to a woman. The woman walked with a certain heaviness, her left hand grasping a small boy. She was fervently attempting to sell candied hawthorns, a testament to her struggles in life. The boy was poorly dressed, even donning flimsy sandals in the evening. The ghost had its hand around the woman's neck, incessantly siphoning her vital energy. "Miss, would you like to buy some candied hawthorns?" The boy, noticing Yi Chuyin's gaze fixed upon his mother, assumed her interest lay in the treats and hopped over eagerly. "All right, let me see," Yi Chuyin replied, walking directly towards them. Those supernatural matters typically fell under the purview of other teams. Witnessing this incident with her own eyes compelled her to intervene. She approached the woman, who remained oblivious to the lurking danger, continuing to absorb the woman's energy. "Mom, this sister wants to buy candied hawthorns." The boy tugged at the woman's hand, prompting her to inquire, "What flavors would you like?" "I'll take them all," Yi Chuyin said with a light laugh. "Dear, can you finish so many? Perhaps just a few to try?" The middle-aged woman hesitated, suspecting the young lady was jesting. "Indeed. I want them all. Please tell me the total," Yi Chuyin insisted. Realizing Yi Chuyin was not joking, the woman noticed her affluent appearance as she began to calculate the cost. Seizing the moment, Yi Chuyin concentrated, manifesting a unique aura in her hand, and swiftly captured the restless spirit. The woman suddenly felt a significant alleviation, as if a weight had been lifted from her back. For days, she had sensed an unseen burden, perpetually fatigued. She had intended to endure a bit longer to earn her son's tuition before allowing herself to rest. Yi Chuyin tightened her grip around the spirit's neck, which widened its eyes in disbelief, realizing it was utterly powerless to resist. With a mere squeeze, the spirit dissipated into a green luminescence, extinguished forever. "Dear, you have a total of 39 skewers, 3 yuan each. Just give me 100 yuan, the woman cheerfully declared. Relieved to have sold her candied hawthorns so early in the day, allowing her to rest that evening. She meticulously packaged the treats. As Yi Chuin completed the payment, she simply stated, "Sister Long." Lin Feng, finally spotting Yi Chuin, hurried over. "Your wallet has received a credit of 10,000 yuan, he relayed, only for the woman to exclaim, "Young lady, you've given too much." Upon hearing the notification, with an unexpected addition of 2 zeros, she felt a sudden wave of apprehension. "No need, just let this little brother acquire a few things," Yi Chuin said, waving her hand dismissively. Unlike Lin Feng, she was genuinely affluent. She approached tasks without hesitation and had never shied away from confrontation. Observing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Truly, she was a kind-hearted aunt. No wonder she was a family member of Brother Langmi. But with so many candied hawthorns, could she really consume them all? Judging by Sister Lung's petite frame, she hardly seemed like a voracious eater. Chapter 15. Lord Scorpion. The night view was exquisite. Lin Feng and Yi Chuin had nearly experienced every attraction. After the enhancement of his physique, the amusements of the amusement park posed little challenge for him. To his surprise, Sister Lung remained remarkably composed. Whether on the roller coaster or the swinging pendulum ride, she never screamed. Eventually, having exhausted the available attractions, the two decided to explore the haunted house. Both the grotesque figures and their sounds bore a striking resemblance to the genuine apparitions Lin Feng had encountered before. He suspected that the proprietor possessed some extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, how could such lifelike puppet props be created? So, it was crafted by Scorpion. No wonder it's so realistic. Yi Chuin mused, observing the markings on the puppet's head. Just then, a lifelike demon lunged at Yi Chuin, prompting an instinctive reaction where she tapped the puppet's head. To her dismay, the puppet's head came dislodged, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. Fortunately, Lin Feng was preoccupied with other attractions and did not notice her flustered expression. With a casual kick, she sent the puppet's head flying. Bang! Lin Feng heard something crash against the wall, causing a tremor. Is that so? Perhaps it was just the sound of another prop, Yi Chuin remarked, her expression one of confusion, as if nothing had transpired. Lin Feng led the way, while Yi Chuin followed closely behind. Whenever they encountered the suddenly appearing ghostly props, she instinctively gave their heads a gentle pat. This had become her habit over the years of dealing with apparitions. It seemed the quality of the props was rather subpar. The super alloy connectors were frequently broken with her light taps, making it feel akin to a scam. Ding ding ding. An alarm sounded from the haunted house's monitoring room. "Uncle Ga, wake up quickly. It seems there has been a problem in the haunted house." "Pansy, what is going on?" A man rubbed his sleepy eyes and inquired. "Uncle Ga, look." They observed on the monitor a stunning beauty clad in a short skirt. When confronted by the suddenly appearing ghostly props, she was truly ruthless, effortlessly swatting off heads with a single strike. "Goodness. I can't believe I just saw a head embedded deep into the wall. That woman possesses such immense strength. Quick, contact Boss Scorpion." All the props in this haunted house were crafted by him. If that woman is demolishing them one after another, it could spell disaster. Even an extraordinary individual would struggle. "Our boss is no ordinary person. Boss, it's GAZ. We have an urgent situation." In front of Pansy, he was always Uncle GA, but before Scorpion, he could only be GAZ. As Scorpion diligently crafted his artistic creations, he was suddenly interrupted by a phone call. "What? A woman is wreaking havoc in my haunted house, destroying all my artwork? Who is she? Send me the video." Scorpion's expression darkened. Those props were crafted from special materials, nearly indestructible. It was virtually impossible for an ordinary person to inflict damage. The only plausible explanation was that it was someone from his own circle. How could he allow such a disturbance to go unpunished? With mounting anger, Scorpion opened the video. The woman appeared strikingly familiar as he scrutinized the surveillance footage. Suddenly, realization struck him. How could it be her? Yi Chuin. This fierce goddess was not someone he dared to provoke. No one had ever withstood her punches. He recalled the time they teamed up for a mission. Even his strongest puppet could not endure a single blow from her. "Gotsi, just send someone to handle it. Do not provoke her." Scorpion's tone softened considerably. Best to avoid conflict with Yi Chuin altogether. However, what did it mean that she was trailing behind that man? Was there something more to it? "Pansy, the boss says to drop this matter. You should find someone to clean up those parts later." "Understood, Gotsi. And remember, this shouldn't be shared outside. We wouldn't want to cause the boss any trouble," Gotsi reminded thoughtfully. Both of them were not ordinary individuals. They were specialized subordinates of Scorpion, entrusted with overseeing the amusement park. It wasn't due to financial need, but rather a passion for their craft. Scorpion, an Awaken-level puppet manipulator, directed puppets in combat, and spent his leisure time creating various puppet toys, aspiring to reach the pinnacle of artistic expression. The haunted house, it seemed, was not as terrifying as it appeared. Lin Feng and Yi Chuin strolled out with an air of confidence. The team prepared to assist them was momentarily stunned. It had been years since anyone had walked out unaided. Today, two young individuals had done just that. The woman, clad in a flowing white gown, exited the amusement park. "Thank you for your hospitality. I had a wonderful time," Yi Chuin remarked with a light chuckle. "Not at all. Wolf's End is my end as well. So it is only natural that I extend my best efforts," Lin Feng replied courteously. Regrettably, Wolfme had not attended, and he felt a pang of disappointment. I wonder how long Wolf will stay this time. Are you free tomorrow? Lin Feng inquired, eager to meet Wolfme. He is attending to some business. I will ask him tomorrow, Yi Chuan responded, and Lin Feng refrained from pressing further. As a black sports car pulled up before Lin Feng, he noticed it bore the license plates of the capital. He had seen this model online, rumored to cost over 3,000. To see it in person was quite a revelation. What a wealthy individual. The car door opened slowly. Miss Yi, shall we be on our way? Inquired a woman dressed in red. It's about time. Let us go. Yi Chuan waved farewell to Lin Feng and turned to enter the sports car. Ding ding. Hunt 10 ghostly entities. Reward 500 hunting points and 2 mysterious lottery draws. Just perfect. Lin Feng glanced at his watch. It was already 11:30. Typically, he would venture out to exorcise spirits around this time. He sought a secluded spot and activated his cloaking ability, donning the familiar garb of the Grim Reaper. His weapon transformed into the form of the celestial blade, Tian Sua Zhanyu. He swiftly traversed through the darkness. As he faced a towering, 3-meter-high hollow, Lin Feng unleashed a crimson crescent strike. After morphing into various weapons, he could execute the unique skills associated with each. The hollow was cleaved, one of its arms severed by the blood-red radiance. It roared in agony, continuously howling while gathering energy into a concentrated beam. Boom. The beam was hurled towards Lin Feng. With remarkable reflexes, he activated his teleportation technique, having previously marked the surroundings. He flickered in and out of sight, evading the beam's trajectory. With a thought, the crescent transformed into a scythe. In a flash, he teleported behind the hollow. Scythe in hand, he struck downwards at its head. The blade fell with precision. Congratulations on reaching level 4. Task completed, rewards acquired. Your skill proficiency has significantly increased. A series of system notifications echoed in his mind. As the hollow dissipated, a stack of banknotes fluttered to the ground. Lin Feng bent down to collect them, preparing to leave when he noticed 2 gray figures rapidly approaching from a distance. Chapter 16, Wolf Friend? Level of abilities and chi refinement practitioners. Lin Feng quickly scanned the information displayed above the 2 newcomers. Gripping his scythe, he regarded them with a cold gaze. My friend, I am called Quang Lei, and this is my colleague, Jing Feng. May I ask your esteemed name? The man spoke courteously, having witnessed Lin Feng dispatching the hollow during their patrol. I am Lin Feng. He paused, pondering the need for an alias. You may call me Wolf Lin Feng. The name reminded him of his elder brother's online moniker. Ah, Wolf Friend. Jing Feng responded with a respectful bow. As a disciple from his sect, he exhibited greater decorum. Wolf Friend? Could it be that my brother chose this name with such connotation? Lin Feng mused, realizing he might need to adopt a different name in the future. Has Wolf Friend registered any information? Jing Feng inquired. Please do not misunderstand. We are agents of the National Security Bureau's Supernatural Division, routinely overseeing this area. If any unusual occurrences arise, we must document and report them, he clarified. Are you monitoring me? Lin Feng, well versed in the tropes of many novels, sensed the underlying implications. That notion is misguided, Wolf Friend. It is merely a routine registration. Once documented, you will receive monthly financial support and various special privileges. Quang Lei interjected, sensing Jing Feng's explanation was insufficient. If you truly possess spatial abilities, the rewards for your discovery and registration will be substantial. After all, even the skilled must sustain their livelihoods and support their families. Oh, how much is the subsidy? Lin Feng inquired with keen interest. Although he had not dealt with anyone from the Supernatural Bureau before, these 2 appeared rather amiable, providing an opportunity for him to gain insight. There was a need to assess ability levels. For each level, one could receive additional subsidies of 50, 000, 100, 000, or 200, 000 monthly. Furthermore, dedicated personnel would be assigned to assist with daily living, and one's family could enjoy exclusive benefits. Naturally, there would also be tasks assigned regularly, and upon their completion, rewards could be earned. Quang Lei succinctly conveyed this information to Lin Feng, granting him a basic understanding of the benefits available. He had observed Lin Feng for quite some time, yet he could not detect any unusual fluctuations of power nor assess Lin Feng's strength, which he found peculiar. The ominous scythe and the skull mask adorning Lin Feng's face suggested that his abilities were far from ordinary. If he could be successfully recruited, this year's year-end bonus would undoubtedly be substantial. Even superhumans are but mortals. They too must sustain their livelihoods, especially when supporting a large family. We can discuss the registration later. I have other matters to attend to. Farewell for now, Lin Feng declared before vanishing in an instant. His abilities were somewhat unique. He did not require such subsidies and wished to avoid surveillance. Although the terms were enticing, it was evident that many obligatory tasks would follow, and one does not receive benefits without strings attached. He had no objections to merely assisting in ghost hunting, as his advancement relied heavily on such endeavors. Is this individual truly capable of such powerful spatial mobility? Quang Lei remarked, gazing at the suddenly vanished Lin Feng. They had heard of the terrifying potential of spatial abilities. Years prior, There had been a master of spatial abilities whose prowess allowed him to execute instantaneous kill strategies through exceptional spatial manipulation. His mastery of time and space was unparalleled, and none dared confront him directly. Jing Feng was also somewhat knowledgeable about this matter. They had watched the video of that battle, where the predecessor moved like a streak of golden light, obliterating everything in its path. We must report this individual's information promptly. Although he is reluctant to register, the emergence of such a unique spatial ability necessitates careful handling, Huang Lei asserted. Another instance of spatial abilities. I must inform the sect as well, Jing Feng contemplated, his mind beginning to churn. There remains a competitive relationship between cultivators and superhumans, as both sides seek an appropriate equilibrium. Upon returning home, it was already 4 in the morning. He glanced at the updates for the Green War God, which had accumulated 13. In addition to Wolf's demise, there were 2 more 5-star reviews. Keep it up, Lin Feng thought as he furiously typed away at his keyboard. Suddenly, a brilliant green light surged forth into the distance. Lin Yuhan was taken aback, astonished by his overwhelming strength and vibrancy. By the time he finished typing, the clock read 6 o'clock. Today had been somewhat challenging in terms of inspiration. The green content lacked novelty. At that moment, she was dressed rather scantily, with only a few strips of fabric covering essential areas. Had she been in her own home, she would have hardly bothered with those strips at all. The hotel was arranged by Xinghui, ensuring that safety and privacy were undoubtedly secure. She elegantly reclined in a rocking chair, her long legs draped over the sofa. With her left hand, she absent-mindedly twirled her hair, reflecting on how lush it had become, a change she found delightful. Yechuian, she remarked, glancing at her phone. Lin Feng drove at a moderate pace, perfectly suited for her innocent demeanor as a passenger. This was also the reason she had been so engrossed in her reading. Suddenly, a notification chimed from her phone. Shui Changyue, she noted, tapping on the video. Lung Lung, are you awake? Isn't that a redundant question? If I weren't awake, why would I be on a video call? Speak quickly, don't delay me from my novel, Yechuian replied impatiently. Lung Lung, I just saw your brother's post on social media. It's about a woman. You need to help me find out what is going on, Shui Changyue said. Her urgency palpable. My brother has finally come to his senses? I must see what this woman is like to have captured his heart. Yechuian opened a profile picture of someone named by Tianbu Dongyi, and indeed, there was an accompanying image, posted just 5 minutes prior. This woman, while perhaps lacking in physique compared to Shui Changyue, possessed fiery red lips that exuded a certain allure. Yahai, what is the situation with your social media? Yechuian promptly sent a WeChat message. After a brief pause, she continued, Lung Lung, did you find out anything? Noticing Yechuian's hesitation, Shui Changyue pressed on. Alas, Changyue, congratulations. You have a sister-in-law now. Shui Changyue was taken aback. Why are you congratulating me? That is your sister-in-law, not mine. No, I should be the sister-in-law. Chapter 17, The One Who Once Lived in Fear. Xiaoyu, take it easy. You're a good person. You will find someone better than my brother, Yechuian consoled. You are handing me the good person card again. If I can't even keep a man like him, where will I find someone better? Shui Changyue retorted, frustration evident in her tone. She had little faith in the notion of a good person. There are plenty of good men out there. You just happen to like my brother. If you wander around D2 University, you could easily find someone better than him. Yechuian had little experience in such matters. She had remained single all these years. Shui Changyue had grown up alongside their group, and throughout it all, her brother, Yi Chui, had regarded her solely as a sister, never contemplating anything beyond that. As a girl, Shui Changyue could not muster the courage to confess her feelings. She often relied on Yechuian to gather information for her. Having seen Yi Chui remain silent for 2 years following his last breakup, she had hoped that with a little more patience, there would be a chance. Only to find someone else had seized the opportunity. After some more comforting words, Yechuian ended the video call. Standing on the balcony, she gazed at the distant, flickering neon lights. The sky was beginning to lighten. For some reason, Lin Feng's visage suddenly surfaced in her mind. She realized she had left his jacket draped over the sofa, forgetting to return it. Where would she find that wolf extinction now? She began to ponder. The image of wolf extinction had become ingrained in her mind regarding Lin Feng. If only she had never chosen such a ridiculous name, how bothersome. She untied a few of the fabric strips from her attire and stepped into the bathroom. Her skin, as fair as snow, remained proudly erect, if not properly restrained. Her movements had a tendency to sway. This innate attribute was beyond her control. Its utility was lost on her, for comfort was not her own. Occasionally, she found herself envying Shui Changyue, who, with a smaller bosom, bore far fewer worries than she did. In her daily encounters with formidable spirits, she had never felt such distress. Little did she anticipate that this matter concerning the wolf's extinction would become a source of headache. If she were to confess to Lin Feng that she was indeed the wolf's extinction, might he feel deceived and harbor a negative impression of her? The mind of this petite woman began to whirl. Her intentions were innocent, merely wishing to preserve Lin Feng's illusions. After completing his writing, Lin Feng collapsed into slumber. Waking at noon to a new day, he ordered takeout from a popular eatery and opened his computer to check the latest news. Reports of mysterious disappearances and fatalities were on the rise, with some articles featuring photographs of the missing. One image, that of a 6-year-old girl, caught Lin Feng's attention. The missing child, Ling Xiaoyao, aged 6, had vanished while playing on February 15th and had yet to return. A series of detailed reports accompanied her name. Lin Feng's eyes widened slightly. He recognized the girl as the one he had seen while attempting to toss rings at the eatery. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Feng rubbed his forehead. The information on the webpage was overwhelming. Over 100 individuals had mysteriously disappeared in just half a month. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, many aspects of the world had transformed, and the future promised to be increasingly bizarre. Host, it would be prudent to strengthen yourself first, the system advised succinctly. He suddenly recalled that he had yet to draw yesterday's rewards. The spinning wheel reappeared, familiar and inviting. Spin. Stop. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the culinary skill of mastery. Spin. Stop. Congratulations, host, you have attained proficiency in medical arts. This was indeed fortuitous. Both rewards were of practical value, superior to mere elixirs in his estimation. Culinary Mastery 1. Proficient in preparing a selection of home-cooked dishes. Medical Proficiency 1. Knowledge of certain complex ailments and the use of gold acupuncture needles. Complete with a set of 5 elemental needles. He glanced briefly at the skill descriptions. Each skill enhancement required a degree of proficiency. Cooking was something he could practice, while practicing medicine was not currently in his plans. Lin Feng noticed a new private message from Wolf's Extinction, stating that he intended to bring his aunt to visit Lin Feng's home the following day. Initially, Lin Feng felt a twinge of apprehension, concerned that his abode was too modest to accommodate guests adequately. However, he quickly reassured himself. Wolf was not the type to concern himself with such trivialities. Since Wolf had suggested the visit, he resolved to approach it with a calm demeanor. System, how can I swiftly enhance my skills? He inquired. I previously mentioned that you may use hunting points for skill upgrades. How much does it cost to elevate culinary mastery by 1 level? Upgrading auxiliary life skills is relatively inexpensive. 100, 200, 300, and so forth. Then please elevate it by 1 level. That should suffice, Lin Feng concluded thoughtfully. Successful upgrade. Culinary Mastery Level 2. Unlocking certain exquisite home-cooked recipes. The system is currently reporting a remaining 750 hunting points. I must ponder what delightful dish to prepare tomorrow. Lin Feng resolved to take to the kitchen himself, as it would convey a greater sense of sincerity. The house needed tidying, and a trip to procure some ingredients was also in order. Lin Feng busied himself once more. He had already conceived the dishes in his mind. After mastering the culinary arts, it felt as though an abundance of new knowledge had been infused into his consciousness. As long as he had hands, he could effortlessly grasp various cutting techniques and cooking times. One could say, rather dramatically, that his culinary skills now rivaled those of a master chef with 60 years of experience. Such was the astonishing nature of the system's abilities. Miss Yi, you cannot be serious. You want me to transform into such a figure? Xiang Hui was momentarily taken aback upon receiving a call from Yi Chuan. What, do you disagree? Yi Chuan responded coldly. No, of course, I agree. It is but a trivial matter I can handle. Although Xiang Hui was uncertain of Yi Chuan's intentions, her rare request for assistance warranted his utmost cooperation. He carefully stored the talisman in his possession. Following Yi Chuan's instructions, he began to alter his appearance using a transformation spell. His head needed to be larger, preferably bald, and a bushy beard was necessary. A large gold chain must adorn his neck, and his arms should be as thick as his thighs. Yi Chuan articulated the image Lin Feng had envisioned to Xiang Hui. Once the transformation was complete, Xiang Hui snapped a photo and sent it to her. Well, not bad, Yi Chuan mused, though she felt something was still amiss. Replace the third tooth on the left with a golden one, she added. If we are to do this, let us do it perfectly. I have invested considerable effort in devising this idea. She decided to communicate with Lin Feng under the guise of her alter ego, Aunt Langmei, ensuring not to tarnish the image he had of her. She would remain eternally the benevolent aunt in his eyes. Yulon High School. Gu Qianqian. Someone from the academic office is looking for you. Gu Qianqian, engrossed in her self-study, was suddenly called out by her teacher. She stood at the door of the academic office, encountering the man who instilled a sense of dread within her. Chapter 18. I only have a brother. Upon seeing Gu Qianqian, the man forced a smile. What do you want from me? If it weren't for being in the academic office with the school staff present, I would turn and leave. Qianqian, please help save my son. Before the man could utter another word, a middle-aged woman beside him dropped to her knees. Observing this, a nearby teacher quickly assisted her to her feet. What is the meaning of this? Were you not supposed to be relatives of Gu Qianqian here to pay a visit? Director Wang's expression darkened. He had not been informed of such circumstances when he allowed them entry. Only then did Gu Qianqian notice a young man seated in a wheelchair within the room. She was all too familiar with these individuals, and their presence evoked memories of past suffering. Qianqian, only you can save your brother, the woman insisted, disregarding Director Wang's objections and remaining on the floor. I have no brother, Gu Qianqian replied coldly. But Qianqian, you are bound by blood. After all, the man finally interjected. Enough. What are you doing? Teacher Wang interjected. positioning himself protectively in front of Gu Qianqian. He was well aware of her family's circumstances. Her mother had passed away long ago, leaving her to reside with a former employer. Qianqian, regarding the past, I owe you and your mother an apology, but now only you can save him, he implored. Gu Qianqian cast a glance at the young man in the wheelchair, refraining from uttering much. She vividly recalled how he and his mother had once inflicted pain upon her. Oh, how do you intend to save him? Gu Qianqian suddenly felt compelled to understand what had driven him to seek her out. This man was named Li Huan, her biological father. The middle-aged woman beside him was named Lu Ying, the mother of the young man in the wheelchair. The roots of this connection ran deep. Shortly after Gu Qianqian's birth, Li Huan had become entangled with Lu Ying. Initially, their affair was clandestine, but as time passed, their audacity grew. Eventually, Lu Ying insisted on being recognized as the legitimate partner. Gu Qianqian's mother was initially opposed to divorce, especially since Qianqian was still very young. Having resigned from her job to raise Gu Qianqian, she had no other source of income. However, after Lu Ying bore Li Huan a son, he grew increasingly desperate, yearning to provide his son with a proper identity. He constantly displayed disdain towards Gu Qianqian's mother and, most egregiously, rented an apartment directly above theirs for Lu Ying. At that tender age, Gu Qianqian could not comprehend why her father seemed to favor her upstairs brother, often embracing him while the aunt upstairs would come to their home to bully her mother. When intoxicated, her father would resort to beating her mother with a belt. It was only after Gu Qianqian started elementary school that her mother finally chose to divorce. The divorce did not yield much financial support, and they endured a life of hardship. Li Huan never provided any of the promised living expenses or tuition fees, no matter how much Gu Qianqian and her mother pleaded. The young man had even struck her mother once. Fortunately, they eventually encountered Lin Feng's father, which provided them with some stability. Qianqian, your brother is gravely ill and needs a kidney transplant. Your aunt and I have both been tested, but we do not match. I spoke to the doctor about your situation, and he mentioned that, based on blood relation, there is a significant chance of a successful match. If you are willing to save your brother, I can offer you 200,000. No, 500,000, Li Huan said, his voice laced with urgency. He was acutely aware of Gu Qianqian's current living conditions, sharing a small elevator apartment with Lin Feng, who was also disabled. I can also help Lin Feng find a job and a partner. Otherwise, with his condition, it would be difficult for him to find someone, Lu Ying added. They had conspired to appeal to emotions, determined to persuade Gu Qianqian to undergo testing. Their son's illness could not afford to be delayed any longer. What do you mean by this? She is merely an 18-year-old child. Her guardian is absent. Do you intend to use money to deceive her? Teacher Wang's anger flared. This couple was crossing a line, treating the school as if it were a mere venue for their schemes. Do you think 500,000 is significant to me? Perhaps it once was, but it is not now. As for my brother's well-being, even if he were to remain disabled forever, I would care for him for a lifetime. As for the fate of your son, what concern is that of mine? I no longer wish to see you both. Gu Qianqian spoke calmly to the two, her heart unperturbed. She was no saint. If it were for Lin Feng, she would willingly offer a kidney or anything else. However, to assist someone who had harmed her mother was simply out of the question. How can you be so cruel? He is your brother. The woman suddenly lost her composure and attempted to pull Gu Qianqian back. Sis, please save me. Help me. The young man began to weep in agony. If a kidney transplant could not be performed within 2 months, he would undoubtedly perish. Teacher Wang, may I leave now? Gu Qianqian inquired. Wait. As Gu Qianqian prepared to depart, Li Huan suddenly reached out to grab her. Unexpectedly, Teacher Wang was quicker, seizing Li Huan's arm firmly. What's the matter? Even if Gu Qianqian agrees, I will not. Although Teacher Wang was usually strict, he held a favorable view of Gu Qianqian. A promising student from the prestigious Imperial Capital University must not be led astray. Upon exiting the counseling office, the burden that had long weighed on Gu Qianqian's heart seemed to loosen. She lowered her head, gazing at the faint blue light emanating from her calming pendant. And her heart grew increasingly tranquil. Brother, I will take good care of myself and not give you cause for worry. For Gu Qianqian, Lin Feng was her only remaining family. Everything else was of no significance to her. The following day, Lin Feng had prepared the ingredients, busily working in the kitchen from early morning. His hands moved with astonishing speed. Even a seasoned bachelor of 30 years could not match half of his prowess. Such swiftness rendered his culinary creations akin to exquisite works of art. Lin Feng even mused that with his current cooking skills, he could easily secure a position as a chef in a 5-star hotel. Keep your chatter to a minimum. If you let anything slip, you'll be in trouble. Yi Chuan admonished Xiang Hui. I can handle it. It's just a meal with an online friend. I thought we were going to battle monsters. Xiang Hui finally grasped Yi Chuan's intent to disguise himself as a wolf in order to meet her online acquaintance. Isn't your necklace a bit too delicate? Yi Chuan scrutinized him and suddenly remarked. No, it should be a substantial gold chain, at least as thick as my thumb. Go find a different one. Xiang Hui was left speechless. What? Not acceptable? Of course, it's your call. I'll get someone to fetch me a thicker gold chain, he replied, bemused. Curiosity about Yi Chuan's online friend grew within him. Chapter 19, The Social Wolf. Around 4 in the afternoon, after Xiang Hui changed outfits several times, they finally set off. To avoid any blunders, Yi Chuin insisted that he read through all of Lin Feng's previous writings about the god of war. He found the early chapters agonizing to read. The narrative was utterly disjointed. How could a family be so unfortunate? In reality, one could be a god of war. The wife and children at home had long been well protected, lacking for nothing. He nearly erupted in the review section, curious about Yi Chuin's peculiar taste for such literature. However, upon encountering Lin Feng's latest work, Green War God, he felt a sudden spark of interest. The notion that one might grow stronger with the color green reminded him of his junior sister and brother, causing a pang of pain in his heart. Lin Feng, whose vehicle was parked haphazardly, was oblivious to the chaos caused by his indiscretion. Xiang Hui drove to the vicinity of Lin Feng's community, only to find a large truck blocking the way, leaving a mere sliver of space for pedestrians. After calling out for some time with no response, Yi Chuin descended leisurely. With ease, she lifted the truck, weighing approximately 5 tons, and hurled it onto a nearby platform, the sound of its impact resonating loudly. As for the truck's owner, that was not her concern. Such reckless parking deserved a lesson. Xiang Hui had grown accustomed to such unorthodox methods of relocation, finding them refreshingly straightforward. After properly parking her vehicle, Yi Chuin messaged Lin Feng, and the two awaited his arrival at the community entrance. Upon receiving the message, Lin Feng meandered around his room. Noticing Gu Qianqian's clothes hanging in the bathroom, he pondered whether it might be inappropriate for Wolf Brother to see them. Swiftly, he took down the intimate garments, folded them neatly, and placed them in Gu Qianqian's room, silently noting how much she had grown. He then hurried downstairs. Wolf Brother, Lin Feng called out from a distance, recognizing his old friend. Who else could it be but Wolf Brother? Yi Chuin reminded him quietly of his role. Wolf Brother, please come in, Sister Long. Lin Feng warmly guided the two inside. Neighbors occasionally cast curious glances at the pair. The man exuded an air of authority, adorned with a gold chain thicker than that of a dog-ass, while the woman beside him resembled a television star, possessing both beauty and an enviable figure, truly the archetype of a social leader. Upon opening the door, Yi Chuin and Xiang Hui were greeted by an enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen, where a plethora of dishes had already been prepared. Wolf Brother, please take a seat. I'll check the dishes in the pot to ensure they don't burn, Lin Feng said, glancing at the simmering contents. Yi Chuin surveyed the room, noticing a large family photo in the center of the living room featuring Lin Feng, Gu Qianqian, and their parents, alongside various certificates showcasing Gu Qianqian's achievements. Though the decor was simple, everything was arranged neatly and cleanly. The walls bore numerous drawings, likely crafted by his sister, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere, albeit one that lacked a bit of vibrancy with only 2 residents present. With nothing else to occupy himself, Xiang Hui pulled out his phone to play Honor of Kings. As a cultivator, having such a hobby was entirely reasonable. This was a critical match for his ascent to the gold rank, requiring utmost caution. The last time he attempted to reach gold, he encountered a particularly frustrating player, resulting in a dismal score of 0-12-1 that nearly drove him to abuse his privileges to trace the player's personal information through the network. Ultimately, after some contemplation, he decided to endure it. Yi Chuin advised him to refrain from excessive chatter, so he seized the opportunity to engage in a game of Honor of Kings. As Yi Chuin made her way to the kitchen, she observed Lin Feng skillfully maneuvering the iron wok. His movements were so adept that he could saw it and slice simultaneously. With remarkable multitasking, a fragrant dish of stir-fried pork intestines soon emerged. A man who can cook is undeniably attractive. The image of Lin Feng wielding a knife in his left hand and a spatula in his right became indelibly etched in Yi Chuin's heart. Before she realized it, she found herself entranced by the scene. This household truly needed someone to assist him. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening interrupted her reverie. Who are you? Gu Qianqian inquired, casting her gaze upon Lang Mia, who was engrossed in his game in the living room. Just then, she noticed Yi Chuin staring at her brother with an intense gaze. Sister Long, is something the matter? Do I have something on my face? It's nothing. I merely recalled something and momentarily lost focus. Yi Chuin quickly diverted the topic. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she couldn't fathom why she had reacted that way. At that moment, Lin Feng had also finished his preparations, extinguishing the flame before stepping out of the kitchen. Qianqian, this is my older brother, Lang Mia. He has looked after me for quite some time, Lin Feng introduced. The kindness of my elder brother will forever remain in my heart. Lang Gu, this is my younger sister, Gu Qianqian. Xiang Hui regarded the young girl with light blue hair, nodding appreciatively. She was indeed a beauty, possessing a lovely appearance. Albeit a bit young for his taste, he preferred those with a more mature allure. Brother, who is this? Gu Qianqian queried, noticing another woman standing in the kitchen. Her figure is remarkable, and she is quite attractive. I am Yi Chuin. I have often heard Lin Feng speak of you. She introduced herself warmly, exuding a friendly demeanor as though addressing her own sister. Hello, Sister Yi, Gu Qianqian responded politely. For reasons unknown, perhaps due to a woman's innate intuition, Gu Qianqian felt that Sister Ye's gaze towards her brother held something special. Come, let us dine. We can talk while eating, Lin Feng suggested, noting that the dishes had cooled from being left out too long. Lang Ge, have you eaten? Lin Feng inquired, observing that Lang Mia was still intensely focused on his game. However, the three lanes were in crisis and could not hold out for much longer. 2 minutes later. Damn you, Lu Ban, you've let me down again. Xiang Hui could not help but curse. Dinner. Yi Chuan coldly admonished Xiang Hui. Her icy gaze startled him, momentarily causing him to forget the task at hand. Brother, did you make all this? When did you learn to cook? Gu Qianqian asked, her curiosity piqued. It was well known that Lin Feng had only ever made fried rice or rice fried with eggs over the years. I learned by watching some videos out of boredom a while back, Lin Feng mumbled. Come, let us eat. The fish is quite flavorful. He introduced the dishes to everyone. These were all home-cooked meals, prepared authentically by Lin Feng. Xiang Hui picked up a piece of garlic ribs. This flavor is genuinely impressive. It rivals that of the 5-star hotel we visited yesterday. He had not expected Lin Feng's culinary skills to be so exceptional. Could one truly learn to cook by merely watching a few videos? Remembering Yi Chuyan's advice to speak less and eat more, he decided to focus solely on his meal. Lin Feng picked up a piece of fish, recalling that Qianqian was apprehensive about fish bones, so he casually reached for a small knife. With a deft motion, the small fish bone was swiftly extracted. Come, Qianqian, have a piece of fish to nourish your mind, he said with a tender expression, placing the fish into Gu Qianqian's bowl. He was entirely focused on her, oblivious to the fact that another lady was intently gazing at the boneless morsel. Such speed. Xiang Hui glanced at Lin Feng's deftness in removing the fishbone. After years of singlehood, his own skills paled in comparison. Could it be that Lin Feng had doubled his efforts? Chapter 20, A Visit. Thank you, brother, Gu Qianqian smiled sweetly. Sister Lung, this sausage is quite delicious. Do give it a try, Lin Feng said, gesturing towards the sausage. However, he refrained from serving her any dishes, as their relationship had yet to reach such intimacy. And doing so might create an awkward atmosphere. Your cooking is truly exceptional, even better than the chef at my home, Yi Chuan remarked as she sampled various dishes. Genuinely impressed. She had not anticipated Lin Feng possessed such culinary prowess. I'm asking you a question, she said. Noticing Xiang Hui was too engrossed in his meal to respond. Gently, she tapped his hand. An invisible force wrapped around his chopsticks, instantly catching Xiang Hui's attention. Has her aura become so potent that she can effortlessly manipulate external objects? He mused inwardly. Aura is a special ability possessed by a select few among those who awaken their powers. It can manifest as an invisible energy enveloping the body, akin to a formidable armor. How would I know if it's difficult? Xiang Hui thought to himself. He was merely a temporary stand-in. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Right, Aunt? He inquired tentatively, cautious not to offend Yi Chuan. Indeed, you speak the truth. With such excellent grades, Qianqian will surely gain admission to the Imperial Capital University. You and Qianqian are always welcome at my home, Yi Chuan said with a warm smile. Lin Feng and Xiang Hui resumed their conversation, exchanging pleasantries and toasting in gratitude for the support from his elder brother over the years. Brother Wolf, when Sister Lung leaves tonight, I would like to invite you for a massage. I wonder if you have the time. Rest assured, it is entirely legitimate. Lin Feng suddenly recalled something and sent a message to Lang Mia through the writer's backend. It's purely a professional massage, the most reputable in Jiangnan. It's even run by Qiaoshan's family, entirely above board. A massage, and you think you can keep it from me? Yi Chuan caught sight of Lin Feng's message. However, given her current identity as Lang Mia's aunt, she refrained from commenting further. Nonetheless, she sent a screenshot to Xiang Hui, ensuring her cover remained intact. Her association with Lang Mia must not be revealed, having come this far. It would diminish her standing in Lin Feng's eyes if he discovered Xiang Hui was the actor she had enlisted. The meal concluded after nearly 2 hours. Brother Wolf, what do you think of the message I sent you? Little brother, I appreciate your intention, but such places are not suitable for someone like me, Xiang Hui replied. In this day and age, who still engages in legitimate massages? Lin Feng clearly did not understand the true desires of men. Lin Feng, let's exchange WeChat. It would be easier to stay in touch when you come to the imperial capital, Yi Chuan suddenly proposed. After all, she cannot continually converse with him under the guise of Wolf's extinction. A soft beep resonated. The standard avatar of Hatsune Miku, a beauty of ethereal allure. Cold Sister is quite a fitting username. Lin Feng couldn't help but remark. Hatsune Miku embodies profound artistic sentiment. Little did he know, just 2 minutes prior, her WeChat name had been the Ruthless One. Your username is rather amusing as well, Ye Chuan chuckled. Kindergarten's vehicle, she remarked playfully. The name was undeniably entertaining. Just hearing it made her wish to take a ride. This name sounds vaguely familiar, Xiang Hui mused. Yet, he sought further verification. Brother, do you also play Honor of Kings? I dabble occasionally, but I'm quite inexperienced, Lin Feng humbly replied. However, he was indeed novice, still languishing in the silver tier. How's your Lu Ban faring? Lu Ban? No, I'm just a major liability. Last time, I ended up with a 0 to 12 score and nearly faced the wrath of my teammates, Lin Feng confessed, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his tone. Xiang Hui could only shake his head in disbelief, lamenting the narrowness of the path. Yet, he could not reprimand Lin Feng further, especially with Yechuyin present. Is this game really that challenging? Next time, I'll guide you, Yechuyin offered. The strongest king. I hold the title of the #1 Jiao in the national server. After Yechuyin and Xiang Hui departed, Lin Feng resumed his tasks with remarkable speed. Gu Qianqian couldn't help but question how, in such a brief span, Lin Feng had already tidied up to this extent. Upon returning to his room and witnessing his neatly folded garments, warmth blossomed in his heart. How wonderful. The following day, Gu Qianqian suddenly proposed. Would you accompany me to purchase some clothing? My current attire feels a bit snug. Of course, Lin Feng readily agreed. Shopping for clothes was a trivial matter. Many of Qianqian's outfits were from her freshman year. It was high time for her to acquire new ones, considering how much she had grown. Throughout their outing, the two engaged in lighthearted banter. In just a month and a half, the college entrance examination would arrive. Maintaining a positive mindset was paramount. Ideally, one should approach the exam with a joyful spirit. Qianqian, this store seems excellent. Shall we stop here? Lin Feng pointed out a boutique featuring a renowned international brand. Everything here is far too pricey. Let us go to the mall instead. It's more affordable, Gu Qianqian replied, shaking her head. I've heard that items here start at a minimum of 1,000 yuan. She felt such extravagant prices were unnecessary. No worries, we'll shop here. You'll wear it in college anyway, Lin Feng insisted, firmly taking Gu Qianqian's hand and leading her into the boutique. As they entered, a sales associate clad in a black silk uniform approached them. Lin Feng, already tall and handsome, exuded an even greater allure due to the enhancements from the system. Naturally drawing attention. Please assist my sister in selecting a few suitable outfits. Thank you, he stated succinctly, as he was not well versed in women's clothing. He had other matters to attend to. Due to certain special circumstances the previous night that had affected his mood, his green battle god had yet to receive its updates. He had just received a gift urging him to update from the likes of Star and Flowing Sand. He needed to hasten his writing. For even the most leisurely of production teams dare not rest so long. Chapter 21, The Sacred Garment. In the fitting room, sister, does this truly look alright? Gu Qianqian inquired, glancing at the somewhat provocative lingerie with an air of uncertainty. The young lady, this is all meant to be worn beneath. As soon as the outer garment is lifted, it becomes invisible. To be frank, your figure is truly remarkable. I find myself somewhat envious, the saleswoman remarked with a smile. This young girl possesses an exquisite physique. Her proportions are so well balanced and curvaceous that one can't help but wish to touch them. The previous garments you wore were far too small, constraining your body uncomfortably. You ought to use this one. It is breathable and refreshing. She handed a more comfortable piece of lingerie to Gu Qianqian. It was evident that the young girl lacked experience with such items. Even trying them on, she was exceedingly cautious, fearful of damaging the clothing. What could the man outside's relationship with her possibly be? They certainly appeared to be a suitable match. Second sister, why did you change your name? I searched for ages before I found you. A new message popped up on Yichuyan's WeChat. She recognized the familiar avatar and felt somewhat speechless. Sister, why do you have so little faith in my abilities? Quit your banter. Grandfather instructed you to retrieve that item from the secret realm. When on Earth would you have time to play on your phone? Yichuyan inquired. Sister, that place is hardly fit for humans. There isn't even a woman there. It's been 3 years. Do you have any idea how I've been surviving? Grandfather said if I don't acquire that sacred garment, the person speaking was none other than Yichuyan's third younger brother, Yichu Fan, whose WeChat nickname was Master of Time Management. I've already secured the sacred garment. I don't need your reminders. And by the way, what happened to your previous cool werewolf avatar? You've replaced it with a selfie, and your name is now the adorably soft Chian Miku. I almost thought you'd been hacked. This doesn't align with your character at all. The name Chian Nightmare suits you much better. The Master of Time Management added a big smiley face. Sister, you don't have someone special in your life, do you? You must tell me about it. Otherwise, with your temperament, it's bound to end in failure sooner or later. With my extensive experience in navigating the world, I can certainly assist you. The Master of Time Management sent another message. He meant no harm. He simply enjoyed flirting with danger. If second sister had someone she fancied, this would indeed be big news. Who could possibly be so bold? After sending the message, she tossed her phone aside, feeling frustrated that her own matters were still unresolved, yet she was being told they would fail. It was simply a challenge to her limits. In the villa district of the imperial capital, within a spacious house. Sister, you can't be serious, can you? I was merely joking, I meant no offense. Yi Chufan realized something was amiss. In the past, when making such jokes, his sister never seemed to care. Why was she so earnest today? Could it be that she truly had someone she liked? He had merely been speculating. Given her temperament, if she threatened to hit him, she would undoubtedly follow through. There would be no escape, no matter how far he ran. Xiaofan, do you have time tonight to teach me a foreign language? My boyfriend isn't home. A person named Red Rose messaged him. There were several unread messages on WeChat, all requesting him to repair air conditioning, fix plumbing, and provide tutoring. Yet, he had no inclination to attend to any of these matters at the moment. He glanced at the sacred garment box lying on the floor, lost in thought about whether the sacred garment was indeed durable. Logically, it should be resilient, but his sister was truly ruthless. However, One cannot indiscriminately vent their emotional turmoil upon me. Was it not agreed that we are to be a loving family? Chapter 22. The Adorable Qianqian. Is it appealing? There. Gu Qianqian approached, clad entirely in black attire. Her dark outfit, a short skirt, and exquisitely long legs adorned with lace stockings rendered her an enchanting figure. Akin to a diminutive black sprite, exuding an elevated aura, Qianqian looks splendid in whatever she dons. Perhaps I should acquire a few more pieces for her to take along when she embarks on her university journey, Lin Feng remarked with a smile. His savings had now reached 100,000, alleviating the financial distress he once faced by diligently pursuing his endeavors. It would not be long before he could afford a new home, packing everything she desired. Lin Feng instructed the sales assistant. Regarding Gu Qianqian, he had never been parsimonious, provided his finances permitted. Although she was once the daughter of a maid, it bore little significance to Lin Feng, who had traversed into this world alone, assuming the form of a disabled individual. Were it not for this girl's care, he feared he might not have survived his initial days here. On their way back, Lin Feng carried a large bag of clothing, all chosen at his insistence. They walked side by side, with her already admirable figure complemented by the black stockings. She naturally drew attention. Lin Feng noticed a group of 3 males and 1 female ahead, the latter holding a durian-shaped phone aimed directly at them, capturing their image. Intrigued, he led Qianqian towards them. Rinyu, what are you doing? Qianqian exclaimed upon recognizing the situation. What's the matter? Just taking a photo. Promoting your pure and virtuous image, Rinyu replied with a smile. Hand me the phone, Qianqian demanded. While she was with Lin Feng, others were unaware that he was her elder brother. Given Rinyu's nature, she was bound to stir up trouble. Here you go, if you have the guts. Come and take it, Rinyu retorted defiantly. The companions accompanying her were 3 burly sports students, far surpassing the stature of the man beside Gu Qianqian. Rinyu? Lin Feng comprehended the situation. The previous troubles involving Luo Hu, Ping Si, and Wen Cheng stemmed from this girl. After whispering to the 3 males beside her, they approached Lin Feng and Qianqian. So you are Gu Qianqian from Yulon High School. Indeed, a beauty, they stated, encircling her and Lin Feng. Beautiful Qianqian. Shall we exchange WeChat? One of the men produced his phone. Scram. Utter another word, and I guarantee you 1T play ball for the rest of the year. Lin Feng responded coldly, harboring a growing disdain for such provocateurs. Haha, little brother, who do you think you are? They mocked. Beautiful Qianqian. Why not join us for a game in the infirmary? The 3 men advanced a step, disregarding Lin Feng's warning. Having received Rinyu's signal to intimidate Gu Qianqian and the man beside her, one of the men stepped forward, intent on seizing Lin Feng by the throat. Lin Feng did not evade. Instead, he extended his left hand and gently tapped his right arm. A crisp sound echoed. Ah! The young man clutched his arm, drenched in sweat, and collapsed to the ground. The other 2, witnessing this, felt a twinge of confusion. Wasn't this a bit exaggerated? It was merely a light tap. How could this person possess such strength? The 2 exchanged glances and simultaneously delivered a powerful roundhouse kick aimed at Lin Feng's chest and groin. Lin Feng observed this slow-motion assault with an impassive expression. Before the 2 could comprehend the situation, he struck them again with 2 precise jabs infused with hidden strength, shattering their right arms. Such injuries would require no less than 6 months of recuperation for recovery. Lin Feng approached Rinyu step by step. Seeing the 3 young men writhing on the ground, clutching their arms in agony, she was filled with fear. What do you want? My father is Rin Xiong. And if you bully me, he won't let you off easily. Rin Xiong? Do you truly believe I am afraid of him? Lin Feng's eyes glinted with menace. Rinyu noticed a flicker of azure ripples in his gaze, causing her legs to tremble slightly. Do you believe I can make you end up like them? Lin Feng spoke coldly. No, please don't do this. I won't dare again. I'll delete the photos, okay? Rinyu was genuinely frightened. She had taken several pictures just moments ago and hadn't had the chance to send them yet. Wait, give me the photos. Qianqian suddenly recalled something and hurried over, snatching Rinyu's phone to transfer the images to her WeChat account, then completely erasing them from Rinyu's device. Dare to bully Qianqian again? Lin Feng gazed at Rinyu, his azure pupils shimmering once more. His peculiar gaze left an indelible mark on her heart. Lin Feng produced 4 painful curse talismans and stealthily infused them into the bodies of the 4 individuals. Should they entertain any thoughts of retaliating against Qianqian, they would experience excruciating pain. Though not fatal, it would be utterly unbearable. With his objective achieved, he ceased further discourse with her, lifted his garments, and continued on his way home. At home, Qianqian perused the photos taken by Rinyu on her phone. To her surprise, they were rather well composed. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to use one of the images as her screensaver. At the Division 2 of the Supernatural Bureau, a violet-haired woman respectfully presented a report to her superior. Senior, we have just received information from Jiangnan City regarding the skeletal masked individual. An approximately 56-year-old man picked up the report. Title, Wolf Extinction. Ability, Spatial Type Supernatural Power, akin to a golden flash time-space technique. Weapon, Scythe. The report included images of Lin Feng in combat, along with speculative information. A spatial-type supernatural ability is indeed a valuable asset. Inform them that it is imperative to recruit this individual into our supernatural bureau. Understood, Senior. Old Zhang, who parked the truck here. It's been 2 days. Why hasn't it been moved? Passing by the entrance of the community, Lin Feng encountered a familiar security guard and casually inquired. Unclear indeed. It is said that the car owner has encountered some misfortune. Such a heavy truck inexplicably found its way onto that platform. Now it cannot be moved. And efforts are being made to contact a crane. However, he has brought this upon himself, frequently parking at the entrance, causing inconvenience for the residents. Arguments have erupted regularly over the past few days. Now, it seems he will think twice about where he parks. Grandpa Zhang expressed his sentiments, seemingly pleased. He had often quarreled with the car owner over this issue, and now the vehicle is stuck. Chapter 23, The Mysterious Encounter. A photo from Qian arrived. Precisely the one taken by Rinyu moments ago. Brother, how does this photo look? Qian inquired, holding her phone. Lin Feng took a careful look. Indeed. It was quite well captured. Qian's height complemented Lin Feng's stature perfectly. They had not taken many pictures together, and the angle was quite favorable. He noticed that most of the other avatars on WeChat were family photos, while he still had the default floral avatar, so he casually updated it with the new picture. After setting down his belongings, he busied himself in the kitchen. Today, he had specifically purchased a large fish head to prepare a nourishing soup for Qian, ensuring she had the necessary sustenance during this crucial month ahead. He was quite concerned for his sister. Jiangnan City, Yonglu County, Gushi Village. This is a particularly remote little village. Most young people have gone to the city for work, leaving behind only a few dozen elderly residents who care for numerous poultry. Although the population is small, there is still a semblance of vitality. However, overnight, the village inexplicably turned into a desolate wasteland. The entire village was deserted, and even the domesticated fowl had mysteriously vanished. Upon receiving a report from relatives in another location, the patrol bureau collected surveillance footage but found no clues, ultimately categorizing the incident as supernatural. They had no choice but to request assistance from the Supernatural Bureau, as only they possessed the means to deal with such entities. Ordinary individuals are utterly helpless. Lin, have you discovered anything? Asked a somewhat innocent-looking young woman. They had been assigned to investigate the cause of this occurrence. The man was named Lin Yuan, endowed with awakened thunder power, while the woman was Ding Yao, possessing awakened heavy water power. Together for many years. They were both partners and a couple. Their combined abilities rivaled those of typical level supernatural beings. The spiritual energy glasses detected nothing. But I indeed sensed the lingering aura of a spirit, Lin Yuan said gravely. This was his first encounter with such a bizarre event, devoid of any traces. What could have caused this? The perimeter of the village had already been sealed by the patrol bureau, until the truth is uncovered. No one is allowed to enter or exit. Let us wait until nightfall, Lin Yuan contemplated for a long while. The night brings dense dark energy. Perhaps we will uncover further discoveries. All right, Ding Yao replied, recognizing the seriousness of the situation. They found a vantage point with an excellent view. Ding Yao picked up a talisman and gently placed it on the ground. In an instant, a crimson rune circle materialized around them. With this circle in place, they could temporarily conceal their presence, evading detection by malevolent entities. I must say, those talismans crafted by the cultivators prove remarkably effective, Ding Yao remarked with a light chuckle. Lin Yuan gazed at her and responded, within the Paranormal Bureau, there are numerous cultivators. Whenever they embark on missions, the Bureau often dispatches special talismans as well. These talismans are unique in that they do not require spiritual energy to activate, possessing only simple passive effects. However, they suffice for our tasks. After all, more advanced talismans are unlikely to be relinquished by those practitioners. The competitive dynamic between the two factions has always been present, and the Bureau continues to mediate this relationship. As night fell, the ancient village was beset by chilling winds, with gusts occasionally rattling the doors and windows. Lin Yuan and Ding Yao wore solemn expressions, as the paranormal glasses indicated a persistent fluctuation of special energy. The clock ticked towards midnight. Ding Yao was astonished to see a terrifying creature emerge from the ancient well, which she had previously scrutinized multiple times. The creature stood a height of 10 feet, its head grotesquely decayed, and its body was infested with minuscule corpse worms. Its abdomen bore a gaping wound, from which a crimson substance oozed. At first glance, it was utterly horrifying. Strange, this creature's level is only indicated as low. Yet I feel a profound sense of unease, Ding Yao pondered. Suddenly, a wild rabbit darted from an unseen corner, heading directly towards the ancient well. The rabbit, blissfully unaware of the creature's malevolent energy, approached it. In an instant, a red tentacle shot forth from the creature's abdomen, snatching the rabbit and dragging it into its maw, where it was swiftly consumed. This creature differs entirely from what we encountered before. Could it be a new type? Lin Yuan mused. However, the lightning in his hand began to flicker as he observed the creature slowly advancing towards them. It appeared somewhat sluggish and had yet to detect their presence. Should we take action, Ling Ge? Ding Yao began to gather a sphere of heavy water. Be cautious. I sense that things are not as straightforward as they seem. Lin Yuan replied, his expression growing more somber. He felt as if certain aspects were being overlooked. The creature seemed intent on traversing the area they occupied, and although its approach was slow, the distance between them was steadily diminishing. Let's strike, Ding Yao declared. The creature is already within such close proximity. We must eliminate it first. Just as she prepared to unleash the heavy water, the creature's abdomen suddenly extended multiple tentacles, lunging towards them. With remarkable speed, Lin Yuan wielded his lightning, honed through years of partnership with Ding Yao, and severed the tentacles with precision. The heavy water materialized into a prison, encircling the creature. It continued to roar in fury, its tentacles attempting to break free, yet they were thwarted by the aqueous confinement. Lin Yuan transformed his lightning into a sword, unleashing a lightning strike that pierced through the watery prison. Astonishingly, the creature was cleaved in two. Is it dead? Ding Yao inquired, observing the severed halves collapse to the ground. Just as she began to relax, a sense of foreboding washed over her. No, do not let your guard down, Lin Yuan observed as the creature's bisected form continued to writhe, astonishingly reassembling itself into two identical monstrosities. With a swift stroke of his sword, he unleashed a thunderous strike. How could this be? Despite his relentless onslaught, the creature seemed to multiply rather than diminish, becoming increasingly formidable with each blow. Brother Lin, the heavy water prison is on the verge of collapse. The myriad of monsters, after splitting, began to consume one another. How could this occur? Both individuals wore expressions of astonishment. The energy of the devoured creatures was, inexplicably, escalating. They had never encountered such entities before. Killing them resulted in continuous division, and after splitting, they were capable of reconsuming each other, thus acquiring evolutionary abilities. Such phenomena had never been documented in the database. Elsewhere on the hillside, Lin Feng stood atop a colossal ancient tree, intently observing the fierce battle unfolding before him. He had just completed a ghost hunting task assigned by the system, vanquishing a rural specter. As he settled in this location, he witnessed the intense clash between a man and a woman. Host, are you not going to lend a hand? The system suddenly inquired. Do you believe I can handle this? This creature is constantly dividing and self-consuming. It completely defies the law of energy conservation, Lin Feng replied. If I were to encounter it in the future, I would need a corresponding method. As for showing off to save someone, that thought has not crossed my mind for now. The two combatants in the fray did not seem on the brink of demise. Just as he prepared to depart, he noticed a figure clad in a red cloud-patterned robe not far off, wearing a conical hat, intently gazing at the fierce duel. Feeling a premonition, Lin Feng employed his probing ability. I power top tier? How could it be so potent? Lin Feng was taken aback. It was his first encounter with someone of such high caliber. Ding. Witnessing a splendid battle grants one mysterious lottery draw. System, from whom have you learned this? Watching videos for grand prizes? Chapter 24, The Serpent. How could it be so powerful? The monster, upon surpassing level, began to split autonomously. Water dragon. The heavy water in Ding Yao's hands morphed, condensing into a gigantic water dragon. Explosive thunder. Lin Yuan infused his lightning directly into the water dragon. The amalgamation of thunder and water resonated within the dragon, creating a cacophony of roars. This was their unique combination skill. The water dragon entwined itself around the swarm of monsters, erupting in a series of explosive sounds. The shattered remains were strewn across the ground. Brother Lin, did we succeed? Ding Yao inquired, surveying the scattered corpses. It seems not, Lin Yuan noted, witnessing an anomaly. The fragmented body began to coalesce once more without dividing again, ultimately forming a towering giant standing 7 zhang high. It boasted 10 arms and 20 eyes encircling its form. Energy detection, level. How could this be? The more they killed, the stronger it became. What kind of monster is this? Ding Yao could not help but exclaim. This was their first encounter with such a creature. It appeared impervious to death. A resounding roar echoed through the air. The monstrous creature descended with a crushing fist. Evading its strike, Lin Yuan swiftly sheltered Ding Yao. The creature's speed intensified, and its abdominal tentacles lunged forward, incessantly attempting to ensnare Lin Yuan. The duo found themselves embroiled in a grueling struggle. At that moment, a colossal figure, radiant in red, plummeted from the heavens, severing the tentacles with a single stroke of its sword. Lin Yuan instinctively embraced Ding Yao. Shaken by the previous scene, had it not been for the giant's intervention, Ding Yao would surely have been in peril. Upon witnessing its severed appendages, the creature retaliated with a thunderous punch aimed at the crimson giant. Astonishingly, the strike inflicted no damage whatsoever. Instead, the giant countered with another slash, piercing through the creature's chest. You cannot kill me, the creature growled, revealing a semblance of intelligence. Suddenly, the giant's sword emitted a brilliant red glow. Lin Yuan then discerned that the hilt was shaped like a gourd. The crimson light swirled, and the creature was inexorably drawn into the hilt. Once the creature vanished entirely, the red giant began to dissipate. To Ding Yao's astonishment, within the fading form stood a man donning a conical hat. Could it be that he was the one orchestrating the giant's actions? As the man turned to depart, Lin Yuan stepped forward. Thank you, esteemed sir, for your assistance. The man merely waved a hand dismissively, heading towards the ancient well. Ding Yao noticed a red ring adorning the man's finger. After lingering at the cave entrance for a moment, the man spoke. "May I inquire as to your identity?" "It must be that serpent," he replied cryptically before vanishing into the shadows. Lin Yuan distinctly observed the man cough deeply. "Is my body so frail? It seems my plans must be expedited," he murmured, glancing at the bloodstains on his hand. Soon, he disappeared into the darkness. Ding. Mission accomplished. Lin Feng remained in awe, marveling at the sheer elegance of the technique. Was this the terror of being governed by a giant? With a mere flick of the wrist, the seemingly indomitable creature was sealed and absorbed. Such a skill was truly remarkable. If he could acquire it, transforming into a giant would mean dispatching malevolent spirits with but a single strike. Yet, what was the system's intention in allowing him to witness this battle? Lin Feng pondered, his understanding of the system suggesting it would not permit him to benefit without reason. Recalling the opportunity for a lottery upon watching the spectacle, Lin Feng initiated the process. "Begin." "Stop. Congratulations, host. You have received a bottle of strength potion, permanently enhancing your strength attribute." "Wonderful. This was certainly worth the viewing." Lin Feng grasped the crimson potion and consumed it in one gulp. Feeling an immense surge of power, he unleashed a punch against a nearby mountain. Boom. The mountainside instantly fractured, fissures spreading like veins, and debris cascaded down. Is this truly the extent of my newfound strength? Lin Feng marveled before swiftly retreating from the scene. The following day, Lin Feng received a message from Hatsune Miku. "Why have you changed your avatar? Sister Lung, what do you think of this photo? It's quite delightful. Isn't it?" Lin Feng sent a broad smile. What does delightful even mean? Those unaware might mistake it for a couple's profile picture, thought Yi Chuin to herself. Yet, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. She was well aware of their relationship. However, that delicate figure clad in a short skirt and black stockings certainly captured the camera's charm. Could it be that Lin Feng has a penchant for such types? At that moment, Yi Chuin received an internal assistance notification on her phone. Glancing at the contents, she mused. "Let me stay in Jiangnan to assist with the investigation of the serpent. Since it's a matter of official duty, I suppose I shall remain." She spoke to herself. Indeed, she held a special affection for Lin Feng. Having known each other online for 4 years, aside from their identities, they shared an unfiltered bond. It was Lin Feng who had accompanied her through countless long nights. Moreover, from the very first encounter, she was captivated by his unique aura. She found herself somewhat enamored. Now at 24 and yet to have experienced romance, she undeniably yearned for the taste of love. Following the giant incident, Lin Feng inquired with the system about that man's peculiar eye power. It was indeed extraordinary. The system's marketplace offered it for sale, yet only in its ordinary form. To upgrade to the version that summoned giants came with harsh conditions. One had to commit murder against a loved one. Upon hearing this requirement, Lin Feng was instantly repulsed. How could he ever contemplate harming Qianqian? Such thoughts were utterly unfathomable. After all, she was his sole family in this world, albeit not by blood. As night fell, Lin Feng picked up his scythe and resumed his tasks. He set himself a modest goal, to purchase a new apartment within the year. That girl? While surveying his targets, Lin Feng suddenly caught sight of a familiar little girl, the ghost he encountered on the second floor of the water-bottom bar. At that moment, she was fleeing, and he noticed a rather tall, formidable malevolent spirit pursuing her. "Little girl, you cannot escape. Surrender to me and be devoured," the malevolent spirit declared. Its enthusiasm for the chase seemingly waning. It extended its arm to seize the girl. With its gaping maw, it prepared to swallow her whole. Suddenly, a blood-red crescent slashed through the air, severing the malevolent spirit at the neck, causing it to dissolve into green phosphorescent flames before vanishing. The little girl looked on in astonishment as a figure donned in a skull mask appeared before her. "Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm." Lin Feng spoke softly. This girl was merely an ordinary ghost, likely one harboring unfulfilled wishes, as the system described. "Do you have any unfulfilled wishes?" Lin Feng inquired. His concern was not born from an excess of compassion, but rather from the haunting familiarity in the girl's gaze, reminiscent of Qianqian's past sorrows. The girl spoke in fragmented phrases. "Can this also trigger a quest?" Lin Feng was taken aback. He had always assumed that quests were solely initiated by ghost hunting. "Host, in addition to standard quests, there are indeed numerous hidden tasks," the system informed him. Lin Feng regarded the little girl kindly. Chapter 25, Soul Pearl. Lin Feng allowed the little girl to rest on his back as he leapt across the rooftops, moving forward with purpose. The little girl's home is situated 10 kilometers away, yet for him, it poses no challenge. He has long been accustomed to navigating through the world with ease. Lin Feng can perceive the weight of the girl's soul, albeit with a certain chill, an intrinsic quality of a soul's essence. Is this the nature of existence after death? Lin Feng mused silently. After approximately half an hour, Lin Feng stood atop a rooftop, able to discern the precise location of the girl's home. It was nestled within an upscale villa district, a place where only the affluent reside. However, the area surrounding the villas was shrouded in a lingering aura of malevolence. From a feng shui perspective, the layout was perilous, particularly conducive to the existence of malevolent spirits. As he traversed the path, The number of spirits began to swell, seemingly drawn to the girl with an insatiable attraction, akin to a delicacy. What makes this girl so extraordinary? Lin Feng, too, was intrigued. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant. Any entity daring to approach him was swiftly dispatched by a blood-red crescent, a testament to his enhanced prowess. His abilities had evolved significantly, with his weapon mastery reaching a proficiency level of 3, granting him a 30% increase in attack power. The phantom moon itself dealt additional damage to spectral beings, effortlessly vanquishing even the most formidable spirits. Ah, Pearl? After slaying a grave spirit, a round orb fell to the ground. Lin Feng swiftly grasped the pearl in his hand. Soul-nourishing pearl. At the cost of a blood relative's lifespan, it can nurture a lingering spirit, reconstituting it into physical form, ineffective for those who have died of natural causes, only applicable to those who met untimely ends. Every spirit that dared to surface had become a source of experience points for him. He was eager to level up and unlock the system's marketplace, rumored to be filled with wondrous items. In the Ling family's villa, a young girl's voice echoed, "Lanner, please stop crying." Within a children's bedroom adorned with plush toys, a pink princess bed, art albums, and a small card, a photograph of a cherubic little girl graced the wall, radiating innocence. A middle-aged man, weary and graying, gently caressed the woman's forehead, his heart heavy with sorrow. Their daughter had been missing for days, while his wife wept incessantly, engulfed by memories in this room. "Xiao Yao will be all right, Li Gu. Could you send someone to search again?" The woman murmured. The man's lips curled into a bitter smile. Had he the means to find her, he would not be in such despair. Deep down, he had already come to terms with the outcome, though he was loath to accept it. Having navigated the treacherous waters of commerce for years, he had only welcomed a daughter at the age of 40. Never anticipating such a fate, he had long since relinquished his responsibilities at the company, entrusting its management to his younger brother, Ling Shan. For him, the past was a heavy burden. "Very well, I shall send more people to search. We will find Xiao Yao," he affirmed, both gazing at their daughter's photograph in silence. Suddenly, a sound echoed from downstairs as the door creaked open. The man heard the commotion but thought little of it. This was a high-end villa district with impeccable security. A robbery was highly unlikely. The sound of footsteps approached, growing nearer. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the escort mission. Would you like to draw your reward now?" Lin Feng was not in a hurry. He ascended the staircase with Ling Xiaoyao, step by step. The villa was vast, and the night enveloped it in an unusual stillness. Only one bedroom emitted a feeble light through the crack of the door. "Brother, it's right here," Ling Xiaoyao said, sensing the presence of her parents. Suddenly, the door was flung open with a bang. Ling Li, wielding a black handgun, directed it toward the entrance. As a businessman, acquiring such weapons was all too effortless for him. However, he was confronted with a scene that filled him with terror. A figure clad in black stood at the threshold, wearing a peculiar skull mask, gazing at him with an eerie intensity. Bang! Ling Li's hand trembled slightly as he fired a shot. Lin Feng, noticing the bullet whizzing by, merely tilted his body and evaded it effortlessly. Of course, even if he had taken the hit, it would not have been fatal. "Who are you?" Ling Li managed to maintain a semblance of composure despite his rising panic. He could not suppress a cry. "Lanner, are you all right?" Without regard for anything else, Ling Li rushed to embrace his wife. "Who sent you?" He furrowed his brow, observing that Lin Feng was alone, causing suspicion to stir within him. He surmised that someone capable of dodging bullets at such close range could not be an ordinary individual, but rather likely an awakened ability user. Yet, he had also heard that such individuals adhered to certain rules, forbidding the use of their powers to harm ordinary people, with severe consequences for those who transgressed, provided they were discovered. "Your daughter, Ling Xiaoyao," Lin Feng spoke softly, taking in the lavish decor of the room, fully aware of the profound sorrow that must be felt by the parents. "Where is Xiaoyao?" The woman, overwhelmed with emotion, disregarded Lin Feng's intentions. "Before you. She is simply invisible to you both." Lin Feng pointed to the little girl before her. "Are you toying with us?" Ling Li's anger flared. As a father on the brink of losing control, his heart was a tumultuous blend of rage and fear. Yet, he hesitated to act, mindful of his wife's presence. He could not afford to provoke this man. "Xiaoyao, if you have something to say, I will convey it," Lin Feng said gently. Feeling somewhat out of place in this scenario, she spoke, and Lin Feng meticulously relayed her words, mentioning several particular matters. As Ling Li's head gradually bowed, he realized those secrets belonged solely to the father-daughter bond. Xiaoyao could not have confided them to anyone else. Doubt began to wane as Ling Li considered Lin Feng's statements more seriously. "Can you tell me how she met her demise?" Ling Li's voice trembled with emotion. "In the water tank of your company's building. She said it was done by your second uncle," Lin Feng conveyed, feeling a pang of compassion for such a young girl to be targeted. "Was it indeed your second brother?" The man's eyes darkened with fury. This was his own flesh and blood. Yet, he was consumed by a desire to rend him apart. Ling Xiaoyao's final wish lingered, her form shimmering with an ethereal glow, on the verge of dissipating. But she truly did not want to leave. Ding ding, triggering a special mission, the benevolent ghost. Complete the resurrection of Ling Xiaoyao and receive a mysterious 5 draws. Host, your luck is truly remarkable. You have activated a hidden task. Lin Feng suddenly recalled something. Indeed. Just like in novels, the necessary items always arrive at the most opportune moments. Was the soul-nurturing pearl intended for this? He had no use for the pearl he acquired, as he stored all unnecessary items in his ring without any intention of selling them. Blood-kin resurrection. He truly had no blood relatives in this world. If she could be revived, what price would you pay? Lin Feng uttered. Naturally. The task must be accomplished by any means. After all, he had no use for that object. Resurrection? Do you have a way to bring her back? The woman seemed to grasp a lifeline. Anything you desire from this household is yours, even my life. Chapter 26. Farewell, Goddess. Lin Feng produced the soul-nurturing pearl he had just obtained. This would suffice. Moreover, it would complete the task. The system had been quite favorable to him. I shall contain Xiaoyao's soul within this pearl. After 49 days, her body will reconstitute. At that time, she will naturally be resurrected, Lin Feng declared. What must we do? The woman inquired eagerly. What exactly is the price you speak of? Drip your blood onto the soul-nurturing pearl. She shall receive half the lifespan of her kin. Only half the lifespan. Can't we give her all of it? The woman was not concerned with the lifespan itself, but rather wished to transfer it entirely. This is an act against the heavens. Do not ponder too much. Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. This is precisely what the instructions for the pearl state. Without further hesitation, the two of them cut their fingers and let their blood fall onto the pearl. The originally transparent orb became stained a vivid crimson. They could even see the silhouette of a girl within the orb. Though somewhat blurred, they could see a glimmer of hope. Thank you for rescuing our daughter. The couple bowed in gratitude. Such kindness is unforgettable. This must be my destined connection with her. Lin Feng reflected on the scene of tossing rings. That gaze truly resembled Qian. I do not know if you will ever need my assistance in the future. Should you require anything, I would not hesitate to offer my life, Lingli said earnestly. Lingli had initially thought to mention money or a house, but reconsidered, fearing such mundane offerings might displease his benefactor. Perhaps one day, he might indeed need assistance, Lin Feng mused. The aura of this villa area is rather heavy. It is unsuitable for habitation. If possible, relocate swiftly, for misfortune may befall you otherwise. After Lin Feng spoke, he vanished in an instant. Much time had been wasted today. His ghost-catching plans remained unfulfilled. Relocation, Ling Li snapped back to reality. If their daughter could safely return, they would abandon the house without a second thought. As for his younger brother, he would never let him off the hook. Lottery. Activate. Stop. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a rare item. The substitute corpse doll, unique item. Non-tradable, gift. The replacement doll. After binding, one may resurrect once after an unexpected death. How splendid this is, thought Lin Feng with a hint of excitement. Given his frequent ventures outside, accidents could occur, and possessing this replacement doll would essentially grant him an additional life. This mission was truly worthwhile. He had saved that girl's life, and in return, the system had gifted him a life anew. Upon returning home, he placed the doll at the head of his bed and inserted a strand of hair into its head. Gradually, the doll's facial features began to morph, becoming increasingly similar to his own. After 49 days, he could engage in 5 draws, correct? Indeed, once that girl is resurrected, the draws may commence. Your fortune is remarkably favorable. I can almost envision the prospect of entering the Golden Group, the system remarked. Golden Group? Lin Feng was somewhat perplexed. You are currently too weak. It would be best to wait until you grow stronger to discuss it further. A week later, Lin Feng saw on the news that Ling Shanshan, the second in command of the Ling Group, had unexpectedly fallen from the rooftop of a building. The reports detailing the gruesome nature of her demise. However, her funeral was notably understated. Aside from her children, no one else attended. Even her elder brother, Lingli, who typically shared a close bond, was absent from the ceremony. Didn't you say you would leave in a few days? The family arranged a matchmaking meeting for her, but she refused. Thus she remained in Jiangnan City for the time being. She wished to lay low for a while, as she was unfamiliar with the area. Please keep an eye on her for me. If you are free, take my aunt to see a movie. I've heard that the newly released The Ring is quite intriguing. I've already booked the tickets. All right, Brother Wolf, your word is law. At the Seaside Hotel? I am truly clever to have conceived such an idea, someone unconsciously praised. Her role-playing was indeed demanding. When portraying Wolf Mia, she had to be bold. Yet when she transformed into Hatsune Miku, she became a delicate maiden. Ding ding. Sister Lung, are you free to watch a movie tonight? The Ring. Shortly after Wolf Mia sent the message, Yi Chuin received a WeChat notification from the kindergarten bus. Yes, I'm free. It's fortunate that I have nothing on my agenda. However, I've heard that the film is rather terrifying. What should I wear tonight? Yi Chuin pondered while turning off the television. She had spent the past few days bored, watching all 117 installments of Ju-on. What monotonous films, they were utterly unexciting. She might as well visit a graveyard to witness real ghosts dancing. The designated time was 7 o'clock, to meet at the entrance of Baida Cinema. Lin Feng had dinner and set off early. It was always impolite to arrive late when watching a movie with a girl. Yet, he could not fathom why Brother Wolf had chosen such a horror film. He had heard that a more comedic film, Sex is Zero, had received quite favorable reviews. But he hadn't found the time to watch it. After collecting his tickets, he stood at the cinema entrance waiting. Lin Feng's physique made him stand out amidst the crowd, and soon, several young women approached him to strike up conversations. Before long, he spotted a familiar sports car appearing at the cinema entrance, attracting considerable attention. Such a limited edition vehicle was a rare sight, and many people gathered around the front to take photos. The car door slowly opened. Today, Yi Chuyin donned an outfit that exuded a touch of sensuality under the guidance of Shui Changhua. She wore a black top complemented by a delicate shawl. Her alabaster curves were subtly visible, revealing enticing contours, rounded and full, presenting a figure that was both exquisite and voluptuous. Clad in sheer black stockings that accentuated her legs, she appeared even more alluring than the last time they met. After a meticulous adornment, she radiated an aura of sophistication. Lin Feng, have you been waiting long? Yi Chuyin approached him without a care for the gazes of others. Cold sister, I just arrived a moment ago, Lin Feng replied earnestly. Wolf brother has reserved a private room for us. Let us proceed upstairs, she suggested. Very well. Yi Chuyin had booked an extravagant luxury suite, costing a whopping $99.99. With an excellent view. Lin Feng, is this film truly not frightening? Yi Chuyin feigned concern. Wolf brother assured me he has seen this film. And the plot is quite decent, Lin Feng explained. The room was theirs alone, creating a relaxed atmosphere. After settling into her seat, Yi Chuyin removed her red high heels, resting her legs comfortably as she reclined in her chair, engrossed in the film. Lin Feng noticed her long legs and black stockings occasionally swaying before him, their elegance undeniable. Suddenly, he pinched himself sharply, nearly losing himself in the inspiration to write right there before Yi Chuyin. Fortunately, he remained undetected. Otherwise, it would have been quite scandalous. Chapter 27. A lack of taste. Watching a film in the private room was indeed delightful. The sound and lighting were impeccably suited, far surpassing the ambience of viewing on a computer screen. Lin Feng was captivated, as this was his first cinematic experience since his arrival in this world. Yi Chuyin's long legs, almost draping over his seat, made him hesitant to steal another glance, fearing he might leave an undesirable impression. His nature was such that he revealed his true self only to those he felt close to. Yi Chuyin found his demeanor somewhat perplexing. In novels, such scenes typically prompted a flutter of emotions, or at least some physical reactions. It seemed he truly was not one to indulge in base desires, she mused. After all, how could he not even glance her way? She held a strong confidence in her appearance, embodying both a cute and sophisticated charm. Her feelings for Lin Feng were distinctly special. The first novel she ever read was Doghouse War God, penned by him, which moved her to tears with its portrayal of the war god's daughter residing in a doghouse. She had been preoccupied with training and executing special missions, leaving little time for leisure, yet she relentlessly pursued Lin Feng's writings. Other authors' works failed to captivate her, as they required too much mental effort. Unlike her friend Gu Qianqian, who approached reading with rigor, Yi Chuyin preferred an uncomplicated enjoyment of literature. Lin Feng's martial arts narratives suited her perfectly. From her initial pursuit of his work to the present day, it had been over 4 years. They had engaged in numerous private exchanges on the Zenamato platform, cultivating a profound friendship. Lin Feng's eloquence and comfortable prose, especially his strikingly handsome visage upon their first meeting, had left an indelible impression on her heart. It felt as though her very being had been touched by something extraordinary, rendering her unable to extricate herself from the enchantment. What a pity it would be to miss such an opportunity. At that very moment in the film, the female ghost suddenly materialized, eliciting a chorus of screams from the audience. Seizing the moment, Yi Chuyin grasped Lin Feng's hand, feigning terror as she prepared to mimic a scream. However, to her surprise, Lin Feng emitted a yelp first. Oh dear, I forgot to temper my strength, she realized, as her grip, though slight, proved excessively powerful for an ordinary person. Your strength is truly remarkable, Lin Feng remarked, astonished. His body was fortified, resilient as steel. Even bullets could barely faze him. So why did a mere pinch cause such discomfort? Could it be that his enhanced abilities faltered in the presence of beauty? What nonsense are you spouting? Yi Chuyin replied, a hint of blush coloring her cheeks. She had constructed her persona to be delicately fragile, a woman who required Lin Feng's assistance even to twist off a bottle cap. Lin Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Was it truly a figment of his imagination? Cold sister hardly seemed endowed with such strength. It must be his misperception. This film is terrifying. I certainly won't sleep tonight, Yi Chuyin murmured softly, just audible to Lin Feng. Shall we not watch any longer? Perhaps engage in other activities? Recalling Brother Langmi's instructions to care for his sister-in-law, Lin Feng decided it was best to abandon the film. They could always catch the next one on a fast track, at least ensuring they witnessed the conclusion. He switched off the projector, plunging the room into silence. Other activities? Was he implying something more? Yi Chuyin's fingertips danced nervously against each other, a blush creeping onto her face. Despite her outward bravado and undefeated prowess in battle, her romantic life resembled a blank slate, never having experienced a genuine relationship. Following the awakening of her abilities, her focus had been solely on training. leading to a growing distance between her and those who dared to approach her. Time swept by, and at 24, she found herself still single, teetering on the brink of becoming a leftover woman. Should he take my hand? Would I refuse him? A whirlwind of thoughts flooded her mind. It was indeed inappropriate for a girl to watch horror films. Brother Lang's recommendation of The Ring was questionable at best. Lin Feng stood and stole another glance at Yi Chuyan's alluring legs, suddenly feeling a rush of excitement. Was this the allure of stockings? Perhaps he found it appealing. After all, he was an honest man, as Yi Chuyan explained. She had not anticipated that this highly rated horror film would lack substance. Had she known, she would have preferred to watch Sister's Athletic Friend, a film recommended by Shui Chengyue, which she had yet to see. Once outside the cinema, they discovered that it was merely a half-hour walk back to her hotel, making it convenient for Lin Feng to escort her. Walking side by side, they exchanged laughter and banter. As a struggling writer, he possessed a fundamental skill set. He had concluded that to captivate an audience, a bit of flair was essential. Without it, who would pay attention? But should the narrative become too intense, editor Wadalong would certainly issue a warning. The routine often involved relentless revisions, a painful process. He even fantasized about transforming into a reaper, whisking away the editor. Now he was also being cautious, fearing that a sudden increase in speed might lead his readers astray. Lin Feng, have you had any romantic encounters during this time? Yi Chuyan suddenly inquired. Romantic encounters? I suppose not, Lin Feng murmured to himself. He had indeed experienced an online romance in his previous life, but they had parted ways before he transitioned into this one. Their relationship hardly qualified as significant. Aren't you considering finding a partner? Surely you don't intend to remain single for life, Yi Chuyan jested, yet her gaze remained fixed on Lin Feng, eager to hear his response. A girlfriend? Perhaps I shall consider it once Qian enters university. I would need to move into a larger house first, Lin Feng contemplated aloud. The current residence was too cramped, and the sound insulation left much to be desired. He had to wear headphones just to watch the news, largely due to the multitude of viruses plaguing his computer, which frequently prompted intrusive ads for online dealers in Macau. Their volume startlingly loud and often erupting in the stillness of midnight. Do you have a particular type you fancy? I can offer some insights, Sister Lung proffered playfully. In truth, she was merely curious about Lin Feng's preferences, as she could embody various personas, whether cute or formidable, offensive or defensive. A wealthy partner would suffice as well. After all, she was not lacking in funds. As for looks, for some reason, the image of a short-haired girl sprang to Lin Feng's mind. He shook his head vigorously, wondering why he was thinking of that girl. It must be due to a lack of sleep. Appearance is not of great concern to me. I tend to be somewhat face-blind. A good character and genuine sincerity are what truly matter, Lin Feng jested, not taking it too seriously. And what do you think of someone like me? Yi Chuyan queried tentatively. Sister Lung, you're joking again. How could that be? Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. He genuinely harbored no thoughts regarding someone like Yi Chuyan, the affluent second generation. Besides, Langmi had been his loyal companion for many years. While others regarded him as a brother, he could not entertain thoughts of becoming his brother-in-law. Is he even human? Yi Chuyan pouted after hearing his response and walked ahead alone. What a dense head. Indeed, she had developed feelings for Lin Feng. Emotions often arrived without warning, inexplicably igniting. Chapter 28, Self-Destruction. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Feng heard the deafening roar of motorcycles, an incessant cacophony. Turning around, he spotted 7 or 8 young men engaged in a reckless display of speed and acrobatics on the road. Can motorcycles be ridden like that? He slowed his pace, unable to resist stealing a few more glances. He observed a purple motorcycle performing tricks, lifting its front wheel one moment and its rear wheel the next. The movements strikingly flamboyant. After executing a serpentine maneuver, it surged forward. When the rider caught sight of Yi Chuyan, who was walking ahead, her graceful silhouette and elegantly long legs clad in white stockings compelled him to approach and introduce himself. With a figure so alluring from behind, one could only imagine how captivating she appeared from the front. These youthful daredevils were adept at roadside flirtation. Beautiful lady, I'm Tian Zong from the Zong AI family. Would you care to join me in experiencing the thrill of the wind? The motorcycle came to a halt before Yi Chuyan, the young man deliberately tossing his hair for effect. The standard posture, accompanied by the revving of the motorcycle, indeed appeared somewhat foolish in Yi Chuyan's eyes. She glared, and had it not been for Lin Feng's presence behind her, she would have tossed the man and his bike into the ditch. As the aura of authority emanating from Yi Chuyan slightly dissipated, the man immediately collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The mere release of such a faint aura was beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. At that moment, Sister Lung, Lin Feng, had hurried over. Seeing the man sprawled on the ground, still shivering, she inquired, "What happened here?" "I'm not sure," Yi Chuyan replied. He came over and fell to the ground trembling. He might be having a seizure. Lin Feng, unfamiliar with the concept of an aura of authority, lacked the knowledge due to the restrictions of the death god system. His friends have arrived. They should take him to the hospital. Let us leave, he suggested, having already heard the motorcycle revving behind them and lacking any intention to intervene. Brother Tianzong, what is wrong? The motorcycle behind them came to a halt, and they rushed forward to see their leader, Tianzong, quivering on the ground. The man lay there, his finger weakly pointing towards Yi Chuan as he struggled to utter a single word. A young man with a bright orange explosion hairstyle dismounted from his motorcycle, wielding a long pair of nunchaku. Lin Feng, dismissive of these nonconformist youths, refrained from engaging further. It seems you do not regard me, Zhang Mi, with any seriousness. If we do not resolve this matter today, neither you nor your girlfriend will be allowed to leave, the blonde-haired man declared, his steel pipe rhythmically striking the ground, seemingly attempting to instill psychological pressure upon Lin Feng. Lin Feng internally mused that trouble was once again seeking him out. He was prepared. If the blonde dared to utter another word, he would ensure he would be lying down today. What did you just say? Yi Chuan suddenly interjected. Who cannot leave? Upon seeing Yi Chuan directly, Zhang Mi stuttered. You are truly a stunning beauty. At merely 20 years of age, he found himself utterly defenseless against such a woman of her caliber. What you said before, Yi Chuan continued. You and your girlfriend? Zhang Mi ventured hesitantly. To his surprise, she remarked, your perception is quite sharp. What kind of explanation do you desire? Yi Chuan's keen insight was indeed commendable, otherwise, he would likely be lying on the ground like Tianzong. Lin Feng was taken aback. Sister Lung was indeed humorous. Such a scene still allowed for jest. His understanding was rather simplistic. How could a woman so wealthy and beautiful be interested in him? After all, they had only known each other for half a month. Was this truly a jest? Tianzong seemed to regain a bit of strength, grasping the blonde's leg as if to convey something. Brother Tian, what do you wish to say? The blonde leaned closer. Do not provoke her. There is something wrong, Tianzong finally managed to utter. He had sensed the terrifying aura in Yi Chuan's gaze. A display of fearsome power that was unmistakably not of an ordinary person. With that, his head drooped again, and he fell into unconsciousness. Brother Tian, the yellow-haired individual swiftly guided the person onto the motorcycle. At this moment, the urgency of saving a life took precedence, and with another rev of the engine, they sped away, leaving a thick cloud of exhaust in their wake. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, having unexpectedly noticed a dark aura surrounding the yellow-haired man. Upon a second glance, the ominous energy had vanished, leaving him with a lingering sense of peculiarity. Let us go, Yi Chuan expressed her disinterest in these ordinary individuals, having only been involved due to that day's unfortunate incident. Indeed, there are regulations for those with special abilities that prohibit them from acting against ordinary people. Yet for her, the constraints of such laws held little weight. They were merely stipulations crafted for the weak. She considered herself a judge in this world, where might often dictates reason. Following the earlier commotion, Lin Feng instinctively took Yi Chuan's hand, preparing to depart together. Yi Chuan's face flushed instantly. Lin Feng was taken aback. He was accustomed to holding hands with someone else. Reflecting on how he had unconsciously grasped her hand, he realized that when he attempted to release it, she had naturally intertwined her fingers with his. The two stood hand in hand, reminiscent of a couple leisurely strolling through a marketplace. The current atmosphere was tinged with awkwardness, as whoever spoke first would feel the embarrassment. At that moment, Pansy drove past in a small delivery truck laden with alcohol. Hey, Uncle Ga, don't those two look like the ones we saw at the amusement park last time? It does seem like them, Uncle Ga replied, recalling that Scorpion Boss had instructed them to keep their distance from the woman. Pansy pressed the accelerator, speeding ahead. They still had to sell alcohol tonight, and both had several side jobs. Despite government subsidies and wages from Scorpion, they had taken to live streaming in their spare time. Uncle Ga, is there an accident up ahead? They spotted a yellow motorcycle lying on the ground, alongside two young individuals with unconventional styles. They crashed into a tree. What a reckless ride. Pansy assessed the situation, noting that the yellow-haired man likely had a shattered leg, while the other had a broken arm. Hurry up, we're running out of time. Chapter 29, just playing games? Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Feng mused, you mentioned wanting to do something fun, and yet you suggest playing Honor of Kings with me? Yi Chuan widened her eyes in surprise. Sister Lung, how about you watch me type instead? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, as he recalled that Yi Chuan dreaded nightmares at night. Brother Wolf had discreetly advised him that someone needed to keep her company, a task he felt uneasy delegating to anyone else, thus it fell upon him. With nothing else to occupy their time that late at night, what else could they do besides play games? Well then, let us just play Honor of Kings together, Yi Chuan sighed, having expected something more exciting. Perhaps something as simple as holding hands. She was surprised that the proposal was merely to play games together. What an unexciting activity. I'm going to take a shower. You can start playing without me. She felt uncomfortable if she didn't wash up before bed. Upon receiving a game invitation from her friend Chao Amon, Lin Feng saw the notification pop up as soon as he logged in. Chao Amon, a gaming friend of his, was at the silver tier of order, both still struggling in the realm of beginners after many years without reaching gold. Let us get going. Today, I'll be playing trio matches with my friend Suyu. The kindergarten car, also the name of Lin Feng's game, is abbreviated as kindergarten car, and it still has a long way to go before reaching the level of a car god. Well then, Xiang Hui had just finished his work today and was ready for a match. He had nearly refined the six-legged golden armor. In a little while, he would achieve great success, and he wished to unwind this evening by pushing for a higher rank. It was Thursday, and with elementary school students still in session, no one should be able to hinder his ascent to gold. As the match began, almost simultaneously, the notorious trio partnered up with Xianghui. I am Jinji. And Lin Feng pondered aloud that the output was not suitable for him. I am Lu Shan. I am the Monkey King. The three quickly selected their characters. Xianghui chose his most familiar hero, Ho Yi, determined to carry the entire game himself. After making his selection, Xianghui then noticed the name of the opposing player, yet another troublemaker. A chill ran down his spine. However, this time he was playing a mage, so he reassured himself that it should be fine. In the voice channel, a man and Suyu were already discussing their strategy. A man, listen to me. I will go over there to lure them. You take the opportunity to steal their blue buff, Suyu suggested. As the game commenced, Lin Feng confidently took to the mid lane. Lu Shan, accompanied by the Monkey King, ventured to steal the enemy's blue buff. Indeed, it went smoothly. The opponents did not come to contest it. A few minutes later, Suyu urged, a man, let's go. Time to ambush in the mid lane. Their teamwork was remarkably synchronized as they claimed the blue buff, the red buff, and the herald. Suyu, you're impressive. A man exclaimed, you truly have a knack for this. Their collaboration had already netted them 2 kills. This match seemed secure. Xianghui thought as he focused on steady growth in the bot lane. Although he had not scored any kills, he was still evenly matched against the opponents. Another teammate in the top lane, while somewhat suppressed, would certainly recover. With the kindergarten car leading the charge, Lin Feng executed a skill that sent the enemy Ari airborne. The Monkey King, with a flurry of strikes, surged forward alongside Lu Shan, swiftly eliminating Ari. With my clever strategy, taking down the enemy is a piece of cake. A man declared. Suyu began to boast. Suyu, playing games so late. Did you forget to submit your homework? The sound of a phone hitting the ground echoed in the voice channel, loud and clear to Lin Feng. Wow, Suyu, are you AFK? Don't you know to finish your homework before playing? Chow, a man scolded. A man? Who's that girl? Ah, that's Suyu's wife, by Jia. Before long, an unusual noise resonated in the voice channel. Chapter 30, taking you to new heights. The sound echoed like the clattering of hooves. Xianghui's expression darkened. At such a crucial moment for his ascent to gold, he was being sabotaged? This was intolerable. Friends, do not panic. 5 minutes, we will definitely finish. Let's play it safe for now, Chow, a man hurriedly advised, fearing that the others would rage quit. Xianghui suppressed his anger, using his skills to calm himself down and continue farming minions. Lu Shan finally sprang into action. Brothers, my apologies, I had some matters to attend to that delayed me. Rest assured, this match is a guaranteed victory, Suyu proclaimed. The sudden turn of events had caught everyone off guard, but his swift reflexes prevented any delays in the battle. Lin Feng remained silent, though his expression conveyed a sense of disbelief. Fortunately, the 5-minute deficit was not insurmountable, and they would soon recover. 10 minutes later, both teams exchanged blows. Lin Feng's kill count placed him a precarious third, while Xianghui's impressive score of 624 was commendable. He had already dismantled an enemy's high ground lane, and if he maintained his composure, advancing to the next stage seemed assured. Suddenly, Lu Shan fell motionless, caught off guard, and eliminated in a swift combo. Damn it, Suyu. Are you seriously distracted while gaming? Chow A-man fumed, easily discerning Suyu's antics. Are you trying to emulate Quozigo? Rest assured, victory is in our grasp. Victory, my foot. Lu Shan's demise opened the door for the opposing team to seize the dragon. In the ensuing chaos, they swiftly breached all 3 of Lin Feng's high grounds, even toppling the front tower. Fortunately, A-man capitalized on the moment to eliminate 2 vulnerable mages from the enemy side, temporarily stabilizing the situation. Lin Feng, who was just calling out. At that moment, Yi Chuan emerged from her bath, clad in a loose azure bathrobe, her hair still slightly damp. She had casually pinned it up, the robe draping loosely and barely concealing her figure, with droplets of water glistening along her collarbone. Her silhouette was striking, and her bare feet were gracefully poised. With teammates engaging in voice chat, Lin Feng found himself awkwardly explaining, "Oh, are we on the verge of losing?" Yi Chuan glanced down at the screen, her expression turning serious. This isn't good. Lin Feng felt a dampness in his nose, an ominous sign. Is this all it takes? Come, let me show you how to unleash devastating damage. With that, she nonchalantly seized Lin Feng's phone and reclined on the sofa, her feet playfully resting on the coffee table in a captivating pose. 5 minutes later, Suyu exclaimed, incredible. Jinji's preemptive control is nothing short of genius. With a perfect score and formidable equipment, she danced through the battlefield, dealing continuous damage. This is getting dull, Yi Chuan remarked, her focus unwavering. Lin Feng was torn between watching and averting his gaze. The phone rested precariously, partially obscured, yet the screen's allure drew his attention downward against his will. From this day forth, I shall call you chariot god, Chow A-man couldn't help but declare. Jinji's pinnacle outshines that inept descendant by far. It was a surprise to see such prowess from a support player. Perhaps there would be opportunities for more collaboration, Xianghui mused. With this match, he had successfully ascended to gold rank, bidding farewell to silver for good. The thought invigorated him, and he couldn't resist diving into another game. Come, sister. Let me guide you to victory, Yi Chuin announced, retrieving her own phone. As soon as she logged in, a flurry of game invitations flooded in, including several from streamers, all of which she politely declined. At the start of the match, she instructed, I will deal damage. You select a support healer. Rest assured, Sister Long. There's plenty to spare, Lin Feng assured as he selected Kai Wenji, while Yi Chuin opted for Luban. The two swiftly made their way to the bottom lane, with Lin Feng cunningly hiding behind Yi Chuin. The uncertainty introduced by his involvement in this match was palpable. Observing Yi Chuin's deft maneuvers, Lin Feng was filled with admiration. Sister Long, the jungle is deserted. Shall we engage in some wild encounters? Yi Chuin suggested. There might be someone lurking, she added, as she launched a projectile in a specific direction, striking her target dead on. This match extended for a full 40 minutes, culminating in a glorious victory for Yi Chuin, who boasted an impressive score of 21,114. The sole death she incurred was in the act of shielding Lin Feng from enemy fire. Shall we continue? Yi Chuin inquired. Lin Feng waved her off, expressing that he had merely been a passive supporter throughout the match, devoid of any genuine gaming experience. He might as well play solo. What if I switch to a different account? Yi Chuin proposed, contemplating that if Lin Feng were to play alone, it would strip the enjoyment from her own experience. Such a splendid time would indeed be squandered. Time slipped away, and Lin Feng, reclining on the sofa, fell asleep. Perhaps he was simply too fatigued, for Yi Chuin carried him to the bed without him stirring. She lay beside him, refraining from any inappropriate actions, merely turning to admire Lin Feng's face. The more she gazed, the more captivating he appeared, nearly causing her to lose control of her hands. Chapter 31. The veteran driver met with misfortune. The following day, Lin Feng awoke to the clock reading 9 a.m. Blinking in surprise, he discovered Yi Chuin sprawled before him, her hands cradling his phone, clad in a loose-fitting nightgown. Her bare feet intertwined in an alluring manner. Upon inspecting his own attire, he noted that it remained intact, suggesting he had not engaged in any untoward activities, merely slumbering in her bed. How he had arrived there remained a mystery. He recalled gaming on the sofa before succumbing to sleep. Could it be that he had sleepwalked? Otherwise, given his physique, Sister Lung would likely have struggled to carry him. Upon unlocking his phone, he found it still displaying the victory screen, revealing his ascent to Gold 3. Truly, she was magnificent, propelling him upward. Lin Feng felt a surge of joy. He had long aspired to reach gold, but had consistently languished in silver due to his lack of skill. Gazing at the sheets beside him, he gently covered Yi Chuin, for the morning chill warranted some warmth. Once everything was tidied, he rose from the bed, preparing to jot down some thoughts. Help. Lin Feng read a message from Wadalong in the author group. Chenxi had responded with a question mark. I encountered a ghost last night. It was absolutely terrifying. Does anyone have a remedy for exorcism? Please advise. Wadalong recounted the eerie events of his night, describing a nightmare in which a man clad in black, wielding chains, entered his room and left behind a note. Initially dismissing it as a dream, he was horrified to awaken and find a note stained with dark blood on his desk. The note ominously read, Dog Writer. I shall personally visit at midnight. He also shared that photo in the group. Tailang, are you jesting? Such meticulousness is a pity if you don't collaborate with me on a novel, Shinji remarked. Indeed. I am preparing to write a horror story about the resurgence of spiritual energy. The editor possesses a delightful sense of humor, and I have claimed this concept. AI Chi Ningwa stated. Who the hell has the time for jokes? My home is on the 18th floor, and the door is usually locked. Tai Lang felt a surge of anxiety, as last night's dream was all too vivid. Tai Lang, have you been driving recently? The scrutiny has intensified, Tang Si chimed in. His driving habits are principled. The master occasionally drives, which is not a concern. At least they know how to exercise restraint and use euphemisms. He primarily checks those newcomers who submit their works without moderation, flooring the accelerator right from the start, almost turning it into softcore literature. His chief editor, Hei Tai Lang, is always vigilant. Lin Feng also believed that Tai Lang was joking. Where would one find the supernatural to consult an editor? Although he had once entertained such a notion, who could truly believe that a Grim Reaper would intervene in this matter? Ignoring the chatter, Lin Feng resumed typing fervently. Just as he finished, his phone rang. Hello. May I ask if you are Lin Feng, the guardian of Gu Qianqian? Is it possible for you to come to the school today? Who are you? Lin Feng felt a wave of anxiety, fearing something had gone awry. My surname is Jean Lian, the director of the admissions office. I would like to discuss the special admission of Qianqian with you. Ah, I see. Lin Feng recalled that particularly outstanding students often had spots reserved at prestigious schools. Qianqian's performance was commendable, and if she could be directly admitted, it would indeed be wonderful. All right, Teacher Pan, I will be there shortly, Lin Feng replied. The voice on the other end seemed momentarily taken aback. She had introduced herself as Jean Lian, yet Lin Feng referred to her as Teacher Pan. What is the matter? Yi Chuin inquired, noticing Lin Feng's serious expression. Isn't Qianqian about to take the college entrance examination? Those prestigious schools are pre-admitting students from Yulon High School. And I need to investigate the situation, Lin Feng responded. Let me drive you. I'm quick behind the wheel. It won't take long, Yi Chuin offered. Wasn't your car parked at the cinema last night? Lin Feng asked. There are more than one car. Stop talking and let us go. We wouldn't want to keep the teacher waiting, Yichuan said. After a brief phone call, someone soon delivered the car keys to her. It was yet another limited edition orange sports car. To be honest, Lin Feng had never been in a sports car before. The seating position felt somewhat awkward and uncomfortable compared to a wielding. Yichuan didn't pay much mind to his discomfort once Lin Feng settled in. She pressed the accelerator and sped off. On a newly constructed road with little traffic, she couldn't resist showcasing her driving skills to Lin Feng. She drove swiftly, taking corners with momentum and drifting sideways. Suddenly, she veered off course and flipped the car. Hey, Xianghui, send someone to pick me up. Yes, she had indeed overturned the vehicle. As Xianghui diligently pursued his ascent to the ranks of gold, he received a call from Yichuan. Last night, in a moment of reckless abandon, he had played a hand too many and ended up losing 5 consecutive rounds. He was still striving to recover his standing in gold. Chapter 32, Sister Love's Iron Fist. The two lay quietly in the car, the doors firmly wedged in the ditch on either side. Lin Feng was astounded by Yichuan's remarkable driving skills, as in the blink of an eye, both she and the vehicle had careened into the ravine. They now had 2 options, await rescue or manually pry open the car roof. While they could easily accomplish the latter, they recognized it might be startling for the other party. Moreover, unlike in the movies, there was no imminent danger of an explosion. They were merely stuck in this ditch. Thus, they unanimously opted to wait for assistance. 10 minutes later, a large tow truck accompanied by a Jiangnan sedan with a license plate ending in 0003 arrived at the scene of the incident. It was the rescue vehicle summoned by Xianghui. Upon seeing the two trapped in the ditch, he couldn't suppress a chuckle, contemplating Yichuan's impressive driving skills that had somehow led her to this predicament. Truly, she was a formidable expert, capable of easily dismantling armored vehicles, yet here she was, choosing to remain discreet in front of an online acquaintance, patiently seated in the car, awaiting extraction. It seemed this man was quite extraordinary. May I borrow your vehicle? I'll take him to Yulan Middle School, Yichuan remarked after being lifted out. Miss Yi, I should be the one to drive you both, Xianghui replied, clearly skeptical of Yichuan's driving prowess. How could she manage to veer into a ditch on such a wide road? Her driving skills were indeed questionable. At that moment, Xianghui had dispensed with his ability to disguise himself and was presenting his true self. Lin Feng, not recognizing him, merely noted that his voice bore a resemblance to Lang Mia. Having played all night without rest, Xianghui drove with a newfound steadiness, maintaining a smooth course, albeit with heavy eyelids drooping occasionally. In Yichuan's words, he was moving at a leisurely pace. The significance of the Jiangnan 0003 license plate was self-evident. Throughout their journey, not a single driver dared to overtake them. Even in the bustling heart of the city, no impatient motorist would challenge this privilege. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of Yulan Middle School. The security guard, upon noticing the distinctive license plate, immediately granted them passage. He pondered silently about which esteemed leader had come to inspect the premises. They had encountered many luxury vehicles, given that the students here were either affluent or of high social standing. But this particular plate was a first. He promptly called the school's reception office to report the situation, ensuring that no oversight occurred in their welcome. Director Luo, has there been any notification of a visit today? As Director Luo rushed to contact Principal Zhou, he hurriedly made his way towards the parking lot. Upon hearing that a significant figure was arriving, Principal Zhou immediately set aside his tasks and dashed towards the parking area. Why is this parking lot so convoluted? Xianghui muttered, having navigated a considerable distance before locating a spot. Once the vehicle was parked, Lin Feng opened the door. Several individuals were already waiting at the entrance of the parking lot. Among them was a balding man who seemed somewhat familiar, as I had encountered him in the brief orientation handbook. Welcome, esteemed leaders, to guide our work, Principal Zhou announced, leading the way. However, the 3 individuals emerging from the vehicle were quite youthful, 2 men and a woman, appearing far from seasoned leaders. Yet, the vehicle was undeniably legitimate. No one would be foolish enough to flaunt such a license plate. The group exchanged puzzled glances. Xianghui quickly deduced that they were mistaken for inspectors due to the car's insignia, a scenario he was well versed in, having navigated the corridors of power for years. Without further ado, he produced his National Security Bureau identification card, flashing it briefly before Principal Zhou. I am merely accompanying a friend on business today, acting solely as a driver. There is no need for such tension regarding inspections. Xianghui courteously addressed Principal Zhou. Hello, Principal Zhou, I am Lin Feng, the elder brother of Gu Qianqian from the senior class. I received a call from Teacher Pan at the admissions office, asking me to come by, Lin Feng stated. Is Teacher Pan here with us, Director Wang? Principal Zhou inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice, as he had not heard that name before. Indeed, several professors from the capital university were visiting for special recruitment today. He had personally welcomed them that morning, but had not heard of anyone named Pan. Director Wang was equally perplexed. He recognized Gu Qianqian, having previously intervened during a disturbance involving her. He had not expected her to have a brother who appeared so well off. Lin Feng sensed the lingering confusion among the principal and other directors and revealed the full name. Her complete name is Pan Jinlian. However, the teacher's surname is Jin. Is it not? Director Wang remarked. Just moments ago, he had been discussing special admissions with teacher Jin. Lin Feng realized that his familiarity with water margin had led him to erroneously insert a pan. Indeed, it is teacher Jinlian who sent me, he continued, showing the call he had received that morning. Right, it was teacher Jinlian's call. She is in my office. We can go together, Director Wang responded. Then you two may proceed. I have some matters to attend to and will wait in the car, Xiang Hui stated. He had vowed the previous night not to rest until he achieved a breakthrough, a promise that a diligent cultivator must not lightly forsake. Teacher Wang, please take care of things here. I have a meeting to attend, so I will take my leave, Principal Zhou said, patting Director Wang on the shoulder. In the academic affairs office, teacher Jin quickly elucidated the purpose of their visit. Qianqian has successfully passed the Capital University's independent admissions examination. She is also eager to pursue employment at the university, but there are some concerns regarding her major that require our collective discussion. Qianqian had performed admirably in her exams. However, many students from Yulan High School had also qualified through the independent admissions process. Based on their scores, the most sought-after programs had already been filled, leaving only less popular options available. Nonetheless, given that this was an opportunity from Capital University, it would indeed be a pity to let it slip away. Although Lin Feng has faith in Qianqian's abilities, the impact of performance during the crucial examination cannot be overlooked. It is not uncommon for top students to falter on the final test and subsequently miss the mark. Therefore, caution is indeed warranted. Currently, Qianqian is confronted with the dilemma of choosing a school and a major. What major does Qianqian prefer? Asked Yi Chuin, who had remained silent since entering the room. We have communicated with Gu Qianqian, and she seems to favor finance, which is a prestigious program at the Imperial Capital University, Wang Duyi replied. What other majors are available? Yi Chuin inquired further. Geological exploration and underground archaeology, Lin Feng responded, momentarily at a loss for words. If he were to advise Qianqian to pursue geology or archaeology, he would find it difficult to part with her. Such fields, post-graduation, would require her to endure harsh elements, which is indeed not suitable for a young lady. Furthermore, the demands of such careers could hinder her personal life, making it challenging to form relationships or settle down. Is there no availability in the finance program? Yi Chuin pressed on. You're jesting, replied Jin Lian. This is the crown jewel of our university, and spots are perpetually limited, unless the dean of the economics department intercedes. There are only 2 special slots available. Jin Lian's implication was clear. Those 2 special slots were undoubtedly reserved for exceptional candidates, unattainable for the average student. However, there is no need for haste. We can deliberate further, and a decision can be made by next Monday, Jin Lian advised, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, which indeed warrants careful consideration. Xiaofan, which college does my uncle lead at the Imperial Capital University? Yi Chuin mused, sending a message to Yi Xiaofan. At that moment, Yi Xiaofan was clad in his phoenix armor, engaged in a unique training regimen designed to withstand blows in preparation for his sister's impending iron fist of love. Yindi, a massive fireball coalesced around him, flames surging skyward with an explosive crackle. Yi Xiaofan was a top-tier master of fire manipulation. Chapter 33, Sister Chuin, let us go together. Once the training was concluded, a strikingly beautiful woman approached, offering him a towel and his phone. Young Master Fan, according to the test results just now, the armor should withstand the second Mrs. Strike. 1 strike should suffice. She wouldn't actually kill me, would she? He removed the armor, revealing numerous cracks. His training had been arduous, and the vast arena bore scorch marks from the flames. Pointing at the armor, a stream of blood shot from his fingertip onto the cracks, which began to mend themselves in an instant. Noticing his phone displayed 99 unread messages, predominantly inviting him to various engagements, he scrolled through them. Brother Fan, I know of an underground basement where no one is around. Want to take on a challenge? Young Master, today I'm wearing a lowly outfit. Xiaofan, my end has arrived. Yet, there were still opportunities to pursue other achievements. As he swiped through the messages, he calculated how to best allocate his time for these invitations. As a master of time management, this was not a particularly challenging task. Suddenly, I noticed a message from Hatsune Miku. Zishi, which academy is my second uncle the dean of in the capital now? He inquired of the woman beside him. He was rather oblivious to family matters. Given the multitude of individuals holding various positions, who could possibly remember all that? And why would my second sister bother asking such a question? Young Master, your second uncle has not been a dean for quite some time. He became the principal 2 years ago, she replied. Thus, sister, my second uncle is now a principal, not a dean, she thought to herself, already having formed a plan. As the future sister-in-law, wasn't it only appropriate to assist with such a minor task? Yechuin whispered. Of course, even if her uncle were not a principal, securing a spot would be an effortless endeavor for her, given that Qianqian's performance is commendable. It merely involves switching majors. Then I shall extend my early congratulations to classmate Gu Qianqian, Director Wang said, wearing a smile. If an ordinary person had made such a statement, he would have merely perceived it as a jest. After all, securing a spot at a prestigious university in the capital is no trivial matter, especially in the case of self-recruitment where once admitted, one cannot change their major. However, he had witnessed these individuals alight from the car, particularly noting how courteous the driver was towards the woman. Perhaps her status was even higher. Meanwhile, Xiang Hui found himself in a state of exasperation, repeatedly encountering misfortune at the beginning of each game, whether due to teammates disconnecting or feeding the enemy. Since last night, it had been a relentless 4 against 5. Something felt amiss. Heavenly Eye technique, activate, he muttered, invoking a spell as he brushed a talisman across his eyes. To his astonishment, he perceived a green sprite perched upon him, its forehead emblazoned with the character for misfortune. This particular sprite was unique, devoid of any offensive capabilities, lacking both spiritual energy fluctuations and a level classification. Even detection devices could not discern its presence. Only a cultivator's exceptional Heavenly Eye technique could unveil the truth. Sprites are natural phenomena of the world, yet their origins remain shrouded in mystery, with no research having elucidated their nature. Much like a game, they trigger randomly and eventually dissipate. It is often said that when a person is down on their luck, even drinking cold water can lead to misfortune, which is exactly the result of this green sprite's presence. So it is you, the god of misfortune, who has caused me to kneel repeatedly, Xiang Hui exclaimed, gripping the sprite's neck, which was filled with fear. I have finally reached gold rank, and you dare to sabotage me. He unleashed a flurry of punches upon it. Before long, the sprite changed color, donning red and displaying a character for blessing on its forehead, exuding a desperate will to survive. Hold me tightly. If I get sabotaged again, I will take your life, Xiang Hui threatened, prompting the little sprite to cling to him fervently. Another game commenced. On the 45th floor. If you don't deliver a package, we win. Upon entering the room, the leader of the 45th floor announced. This round proved remarkably stable. While Xiang Hui held the mid lane, the top player had already decimated the opponents in the bottom lane. In under 10 minutes, the battle concluded. You, it seems, are quite useful after all. The subsequent matches unfolded with even greater ease. On the opposite side, there were either disconnections or players idling. Moreover, teammates often engaged in heated arguments. Yet, on our side, there were always exceptional players present. Hardly did I need to intervene. The outcome of the match was nearly predetermined. 5 consecutive victories, 6, 10 in total. Finally, in the 11th match, that crimson sprite vanished. Humph, it seems this match will serve as a testament to my prowess. Gu Qianqian, please step out for a moment. Director Wang led Lin Feng and Yi Chuyin to the classroom door. At this hour, most senior students were engrossed in self-study, with little else to occupy their time. It was already lunchtime, and since they were present, it was the perfect opportunity to have lunch with Qianqian and communicate further. Lin Feng felt immensely grateful to Yi Chuyin, aware of her significant influence. The prospect of Qianqian changing her major might indeed become a reality. Should that materialize, he would undoubtedly owe her a considerable favor, one he would need to repay in the future. Brother, Yi Chuyin, what brings you here? Gu Qianqian exclaimed upon seeing her brother and the beautiful lady. Your brother is here to discuss special admissions, and since it's lunchtime, we thought we'd all have a meal together, Director Wang explained. Wow. Suddenly, the classroom erupted in chatter as many heads turned to gaze at Lin Feng and Yi Chuyin. No one anticipated Gu Qianqian's elder brother to be so dashing, and the lady beside him was undeniably stunning. Silence. How many days remain until the college entrance examination? Shouldn't you all be focusing on your studies? Director Wang admonished. Striking the blackboard. Isn't your friend joining us? Lin Feng inquired, feeling it inappropriate that someone had driven them there without a word. Upon asking, she replied that he was kneeling, unwilling to eat unless he won. Yi Chuyin lamented, surprised at Xiang Hui's lack of skill, noting that one would think winning a game merely required the ability to play. Brother, let me show you the school cafeteria, Gu Qianqian said, naturally taking Lin Feng's hand. Their demeanor affectionate, as siblings often are, without hesitation. They walked further away, much to Yi Chuyin's astonishment. Chuyin, come on. Chapter 34, a special flavor. I should be beneath the car, not inside, witnessing your sweetness. At that moment, Yi Chuyin's phone rang, a call from the headquarters of the Phoenix team. Chuyin, a new secret realm has emerged in Wuhan, containing extraordinary entities. What kind of entities? Very peculiar ones, fire-breathing dragons, flying fish, enormous stone giants, singing pigs, and many more. Currently, the secret realm is sealed off by the World Alliance. Only those of a certain level can enter for exploration. Are you interested, Chuyin? Many experts have already ventured in. I'm not interested. I have other matters to attend to. Perhaps another time, Yi Chuyin replied, ending the call. Another bizarre secret realm, she murmured to herself. For some reason, she found it peculiar to see Gu Qianqian holding Lin Feng's hand. It didn't quite align with the image of siblings. Yi Chuyin, what are you daydreaming about? This is your future sister-in-law. She chided herself, hastening to catch up to Lin Feng. It is indeed a pity that they cannot hold hands. After the three had their lunch, Yi Chuyin seized a moment of solitude to call her uncle, who resided far away in the capital. The matters progressed quite smoothly. Teacher Jean Lian, who was still napping, received a phone call from her superior. The finance department had decided to increase its quota by 1, specifically designating Gu Qianqian. She was instructed to prepare the necessary signed documents, and once Gu Qianqian affixed her signature, the subsequent elevation could be collectively processed. That girl truly possesses remarkable influence. Jean Lian sighed. It was the dean of the finance department who had personally called her. The connections indeed run deep. That afternoon, Lin Feng accompanied Gu Qianqian to complete all the paperwork. Amidst the envious gazes of other students, they organized her daily necessities. Sister Lung, your immense kindness will forever be remembered by me, Lin Feng. Should you ever need my assistance, I shall offer it without hesitation, Lin Feng said earnestly. We are all family. There is no need for formalities, Yi Chuin replied, shaking her head lightly. As Gu Qianqian's sister-in-law, she stood at a considerable height, showing no interest in the current exploration of secret realms. After bidding farewell to Yi Chuin, Gu Qianqian began tidying up in her room. She had packed many items today, and there was still much to organize. Brother, you don't harbor feelings for Sister Chuin, do you? Gu Qianqian inquired during a brief lull, directing the question at Lin Feng. What nonsense are you imagining? She is Wolf Brother's aunt, and hence, my aunt as well. How could I ever entertain such thoughts? Lin Feng replied, ruffling Gu Qianqian's forehead. After all, Yi Chuin regarded him as family, and he could not entertain such ill thoughts. Henceforth, she would be his dear aunt. Unbeknownst to Yi Chuin, she had inadvertently dug herself a deep pit. Brother, why is there an extra doll in your room? Gu Qianqian asked, noticing a small figurine beneath Lin Feng's pillow while cleaning. It resembled Lin Feng quite closely. I won it for you while accompanying Sister Lang to the claw machine the other day, Lin Feng explained vaguely. Such a lovely doll. How could you keep it under your pillow? It belongs on my bed. At least it won't be crushed there, Gu Qianqian remarked, holding the figurine. It truly looked more and more like Lin Feng. Oh, whatever. That doll can be placed anywhere. It merely serves as a respawn point. It's just been moved from my bed to yours. It won't affect the respawn effect, Lin Feng shrugged. As night fell, Gu Qianqian fell asleep clutching the small figurine. For some reason, she sensed a familiar aura emanating from it. As if she were holding the real Lin Feng rather than a mere doll. The figurine pressed against her chest felt rather constricting. Lin Feng donned his Grim Reaper robe and departed. At the Ling residence, Ling Li had been settled into their new home for some time. They had invited someone to assess the feng shui, and it was deemed a place of fortune. The couple spent their days guarding the soul-nurturing orb, eagerly anticipating the emergence of a cohesive soul shadow. That night, they once again heard strange footsteps, heavy and continually echoing with a rhythmic tap. The monitoring alarm on Ling Li's phone remained unresponsive as the door was silently pushed open. A tall, slender man appeared, adorned with a long white hat inscribed with the phrase, "A lifetime of wealth." He brandished a stick and bore an unsightly countenance. Ling Xiaoyao, your time has expired. Do not delay in departing with me, he declared impassively. The Ling couple was taken aback, questioning the identity of this man and how he knew their daughter was present. Please, esteemed elder, my daughter has been granted a new lease on life. I implore you to reconsider, Ling Li urgently interjected. The man, after a moment of contemplation, calculated the circumstances with a flick of his fingers. Ling Xiaoyao, your earthly lifespan has indeed concluded, yet with the aid of a benefactor. You have received an extension of 58 years, courtesy of your parents' lifetimes, he lamented. Alas, the information has arrived too late. Unlike the grim emissaries of the underworld, this pale-faced man had also been toiling for over 200 years, endlessly ferrying souls. As he muttered incantations, a vision soon materialized before him, a figure donned in a skull mask. Yet, further details eluded him, as if they had been deliberately obscured. Is there truly such a formidable presence in this realm that even my spectral calculations cannot unveil their true form? He mused. Given that Ling Xiaoyao had already been granted her reprieve, she was no longer within his purview. With 40 souls still awaiting passage, he needed to hasten his efforts. At the residence of Hua Tailang, he and his wife, Lian, sat solemnly by the window, surrounded by an array of talismans. This assortment had been specifically gathered through inquiries made with the chief editor, Grey Wolf. One of Grey Wolf's associates, a writer named Ba Chong, was known for his eerie ghost stories and had offered some guidance, though its efficacy remained uncertain. The couple awaited in silence, while a live broadcast continued in their WeChat group, where various experts expressed their eagerness to witness the supernatural firsthand. Lin Feng, observing Hua Tailang's earnest demeanor from the group chat, decided to witness the events live, positioning himself on the rooftop opposite Hua Tailang's home, keen to discern what had instilled such fear in him. As he waited, a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air, reminiscent of a scent he associated with Qian, leaving him perplexed as to its origin. At midnight, a chilling breeze swept in, causing Hua Tailang's seated form to suddenly collapse onto the bed. His wife's face was etched with terror, seemingly witnessing something extraordinary. Chapter 35. Ghostly Exploration. Why has Hua Tailang collapsed? The live broadcast, devoid of other visuals, quickly succumbed to a blue screen. Hua Tailang lay motionless, not out of desire, but due to the rigidity that had seized his body. A ghostly figure hovered before him, peculiar in appearance, possessing a bovine visage and wielding a chain. The exorcism method suggested by Ba Chong proved utterly ineffective, as the creature regarded them with indifference. Dog of a writer, do you know who I am? Hua Tailong's eyes darted back and forth, utterly unaware of the identity of the bull-headed figure before him. With a gentle gesture, the bull's finger indicated Hua Tailang, and suddenly, his mouth relaxed, allowing his tongue to move. Brother Bull, I truly do not know who you are. He pleaded. Dog editor, let me remind you that an author has submitted to you 40 consecutive times, all of which you have rejected. Do you remember? Hua Tailong's mind jolted, and he recalled the author named Zheng Ainyo, who wrote a novel titled I Reincarnated as a Minotaur. The entire narrative was rife with a garish green, even more excessive than that of the youthful green god of war. The female protagonist was entirely given away, while the brothers betrayed one another. The pace of the story was relentless, devoid of any embellishing adjectives, only verbs upon verbs. How could he dare to accept such a submission? From a distance, Lin Feng observed in shock. How had Hua Tailang attracted such a troublesome entity? The powers of the bull-headed figure in the underworld remained uncertain. Could it be that he was about to be replaced as an editor? Are you using Ainyo? Hua Tailang inquired. Indeed, it's fortunate you still possess some memory, the bull-headed man replied. Dog editor, you must explain why you have not approved my submissions. Brother Bull, I truly did not dare to, Hua Tailang explained, his face a mask of astonishment. Was this really the Minotaur author? Today, I am not here to discuss that matter. I simply wish to know how we can proceed. If my submissions continue to be rejected, I will take you down with me. Where to? Hua Tailang asked, bewildered. To the underworld. The bull-headed man stated coldly. Brother Bull, I do not wish to die. You see, my wife is still young. And I have elders above and dependents below, Hua Tailang implored desperately. Fear not, your entire family will be brought along, ensuring your reunion. Hua Tailang was taken aback. Was he condemning his entire family? Brother Bull, can I not simply have my submissions approved? He asked. When it came to work, it seemed that life itself held greater importance. At worst, he would be dismissed after the submissions were accepted. He could leave these trivial matters to the chief editor. Grey Wolf. Merely accepting submissions is insufficient. I also desire success, the bull-headed man interjected. Success is achievable, but Brother Bull, your vocabulary is rather crude. I shall personally assist you in revising your manuscript. Hua Tailang gritted his teeth as he spoke. Huh, you are quite astute. Brother Bull understands his own limitations. Should this book achieve success, I assure you, your family will live in peace and longevity. Peace and longevity for the family. This proposition was indeed tempting for Hua Tailang. After all, what is life but the pursuit of familial happiness and safety? Rest assured, if it does not succeed, I shall eat dirt. I will revise it for you tonight. However, the title must change. To what? The bull-headed figure inquired. To system, my bull-head green the multiverse, Hua Tailang declared. To achieve success, one must have an explosive title. Before becoming an editor, he too was a formidable writer. Hua Tailang's prowess was evident. Lin Feng, standing afar, observed intently. Although he could not hear, the gestures were telling. It seemed that Hua Tailang had shed his sense of impending doom. The bull-headed figure and Hua Tailang were now fixated on the computer, with Hua Tailang's fingers dancing across the keyboard. Brother Bull, consider this phrase. We can replace it with flower stalk and flower stamen. You might also take a look at that novel, The Youthful Green God of War. Its pacing is moderate. Hua Tailang began to speak. Indeed, if you had told me this earlier, it would have been much better. Niu Tu nodded in understanding. How much influence do you wield? He suddenly inquired. Brother Niu, do you also possess influence? What? My influence connects the three realms. Lin Feng's phone buzzed. He picked it up and saw a friend request from Zheng Ainyo. The avatar was still that of Niu Tu, accompanied by a message. Recommended editing. Learn the art of green literature. Damn, this Hua Tailang is truly a mischief maker. Suggesting that Niu Tu learn green literature from me? Lin Feng muttered under his breath before continuing his ghost hunting quest. The ominous aura in this building was overwhelming. Standing atop the Bai Mao Tower, which had long been abandoned on the outskirts of Jiangnan City, Lin Feng recalled the news reports detailing the eerie occurrences during its construction. Numerous workers had mysteriously vanished, with no fewer than 30 disappearing over 6 months. The atmosphere became fraught with anxiety, ultimately leaving the site as a forsaken structure. The Supernatural Affairs Bureau had dispatched personnel to investigate, yet they uncovered no useful leads, merely sealing the area temporarily. Not all bizarre incidents can be unraveled. Some are merely cordoned off due to safety concerns, awaiting sufficient manpower for further investigation. Ding. Mission alert. Explore the haunted tower, uncover its deepest secrets. Completion rewards, 1,000 hunting points and 3 mysterious draws. So, it appears I have triggered another task. How intriguing. With an additional life at his disposal, Lin Feng felt emboldened to act with greater audacity. He leapt inside to discover what mysteries the building held. As Lin Feng traversed the structure, he occasionally heard the sound of a ball bouncing upon the floor. Pat, pat, pat. A series of eerie female giggles echoed. Observing the walls, he noticed numerous water stains and shadowy figures, creating an unsettling atmosphere. This abandoned edifice comprised 7 above-ground levels, and 3 subterranean ones. Lin Feng wandered through each floor until he arrived at the 4th, where he spotted a boy in white clothing dribbling a ball, seemingly alone. The system prompted, Lonely Ghost. It seemed the ghostly entities within this mission had concealed their levels. Host, you guessed correctly. Each of your choices will lead to different outcomes. There are no penalties for failure in this instance. However, each type of task may only be attempted once. Lin Feng, wielding the celestial blade, advanced cautiously. The young boy displayed no signs of surprise, though the ball began to veer off course, rolling towards Lin Feng. Hey big brother, come play with me. The boy called out with a smile, gazing at Lin Feng, who wore a skull mask. Chapter 36, Madness. Lin Feng scrutinized the ball intently as it gradually morphed into a head, eyes shut tight, with blood seeping from the corners. The boy continued to grin, seemingly awaiting Lin Feng to pass the ball. Ghostly Path 49, Flames of the Sun. A fiery blaze erupted from Lin Feng's hand, incinerating the head into ashes. Lin Feng had no particular fondness for such games. The instant the ball was destroyed, the boy's complexion turned an ashen hue. Huh. You actually managed to see through my ball. Impressive indeed. However, since you've ruined it, you shall compensate me with your head. The boy's smile was eerie, revealing a set of pearly white teeth that even Lin Feng couldn't help but envy. May I ask a question? Lin Feng queried, his curiosity piqued. Hee, you can ask. But whether I answer is another matter, the boy replied, his grin radiant. Once the building was sealed, ordinary people could no longer enter. He had not replaced his ball in quite some time. Did you use foreign toothpaste before you die? Toothpaste? The boy appeared momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to be asking questions about his own identity or origins? This deviation from the norm left him somewhat perplexed. Do you dare to mock me? Shadows of spirits began to manifest around the boy, all headless apparitions encircling Lin Feng. The solitary soul insignia atop the boy's head vanished, his designation transforming into that of a collective of vengeful spirits. It appeared that the headless spirits were formed from several entities, some seemingly possessing considerable power. Was their discontent rooted in the absence of a head? Lin Feng, armed with the Moonslayer, scrutinized the emerging apparitions with caution. These entities were all headless, retaining only their necks and lower bodies. Once we sever your head, you shall understand the reason for your discontent. That esteemed figure below will surely cherish it. The esteemed figure below? Lin Feng instantly grasped much as he realized that the true power resided beneath, while this boy was merely a pawn. The system's dungeon mechanics were still the same. There seemed to be little innovation. Suddenly, a headless wraith lunged toward Lin Feng with astonishing speed, its fingers as hard as divine iron. Bang! The Moonslayer struck its fingers, producing sparks, yet it failed to sever them. Lin Feng deduced that its defensive capabilities were formidable. If I cannot discern its weakness, I refuse to believe it possesses complete elemental immunity. The weapon transformed into chains, enveloping Lin Feng. As other wraiths attacked, the chains would ensconce him in protection. From his spatial ring, he retrieved a handful of throwing daggers, akin to shurikens, which he had acquired from his recent ghost hunting endeavors. He hurled them in all directions. The daggers struck the wraiths, producing mere thuds without inflicting any damage. The boy's head emitted a chilling laugh. Ineffectual. Our bodies have been enhanced by that esteemed figure. Submit your head and become one with us. Here, our power is boundless. How long can your chains endure? Now, 8 headless wraiths relentlessly assailed the chains, producing a cacophony of thuds. Do you intend to exhaust me? Lin Feng discerned the boy's intentions. Instantaneous movement technique. Ghost Path 32, Ice Sealing Spell. Ghost Path 29, 5 Thunder Technique. Lin Feng, relying on the scattered concealed weapons surrounding him, continuously activated his instantaneous movement technique. No matter how swift the vengeful spirits were, they could not match the speed of his technique. Furthermore, the realm of ghostly arts encompassed the 5 elemental methods of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Allowing him to test each one, he discerned the weaknesses of these malevolent spirits one by one. An hour later, the headless apparitions that had besieged him had transformed into a bounty of experience points for Lin Feng. 9 deaths of the ghostly path, binding of the divine, he declared, pointing at the boy, a golden ring of light enveloping him firmly. After separating those headless spirits, your strength must have diminished significantly. Otherwise, it would be quite challenging to confine you, Lin Feng remarked. Kill me, and that esteemed individual will not spare you. The boy, despite the terror etched on his face, refused to plead for mercy. You seem to misunderstand the situation. I can depart at any moment. Reveal to me all the secrets of this decrepit building. If they hold sufficient value, I shall release you. Lin Feng's objective was to uncover the mysteries hidden within the abandoned edifice. And if the boy could provide the necessary information, he could avoid the perils lurking in the 3rd underground level. He suspected that the bizarre entity residing there possessed a strength of at least level. Having only been a reaper for a mere month, he was not yet powerful enough to vanquish such a creature. The binding ring constricted around the boy, a spell specifically designed to deal with ghostly beings, causing evident harm to his physical form. The boy's visage contorted in agony, emitting anguished cries. Spare me, and I shall divulge everything, he finally pleaded. You should have said so earlier, Lin Feng thought, and with a mere thought, the ring ceased its relentless tightening. Tell me all the secrets of this building. You have but one chance, Lin Feng continued. The boy's expression fluctuated, but Lin Feng clearly did not wish to complicate matters further. That esteemed individual, the boy began. But suddenly, an eerie green light flickered in his eyes. Young man, you are rather intriguing. Should you dare to descend, I can share everything you wish to know. Blood flowed continuously from his eyes, and his power seemed to amplify, enabling him to break free from the binding of the divine. Raising his hands, he twisted his neck, and then vanished in a flash of light. Lin Feng was taken aback. The entity below possessed extraordinary strength, having fully controlled the boy and erased him from existence. Should he descend? Lin Feng found himself in a quandary. System, confirm that the replacement for the deceased is secure? He resolved to make a decision. Rest assured, the system guarantees quality. The moment you perish, you will appear on Gu Qianqian's bed. Very well, fortune favors the bold, Lin Feng resolved. If faced with danger, he could always use his instantaneous movement to escape. At worst, he could resurrect. In the third underground level, a man adorned with snake scales sat upon a long bench, observing Lin Feng's every move through a specialized surveillance apparatus. Chapter 37. The Serpent Who Loves Tomb Raiding. After consuming a pill, Lin Feng descended the stairs. Chains still encircled him, ensuring that any sudden attack would be thwarted at the first opportunity. As he ventured deeper, the watery shadows upon the walls began to multiply, displaying an array of bizarre and grotesque movements. An ominous shadow reached out towards Lin Feng, ensnaring him with chains that cruelly shattered the spectral hand. What malevolent entity lurked within the walls? The more Lin Feng observed, the greater his astonishment grew. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable pressure bearing down upon him, as if two towering mountains were compressing him from either side, trapping him in between. He attributed this sensation to the peculiar spiritual pressure of the place, unaware that it was merely a restless spirit shifting in its slumber, inadvertently compressing him. Upon realizing it could not harm Lin Feng, the ghostly figure within the wall paused momentarily. Each floor below revealed strange phenomena, igniting Lin Feng's curiosity about the identity of the enigmatic figure they referred to as the Master. Was it also a vengeful spirit? On the third sublevel, a young man appeared before Lin Feng. He beheld a man covered in serpentine scales, seated upon a long bench, his eyes resembling those of a snake, giving him an eerie resemblance to a serpent man. Behind him, numerous peculiar containers sat, some containing headless corpses, which made Lin Feng feel nauseous. The system identified him as a frenzied tomb raider, the Great Serpent. A tomb raider? Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. Was he truly a professional gravedigger? Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to witness your abilities and clarify a few matters, the Serpent Man articulated slowly. The sight of this grotesque figure sent shivers down Lin Feng's spine. Will you divulge everything about this building to me? Lin Feng boldly inquired, for the atmosphere was too uncanny, and this person undoubtedly seemed deranged. What peculiar experiment could lead to such a state of being? Hee. Feel free to ask any questions while I am still inclined to answer, the Great Serpent replied languidly. I seek to uncover the secrets of this edifice. Lin Feng was resolute. As long as he received answers, he was prepared to depart at any moment. The secrets of this mansion? I did not anticipate your interest in such matters, the Serpent Man remarked, licking his tongue. Very well, I shall share this with you. He gazed at Lin Feng as though he were a delectable morsel, increasingly pleased with himself. This building has been forcibly altered in terms of feng shui, transforming it into a burial ground for spirits. A feng shui master deliberately buried several ancient jade talismans in the vicinity to invite malevolence. The Great Serpent recounted in intricate detail, as if he had witnessed it firsthand. After a lengthy discourse, Lin Feng grasped the implications of the Serpent Man's words. This place had been orchestrated by that feng shui master. When the mansion was constructed, the owner, seeking to expand his territory, ordered the immediate demolition of several neighboring houses without negotiation. According to his customary practices, he would discuss matters only after the properties were razed, leaving no recourse for those affected. This tactic had proven effective time and again. However, one of the buildings that fell victim to this demolition was a welfare institution, where the feng shui master had once resided. The elderly director, having resisted, was brutally beaten by the workers hired by the owner and subsequently cast out. In the frigid winter, where temperatures plummet to a biting -20 degrees, one found themselves frozen overnight, only to awaken the next day with limbs rendered rigid. The geomancer, a ruthless individual, chose not to pursue any formal grievances but instead expended a considerable fortune on several malevolent jade talismans. He then employed divination techniques to alter the topography of the building site, transforming it into a sinister resting ground for the departed. Consequently, from its inception to its eventual abandonment, the site became a graveyard of misfortune, with numerous individuals vanishing or meeting untimely deaths amidst a plethora of unforeseen accidents. In the end, the proprietor faced ruin, losing everything, his family shattered and scattered. The young boy in question was none other than the proprietor's son, who had mysteriously disappeared after accompanying his father to the construction site. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't suppress a gasp of horror. Indeed, individuals of such cruelty are ubiquitous. However, he refrained from passing judgment. One must acknowledge that there are always those more formidable. Once the tale concluded, Lin Feng promptly received a notification indicating the completion of his task. Without a moment's hesitation, he contemplated his immediate departure. The atmosphere here was unsettling, and the tomb-raiding serpent was no trivial adversary. This narrative could not be pursued any further. Delving deeper might ensnare him in a web of deceit. As a writer, one possesses an innate professional sensitivity toward such matters. Suddenly, Lin Feng noticed a notification indicating the failure of his skill activation. "Young man, do you intend to leave so soon after hearing the story?" The serpent inquired with a sinister smile. "Knowing your unique abilities, how could I not be prepared? I have already established a barrier of confinement. Escaping will not be so simple." The serpent's grin widened, gazing at Lin Feng as if he were a splendid work of art, unable to resist the urge to lick his lips. A chill ran down Lin Feng's spine. Could it be that this creature harbored peculiar inclinations? Was he, perhaps, coveting Lin Feng's form? Reflexively, he covered his back, fearful of revealing any vulnerabilities that might lead to his swift demise. Host, upon reaching level 6 in the instantaneous movement technique, you may disregard certain spatial confinement systems. A voice chimed in. "Will my funds suffice for an upgrade?" Lin Feng inquired. "Not quite. I merely wanted to inform you," came the reply. "Then let me make this clear. Should I lose myself, I will take my own life today. No one will be able to stop me," Lin Feng declared resolutely. "You possess admirable capability, young man. Would you care to join me and revel in the thrill of tomb raiding?" The serpent continued, licking its lips. His fascination with grave robbing was profound, having even devised a unique set of forbidden arts for the endeavor. "I have no interest," Lin Feng retorted, firmly believing that desecrating graves is a perilous endeavor, likely to invoke divine retribution. "Ah, young man, do not be so hasty in your refusal. I can grant you ample time to contemplate. Soon enough, you may hear astonishing news," the serpent replied with an even more sinister smile. His current visit aimed to acquire 2 remarkably valuable corpses, and he was seeking the opportune moment to act. However, he could not simply allow Lin Feng to depart, for finding him again would prove challenging. "Allow me to bestow upon you a rather special gift," the serpent murmured. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Feng glanced apprehensively at the bite marks on his shoulder. This peculiar mark seemed to harbor a form of extraordinary power. Chapter 38, The Empathic Doll. After casting his spell, the serpent unraveled the spatial barrier. Lin Feng naturally would not linger here and swiftly departed. Once he reached a safe location, he opened his panel to examine it. The cursed seal of the Great Serpent. When activated, it enhances attack damage by 50. But it also drives the bearer into a frenzied bloodlust, making their exact position detectable by the caster. The bloodthirsty frenzy can randomly invoke the following states: blindness, madness, corruption, ruthlessness, and wild abandon. System, does this cursed seal come with a tracking effect? Lin Feng inquired. You may interpret it that way. The cursed seal possesses both positive and negative enhancements. The more frenzied you become, the stronger your power grows. However, it disappears upon death, unless you wish for it to remain. You can even eliminate this cursed seal through self-harm, the system explained. Self-harm? Lin Feng would not consider that, as the attack bonus from the cursed seal might prove beneficial in the future. For now, he decided to keep it. Even if it became unmanageable one day, death would reset everything. It seemed that tonight's gains were these 3 lottery draws, and this mysterious cursed seal Lin Feng used. Now, to the lottery. Lin Feng proceeded with a triple draw. Congratulations, you have obtained a high-level invisibility talisman. You have acquired a rare flying item, the bamboo dragonfly. You have also obtained the secret skill, Death's Blood Offering. Skill introduction. Death's Blood Offering uses the blood of enemies as a medium for its execution. The skill is straightforward. As long as there is someone else's blood, one can perform a mutual destruction technique. System, if I were to sever my own leg, would my opponent suffer the same fate? Indeed, any injury you sustain will be mirrored in your opponent. For instance, hypothetically speaking, if my opponent were a woman and I were to sever my 3 legs, where would she be injured? Lin Feng posed a question. The system fell into deep contemplation. The official skill description confirms this. Damage will be inflicted in the same location. You are quite the audacious individual. This is the first time I have encountered such a query, the system remarked, having never faced such a scenario before. However, it was obliged to provide an explanation for any inquiries within the host's normal rights. After a brief moment, the system responded, "Host, your question has been diligently analyzed by the backend. It is indeed a matter that has now been rectified." How is it rectified? If you were to employ this technique on a woman, the system will forcibly manifest an additional leg on her. Lin Feng was momentarily speechless. The system was truly formidable. It could directly grow a 3rd leg on the opponent. What if it grows and I choose not to sever it? Incredible. The destructive and humiliating power of this skill is truly remarkable, Lin Feng praised. As a reward for your discovery, the system has granted you a mysterious pet egg. A large egg, the size of an ostrich egg, appeared before Lin Feng. What could this egg potentially hatch? Theoretically, It has a chance of hatching any type of magical creature, with a lower probability of yielding a variant species. Lin Feng then examined the other two items. The high-level invisibility talisman is a consumable item that masks all presence during its use. Finally, Lin Feng gazed at the two differently colored bamboo dragonflies, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. The description stated, "This item boasts an incredibly swift flight speed, rivaling that of a cultivator's flying sword. Moreover, it does not require any external force to operate. It can soar merely by the power of thought. This item may hold little significance for cultivators. Yet for those endowed with extraordinary abilities, it is indeed a rare treasure. The number of individuals capable of harnessing flight is exceedingly scarce. Much like Yi Chuan contending with the six-legged golden beetle, had it chosen to flee in the air, she would have found herself at a loss in pursuit. While this contraption is admirable, does wearing it atop one's head not appear somewhat awkward?" Lin Feng mused to himself as he gazed at the bamboo dragonfly. Host. If the design is deemed unsightly, there exists a remedy. With merely 1,000 points, one can alter the item's appearance, transforming it into wings, a windfire wheel, or even a somersault cloud, the system elucidated. I possess a mere 2,500 points. Better to allocate them toward enhancing my teleportation technique, Lin Feng replied, clearly unperturbed by the notion of changing its appearance. He donned a mask, rendering him unrecognizable, and felt no urgency in this matter. Consequently, Lin Feng took to the night sky, soaring with the bamboo dragonfly. Observing from above proved far more convenient than scouring the rooftops below. His efficiency in foraging improved remarkably, to the extent that he even began typing on his phone while airborne. The following day, Qian awakened at 6:30 during her school years. This had been her customary rising hour, and today was no exception. However, upon waking, she recalled that she had just completed the necessary paperwork yesterday and was now awaiting her admission letter. Her 3 years of high school felt dreamlike. Most of her classmates who had received special recruitment offers had already begun to depart, leaving the classroom with fewer than half its original occupants. Those remaining included students dissatisfied with their specialized offers and others who did not meet the admission criteria. The prospect of being accepted into her favored field filled Qian with joy, rendering the situation almost surreal. She picked up the doll that lay beside her. "Oh, the clothes can still be removed?" she mused, noting the exquisite buttons. It was still quite early, and with nothing to occupy her, she began to examine the doll. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who was typing next door, felt a peculiar sensation. "Why do I feel as though my clothes have been removed? Is someone spying on me?" he pondered, bewildered by the bizarre feeling. This item possesses such features? Gu Qian's eyes widened in astonishment. Her face flushed crimson upon discovering that beneath the doll's trousers, there was indeed something present. The craftsmanship was remarkably intricate, as if it had been meticulously proportioned. She playfully flicked it with her nail, finding it rather amusing. This oversight arose because Lin Feng had not thoroughly perused the instruction manual for the substitute doll. He had only noted the directive to place the doll in a secure location, conveniently ignoring the subsequent lines of fine print. Such trivial matters went unmentioned by the system. At the residence of Hua Tai Lang, he fervently declared to Niu Gu, "Just write it as I instructed. If it doesn't become popular, I shall swallow dung and end my life. Rest assured, if it fails, I shall personally feed you," Niu Tu responded, before vanishing like smoke as dawn approached. Chapter 39, Tianlong Sect. Early in the morning, Zheng Niu sent a message to Lin Feng. Having watched his Green War God, he expressed a desire to personally visit and learn some techniques. This revelation startled Lin Feng, prompting him to inwardly chastise Hua Tai Lang. What a deceitful scoundrel! Why lure this formidable being to our doorstep instead of directing him towards other illustrious figures? He glanced at the review he had penned yesterday, noting that Lang Mia had bestowed upon him an astonishing 999 electric votes, an unprecedented occurrence. Various models of vehicles had been summoned, all in an effort to appease the distinguished guests. A strong urge to meet Lin Feng surged within him, though he pondered whether it might be inappropriate to visit daily, considering the ambiguity of their relationship. At that moment, Yi Chuan received a message from Lin Feng. "Sister Chuan, I am preparing crayfish for lunch today. Do you have time to come over for a meal?" Without hesitation, she rushed into the bathroom for a quick shower, needing to freshen up. To appear distinct from her usual self, she opted for a stylish bun. She donned a figure-hugging dress paired with sheer nude stockings and simple, yet exquisite white high heels. After contemplating her attire, she retrieved several unopened luxury garments from her wardrobe, pieces that far exceeded Lin Feng's monthly earnings from his demon-hunting endeavors. However, money held little significance for her. She did not account for the funds provided by her family, as her daily allowance and mission rewards sufficed to sustain her comfortably. These were gifts intended for Gu Qian, her future sister-in-law, of whom she was particularly fond. Understanding the depth of the bond between the two, she recognized the necessity of forging good relationships with the family members. For instance, Xue Qinghua often utilized her as a conduit to gather information about Yi He, and she was not excluded from the trips and purchases made. Regrettably, her elder brother Yi He regarded Xue Qinghua merely as a sister. Despite her genuine intentions to assist, there was little she could do. One could not simply force them into an irreversible situation. Tianlong sect, a venerable cultivation faction situated within the southern Mo realm, boasted a rich history. In the Tianlong Hall, several individuals, dressed in various attires, were engaged in discussion. Some wore traditional robes, while others donned modern clothing. Yet all bore the sect's dragon emblem. Elderly, we have just received news. The Longhu Temple Xiang Hui has acquired a six-legged golden armored beetle. Likely for the purpose of refining a golden armored avatar, an elderly man with graying hair remarked. Indeed, that Longhu Temple has been quite proactive in the mortal realm. Seizing numerous resources, he continued. Quite so. That young lad is exceedingly shrewd, maintaining close ties with that group of extraordinary beings. This time, it was entirely due to the prowess of Yi Chuan that the six-legged golden beetle was captured, a young man expressed with palpable frustration. If the beetle can be refined into an avatar, the enhancement to one's strength would be substantial. It is infuriating that it fell into Xiang Hui's hands. Ruoshui, is there any new intelligence regarding that group of extraordinary beings? Inquired a man clad in a blue Taoist robe, his sharp features exuding an air of nobility. He was none other than Li Jiao, the 33rd generation leader of the Tianlong sect. Master, the extraordinary beings have gained considerable influence. Recently, another individual awakened wind-based abilities. Zhang Ruoshui reported, his tone laced with a sense of dissatisfaction. For them, merely having good fortune upon awakening equates to decades, if not centuries, of arduous cultivation. Unexpectedly, you remain so fixated on this matter, caught in the predicament I once faced, remarked the young man clad in a Taoist robe. Please, esteemed master, enlighten us. Several young disciples implored as they knelt before him. Although they were referred to as young, many were in their several decades, or even centuries. It was merely a difference in state of mind. Once one embarks upon the path of cultivation, age and appearance cease to be the conventional measures of judgment. Moreover, cultivators generally possess techniques to maintain their youthful visage, making it quite effortless to retain their vitality. 5 centuries prior, the world's spiritual energy suddenly surged, unleashing malevolent spirits. At that time, the most powerful cultivators barely achieved the foundational stage. Even with the legacy artifacts left by their predecessors, they found themselves ill-equipped to confront the formidable spirits of higher tiers. Were it not for the unexpected emergence of individuals with awakened abilities, the world would have likely succumbed to chaos long ago. Cultivators tread a path that emphasizes gradual progression and relentless enhancement. In contrast, the inherent limits of the abilities of awakened individuals are predetermined, with progress only attainable through extraordinary opportunities that might trigger a mutation in their bloodline powers or awaken unique, domineering abilities. Otherwise, they are condemned to stagnation. Nonetheless, their lifespans are ultimately finite. The stronger their abilities, the shorter their lives become. Thus, their powers serve as both a blessing and a curse. Presently, there are indeed ancient practitioners who have transcended to the god transformation stage, rivaling the prowess of those with awakened abilities, albeit remaining shrouded in secrecy. Li Jiao undoubtedly revealed a shocking piece of news. After 500 years, a predecessor has truly broken through to god transformation. The others were equally astonished. Indeed, the current density of spiritual energy in this world far exceeds that of any previous era. I have compared it with historical texts, and now, a single day of cultivation equates to 5 days of the past. This is our opportunity. Do not forget, we are cultivating the path of the heartless, pursuing immortality. Do not be ensnared by trivial matters, Li Jiao admonished. Upon hearing this, the crowd seemed to gain insight. Ruoshui, a few days ago you mentioned a newly emerged space awakener? Inquired a striking woman in a white robe. Despite her Taoist garb, her beauty was undeniable. Yes, Elder Zhao. This person resides in Jiangnan City. Excellent. I shall pay a personal visit. This individual may prove useful to me, the woman replied with an expression of cold indifference. She intended to explore a hidden realm and required a suitable puppet, and a space ability puppet would be of immense utility to her. Chapter 40, A Subtle Arrangement. Qian, this is a garment I purchased for you. Do take a look and see if it fits, Lin Feng interjected, leaning in for a glance. Sister Long, this is far too extravagant. It cannot be accepted, Lin Feng protested, glancing at the brand label on the attire. This is a gift for Qian, not for you. There is no need for such reservations, Yi Chuan responded with a look that brooked no dissent. With that, she took Gu Qian's hand and led her to the room to try it on. Upon witnessing Qian remove her undergarments, Yi Chuan couldn't help but exclaim. Qian has developed quite splendidly. At such a tender age, she had blossomed remarkably. Gu Qian's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, pondering why she had matured so rapidly. In her school days, she deliberately wore smaller sizes to prevent others from noticing, tightening them in hopes of stunting their growth. However, to her dismay, Lin Feng caught sight of her, leaving her feeling embarrassed for quite some time. Indeed, my Qian looks splendid in anything, Yi Chuan remarked while admiring Qian in the clothes she had purchased. The fit was perfect for university. Nevertheless, a few outfits were insufficient. Once Qianqian moved to the capital, she intended to take her shopping for more attire. She had already assumed the role of an elder sister-in-law. Come, let us take a photo, Yichuan said, holding her phone. Suddenly noticing the doll on the bedside, she exclaimed, Qianqian, this figurine is quite charming, isn't it? The resemblance to Lin Feng was uncanny. It was a gift from my brother, Qianqian replied with a chuckle. It seems Lin Feng is quite attentive to you, Yichuan observed, finding the doll somewhat intriguing but refrained from delving deeper. One must admit, Lin Feng's spicy crayfish was truly exceptional. Yichuan and Gu Qianqian hardly paused in their enjoyment, while Lin Feng skillfully peeled the shells for them with remarkable speed. Sister, previously Wolf mentioned you were avoiding blind dates with wealthy heirs. Is he still pursuing you? Lin Feng suddenly interjected. Yichuan, engrossed in her crayfish, was momentarily taken aback but quickly masked her surprise. The three continued their idle chatter as the long holiday stretched ahead, and Qianqian was effectively admitted early. With about 3 months until September's school start, she was a sensible girl, eager to plan her future independently and alleviate some of Lin Feng's burdens. After all, witnessing Lin Feng's late-night writing sessions sometimes left her feeling uneasy. Your intentions are commendable, but there is no need for you to take on part-time work since I can earn money now. Go out and explore, after all these years. You haven't fully experienced Jiangnan City, Lin Feng said with a smile. He appreciated Qianqian's thoughts, but didn't agree with her decision. Your brother is right. Seize the moment and wander about. This time, sister, Yichuan nearly let slip the word sister-in-law. Upon seeing the serious expressions on Lin Feng and Yichuan's faces, Gu Qianqian lowered her head and resumed peeling crayfish. Days passed, and Yichuan's efficiency was indeed impressive. Aware that it would be challenging for Gu Qianqian to accept her financial assistance, she arranged for Xiang Hui to issue an internal family benefits card for her. The associated account belonged to Yichuan herself. Such family benefit cards offered privileges determined by the level of the primary account holder. The higher the account holder's rank, the greater the benefits for family members. With Yichuan's status, family members could enjoy complimentary entry to any scenic spot across the country, free stays at designated city hotels, and numerous other perks. All these privileges were well-deserved, considering Qianqian was to be her future sister-in-law. Had she not been concerned about Qianqian's acceptance of her money, she would have even considered offering her unlimited black card for use. Shallow, first explore Jiangnan, and once Ling Yi finishes his college entrance examination, you can visit other places in the country, Lin Feng advised. As he spoke, he transferred 5,000 yuan into Qianqian's bank card. Traveling requires expenses. One must carry some money, he added. Brother, I won't need that much. With the discount card from Hatsune, I won't spend much, she replied. Never mind, just take it. Be careful on your journey, and if anything arises, call me any time so I can come to your aid, Lin Feng urged. Brother, are you eager for me to travel to avoid interrupting you and Hatsune? Gu Qianqian suddenly remarked. Lin Feng, who was sipping water, nearly choked. What are you talking about? Hatsune truly cares for you. How could I harbor such thoughts? As for me, I would never entertain such notions. Soft meals are not to my taste. If I were to seek someone, they would need a simple family background. System, do you have anything that can protect Qianqian? Is there any danger on this trip? Nothing major, merely some minor complications. There is no need for protective items this time. I will inform you when necessary. As long as she does not lose that calming pendant, she will be fine, the system responded after some consideration. It could offer only so much guidance. Any further details would spoil the narrative. After all, minor setbacks were inconsequential. Chapter 41, Lanhua Temple. Lanhua Temple is an ancient shrine located in the western hills of Jiangnan. It is said that prayers made here are often fruitful, though it is situated atop a mountain, without a means of descent. Climbing to the summit can prove difficult without a modicum of physical fitness. Gu Qianqian, adorned in a white athletic ensemble, with a shoulder bag slung across her back and a pink sun hat perched upon her head, appeared full of youthful vigor. She was currently traversing the mountain path, beads of sweat occasionally trickling down her face. The midday sun was quite intense, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. Little Qianqian, let me tell you. There are some nuances to seeking blessings, remarked a somewhat slender young man trailing behind her. The group consisted of 4 individuals, 2 men and 2 women. The other 3 were second-year students from Jiangnan University, who, with their weekend free, had decided to embark on an excursion together. On the way, they fortuitously encountered Gu Qianqian, who was traveling alone, and upon learning that their destination was also Lanhua Temple, they invited her to join them for companionship along the journey. Not wanting to overthink it, Qianqian accepted. Traveling alone could be rather dull. The slender young man was named Chung Kuan, while the other 2 were a couple, the male named Yuan Zhen and the female named Lu Xian. They were all from the same major and were quite familiar with one another. Kunzi, do you have your eye on that girl? You've been quite attentive all the way. Yuan Zhen teased, as a notification from his WeChat rang out. Brother Yuan, you know it. This girl is truly exquisite. Help a brother out, and I'll take you for the best treatment another day, Chung Kuan replied. He had indeed harbored some interest in Gu Qianqian. She possessed both beauty and a desirable figure. However, since Lu Xian was accompanying him today, he decided to let his good friend have the chance, as these fresh graduates were often the easiest to charm. Certainly, Chung Kuan is not exactly an innocent soul. Since his freshman year, he has cycled through several girlfriends. With his handsome appearance and charming demeanor, he invariably finds himself the object of affection from numerous admirers. However, Gu Qianqian seems to present a challenge for him. He has offered to carry her bag several times, only to be met with refusals. Their conversations are sporadic, with Chung Kuan predominantly holding the floor. Although his wit and humor are commendable, Gu Qianqian finds little amusement in his words, preferring the eloquence of his brother instead. System, how much longer must I carry this egg? Lin Feng inquired. Just 4 more hours will suffice, the system replied. During Gu Qianqian's absence, Lin Feng has been cradling the pet egg daily, harboring a sense of anticipation regarding its potential contents. What if it were to hatch a mythical beast? That would surely elevate him to new heights. Yet, during these days, Zhang Niu has been sending him messages around midnight, sharing insights on writing techniques, and directly informing Lin Feng that after completing his work, Hua Tailang would assist in refining it. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel bemused. Who would believe that the Underworld's Oxhead was also penning a novel? Nevertheless, with Hua Tailang's editorial guidance, Oxhead's book has soared in rankings, now sitting third on the new book list, surpassing even Lin Feng's work by 2 positions. Upon seeing the rankings, Lin Feng couldn't restrain himself from cursing Hua Tailang again. Had he known that Hua Tailang was one to bully the weak and fear the strong, he would have taken him away sooner. After all, he is a part-time Grim Reaper. Around 2 p.m., Gu Qianqian and her companions finally arrived at their destination, Manhwa Temple. However, the temple appeared somewhat desolate, with only a few scattered worshippers offering incense and making wishes. The structure was not particularly large, housing an elderly monk and a young novice who were rhythmically striking a wooden fish beside the Buddha statue. Gu Qianqian also donated some merit money and purchased a wish incense, kneeling before the statue to make her wish. With sincere intent, she clasped her hands together and, after completing her wish, performed the respectful gesture of bowing her head. It was then that she inadvertently caught a glimpse of the statue, which seemed to be casting a sidelong glance at her. Yet, when she focused her gaze, everything appeared normal once more. Could it be that the prolonged hike had left her fatigued? She pondered. Lu Xen was also kneeling before the statue, murmuring prayers, albeit too swiftly for bystanders to comprehend. She and Yuan Zhen were not merely here for leisure. Months earlier, they had indulged excessively in the wild without a small umbrella and had unfortunately faced some consequences. Upon discovering a pregnancy, they had no choice but to terminate it. In desperation, she had convinced Yuan Zhen to accompany her to this temple to pray for blessings. After their prayers, Gu Qianqian prepared to depart. The mountaintop had only a handful of visitors and offered little in terms of entertainment. Coupled with her earlier disquieting sensation, she felt an inexplicable strangeness emanating from the Buddha statue, prompting her desire to leave. Suddenly, a strong wind began to howl. How could such a tempest arise without warning? They had checked the weather forecast before leaving, and rain was not expected in the vicinity today. A chill wind swept through as dark clouds rapidly covered the sky. The temple had taken on a somewhat somber atmosphere. Observing this, the elderly monk calmly lit the candles. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky, and soon torrential rain began to pour down. Gu Qianqian's peculiar sense of unease intensified. Amidst the flashes of lightning and the claps of thunder, she perceived the statue of Buddha casting a sidelong glance at her, as if it were observing her closely. Fortunately, the calming orb continued to emit a soft blue light, consistently soothing her anxious heart. Within the temple, there were presently 13 visitors who had not yet departed. The others seemed oblivious to Gu Qianqian's disquiet, engrossed in their phones, attributing their distraction to the inclement weather. It appeared that everyone's mobile signals were rather weak, making it difficult to send messages. Do not be alarmed, dear patrons. Such peculiar weather can occasionally occur in these mountains, the monk reassured them. There are several guest rooms available behind. If you feel weary, you may rest there until the rain subsides before making further plans. The rest of the group had no objections to the monk's suggestion. Resting within the main hall seemed somewhat disrespectful to the Buddha. However, since the number of rooms was limited and the rest was merely temporary, Gu Qianqian ended up sharing a room with Lu Xian, while Chung Kuan and Yuan Zhen took the adjacent room. This arrangement would ensure mutual support in case of any issues. Before entering, Chung Kuan had exchanged pleasantries with Lu Xian, requesting her assistance in discerning Gu Qianqian's situation and identifying potential opportunities. He assured her that there would be substantial rewards for her help, hinting that the benefits would be far greater than before. He was determined to secure Gu Qianqian for himself. Lu Xian, of course, did not refuse, knowing well that both of her roommates had previously been introduced to Chung Kuan, from which she had reaped considerable advantages. For this inexperienced young woman, it posed no challenge at all. Chapter 42, The Mutated Pet, Gong Gue. It stirred. Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement as he noticed cracks appearing on the eggshell. The time indicated by the system was nearly upon him. What would hatch from it? With a crack, the eggshell shattered completely, revealing a small, deep purple creature. It possessed a rounded body, with crimson eyes and spiky protrusions along its back. Its large, pointed ears perched atop its head, and it had short limbs with 3 digits each, complemented by a stout, short tail. Its wide mouth curved into a sinister smile as it regarded Lin Feng. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the mutated pet, Gungue. A mutated Gungue? Lin Feng scrutinized the little creature earnestly. The system indicated that this mutated Gungue possessed an array of skills, including invisibility, stealth, shadow ball, devour, and levitation. However, the skills also bore level indications, suggesting that, like him, it required leveling up. Its initial friendliness was at 80, with no options for trading or gifting. The current comprehensive ability level was classified as basic, and it could enhance its powers through the consumption of ghostly entities. Furthermore, should Gungue vanquish creatures, the host could similarly receive item drops and a 100 experience bonus. It seems that having an additional ally in the game is akin to gaining a companion, Lin Feng mused. The Gungue fixated on him for a moment before suddenly darting behind him. What is this? The host inquired. This is a characteristic of Gungue. It enjoys concealing itself within the shadows of others. When nestled in someone else's shadow, it can obscure its presence, rendering it imperceptible. Lin Feng observed his shadow swaying left and right, as if executing a slow-motion dance. It appears to be dancing? Indeed, this is also one of its traits. It can manipulate the shadows of others. Truly a peculiar creature, Lin Feng remarked, finding amusement in the lively shadow. Possessing such initial abilities and with a skill set that seemed quite practical, he wondered how effective they would be in actual combat. At Manhwa Temple, the skies were still rife with thunder and lightning, and the fierce winds battered against the windows, producing a cacophony of sounds. Qian and Lu Xian occupied a room, occasionally exchanging trivial remarks. After persistent inquiries from Lu Xian, she finally uncovered a sliver of useful information. She learned that Gu Qian had an elder brother, and that their parents had passed away. Currently, she was awaiting an acceptance letter from the prestigious Imperial Capital University. To be honest, Lu Xian felt a twinge of jealousy. The Imperial Capital University was several tiers above her own institution. This girl was not only beautiful, but also academically accomplished. Sister Qian, are you seeing anyone? Lu Xian inquired with a smile, attempting to gently steer the conversation. Qian had become increasingly sensitive to Lu Xian's probing, often feeling discomfort by the personal questions. University is indeed a wonderful time to form relationships. With your charming appearance, I'm sure many would be vying for your attention at school. Perhaps, she replied, glancing at her phone, eager to share the photos she had taken that day with Lin Feng. Unfortunately, the network was persistently buffering. The signal was atrocious, taking several minutes to send a single image. She wondered when the rain would cease and if there were alternative routes down the mountain. For now, waiting was her only option. Fortunately, there were others in the temple. Otherwise, the solitude could be quite unnerving. Kunzi, fret not, with Lu Xian around. A mere Gu Qian should be easily managed, he jested. However, Gu Qian seems quite guarded. Even asking for her WeChat or phone number is proving difficult. It's more challenging than before, Chen Kuan remarked. When has your Lu Jie ever faltered? The two continued their discussion within the confines of the room. In the main hall of Manhwa Temple, the master declared, all arrangements have been made. Indeed, once the time arrives, proceed with the meat meal. The old monk stated coldly, devoid of his previous benevolent demeanor, and bearing a somewhat formidable presence. Yes, master, the young monk responded. On the 7th day of the 7th month, at midnight, he retrieved the birth chart of Gu Qian and examined it once more. The eyes of the Buddha statue behind him began to slant, as though peering into the depths of the situation. Ding! Lin Feng received several photos taken by Gu Qian. He had also heard of Manhwa Temple, which once had a modest reputation. Although its remoteness made it less accessible, the ascent alone requires a 2-hour trek along a rugged path, rendering it an uncommon destination for most seeking blessings. He meticulously flipped through the photographs, many of which were casual selfies. Lin Feng noticed several pictures featuring Qian alongside others, suggesting they were companions on this journey, as multiple images depicted them walking together. Among them was a woman who appeared to be carrying a small object on her back, though the image was unclear, resembling a claw-like shape. Lin Feng glanced at it, but did not dwell on it for long. Brother, it's pouring rain here. We might have to stay overnight. Came a message from Qian after some time. Is it raining there? Lin Feng queried, pulling out his phone to check the weather, finding no alerts indicating rain. It seemed the weather forecast was often inaccurate, as it still displayed clear skies. He sent Qian a screenshot of the weather report. Yi Chuan had been quite busy lately, having enjoyed her time with Lin Feng. With Qian absent, it was an opportune moment for them to relish their time together. However, a few days prior, an astonishing piece of news had surfaced. The internationally wanted criminal, Dashi, had allegedly desecrated the grave of a deceased director, absconding with the corpse. The incident nearly caused an uproar. Dashi had not lied to Lin Feng. Indeed, he had stirred quite the commotion. Unfortunately, as Lin Feng was not affiliated with any national organization, he remained unaware of the unfolding events. Now, the latest information indicated that Dashi might target another director's remains. Given Yi Chuyin's proximity and lack of other engagements, she was promptly assigned a task to guard the cemetery for 10 days until the defensive arrangements were complete. Bored, she lay on a small bed, idly scrolling through her phone, finding the days of watching over the grave particularly tedious. With nothing to occupy her mind, she pondered the morbid fascination with corpses, feeling a wave of nausea at the thought of such individuals existing. Casting a glance outside, she saw 7 or 8 cultivators diligently arranging the formation. "Hey sis, who asked that cute girl you posted about in your friend circle?" A message from the time management expert, Yi Chu Fan, appeared on her screen. "Your sister? Where would I get a sister? Our sister is still in school. Could this be a sibling born behind my back?" Yi Chuin replied, incredulously. Yi Chu Fan sent a smiling emoji. "Do you have this girl's contact information? Share it with me." "Get lost," Yi Chuin retorted disdainfully, adding 3 exclamation marks for emphasis. "Why am I not deserving? Am I not your brother?" Yi Chu Fan, feeling bored, engaged in their usual sibling banter. Chapter 43, The Ghost-Faced Infant. Finding individuals was no simple task. He underestimated my capabilities, Yi Chu Fan thought. His sister was currently in Jiangnan, and this girl likely hailed from the same region. With her light blue hair, she was easily recognizable. He promptly made a call and sent the photograph over, eager to uncover the identity of this girl who seemed so intimately connected with his sister. Of course, he harbored no ill intentions, for she was under the protective wing of his older sister. For him, it was a matter of utmost seriousness. After all, his sister's iron fist was no trifling matter. In the great families of the imperial capital, who was unaware of the saying? The Yi family has a daughter who has blossomed, her strength unmatched, and her spirit formidable. At the tender age of 3, she had already sent her 5-year-old brother, Yi Chui, fleeing in all directions. By the time she turned 5, even her cousins, no matter how many, were no match for her. After awakening her extraordinary abilities, her prowess only intensified. She even contemplated constructing a pyramid to express her filial piety to their grandfather. She was truly a simple and earnest person, albeit with a temper that could flare unexpectedly. Her romantic endeavors had never been smooth. Either no one caught her eye, or no one dared to approach her. When she unleashed her wrath, it was certain to result in chaos, especially for the male counterpart. In Lin Feng's household, the ghost known as Gung Gui was becoming increasingly adept. Occasionally, it would conceal its form. At one moment, Lin Feng observed the refrigerator opening on its own, with the food within steadily diminishing. This fellow had quite the appetite. Nearly emptying the fridge, Lin Feng was not particularly concerned about its consumption. He had resolved to take it ghost hunting that evening, aiming to elevate its rank. Once its level increased, it could serve him diligently, allowing him to relish life without the burdensome toil. After all, he had become something akin to a reaper. He deserved to enjoy some respite. As the clock approached 9 in the evening, he prepared to set out shortly. With assistance at hand, efficiency would surely improve. He wondered whether the rain had ceased for Qian Qian. A fleeting thought crossed Lin Feng's mind. Although the system had assured him that Qian Qian would navigate any peril unscathed, it was still his sister. He felt compelled to keep a watchful eye. At that moment, Lin Feng's phone suddenly chimed. It was a message from Qian Qian. "Brother, it's still raining here. We'll have to spend the night in this temple. Thankfully, I have this older sister with me, so you need not worry." After a while, a photo arrived. A glimpse of Lu Xian's silhouette. Lin Feng was taken aback. This time, he observed with clarity. Behind the woman lurked a ghostly infant, grinning eerily at Qian Qian from the angle of the shot. "Weren't you just saying Qian Qian was fine?" Lin Feng exclaimed, his voice laced with anger. "It's merely a little ghost. There's nothing of concern," the system replied languidly. "Whether you go or not, the issue can be resolved." Lin Feng knew that if he didn't go, others would inevitably appear. Does that equate to the same outcome? He mused. What if a man showed up? Qian Qian was still young, and the notion of being rescued by a hero could easily lead to unnecessary complications, affecting her future studies. Never mind, it was best for him to go in person, as it concerned his sister. "Ah, you're merely worried about Qian Qian being saved by another man, aren't you? And yet you speak with such righteous indignation," the system remarked, exasperated. The affections bestowed upon that girl were beyond Lin Feng's comprehension. "I wonder what you're fretting about." It simply refrained from revealing too much at present. Chapter 44, Interception. "Gung Gui, come with me," Lin Feng commanded, transforming into his ethereal form. The Gung Gui obediently attached itself to Lin Feng's back. The speed of the bamboo helicopter rivaled that of an ordinary flying sword. However, the Manhwa temple was somewhat remote, requiring over 2 hours to reach. The moonlight tonight was enchanting, casting a silvery glow everywhere. Occasionally, those who admired the moon were astonished to see a dark figure racing across the sky. Such a sight could not be concealed from ordinary people, nor could it escape the keen eyes of the observant. Elder Zhao had discovered the whereabouts of that individual, as Zhang Ruoshui reported. Lin Feng's appearance was easily recognizable, marked by his distinctive black battle attire and the exquisite skull mask he wore. "How fortunate I am. I only arrived in Jiangnan yesterday, and today I have already tracked him down," Zhao Tingyi remarked with a smile. However, that person had acquired some flying treasure and was now hastily heading southwest. This artifact was rather peculiar, being worn upon the head. Without delay, I shall set out to find him, Zhao Tingyi declared, raising her delicate hand to reveal a water-blue longsword that appeared before her. As she stepped onto the flying sword, she shot forth like a long rainbow. With her golden core cultivation, her sword control was significantly swifter than Lin Feng's. Nevertheless, it would still take some time to catch up to him. She was not in a hurry. As long as she could pursue Lin Feng, she had means to subdue him. This time, she had brought along a special artifact. Sister Qianqian, it's dark and silent, with only this candlelight. I am somewhat frightened. How about we invite Yuan Zhen and the others over for some company? Lu Xian suggested. The night was indeed a prime opportunity for creating chances. However, Gu Qianqian had not engaged much in conversation with her. After considerable thought, she had managed to come up with this idea. But they are all men. That might be inconvenient, Gu Qianqian replied. She was merely acquainted with these individuals by chance, and it felt inappropriate to invite them over at such a late hour. Oh dear, Qianqian, with the thunder and lightning, who knows what strange things could be lurking? Just look at how the rain continues to pour outside, Lu Xian said, deliberately speaking of terrifying things to try and frighten Qianqian. Sister Lu, if you are scared, why not go next door to find them? I shall stay here, Gu Qianqian replied, seated before the bed, which had a somewhat decayed odor. She planned to endure the night in this manner, intending to find a proper place to rest after descending the mountain tomorrow. Since you say so, I shall go over. If you are frightened, just come to me, Lu Xian said. She did not believe that Gu Qianqian was truly unafraid of such horrors. She intended to stay for a while, confident that Qianqian would eventually join her. We shall see if her resolve remains so firm. The moment Lu Xian opened the door, another clap of thunder resounded. Gu Qianqian looked up at the doorway, and in the flash of lightning, she caught sight of something lurking behind Lu Xian. In that fleeting moment, as the lightning illuminated the scene, it vanished without a trace. Gu Qianqian gasped, quickly covering her mouth with her hands. What on earth was that? After Lu Xian left, she hurriedly locked the door from behind. She resolved that she would not sleep tonight. She would remain awake until dawn and then depart. Sister, how is it? Chen Kuan inquired. I did not anticipate that the young lady would possess such a tenacious spirit, resolutely refusing to listen despite our entreaties. The winds and rains atop this mountain are fierce. Let us linger here for a while and observe whether she is truly frightened alone over there. Lu Xian remarked with a sense of triumph, believing that it was necessary for the young girl to experience some hardship. By the flickering candlelight, the three companions indulged in the fruits sent by the little monk. The appearance of these fruits was unlike anything they had ever encountered. However, their flavor was sweet and rich, imbued with a uniquely succulent essence. The gentle blue glow of Ningxun's pendant continued to envelop Gu Qianqian, providing her with a sense of security amidst her fears. Within the grand hall, the little monk inquired of the elder monk, Master, when shall we commence our meal? His impatience for sustenance was palpable. Endure a little longer. The meat at the hour of Z is the finest. The elder monk replied, no longer striking the wooden fish, his expression morphing into a more sinister grin. The towering Buddha statue behind him had now assumed a completely transformed visage. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was traversing the night sky with great speed, profoundly shaken by the photograph he had seen. Suddenly, he noticed a blue streak soaring towards him from behind. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart, and he became acutely alert. The distance closed rapidly, revealing a flying sword upon which stood a woman clad in white. Though her features were rather ordinary, resembling that of a neighborhood ant, she cast her gaze upon Lin Feng and immediately launched 6 small banners, which swiftly spread in various directions, encircling him entirely. You are the one with spatial abilities, are you not? Zhao Tingyi inquired with keen interest, sensing a distinctive aura emanating from Lin Feng. Might I inquire about your intentions? If it is mere idle chatter, we could postpone it for another day. Lin Feng, however, was in a hurry to find Qianqian and had no time for idle conversation with this woman. He utilized his system to assess the situation, realizing that she was at the golden core stage, equivalent to a high level of power, which significantly surpassed his own. It appeared that he would have to resort to his most treasured items. It is certainly not idle chatter. I have heard of your remarkable spatial abilities and wish to request your assistance. Might you have the time? Zhao Tingyi smiled, having already set the spatial formation in place. No longer anxious about Lin Feng's potential escape. Senior, I truly cannot spare the time at present. Please allow me to conclude my business first, Lin Feng replied, his urgency mounting, for the ghostly-faced infant was no ordinary entity. If anything were to happen while the two were camping outdoors, he would surely regret it. Refusing a toast only to drink a punishment wine. Perhaps I have shown you too much courtesy. Zhao Tingyi's expression darkened, taken aback by his blatant disregard. Lin Feng's demeanor grew serious as well. This elder woman did not appear to be harmless. Was she genuinely intent on causing trouble? Host. The spatial area has been locked down. The instant movement technique cannot be activated, the system alerted him. The ghostly figure had already concealed itself. And though Zhao Tingyi sensed something peculiar lurking behind Lin Feng, she had yet to discern its true nature. With a swift gesture, Zhao Tingyi directed a white rope towards Lin Feng. Gripping his weapon, the moonlit blade, Lin Feng prepared to defend himself. Soul Fire Talisman, he muttered, casting a talisman with deft precision. His ghostly abilities may prove somewhat effective against lower-tier specters. However, when it comes to contending with this golden core woman, their efficacy is questionable. Zhao Tingyi, with a graceful flourish of her delicate hand, directed an invisible force to collide with the fire talisman, resulting in an instantaneous explosion. Not bad, young man. You possess some skill to master such a thing. I must admit, I underestimated you. Zhao Tingyi expressed her astonishment. Fire talismans are the exclusive tools of cultivators, necessitating spiritual energy for activation. She had never encountered an awakened individual capable of wielding spiritual power. Yet, once I capture you, I shall uncover the truth, she remarked with a cold smirk, launching a direct strike with her sword, though she refrained from using excessive force. After all, she intended to refine Lin Feng into a useful puppet, and injuring him severely would be counterproductive. She only exerted a mere 5% of her strength. Swish, swish. Swish, several paper talismans were hurled by Lin Feng. Zhao Tingyi presumed they were merely ordinary fire talismans and paid them little heed. She simply slashed them apart with her sword. However, the explosive talisman, once adhered to her blue water sword, began to detonate continuously. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless explosions diminished the luminous aura surrounding the blue water sword, rendering it somewhat dim. Ingui, you must go to Lanhua Temple and protect Qianqian. Lin Feng instructed Ingui with a thought. He could not leave just yet. His only strategy was to have Ingui stall for time. Chapter 45. You are still too weak. In the form of a Gatling gun, Lin Feng's weapon transformed into a resplendent golden long spear. This was his first experience wielding a weapon in this state. Without hesitation, seizing the moment afforded by the explosive talismans, he unleashed a furious barrage towards the smoke. The Gatling gun, emanating blue light, continuously fired special ethereal ammunition. After several minutes, the explosive talismans finally ceased, and the smoke began to dissipate. Zhao Tingyi's white attire was now smeared with dark ash, her hair disheveled. Yet, she was enveloped in a thin layer of white film that shielded her. The Gatling bullets struck her but were entirely deflected by this protective barrier, failing to penetrate. Young man, you indeed possess some talent, yet you remain far from formidable, she acknowledged. The earlier explosive talismans had indeed caused her some trouble, with their incessant detonations. Were it not for her protective artifact, her physical body might have sustained injuries. Though she had cultivated for many years, her body was not impervious. Cultivators primarily focus on the essence of their spirit and mental force, leaving their physical forms relatively weaker. Some possess physical strength inferior to Lin Feng's current state. They primarily rely on intricate spells, protective artifacts, and the unpredictable art of sword control. Just as awakened individuals cannot cultivate, both sides possess their respective strengths and weaknesses. Neither has reached a level of absolute invincibility. Lin Feng sensed Ingui accelerating towards Lanhua Temple, and a sense of relief washed over him. He was not too far from the temple's location. In merely half an hour, he could resolve the matter at hand and hasten to his destination. Zhao Tingyi's face was a mask of frost, and the youth before her appeared somewhat unruly. It seemed that he must endure some hardship. However, what was with the multitude of talismans adorning him, and that weapon? It could even change its form. Once she acquired it, she would thoroughly study it. She had already devised a plan in her mind. The incantation marks. From Lin Feng's neck, a stream of tadpole-like runes surged forth. In mere moments, these runes enveloped his entire body, and two bony wings sprouted from his back. Host, you have triggered the darkening effect of the incantation mark. Your combat power has increased, though your judgment will gradually weaken, the system cautioned. You have indeed surprised me. Zhao Tingyi remarked, her anger transforming into delight as she observed Lin Feng's transformation. The stronger he became, the greater the likelihood of her successfully turning him into a puppet during her explorations of the secret realm. How could she not be elated? Dragon's Roar Technique. With her right hand forming a spell, a blue water dragon surged toward Lin Feng. He deftly evaded the blue dragon with a flash of his intangible form. The Gatling gun in his hand morphed into a long blade. With the enhancement of his bony wings, his speed achieved an astonishing escalation. Old hag, do you dare to obstruct me? Lin Feng, in his darkened state, unleashed a formidable surge of power. Clang, clang. In a matter of moments, Lin Feng engaged in a fierce clash of swords with Zhao Tingyi. Flashy tricks, young man, yet you remain far too weak. Seizing an opening, Zhao Tingyi struck Lin Feng's abdomen with a palm, sending him hurtling away. Your moves are peculiar, but still lacking significantly, she stated, shaking her head. Their earlier confrontation was merely a test of Lin Feng's upper limits. With those strange wings, he should have reached the so-called standard, yet to her, he was still woefully inadequate. You have no chance left. Submit and become my puppet. Zhao Tingyi leapt before Lin Feng, having merely toyed with him before. The space was locked down, and he had no hope of escape. Let me see what lies beneath your mask. Blood trickled from the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. Her previous strike had been brutally forceful. Above the Lanhua Temple, a torrential downpour continued unabated. Gung Gui concealed its form within the darkness of the night. After flying for half an hour, it finally beheld the temple. Yet, to its eyes, the structure appeared oddly desolate, like a skeletal remnant. Remembering Lin Feng's instructions, it, as his bound pet, was imbued with unwavering loyalty. It floated down serenely, searching each room for Gu Qianqian. Lin Feng had shown it a photograph, and the light blue hair was one of Gu Qianqian's distinguishing features. It entered each room directly, slipping through windows wherever possible. Upon reaching Lu Xin's room, it detected an unusual sound. The windows and doors were locked, and it paused momentarily at the entrance. Inside the room, Cheng Kuan had his back turned to the two individuals, engrossed in music through his headphones while reading a novel. He continued to wait, anticipating that Gu Qianqian would eventually succumb to the darkness and approach him. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhen and Lu Xin, unbeknownst to them, had begun their own intimate rendezvous. The evening had offered little in terms of distraction, leading them to snuggle together while watching a youthful idol drama. It was uncertain who initiated the conversation, but they found themselves drawn together. Their positions were well concealed, making it appear as though Lu Xin was merely seated on Yuan Zhen's lap, with a garment draped casually around her waist, rendering it difficult to discern their true actions. Gung Gui, unable to open the door and unsure if the individuals inside were the ones he sought, forcefully slammed against it, causing it to burst open. A thunderous sound echoed, masking the noise of the door being breached. The three within were startled by the sudden entrance. Gung Gui scanned the room and caught a glimpse of the ghostly infant behind Lu Xin. After a brief inspection, he turned and drifted away. Lin Feng's directive was to protect Gu Qianqian. The concerns of others were of no consequence to him. Yuan Zhen and the others felt an abrupt drop in temperature but noticed nothing amiss, attributing the door's opening to a lack of proper locking, perhaps due to the wind. "Brother, kindly close the door," Yuan Zhen requested, as his current state made it inconvenient for him to rise. Chen Kuan cast a suspicious glance at the two before rising to shut the door. Upon attempting to lock it, he discovered the lock appeared to be malfunctioning. Checking the time, he noted it was already 11:40. Could Gu Qianqian have fallen asleep? She had been in that room for quite some time. Meanwhile, Gu Qianqian's window remained slightly ajar, and Gung Gui effortlessly floated inside. "Why has it suddenly become so cold?" Qianqian murmured unconsciously. Upon spotting her distinctive hair, Gung Gui confirmed that she was indeed the one Lin Feng had instructed him to find. It settled into her shadow to rest. Having flown for 2 hours and feeling somewhat famished, even contemplating devouring a few malevolent spirits to satiate its hunger. Chapter 46. Who can be more ruthless than I? At the moment Zhao Tingyi reached for Lin Feng's mask, Lin Feng's figure abruptly vanished without a trace. No presence could be sensed, as if he had evaporated entirely. The formation remained intact. Spatial displacement was impossible, Zhao Tingyi mused. Just as she was lost in thought, a sudden gust of wind rushed past her ears. Reacting swiftly, she rose to evade, hastily using her hand to block. Lin Feng's blade found itself grasped in her hand, though she failed to sever her hand. A cut appeared on the web of her left hand, blood trickling down the blade. "You have truly provoked my ire," Zhao Tingyi stated coldly, gripping the blade's edge with her left hand. "Just now, you almost struck my head. I shall extract your soul and extinguish your soul lamp." With her left hand holding firmly to Lin Feng's blade, she conjured a massive yellow handprint with her right, thrusting it forward. Lin Feng, however, was not foolish enough to remain within reach and released the phantom crescent blade, deftly evading. "Humph, you cannot escape." The 6 red sun formation. The 6 small flags emitted a radiant light, forming a hexagonal barrier that sealed off the area. "This old woman is truly ruthless," Lin Feng muttered as he took cover. Had it not been for the invisibility talisman he employed, he would have surely fallen into the clutches of that old hag. This was his inaugural encounter with the terror of a formidable master, and it was compounded by Zhao Tingyi's leniency. "Shrink," Zhao Tingyi commanded, and the 6 banners began to gradually converge. Now, she had grown wary, her protective mystical arts activated to safeguard her vital areas. It would not be so easy for Lin Feng to launch a surprise attack. Once the array flags contracted to a certain extent, she would not fear being unable to locate Lin Feng's south hiding place. "Old woman, you have forced my hand," Lin Feng thought, as he beheld the lingering bloodstains on the moonlit surface. He steeled himself. Death was tethered to blood. A crimson magical array materialized in the void. "What trickery do you intend to employ this time, boy?" Zhao Tingyi was no longer in the mood for spectatorship. Lin Feng's bizarre techniques were incessantly novel. With a decisive gesture, he unleashed the dragon capturing hand toward the array. Whatever it was, it must be obliterated forthwith. As he gazed at the massive palm imprint, Lin Feng completed his final incantation. Boom! The dragon capturing hand struck Lin Feng head-on, sending him crashing to the ground with a resounding impact. Zhao Tingyi too let out a cry of anguish, plummeting from midair. How could this be? She had no time to assess her injuries before she unexpectedly discovered an elongated appendage protruding from her body. After years of cultivation, how could such a thing manifest? For a moment, she was taken aback. "What have you done to me?" She spat at Lin Feng's direction, her teeth clenched. She recalled the peculiar array and the bizarre circumstances surrounding her fall. It must have been his doing. You squandered a high-grade invisibility talisman and brazenly claimed you would capture me as a marionette. Today, we shall reach a resolution. Lin Feng retorted coldly. A crimson thread bound him to Zhao Tingyi, and a hefty iron rod materialized in his grasp. Let me demonstrate what it means to be ruthless. He swung the rod downward with force. Zhao Tingyi could not help but curl up in agony, as if she heard the sound of eggshells shattering. Host, you truly are a ruthless individual. I would gladly call you the strongest. Even the Reaper system could not help but praise. It was the first time it had witnessed such a combat style, utilizing skill characteristics to directly assault one's most vulnerable points. Yet, it was not enough. Lin Feng struggled to rise, seizing the rod once more to strike his own head violently. Zhao Tingyi felt an overwhelming impact. Her physical form, only marginally superior to Lin Feng's, could not withstand this relentless onslaught. She now felt weakened, lacking the strength to wield her longsword. After a prolonged assault, the connection was severed. The red thread snapped, and Lin Feng retrieved a high-grade energy-replenishing pill to consume. Step by step, Lin Feng restored his vitality as he advanced toward Zhao Tingyi. She observed the footprints extending toward her on the ground, her heart gripped by terror. She too had just ingested a long-preserved intermediate energy-replenishing pill. In hopes of gradually restoring her powers, she intended to seek out her senior brother to confront this individual together. She was convinced that this person harbored an enormous secret, the acquisition of which would be akin to obtaining a treasure from a hidden realm. Halt! We can strike a bargain, Zhao Tingyi proposed. Yet, at this moment, the blood-red scythe loomed. Lin Feng, without hesitation or curiosity regarding this person's identity, resolved that this individual must perish today. With a swift slash, the scythe fell, severing Zhao Tingyi's neck. Being merely at the golden core stage, her primordial spirit had yet to transform into an infant. With her head severed and her life extinguished, her consciousness began to dissipate, prompting her to reflect on many things. Why venture into that perilous secret realm? Why had she initially held back? Lin Feng noticed a storage pouch on Zhao Tingyi's body and promptly collected it. With the death of the caster, the 6 array flags became ownerless, floating in the air, and he gathered those into his spatial ring as well. He then hastened towards the direction of Lanhua Temple. The thoughts of the ghostly presence conveyed to him assured him that Qianqian was unharmed. However, within the ghost's perception, it seemed that something far more terrifying lurked within that temple, something that rivaled the ghost-faced infant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden challenge, defeating an enemy of a higher level. Reward, 2 mysterious draws. Chapter 47, Blood Feast. At midnight, Gu Qianqian likely won't be coming. You should go get some sleep, Yuanjin suggested, feeling somewhat disinterested after the burst of passion. He lit a cigarette, yearning for a moment of quietude. Although the bed was spacious, it was ill-suited for 3 to share, and it would be unjust to let Shen Kuan endure a sleepless night perched on the stool. Humph! Lu Xian scoffed, exasperated by the behavior of every man she encountered, who seemed to transform into an entirely different person after their pleasures. In the grand hall, the little monk's visage contorted grotesquely. Master, I am so hungry. A long horn had sprouted from his head, and the statue of Buddha in the hall morphed into a fearsome visage. Go forth. But those 2 young girls must be left for me to enjoy, the old monk said coldly. Thud, thud. Gu Qianqian heard strange noises outside the door and peeked through the window. A short figure clad in a yellow robe was pushing open the door to the first small room. The night was dark, and the howling wind made it difficult to see clearly. Little master? In that room resided a middle-aged woman who had yet to fall asleep, perplexed by the raucous wind and rain outside. I am so hungry. The little monk revealed teeth sharp as a shark's and lunged for the woman's neck, drinking her blood with delight. To him, the blood of the living was truly exquisite. Crunch, crunch. He soon began to devour her. Thud, thud. Qianqian, open the door. Lu Xian pounded on the door from outside. Terrified by the horrifying scene she had witnessed earlier, Gu Qianqian cowered in the room, afraid to respond. Gu Qianqian, what do you mean by this? If you don't open the door, don't blame me for being rude. Lu Xian, not one to be trifled with, felt a surge of anger at Gu Qianqian's apparent lack of gratitude, especially considering the prospects of Cheng Kuan's situation, which now seemed doomed. With a forceful kick, she sent the long-decayed wooden door crashing down, the lock clattering to the ground. Thunder roared once more, its sound echoing ominously. Behind her, the ghostly infant peered out, fixated on Gu Qianqian, its teeth grinding as if the allure of her flesh was irresistible. Suddenly, Lu Xian felt an inexplicable force strike her face. As though some unseen entity had delivered a resounding slap, she was flung backward, the vengeful spirit concealed in the shadows now hovering before Gu Qianqian. The very source of the blow. The ghostly infant, witnessing the apparition, displayed a look of terror. Lu Xian lay on the ground, her right hand pointing accusingly at Gu Qianqian, a crimson mark adorning her cheek. Gu Qianqian, how ungrateful can you be? My girlfriend came to ensure your safety, and you dare to strike her. The other 2 companions, bewildered by the scene, directed their ire at Gu Qianqian, astonished by the sheer force of her actions. After all, there was no one else present except Gu Qianqian, and they were left in awe of her unexpected strength, knowing full well that Lu Xian was a formidable presence, never having lost a challenge to any female adversary. Perplexed, Gu Qianqian wondered how Lu Xian had been so abruptly sent flying. Yet, the sound of the slap had echoed in her ears. Just as Yuan Zhen was about to enter and demand an explanation from Gu Qianqian, the vengeful spirit struck again, landing another blow to his face, causing his teeth to loosen and him to feel the weight of that terrifying slap. This room is cursed. Lu Xian is in danger. She screamed in panic. The three felt a chill run down their spines, overwhelmed by the horror of the unknown. Something is tightening around my neck. Lu Xian suddenly cried out. The ghostly infant, capable of perceiving the floating spirit, seemed to be licking its lips in anticipation. In a moment of sheer fright, Lu Xian clung tightly to her neck, her grip tightening as her breathing became increasingly labored, her complexion turning a ghastly shade of blue. Is there really a ghost? Yuan Zhen exclaimed, gripped by terror as he recalled the supernatural occurrences that had once transpired at their school. We must head to the main hall and seek out the old monk, Cheng Kuan, he urged. With the Buddha statues present, these supernatural entities should not dare approach. The two lifted Lu Xian and dashed toward the main hall, while Gu Qianqian, surveying the desolate room, was engulfed by fear. What other malevolent forces lurked within? Whence had that sinister laughter arisen? Hesitation gripped her as she contemplated joining them in the main hall, where the presence of the statues might offer her some solace. Just as she prepared to step forward, an unseen force tugged at her pant leg, seemingly intent on preventing her exit. The vengeful spirit revealed itself, attempting to convey its goodwill with the most sincere smile it could muster, albeit terrifying Gu Qianqian in the process. Her legs were firmly ensnared, rendering her unable to flee. The spirit made a shushing gesture and closed the door, leaving Gu Qianqian in a state of shock. What, she pondered, did this violet specter truly desire? If I am not mistaken, the individual who just sent those two flying must be this fellow. However, its strength is astonishing. Even the robust Yuanjin was knocked over with a single slap. Naturally, she dared not move recklessly. Upon observing that Gu Qianqian had settled down in silence, the ghost floated onto the bed and lay down. It sensed that this place harbored other peculiarities, with an even thicker aura of ghostly energy. Before Lin Feng's arrival, it was imperative to protect Gu Qianqian diligently. Master. The two men hurriedly carried Lu Xian into the main hall. They spotted the old monk's back, who was seemingly engrossed in eating something. Master, there are ghosts. Cheng Kuan exclaimed repeatedly. Indeed, the old monk slowly turned his head, his mouth smeared with blood. In his right hand, he grasped a severed arm, tearing off a piece to chew on. The three of them were utterly stupefied, their legs turning to jelly, drained of any strength to flee. I've consumed 4 of you. Next, I shall seek that girl, he cackled ominously. The 4 he referred to were, of course, the ghostly-faced infant behind Lu Xian. Such heavy resentment was, to him, a veritable feast. Before long, the ghost's stomach began to rumble again. Feeling the emptiness within, it contemplated venturing out in search of sustenance, but hesitated upon seeing Gu Qianqian. Noticing that the purple creature had not harmed her throughout, she mustered her courage to retrieve an apple from her backpack, carefully placing it by the bedside. The ghost sniffed the apple and then devoured it whole. Subsequently, it glanced at Gu Qianqian's backpack and burrowed inside. Hey, I can't eat that bottle. The packaging must be torn off first, and that contains my newly changed underwear, definitely not for eating. The ghost, however, was unrefined, shoving anything that appeared edible into its mouth without discrimination. After finishing, it grinned broadly at Gu Qianqian, though the smile appeared somewhat foolish, reminiscent of a goofy dog. At that moment, Lin Feng was still traveling through the skies, having long since dispelled his sealed state. Prolonged maintenance of that condition had nearly driven him to madness. Within Zhao Tingyi's storage bag, he discovered numerous medicinal pills, yet their quality was subpar, far inferior to what he could produce himself. The only notable item was a millennium-old red ginseng, encased within a jade box. Just a whiff of it stirred a restlessness within his body. This item was undoubtedly a remarkable tonic. Chapter 48, Devour. Lottery. With little to occupy himself during the flight, the system generously granted 2 additional lottery draws, which he decided to utilize. Following the familiar procedure, the spinning wheel halted. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the mystical artifact, Soul-Devouring Bell. Congratulations, host. You have received an acceleration talisman. The Soul-Devouring Bell, when shaken, could reduce the attack and movement speed of ghostly entities. Note, the greater the disparity in power levels between the host and the entity, the lesser the effect. Lin Feng, upon reading the fine print, comprehended the efficacy of this item. At present, the level of those formidable entities holds little significance, for my own rank is exceedingly low. I must devise a means to elevate it. Within the grand hall of the Lanhua Temple, an array of delectable offerings lay before me. Astonishingly, the old monk sprouted 2 horns atop his head and revealed 2 sharp fangs, his form transforming into that of a towering, green-faced demon. With a swift motion of his left hand, he seized Chung Kuan, drawing him closer. Spare me, spare me. I can offer you riches, my family is wealthy. Chung Kuan pleaded, terror causing him to soil himself. What use have I for your money? The taste of human flesh is far superior, the old monk cackled incessantly. I can bring you people. Just release me. I promise to deliver 10, no, however many you desire. Chung Kuan hastily assured. His life hanging by a thread as he was lifted high into the air by the green-faced demon, desperate to survive. Ha ha ha, human. Do you think to deceive me? Were it not for believing that old monk in my youth, I would not have been trapped within this temple for so long. The demon's countenance grew increasingly grotesque, the long-accumulated resentment towards the old monk fueling his fury. Liu Xin, witnessing the unfolding horror, found herself in a similar predicament. Her legs trembling and her garments drenched as regret flooded her mind for having ventured to this accursed place to pay homage. The green-faced demon, robust and imposing, had torn his robe to shreds. With a single bite, he severed Chung Kuan's head, slowly savoring the flesh. If he could consume the blue-haired girl, perhaps he could finally escape this wretched temple. As he indulged, his excitement grew, though the man's meat proved rather unpalatable, tainted with a foul taste. Spare me, esteemed one. Yuanjin quickly realized that this was her only recourse, pleading earnestly in hopes of survival. Humph. The green-faced demon discarded the remnants of Chung Kuan's corpse, lifting Yuanjin and inhaling her scent deeply. Yet again, he detected the same unpleasant flavor. Indeed, you are unappetizing. Please, grant me mercy. And I promise to bring you some delectable offerings, Yuanjin implored with sweet words. Then you shall be fed to the demon-faced Buddha. With that, the green-faced demon cast Yuanjin before the statue. Astonishingly, the clay figure stirred, its abdomen opening wide to swallow Yuanjin whole. Once sealed, the sound of crunching bones echoed ominously. Ha ha, now it is your turn, the green-faced demon addressed Liu Xin. This individual was heavily burdened with resentment, in stark contrast to the blue-haired girl. No, no, Liu Xin cried, her eyes wide with terror. After a considerable time, the green-faced demon, having consumed Liu Xin, obtained her memories. So, you two have committed many vile deeds. He mused. Now, it was time to seek out that young girl. With a sinister chuckle, the green-faced demon turned to depart. What exactly are you? The ghost, having devoured all the contents of Gu Qianqian's bag, lay back on the bed, appearing quite docile. Gu Qianqian observed that it posed no threat to her. Rather, it seemed to be guarding her, preventing her from leaving. Unable to restrain herself, she inquired. The ghost, however, remained silent. It could comprehend Gu Qianqian's words, but articulating an explanation would be too laborious. Instead, it perched on its short legs, contemplating when Lin Feng would arrive. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a diminutive figure slowly entered. Master said to leave you for him to eat, but I am still hungry, it lamented. The creatures next door had already been consumed, leaving only Gu Qianqian in her room. Thus, it ambled in, thinking that even gnawing on an arm would suffice. Its mouth was grotesquely distorted, and it bore numerous bloodstains as it approached Gu Qianqian step by step. She froze, recalling how this little creature had persistently prevented her from going outside. Was this the reason? If this little monk was a malevolent spirit, then the old monk must be the same. Were Liu Xin and the others already in the jaws of the tiger? A torrent of thoughts flooded Gu Qianqian's mind. Her legs began to tremble. This was her first encounter with such a being. The little monk's face had turned a ghastly gray, resembling a monster, utterly devoid of human form. The ghost suddenly darted in front of Gu Qianqian, its size expanding dramatically, towering over her, transforming from a miniature figure into a grotesque version of Patrick Star. Its eyes turned blood red, confirming its hunger. Gu Qianqian's belongings had not satiated its appetite. Its purpose was to assist Lin Feng in devouring malevolent spirits and absorbing their essence. With a single, gaping maw, it swiftly engulfed the little monk. Within the void, it gradually refined the spirit, absorbing the ghostly energy to fill its belly. Gu Qianqian was left in a state of shock. The once ferocious little ghost had been swallowed whole by this purple creature. It even burped. Was this being truly that formidable? At that moment, Lin Feng finally arrived at Lan Rua Temple. Oddly enough, only the area above the temple was beset by thunder and torrential rain. Beyond this region, tranquility reigned. Gazing down from the heavens, his pupils began to subtly shift. This temple was indeed peculiar, encircled by a formation. The lightning and thunder might be the result of this array's activation. Was it designed to suppress the malevolent beings within? Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it for long. Taking advantage of the invisibility talisman's remaining duration, he stealthily slipped inside. First and foremost, he needed to locate Qianqian. Chapter 49, Slaying Ghosts. Bang! The door to Gu Qianqian's room was once again shattered, this time reduced to splinters. A towering, green-faced demon strode in, its countenance menacing as it scrutinized Gu Qianqian, who sat on a bench. I never expected to encounter such pure flesh. What a stroke of luck. The green-faced demon sneered. He was now certain that by devouring this blue-haired girl, he would undoubtedly break through to a new realm. At that point, he could shatter the temple's ghost-restraining formation. What do you intend to do? Gu Qianqian stammered, utterly bewildered by the relentless onslaught of spirits. First, there was the ghostly infant behind Lu Xian, followed by the little one lying on the bed, and then the young monk and his master. This sequence of events led her to question her very existence. Everything she witnessed today utterly shattered her understanding of reality. Could it be that ghosts truly exist in this world? What do I intend to do? Why, to consume you. Of course, the green-faced ghost coldly replied. He had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Due to the ghost ensnaring formation left behind by the old monk, he was unable to assume his ghostly form during the day, forced to rely on the frail body of the old monk instead. Only after midnight, when the power of the formation waned, could he transform into the green-faced ghost and roam the temple. The torrential rain and thunderstorm were manifestations of the ghost ensnaring formation being unleashed. The moment he attempted to step beyond the confines of Lanhua Temple, such phenomena would ensue. Suddenly, two purple orbs of light shot toward him. However, when they struck him, they merely inflicted minor wounds, causing him some discomfort. To his surprise, there was something else in the room. The green-faced ghost became aware of this as the ghostly figure, Gung Gui, sensed the pressure the moment the green-faced ghost entered. It immediately concealed itself within Gu Qianqian's shadow. Upon seeing the green-faced ghost seemingly poised to harm Gu Qianqian, Gung Gui couldn't restrain itself and launched two shadow orbs in retaliation. Whoosh! Two more shadow orbs hurtled toward him, but at that moment, the green-faced ghost's arm elongated, reaching out to grasp Gung Gui, concealed in the shadows. Just as it was about to seize Gung Gui, the ghost's form swelled, matching the size of the green-faced ghost as it charged at him. What manner of creature are you? The green-faced ghost exclaimed, taken aback. This being not only had the ability to alter its size at will, but also possessed formidable strength. Gung Gui lunged at the green-faced ghost, its massive jaws aimed at the ghost's head. Snap! Contrary to expectations, the head was not severed but rather caught firmly, rendering it momentarily immobile. The green-faced ghost then thrust its hand into Gung Gui's mouth, forcibly prying it open to extract its own head. Following this, it delivered a powerful punch to Gung Gui's abdomen, a blow that transformed the previously grinning visage into one of distress. Clearly, this strike was not without its repercussions. You are indeed formidable. Once I have devoured that little girl, I shall consume you next, the green-faced ghost mused. Recognizing that while this creature possessed great strength and peculiar techniques, it seemed to lack finesse, relying solely on brute force and resilience. Yet, it continually pushed itself toward the door, shielding the blue-haired girl, thereby limiting its own mobility. With its arm elongating once more, the green-faced ghost reached for Gu Qianqian. Once it consumed her, it would break free. Suddenly, a serene chime echoed, and a chain shot in from outside, wrapping around its right arm and pulling it outward. Who dares? The green-faced ghost exclaimed in astonishment, as the sound of the bell diminished its speed. Gung Gui, seizing the opportunity, charged forward and, embracing the green-faced ghost, burst out of the room. The green-faced ghost, of medium rank, had a weakness to thunder. The ghostly incantation of the 24 thunderclaps echoed in the air as a lightning bolt struck down. The green-faced ghost let out a dreadful scream, for it was most afraid of the thunderous curse. However, the defensive prowess of this blue-faced ghost far surpassed that of the spectral beings Lin Feng had previously encountered. It inflicted upon him a great deal of suffering, yet failed to deliver a fatal blow. Observing this, Lin Feng resolutely continued his onslaught. Thunderbolts rained down from the heavens, striking the blue-faced specter, who cried out in agony. Buddha of the ghostly countenance, why do you not come to my aid? If I perish, can you break that seal? In his torment, the blue-faced ghost could no longer contain his cries. A resounding boom echoed, emanating from the direction of the main hall. To Lin Feng's astonishment, the clay statue descended from the altar. Blue Ghost, I never imagined you would plead for my assistance, haha. Another one has arrived. The Buddha of the ghostly countenance, at the pinnacle of its power, with a weakness to water, unleashed a colossal palm imprint towards Lin Feng. The speed was so tremendous that evasion through mere physical movement was futile. In an instant, Lin Feng teleported beside Gu Qianqian, grasping her with his left hand while wielding chains in his right. Another teleportation brought them outside the Lanhua Temple to a marked location. Simultaneously, the blue-faced ghost, due to the chains, was drawn along with them. The Buddha of the ghostly countenance appeared momentarily taken aback by the rapid sequence of events. Seizing the opportunity, the ghostly specter, Gung Gui, received Lin Feng's signal and surged outward. Boom! The thunderous claps continued to resonate. The blue-faced ghost, now aware of its precarious situation outside the temple, understood the gravity of its predicament. Though still within the confines of the Grand Formation, the absence of the temple's protection rendered it vulnerable. A much thicker bolt of lightning descended from the sky, far more potent than Lin Feng's ghostly techniques. With a single strike, the blue-faced ghost was left in a bloody ruin. The sky began to gather ominous clouds once more, suggesting yet another thunderbolt was forthcoming. Gung Gui, devour him. Lin Feng urged anxiously. He was uncertain whether the demise of the blue-faced ghost by lightning would count toward his experience points. Given the ghost's level, the experience should be substantial. With a swift opening of its maw, Gung Gui lunged towards the blue-faced ghost, consuming it effortlessly as the specter had lost all will to resist. Once the blue-faced ghost was ensconced within Gung Gui's belly, the dark clouds above gradually dissipated. After a considerable interval, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,000 experience points and 200 hunting points. Your ghostly skills have been enhanced. Congratulations. Your Gung Gui has leveled up by 2, with certain abilities receiving augmentation. Congratulations, the system marketplace has been successfully activated. You may now purchase various items within the marketplace. At last, the system marketplace had opened. Lin Feng had anticipated this moment for quite some time. Meanwhile, Qianqian found herself suspended in midair, unaware of the details unfolding around her. The effect of Lin Feng's invisibility talisman was still in play, leaving her hesitant to utter a word or pose any questions. The Buddha of the ghostly countenance was unlikely to escape the temple, should he attempt to draw it out using this technique. Lin Feng pondered this. Yet he harbored concerns that if the Buddha seized the initiative, the risk might be considerable, especially with Qianqian still present. Perhaps it would be wiser to elevate Gung Gui's level further before confronting this formidable specter. He also needed to continue writing. After all, the Green War God had been recommended on the platform yesterday, and he needed to seize the moment to pen more words. Now, the task of writing takes precedence. Otherwise, that group of handsome individuals will inevitably begin to urge for more updates. Chapter 50. Details. Beneath the hidden identity effect of the blurred mask, Gu Qianqian could not discern Lin Feng's voice. She could only infer from the embrace that this was indeed a person. The purple entity, referred to by this individual as Gung Gui, must surely be its name. Although the reasons for her rescue remain unclear, surviving is already a significant stroke of fortune. It is worth noting that many souls perished in that temple today. Gung Gui, throw that woman from earlier near this Lanhua temple, Lin Feng thought, while suspended in midair. If any innocent souls were to go to the temple to pay their respects, would they not fall into the jaws of danger, thereby increasing the likelihood of breaking the seal on that ghost-faced Buddha? After all, who knows when he and Gung Gui might return? Moreover, having just slain that woman, he discovered some sect tokens within her storage pouch. She appeared to hold a leadership position, which could easily provoke the wrath of her sect. Currently, his strength was insufficient. It would be wise to divert attention elsewhere for the time being. His spatial movement technique was only at level 5, and he could not yet disregard the spatial locking formations. Thus, he lacked the means to escape effectively. He needed to plan meticulously. Gung Gui obediently soared in the direction where Lin Feng had previously engaged in battle. After a brief search, it located the severed head and body. Grasping the head in one hand and the body in the other, it flew straight toward Lanhua Temple. As Lin Feng's invisibility wore off, Gu Qianqian finally caught sight of the figure cradling her, adorning a red and white skull mask and a rather unique black robe. The individual had a whimsical toy-like propeller atop their head. Could this truly be the source of their flight? Thank you for saving me, Gu Qianqian spoke. Noting that the masked figure remained silent, after some contemplation, she decided to voice her gratitude. Though unsure of his intentions, she hoped he bore no ill will. Lin Feng replied casually. The system had strongly advised him to refrain from recklessness until he achieved a breakthrough in strength. Gu Qianqian was blessed with fortune and would likely avoid common pitfalls. Currently, his identity as a reclusive author of martial tales seemed rather unproblematic. Whether or not he spoke would not affect his relationship with her. Even if he had not intervened, someone else would have come to her aid. Though Gu Qianqian had nearly been struck dumb with fear, she was no fool. She would not be so naive as to believe in mere coincidence after being saved. She understood the importance of discretion. Some questions should remain unasked. Lin Feng glanced down at the still glowing Ning Shin pendant, realizing it was indeed a remarkable item, as it had quickly calmed Gu Qianqian. Were it anyone else, encountering such bizarre phenomena would likely have left them terrified. At the Guqing community, we're home. I'll head up now, Lin Feng stated. After speaking, he pretended to fly off into the distance. Once out of Gu Qianqian's sight, he opened his computer, ready to commence his writing. Today, he had conceived yet another excellent theme. Gu Qianqian recognized the familiar community. Upon reflection, a perplexing question arose. Throughout their encounters, she had never disclosed her address to the masked man. How, then, did he come to know it? With this query lingering in her mind, she ascended the stairs empty-handed. Indeed, her travel bag had been left behind at the temple. Within it lay nothing of substantial value. Even her undergarments bore a large tear, courtesy of a mischievous spirit. This was a matter she dared not disclose to Lin Feng, fearing it would cause him undue worry. Fortunately, the key remained tucked in her pocket. Otherwise, she would have had to knock to gain entry. Noticing that the light in Lin Feng's room was still aglow, she could hear the rhythmic tapping of his keyboard. Brother, you truly work hard. In the future, I shall earn enough to buy you a grand house, she silently vowed. The god of war had succumbed to a peculiar poison from the western regions, the Hahuan powder, should he fail to achieve harmony between yin and yang. His fate would be sealed. As she gazed at him, her resolve solidified. Green brother, I owe you an apology. I assure you, my theft was not for selfish gain. When Sister Johan was injured, I orchestrated that trap. I am deeply remorseful towards both of you. Allow this to serve as a meager form of restitution. With that, Ingwe removed the delicate veil she wore. No, I cannot betray Johan, the god of war exclaimed in shock. The following day, the god of war's poison was dispelled. Gazing at the crimson sheets stirred something within him. After the events of the previous night, his strength had significantly advanced. Indeed, he had once again embraced his beloved wife. Lin Feng conducted a thorough review before sending out his work, adding a few words. Humble author seeks 5-star ratings. In no time, several comments flooded in, all echoing the same sentiment. Hey, you ought to detail the detoxification process. I don't lack for views, and even big names are inquiring. The urgency in their tone suggested something significant was imminent. However, given that Wolf Brother had expressed such sentiments, everyone being of similar temperament, he merely advised against widespread dissemination. It would be disastrous if others were to catch wind of it, especially his aunt. The potential embarrassment at their next encounter was unthinkable. Yi Chuan lay in her bed, intrigued by the private messages Lin Feng had sent. At the house of Hua Tailang, he stumbled upon a fresh submission that left him momentarily speechless. The audacity of the newcomer was striking. It seemed they treated the platform as a mere playground. Apologies, but the content you've submitted is excessively violent and unsuitable for publication on this platform. It seemed these novices had no restraint, their enthusiasm overwhelming. He was, after all, a person of sentiment. Were it not for his wife, Elian, preparing nourishing chicken soup for him daily, he feared he would have long since succumbed to exhaustion. This profession was perilously demanding. Chapter 51, Senior Jiao. By the time Lin Feng completed his updates, dawn had already broken, marking 6 o'clock. Exhausted from the previous night's exertions, he had succumbed to slumber immediately after interacting with Wolf Mia. At the Tianlong sect, a disciple responsible for maintaining the cleanliness of the temple hurriedly approached. Master, there's trouble. Remain calm. Have you forgotten my earlier words? Even when a mountain crumbles, one must not lose composure, nor should one blink when a deer appears to the left, Li Jiao remarked, sipping his spiritual tea. The disciple, still new and inexperienced, had yet to face significant trials. Speak slowly, recount everything from the beginning. Li Jiao took another sip of tea, preparing to impart another lesson to the young disciple. After all, what significant events could a newcomer encounter? Even if the sky were to fall, he would be there to support. Yes, the sect master. Today, it was my turn to clean the premises. I first tidied the front hall. Then, after approximately half an hour of discussion, we finally arrived at the crux of the matter. While I was cleaning the inner sanctum's offering hall, I discovered that Elder Zhao's soul tablet had exploded. Crack. The teacup in Li Jiao's hand fell to the ground. What did you say? He grasped the disciple's neck firmly and demanded in a harsh tone. The disciple repeated, Elder Zhao's soul tablet has exploded. Why didn't you say so earlier? A chill radiated from him. Sect master, you instructed me to remain calm, the disciple stammered. Li Jiao tossed him aside and took out his phone to directly call Zhang Ruoxue. In this day and age, even cultivating immortals kept pace with the times. In some places, a mobile phone was far more effective than the primitive communication talismans. Once connected, hello Ruoxue. The voice of Zhang Ruoxue, the sect master, was evidently laced with panic. What on earth has happened? Li Jiao demanded angrily. Sect master, I am still searching for Elder Zhao's whereabouts, Zhang Ruoxue replied, trembling. You'd better find him quickly. Li Jiao barely suppressed the fury boiling within him. He knew that his junior sister had descended the mountain to seek a spatial ability user. But how could the soul tablet shatter in just a few days? Even if she encountered a formidable opponent, she should have been able to escape. In the graveyard, Yi Chuan, feeling utterly bored, twisted a superalloy iron rod into a helix. After a round of mobile gaming, she had achieved yet another 10 consecutive victories. But the game had lost its charm. Lin Feng was still asleep and had yet to wake. Observing the array outside, it appeared nearly complete. Yet the giant serpent had yet to make an appearance. Perhaps it would not come. The Supernatural Bureau had been investigating the serpent for so long without a trace. The thought alone was somewhat headache-inducing, and she rubbed her temples. She then picked up her phone to browse. Xianjian 3 was a drama highly recommended by Shui Chenghua, rumored to feature a romantic storyline between non-biological siblings. It had recently gained immense popularity. She found this notion quite disdainful. What kind of romantic entanglement could exist between non-biological siblings? That was merely familial affection. In the imperial capital, Yi Chuan, drawing from his years of experience with women, concluded that his elder brother's newly acquired girlfriend was likely a cunning schemer. She concealed her true nature exceptionally well. Had it not been for his extensive experience with various types of women, he might not have discerned her true intentions. In comparison, he naturally hoped that Shui Chenghua could become his sister-in-law, as they were well acquainted. Chenghua, let me tell you, when pursuing someone, one must set aside pride, otherwise, the two of you will never be together. Yi Chuan was recounting his experiences of being pursued in the past to Shui Chenghua, who was rather naive. I had someone investigate, My brother is currently concealing his identity. That woman only knows he is wealthy, a third-generation rich kid. Yi Chufan recounted all the information he had gathered to Shui Chenghua. Although he had countless ways to make this scheming girl vanish, he did not dare to act on it. Sister's iron fist is not to be trifled with. An elder brother's gravity blade is no mere plaything. Even donning the phoenix holy garment may not suffice. It is worth noting that many years ago, Yi Chui acquired the dragon holy garment and mastered the unique abilities of its belt. Thus, how can one contend with the Meteor amusement park? Pansy and Gotzi sat obediently on a bench, facing a fair-haired young man who was seated on the sofa before them, tinkering with a newly crafted puppet toy. Boss, we were wrong, Gotzi implored, kneeling on the ground. Pansy quickly followed suit, also kneeling. You two certainly possess audacity, daring to sell counterfeit liquor. Scorpion exclaimed in anger as he observed their subservience. Had it not been for the Supernatural Bureau's complaint reaching him, he would have remained oblivious to the matter. Boss, it's a misunderstanding. We sold only authentic liquor, sourced from Senior Dajiao, they protested. Sourced from Dajiao? Has he resumed this line of work? Scorpion pondered, recalling Dajiao as a former task enthusiast who chased high-difficulty, lucrative assignments. However, considering Dajiao's wealth, it was perplexing that he had returned to such dealings. Could it be that live-streaming liquor sales proved more profitable? Never mind, since the goods are from Dajiao, I shall not hold it against you two. Do not fault the boss for being blunt. You both are still too young compared to Dajiao. The online world is rife with illusions. You must exercise caution, for the depths of this matter are profound. Eventually, you will find yourselves ensnared. Scorpion imparted a stern lesson, leaving the two in tears. Rest assured, boss, starting tomorrow, we will no longer sell liquor, Pansy and Gotzi vowed. Very well, you two may leave. Keep a vigilant watch over the amusement park. There have been an increase in spectral entities lately, and do not allow them to enter, Scorpion instructed. Yes, boss. After their departure, Scorpion's phone rang. Is this Mr. Scorpion? The high-grade puppet crystal core you inquired about has been located, but the seller's price is rather steep. Finally a lead. How much? 8,000, came the response. I will consider it. Please hold it for me, Scorpion replied. Understood, Mr. Scorpion. 8,000, Scorpion began to contemplate. Over the years, he had indeed earned a considerable sum operating the amusement park and undertaking missions. However, his expenditures were substantial as well, particularly with the superalloy materials. Each complete skeleton cost millions, not including the price of ordinary crystal cores. Currently, he possessed a mere 5,000 in liquid assets, which posed a dilemma for him. Chapter 52 Master Zhao, Ruoxue, have you found Elder Zhao's whereabouts? What? Where is she? Zhang Ruoxue inquired urgently. Elder Zhao lost contact after going out last night. She had ventured to capture that spatial ability user for puppet crafting, an endeavor unknown to all but the upper echelons of the sect. The Bureau had long issued a directive to secure this individual. Moreover, capturing ability users for puppet crafting is a significant taboo among cultivators. Once the news leaks, it will undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar, and even the sect leader may not be able to handle the aftermath. Therefore, the matter of the capture must remain concealed for now. We shall investigate discreetly later to uncover what transpired last night. As for Lanrua Temple, perhaps it would be best for you to witness the scene in person, said the voice on the other end of the phone, hinting at the delicacy of the situation. Without further ado, Zhang Ruoxue took to the skies on her sword, hastening towards Lanrua Temple. Upon arriving at the temple's entrance, she was met with a shocking sight. The head of Elder Zhao was discarded at the threshold, his body still hanging from the plaque above the door. His garments were tattered, and a long appendage was grotesquely exposed. The spirit that had cast him down had done so with careless abandon, dropping him from the heavens. Ruoxue, is this your Uncle Zhao? Zhu Qian inquired, recognizing the grim figure. This was indeed the individual who had initiated contact with Zhang Ruoxue. The unmistakable mark left observers in tears or filled with shame. Even someone as self-assured as Zhu Qian could not help but lament the cruel fate of one so notable. The deathly system had ensured that the length of the appendage mirrored that of Lin Feng, thereby denying him any opportunity to provoke further peculiar inquiries. Zhang Ruoxue's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly produced a garment to cover Elder Zhao's remains. Though she had been unaware of his gender, the unmistakable mark, however, rendered any explanation inadequate. This temple harbors strange secrets, Zhu Qian remarked, having previously explored the temple and discovered bloodstains and remnants of flesh scattered throughout numerous chambers, alongside abandoned belongings. Given the coagulation of the blood, it was evident that these events had transpired the previous day. With the death of Zhang Ruoxue's uncle occurring here, it was likely tied to the temple's sinister nature. As they began their investigation in the main hall, the clay statue remained seated upon the altar, exuding an aura of sanctity that felt oddly out of place amidst the temple's oppressive atmosphere, particularly within the main hall, which was thick with resentment. Heavenly Eye Technique. The two silently chanted their incantation as they surveyed their surroundings. Have these souls only recently departed? They observed two men and a woman within the hall. The woman's hair was disheveled, and two streaks of blood marred her eyes as she sat vacantly on the ground, while the two men beside her shared a similar fate. Their spectral forms were faint, teetering on the brink of dissolution, yet the core of their souls was shrouded in darkness, signifying an intense grudge and unwillingness to accept their demise. Ruoshui, we must guide them to the afterlife. Otherwise, they will inevitably transform into vengeful spirits, Zhu Qian urged. The spirits were still in a shadowy state, having coalesced into a trio. Their mutual resentment could easily lead to a predatory cycle, resulting in their transformation into malevolent ghosts. Should such a transformation occur, they would pose a significant challenge to confront. As members of the Supernatural Bureau's cultivation team, their responsibilities extended beyond merely vanquishing malevolent entities. They also bore the duty of preventing such transformations. Given the circumstances they faced, it was prudent to assist in their passage to peace, thereby accruing merit and enhancing their own cultivation, which would ultimately benefit their spiritual advancement. With the enhancement of fortune, the success rate of alchemy and potion making is significantly elevated. This explains why cultivators willingly engage in the act of salvation. Otherwise, a single soul-destroying talisman could effortlessly eradicate these spectral remnants, rendering the process unnecessarily cumbersome. Zhu Qian began to recite the soul redemption spell, weaving incantations into purifying runes that enveloped the three individuals. After a brief quarter of an hour, the inky darkness surrounding their souls vanished entirely, and the soul shadows gradually dissipated. A faint aura of fortune and merit enveloped Zhu Qian as well. The judgments of rewards and punishments below shall be clear. Chapter 53, The System's World. However, it was rather peculiar that the two had roamed the Grand Hall for quite some time without detecting anything amiss with the clay Buddha statue. Utilizing the divine eye technique, they saw merely an exceedingly ordinary clay sculpture. They explored other chambers and encountered numerous soul shadows, each of which Zhu Qian resolved with the same redemptive spell. Within those rooms, they discovered several abandoned belongings, backpacks, mobile phones, and various luggage. After all, whether in life or death, one should strive to provide closure for the families involved. The temple now bore an overwhelming aura of resentment, and until the truth was uncovered, ordinary individuals must not be allowed to enter. Otherwise, should another incident occur, it would be deemed his negligence. Once the task was complete, Zhang Ruoshui departed with Zhao Tingyi's remains, guided by a sword. Naturally, the subsequent arrangements concerning Elder Zhao would be entrusted to the sect leader. Contemplating the profound bond shared over the years, one could only imagine the sect leader's sorrow. In the ancient city district, when Lin Feng awakened, it was already noon. Qian Qian, donned in a white apron, had been diligently preparing in the kitchen, crafting Lin Feng's favorite homestyle dishes: scrambled eggs with chives, stir-fried chives with meat, sautéed chives, and a chive soup. At the dining table, the anticipated concerns of Qian Qian did not materialize. Lin Feng merely inquired about a few amusing anecdotes from his journey, without delving further into other matters. Not a single line of Qian Qian's prepared responses was uttered. Lin Feng understood that the encounter with the malevolent spirit was merely a rare occurrence, with a low probability of happening, especially since there were numerous cultivators exorcising demons within the city. Most places remained quite safe during the day. One cannot allow a single snake bite to instill a lifetime of fear of venturing outdoors. After all, he had to travel considerable distances to capture spirits, having already cleared the malevolent entities surrounding his home. Part-time Grim Reaper system, you have received a group email. Please check your inbox. While the part-time Grim Reaper was contemplating the ultimate mysteries, a group email from the system backend arrived. Upon opening it, he discovered that the numbers of reckless traversers on Earth had surged recently. Many novice systems were somewhat inadequately equipped to handle the experience of their hosts traveling across realms, failing to promptly provide the necessary assistance, resulting in hosts being killed by antagonists before they could even access their beginner's gift package. This had occurred in a staggering 186 instances. Particularly, there was a recent case of a host who traveled to the Tang dynasty and, due to a slight stutter, was unable to articulate the word open when consulting the system about whether to access the beginner's package. Due to the irritable Cheng Yaojin's wrath, the attempt at a comeback ended in a swift execution. Such occurrences should prompt all novices to think critically and adapt flexibly. If the host neglects to open the beginner's gift pack, what purpose does their traverse serve? Henceforth, such trivial inquiries should not be directed at the host. The default action will be the obligatory opening of the beginner's gift pack. Furthermore, to elevate the professionalism of all systems, we have specially invited the Grand Achievement System 9999 to conduct a training session for everyone. If you require assistance, please click the link to enter the Novice System Lecture Hall. After observing the absurdity of his training gig, he was rendered speechless. He was not a novice system, famously known for the demise of 9 hosts. It seems his luck was rather unfortunate, as he consistently encountered inept hosts, either overly sentimental, mentally deficient, or, in some cases, burdened with an incompetent spouse. The third host exemplified this. Initially, the journey commenced smoothly. Upon accessing the system's shop, he purchased a plethora of items. However, his interests diverged. Rather than storing his acquisitions in a spatial ring, he placed everything in the basement, meticulously labeling each item with its respective equipment manual. This led to an extraordinary incident. His dealings with the system were inadvertently broadcasted worldwide by his wife. Armed with a live-streaming device, she ventured into the basement and showcased an array of soul-harvesting blades, the golden Saint cloth of the 12 zodiac signs, and aerial artifacts, all while reading the equipment descriptions aloud. The viewership skyrocketed to over 100 million, leaving the world in astonishment. Naturally, the outcome astonished the system as well. After dining, he noted that his hunting value had reached 200 points and wondered what useful items he could redeem. System, open the shop. Yes, host. A colossal shop interface materialized before him, with products meticulously categorized into loneliness, production, daily life, equipment, weapons, skills, and various other detailed classifications. Loneliness ranks first? Open it, I wish to see. Lin Feng stated. A vibrant voice resonated, accompanied by an energetic melody. What on earth? Real people, real people? Lin Feng's eyes widened. Within the loneliness section, there existed an array of dynamic real-person massage services. However, the price was steep, starting at 998 hunting points per session. I thought only those small websites could provide such offerings. I never imagined your esteemed system could also venture into this realm. The system retorted, host. Refrain from making unfounded claims. These are legitimate massage services. We do not engage in illicit activities. Legitimate? In this day and age, are there still those who provide genuine massage services? They may be scarce, yet a few henpecked hosts have no alternatives. Lin Feng glanced at the last-ranked beauty page. Exceptional massage technique. My wife is thoroughly satisfied, commented grand achievement, host Feng Chun. Never mind. Move this page to the very end. It's quite vexing. Lin Feng then perused the weapon enhancement interface. Weapon enhancement requires 10 hunting points each time, allowing your weapon to attain superior upgrades. System, can my weapon be further enhanced? It is only natural that after weapon enhancement, the attack power multiplies, and at level 10, a luminous effect is also achieved. Besides weapons, necklaces and other adornments can likewise be enhanced, all radiating light once they reach level 10, the system explained. A luminous item, you say? For me, one suffices. I yearn to enhance my weapon. Chapter 54, The Uncommon Traits. Host, a friendly reminder. Your hunting points have dwindled to a mere 500, the system alerted. Upon hearing the notification, Lin Feng regained his composure. He had become overly enthusiastic about the enhancement. He had nearly reached level 10, only to encounter a trifecta of declines, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. He glanced at the attributes of the moonlight blade in his grasp. Enhanced to level 7. It provided an additional 20 damage against specters. This will suffice. I must retain some hunting points for future use. The system's marketplace boasted a plethora of items, from various active and passive skills to an array of equipment, albeit at prices beyond Lin Feng's current means. Daily consumables, however, were exceptionally affordable, each priced at a mere 1 hunting point. Yet, a small note below specified, for the host's daily living needs, resale for profit is prohibited. Any attempt to resell system goods would result in a reversion to their original price. What does this setting imply? Lin Feng pondered, somewhat perplexed. The system elucidated. The backend is concerned that the host might directly resell system goods for profit, thereby diminishing future endeavors. Lin Feng understood. He had indeed harbored such thoughts. If he procured items from the system's marketplace, only to resell them externally, it wouldn't be long before he could indulge in a lavish lifestyle. At that moment, a notification chimed on Lin Feng's WeChat. It was a message from Hua Tailing. Young Car, I've changed the cover of your new book. It was quite lackluster. Readers have complained to me, saying your previous cover lacked immersion. Lin Feng hastily pulled out his phone to check. Good heavens, it had been replaced with a blue background couple illustration. Truly, Hua Tailing had an impeccable eye for images. In this day and age, only a select few could grasp such nuances. In this regard, Lin Feng fell short. Young Car, this Sunday, there will be a tomato writers exchange meeting. Your book has garnered praise. Grey Wolf asked me to invite you. Do you have time? Absolutely. Please send me the address. He had awaited this day for 4 long years. To think, his contemporaneous peer, Chen Shi, had already ascended to the ranks of a platinum deity, while he was only just receiving his bronze author entry ticket. After closing WeChat, he turned his attention to exploring apparel items. Ever since the system had augmented his physique, his undergarments had become somewhat inadequate. Intense combat movements often threatened to tear his pants, proving rather inconvenient. However, clothing items were not as inexpensive, bearing standard pricing. After a brief search, he stumbled upon a product description. Are you troubled by unspoken concerns? Hauka has the solution. Hauka brand shorts, a worthy possession, crafted specifically for unique individuals. Further details revealed that the shorts would be free for the first month of usage and even included a cleaning service to alleviate the host's concerns regarding replacements. However, the subsequent service fee amounts to 100 hunting points per month. Hauka assures that their products are everlasting, never to be damaged. The trousers are only given away, not sold. Lin Feng glanced through the comments, noting the high engagement, though most were negative. It turned out that many hosts, like him, had been forcefully augmented by the system by 20. Regardless of the type of shorts worn, Even those crafted from titanium alloy could not contain it. One must purchase the designated Hauke shorts. System, you are too ruthless. To sell trousers, you would resort to such measures? Lin Feng observed that the system's post had garnered over 50 comments, implying that the monthly service fee would exceed 5,000. What? Are you dissatisfied with the length? Should I extend it further? I still possess a private adjustment authority of 10. No. Do you wish for me to serve as a belt? How would I live then? Lin Feng resolutely declined. Everything had already been set. Extending it further was out of the question. After all, the first month was complimentary. He might as well wear them. Once confirmed, the trousers were in his possession. Eternal and indestructible? Lin Feng harbored some doubts regarding this claim. He tugged at them forcefully, and they did not tear. With a thought, he conjured a dagger. No matter how he stabbed or prodded, the trousers remained utterly unscathed. Host, the quality is impressive, is it not? There is something even more remarkable about these trousers, the system remarked. What could be more extraordinary? As long as you wear them and do not voluntarily remove them, no one can take them off you. You know, a man must protect himself out there. The violent goddess is not easily dealt with, the system slowly explained. However, what did the violent goddess mean? He swiftly removed the trousers, quite directly, just as he was about to don the Hauke ones. There was a sudden bang as the door was pushed open. Lin Feng had only pulled the trousers halfway up when Gu Qianqian was merely a second away from witnessing this mortifying scene. Hey, where's my brother? Wasn't he here just now? Qianqian opened the door, finding Lin Feng absent, with only a torn pair of shorts lying on the ground. Confusion filled her mind. When did her brother leave? Host, your reaction speed is quite impressive, the system commented. Lin Feng stood atop the adjacent building, able to see Qianqian surveying his room. Suddenly, his face turned pale. Just moments ago, he had narrowly avoided a mortifying situation. If she had seen him, their harmonious relationship would be irrevocably altered. He remained on the rooftop for a long while, trying to calm his racing heart. He had never felt this tense even during ghost hunting yesterday. Then, he thought about how Qianqian would soon be heading to university, and their time together would diminish. After graduation, discussions of marriage would arise, and perhaps they would not share many days living together. A sense of nostalgia washed over him. Such a delightful sister, which fortunate lad would win her heart. In the capital, the Yi family. Young Master Yi Chu-fan, the materials you requested have been sent over. Zishi handed a stack of printed documents to Yi Chu-fan. Gu Qianqian, aged 18, stands at a height of 165 centimeters. The dossier spans over 10 pages, meticulously chronicling her life from birth to the present, gathering a wealth of valuable information. This includes details about her biological parents and Lin Feng. After perusing the contents for a while, Yi Chu-fan found himself captivated by Lin Feng's profile. It detailed how Lin Feng had spent evenings with his second sister watching films, dining on hot pot, and exploring amusement parks. They had even shared hotel accommodations. Given these indicators, coupled with his sister's demeanor, could it be that she harbors feelings for this young man? What exceptional qualities does he possess to attract her so? He pondered. Chapter 55, Seeking the Truth. 3 days later. Qianqian, I have to attend a meeting that may take several days. Please stay safe at home. She remained indoors, engrossed in television. The recently released Xian 3 was simply enthralling. She was eager to uncover the fate of the siblings and whether a happy ending awaited them. In Qinghai City, the venue for the upcoming exchange meeting with the tomato writers was set at the Mayday Hotel. Lin Feng, not having managed to secure a plane ticket, was fortunate enough to acquire a seat on a bullet train. He was not one to be overly pampered, so traveling by train posed no inconvenience. Otherwise, the 3-hour journey would have necessitated a flight in the evening, complicating accommodation arrangements. As for the mischievous spirit, it was more practical to leave it at home to keep an eye on Qianqian during the day while he ventured out at night to capture spirits and satiate his hunger. The clever and strong spirit reassured Lin Feng. Upon boarding the train, Lin Feng began searching for his designated seat, as it was his first experience on the bullet train. After inquiring with several passengers, he finally located his spot. Unfortunately, he found himself seated next to a middle-aged man in his 40s, who was neatly dressed and spoke with a distinct Longyang accent. The man was engaged in a lively conversation with a woman across from him, his voice somewhat boisterous. Excuse me, could you please let me through? Lin Feng requested, glancing at his ticket to confirm his seat. Young man, my uncle is not well. Would you mind allowing him to sit? You're young. Standing for a while won't be a problem, the woman interjected. The man immediately fell silent, gazing out the window, refusing to engage with Lin Feng. He had maintained this charade throughout the journey, having previously silenced a young girl who had attempted to confront him. When the attendant had suggested he adjust his position, he feigned a severe illness, causing the girl to relent and stand for 2 hours. Please make way. Lin Feng's tone grew firmer. Why can't you be more considerate? I've told you, my uncle has health issues, a heart condition. What if you frighten him, and something happens? The woman continued. Today's youth seem to have forgotten the virtues of respecting their elders, she added. The middle-aged man remained silent, his focus fixed outside, allowing the woman to speak on his behalf. Is he my father? Lin Feng scoffed internally, weary of the unnecessary dialogue. He had utilized his skills to assess the man earlier, revealing that he suffered from impotence, kidney deficiency, and infertility, hardly a heart condition. He directly seized the man's arm and yanked him out. "Host, you did well. Decisiveness is essential," the system suddenly remarked, harboring a deep disdain for those with overly sympathetic tendencies. To his surprise, the man fell to the ground with remarkable professionalism. "Hey, young man, why did you resort to violence?" the woman suddenly exclaimed, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. Even the attendant approached to ascertain the situation. "Attendant, my husband is unwell and temporarily occupied his seat. I never anticipated that he would be shoved to the ground," she lamented. "He suffers from a heart condition. If he collapses, you will be held responsible." The woman theatrically clutched the attendant's hand, weeping profusely while attempting to extract compensation from the train service. "Did I push him?" Lin Feng retorted, recalling how swiftly he had maneuvered the individual moments earlier, leaving the man no time to react. Other passengers remained oblivious to the unfolding events. "You are the one who pushed him," the woman insisted emphatically. "You must apologize to my husband, and after we disembark, accompany us for a medical examination. You must also compensate for emotional distress." "Attendant, I noticed there are surveillance cameras here. Surely, they won't malfunction at a critical moment," the woman said, a barely perceptible smirk gracing her lips. She was determined to extract a hefty sum from this well-dressed man. A mere 10 or 20,000 would not suffice. "Young man, one must endure the trials of society," she continued. "Greetings, passengers. Rest assured, we do have surveillance in place. Under normal circumstances, it will not fail," the attendant assured them. "Well then, let us proceed," the woman said, confident in her husband's acting prowess. "Wait," Lin Feng interjected suddenly. "What is it, young man? Are you afraid? But remember, the conditions I mentioned earlier must be met in full." The woman's grin widened. The man still on the ground regarded Lin Feng with a mocking gaze. "What I meant to convey is, if I did not push him, how should this matter be resolved?" As he spoke, Lin Feng retrieved his phone. "I witnessed you pushing him. How could it be otherwise? I swear, if I am lying, I will be struck by a vehicle within 3 days. "Really?" Lin Feng noted a dark aura suddenly manifesting on the woman's forehead. "Indeed, it was you, young man, who forcefully pushed me. If I am lying, I too shall meet with a fatal accident." The man, resolute in his intent to extort, echoed her sentiment, and as he finished speaking, a shadow enveloped his forehead as well. "System, what does this signify?" Lin Feng inquired. "What you seek will be revealed," the system replied languidly. "Can oaths be casually invoked?" In the surveillance room, under the direction of the chief attendant, the 4 individuals scrutinized the footage. The recording captured the scene where the man, quite reluctantly, stood up just as Lin Feng sat down, subsequently collapsing to the ground. Throughout the entire incident, there was not the slightest contact between the two. The couple stood in stunned silence, yet the video lay before them. Indeed, there had been no contact, and she found herself questioning her own eyesight. Had her husband's acting skills truly deteriorated to such an extent? The man, equally astonished, could hardly refute the evidence presented in the footage. "I have recorded everything you said earlier. If you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall file a lawsuit tomorrow," Lin Feng declared, his tone laced with menace. The couple's pleas and pretenses of illness fell on deaf ears. Lin Feng was impervious to their attempts at manipulation. His stance was unwavering. Without compensation, they would not be allowed to depart. He threatened to call the police immediately and disseminate the video, challenging them to see who would prevail in this confrontation. Half an hour later, the young man retorted, "You've got guts," as the woman glared at him fiercely. Ultimately, the 3 reached an amicable resolution. Lin Feng deleted the recorded video, and the couple compensated him with 10,000 yuan for emotional distress. The reason Lin Feng did not demand more was that he anticipated the couple would face dire consequences within 3 days. Asking for a larger sum would likely lead to a court case, which would prolong the ordeal unnecessarily. "Well done, system," Lin Feng couldn't help but praise. For the system had assured him that there was no issue, and his curiosity had compelled him to view the surveillance footage. It was indeed a rare occasion for the system to proactively assist him in resolving such matters. Chapter 56. The Formidable Minotaur, Jiangnan City. Sanshui Internet CAF. Scar-de-San sat behind someone else, covertly watching a heavily censored film. "What are you staring at? Don't you know you can open your own computer?" Zhang Mia cast a displeased glance at Scar-de-San. His left hand was still encased in a plaster cast from the time he collided with a tree, and it had yet to heal. Unable to indulge in his beloved dancing games, he found himself watching an art film at the CAF to alleviate his boredom. He had intended to discreetly showcase his remaining skills, yet Scar-de-San's incessant glances from behind proved to be quite bothersome. With an awkward grin, Scar-de-San hastily wheeled himself away. Ever since Lin Feng had rendered him incapacitated, his former followers had abandoned him. Of course, those followers had been the ones pushing his wheelchair. He had bullied many in the past, taking advantage of Ping Si's authority to commit numerous misdeeds. Now that Ping Si was gone, those he had wronged had not spared him either, scavenging for leftover scraps and collecting bottles to sell. He was fortunate to remain unscathed and alive. Truly, the saying that misfortune lingers for a millennium held true in his case. "Brother, you must be hungry, right?" Here, have a bread roll, a tall man seated behind him, who was busy surfing the internet, suddenly said. The man wore glasses and exuded a straightforward demeanor. Asan accepted the bread and devoured it ravenously. He had been famished all day. Thank you, big brother, Asan expressed his gratitude. This man was unfamiliar to him. Likely a newcomer to the internet CAF. There's no need to thank me. I can see by your demeanor that you must be a person of the streets. It's a pity to see you in such a predicament, the man replied with a hint of sympathy. If you regard me with favor, you may call me Brother Jia. I've only recently arrived in Jiangnan City, and I'm quite unfamiliar with the area. I could use someone to help me navigate, he added. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, their conversation continued. Brother, do you find yourself without a place to stay? If you do not mind, you may temporarily reside at my place. I recently rented an apartment, a shared room, and there is another empty room that remains unoccupied. Brother Jia spoke with great courtesy. Thank you, Brother Jia. Asan felt an overwhelming joy within. He had encountered a benefactor. This man was tall and imposing, perhaps a figure of authority in society. Here in Jiangnan on business. Presently, he was but a mere shell of a man, with nothing to lose, thus he felt no fear. Zongya, observing the two departing figures, could not help but emit a cold snort, lamenting the time wasted that could have been spent on his artistry. After taking a shower in Brother Jia's rented room, Brother Jia even helped him scrub his back. Such is the camaraderie of a man of the world, Asan thought. Once the bath was concluded, Brother Jia, with a cheerful expression, stated, Asan, I have even more fascinating things in my room than what you have seen before. Half an hour later, Asan, let Brother Jia take a look. Hurry, let Brother Jia see. Brother Jia removed his glasses, revealing a chiseled six-pack. At that moment, Asan experienced a profound sense of despair, even harboring resentment towards the skeletal man for not having ended his life back then. In Qinghai City, after disembarking from the high-speed train, Lin Feng immediately hailed a taxi to the Mayday Grand Hotel. A promotional sign stood at the entrance. Following the directions, he arrived at the second-floor lobby to complete his identity registration. He noticed that many individuals had already registered. I love eating pineapples, heavenly silkworm potato, and keyboard 9 gods. Upon completing the identity verification and name registration, Lin Feng finally received his room key. It was already 10 p.m. He had been assigned to room 404, a standard single room. The meeting was scheduled for 9 a.m. the following morning, with complimentary accommodation and meals provided upon presenting the key card. Lin Feng had not anticipated such a lengthy process, considering the meeting ahead. Tonight, he certainly could not afford to waste time ghost hunting, and with nothing else to occupy him, he decided to take out his phone and start driving. How could this be? The war god glanced at the fragile woman beside him. Her countenance bore a striking resemblance to his own. His long-lost junior sister stood beside him. What is your name? He asked, suppressing his excitement. My name is Lu Buhui. Lu Buhui. Lu Buhui. Could she truly be my daughter? The war god was astounded, recalling that the night he entered not Rainhan's room, but rather his junior sister's. Realizing her exceptional skills in disguise, he began to understand. No wonder the bedsheets bore traces of blood. No wonder Rainhan's techniques felt somewhat unfamiliar, lacking that familiar essence. Everything was becoming clear. Upon grasping the cause and effect, his heart found clarity. Lu Gu, she is not your daughter, the woman said through gritted teeth. What? She is not my daughter? The war god exclaimed in shock. It was I, the woman spoke slowly. He had not yet concocted the subsequent scenes. For now, he would write whatever was green. Hua Tai Lang had taught him to emphasize the green. An hour later, he suddenly received a message from Zheng Ainyo on WeChat. Zheng Ainyo often sought Lin Feng's advice on literary techniques. Over time, we became somewhat familiar with each other, occasionally engaging in casual conversation. Young fellow, do you find that your daily pleas for 5-star reviews yield any results? Zheng Ainyo inquired. I make my requests each day, surely. Some handsome fellows and beautiful ladies will relent. By the end of the day, I usually gather 7 or 8, he replied. What about you? Lin Feng asked nonchalantly. How on earth do you manage that? Lin Feng exclaimed, astonished, as he immediately opened Zheng Ainyo's review section. It was entirely filled with 5-star accolades. Each comment echoing sentiments like, the author is a good person, email 222-2222. May goodness follow them throughout their life. There were over 4,000 comments. Haha, it's because I leave them seeds, Zheng Ainyo responded, a hint of pride in his tone. Lin Feng was taken aback. Such a tactic was indeed unexpected. This clever scheme involved using seed links to acquire 5-star reviews. He noticed the description of Zheng Ainyo's book. 5-star reviews. Leave your email. Receive 100 precious seed links. After a moment of contemplation, he too added, the author is a good person. Email 1731. May goodness follow them throughout their life. In the underworld, within an office building, a character named Lao Ma remarked, tomorrow, I have a meeting. Please inform Lao Bai and the others. Also, ensure you send out the requests for seeds in the review section. I want to have time tomorrow. Zheng Ainyo addressed a handsome man with long hair. You might just find yourself reporting me to King Yen, he jested. He wouldn't dare. The other day he lost the soul-binding lock to me. Out of collegial courtesy. I lent it back to him, Zheng Ainyo scoffed. Since the terrifying resurgence 500 years ago, significant changes had swept through the underworld. Many areas had been mysteriously remodeled by an unknown force, and a plethora of new and intriguing items had emerged. However, the persistent shortage of personnel was a problem. Perhaps it was time to recruit more? Zhang Yingyou mused while gazing at his phone. That makes sense. I shall discuss it with Cui Fu Jun tomorrow and gauge his opinion. Lao Ma replied without lifting his gaze, engrossed in tapping away at a device resembling a computer. It was a mysterious tool that, while lacking wireless connectivity, could link the three realms. The next day, Lin Feng rose promptly and made his way to the conference hall on the second floor. However, the arrangement of the venue struck him as peculiar. Writers of urban tales were grouped together, those of fantasy in another cluster, and cultivators in yet another. Oddly, he could not discern where the writers of green literature were meant to sit. Did he need to shout to find out? He felt a kinship with each group, but was uncertain of where he truly belonged. Young fellow. Suddenly, a rugged-looking man stood up to greet Lin Feng. Niu? Zhang Niu? The familiar voice belonged unmistakably to Zhang Niu. Curiously, Lin Feng noted that he was seated among a cadre of illustrious figures. Qin Shi, Yang Yu, Mango Banana, and Crow. Without hesitation, Zhang Niu ushered Lin Feng to a nearby table. He seemed utterly unconcerned with the status of those around him. As a deity of the underworld, his standing was far removed from that of mere mortals. Brother Niu, how did you gain entry? Lin Feng inquired as he settled into his seat. Huatai Wolf brought me in. I have no idea where that rascal has scampered off to, Zhang Niu replied. Lin Feng harbored a genuine fondness for this young man, who was quite amiable and frequently instructed him in the art of driving. The two continued their conversation for a while. Are you a novice driver? Chun Shi suddenly inquired. Greetings, Brother Shi, Lin Feng responded, holding Chun Shi in high esteem for his exceptional literary talent. His command of language was extraordinary, effortlessly weaving intricate phrases into his writing. Unlike Lin Feng, who struggled to incorporate even a handful of descriptive words into his narratives, Chun Shi could evoke the essence of nightfall with a mere phrase. As darkness descended upon the land, the sky adorned itself with countless twinkling stars. Lin Feng often found himself limited to a single expression, night fell. Remember when we first joined the group together? Chun Shi remarked, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder. Indeed. It has been 4 years, Lin Feng mused, reflecting on the passage of time. 4 years ago, he had just traversed into this new realm, grappling with the tragic loss of his parents. The original body he inhabited had been rendered frail and emaciated, akin to a delicate needle. It was indeed a grim circumstance. Tang Xi's works were well known, commencing with Ice and Fire, which had garnered considerable acclaim. It was a stroke of genius. Naturally, Lin Feng felt elated to receive Chun Shi's endorsement as they engaged in lively discourse. Brother Shi, now that you've completed the realm of eternal life, what do you plan to write next? Lin Feng inquired with keen interest. He religiously followed each of Chun Shi's publications, admiring a style he felt he could never emulate. I'm still contemplating it. Some of the concepts remain incomplete, Chun Shi replied. Aware that Lin Feng's creative direction diverged from his own, he felt no apprehension about Lin Feng appropriating his ideas. Thus, during their exchange, he shared some foundational concepts. As it was entirely natural for authors to discuss their inspirations and thoughts. Brother Shi, I believe the name Wang Tung lacks the grandeur you wish to convey for such an imperial figure, Lin Feng suggested. Oh, do elaborate, Chun Shi replied. I think the name should reflect an extraordinary essence. We must retain the surnames of the 4 great families of cultivation. Otherwise, the name appears unappealing. And those dashing characters lack relatability, Lin Feng expressed, drawing from his own experiences. That makes sense. It seems I must refine my ideas further. Chun Shi acknowledged Lin Feng's advice with great seriousness. Meanwhile, Zhang Niu occasionally glanced at his phone, seemingly preoccupied with some work commitments. At 9 o'clock, the meeting commenced punctually, presided over by the chief editor, Grey Wolf, while Flower Wolf and other editors stood quietly by. The proceedings turned somewhat tedious, filled with grandiose jargon that lulled Lin Feng into a near stupor. Niu's head had already fallen onto the table in slumber. After an hour of discourse, it was finally the turn of the other editors to deliver their addresses. This marked Lin Feng's first encounter with the true Flower Wolf, who, surprisingly, had lost all his hair at such a young age. He quickly researched and discovered it was a case of intermittent baldness, likely due to kidney deficiency. How unfortunate. Lin Feng mused silently. The meeting was slated to last until noon. Niu awoke around the same time, lamenting that had he known the meeting would unfold in such a manner, he would have preferred to attend work instead of requesting leave. He had just received a message from Ma Mian, reporting that a couple had been tragically struck and killed on the road due to their misdeeds. Alas, it's always the same disheartening matters. The higher-ups refuse to hire more personnel. It's truly vexing, Niu muttered, unable to suppress another curse. After 5 centuries, it feels as though I've encountered a ghost. Unbeknownst to many, a myriad of vengeful spirits lingered. Only the diligent duo, Old Black and Old White, toiled faithfully, laboring day in and day out without so much as a wage increase. One might wonder why they endured such grueling work. It was rumored that Mangpa had contemplated resigning from her duties with the King of Hell on several occasions, yet each time, her pleas seemed to fall on deaf ears, leaving her to continue her monotonous routine as if in a state of amnesia. In the city of Jiangnan, atop a 30-story edifice, a man clad in black stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Four individuals knelt behind him, murmuring incantations. Chun Tianxing had led a tragic existence, having wronged many in his past. In his youth, he had practiced martial arts and possessed certain skills. However, in a drunken mishap, he had inadvertently shattered a man's legs. By the time he grasped the gravity of his actions, it was far too late. He could only flee amidst the chaos. The parents of the injured youth held significant sway in the local underworld, vowing to hunt him down and exact vengeance, no matter where he might hide within the country. Left with no alternative, he sought refuge abroad, joining the Sea King Mercenary Corps, where he unexpectedly awakened a water-based supernatural ability amidst combat. Eventually, he ascended to the position of mercenary leader, becoming the new generation Sea King. Throughout the years, despite having numerous romantic entanglements abroad, he always regarded Shuer as his one true love. This time, he was determined not only to avenge those who had driven him into exile, but also to marry Shuer, ensuring she became the happiest bride. A sinister smile crept across his face, his lips curling in a particularly ominous manner. The four individuals behind him were struck with a profound sense of dread upon witnessing this malevolent grin. When the Sea King smiled, fortune and misfortune intertwined. Something significant was surely on the horizon. Where is Shuer? I must find her, he demanded. His subordinates hesitated for a moment before one finally spoke. She is in the hospital preparing for childbirth. It is her second child. After much trepidation, the words escaped his subordinate's lips. What? The man's face twisted into a grimace, and the four beneath him felt an overwhelming pressure. Whom has she married? He queried, each word dripping with intensity. His heart began to ache. How could it be that merely a decade had passed, and she had not waited for him? Did she not comprehend the depth of his love? In his quest for companionship, he had sought out women who bore some resemblance to Shuer, as if to fill the void. You are indeed the one who broke his legs, he pondered, feeling as though a thunderbolt had struck him. Had he truly misallocated his affections? Chapter 58. The indomitable Sea King, is she living a wretched life? Is she being threatened? The crooked-mouthed Sea King inquired. No, she is very happy. No one has threatened her, his subordinate stammered, trembling as he spoke. The information presented was irrefutable. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Initially, he had believed her to be coerced, compelled into a situation of despair, but the details were so meticulously documented that denial was futile. How could this be? Without me? She cannot possibly be happy. It must be a falsehood. He insisted. Tell me, how did they come to be together? The crooked-mouthed Sea King demanded. After he had departed all those years ago, he had never inquired about Shuer's fate and had subsequently found himself entangled with numerous women. Although he had thrived abroad, a profound sense of loneliness had suddenly enveloped him in recent years. Your Majesty, the Sea King, after your departure, the Wang family searched high and low for your whereabouts. Unable to find you, they resorted to capturing Miss Shuer. Truly shameless, they dared to lay hands on a woman. A mist emanated from his head, shrouded in a cloud of smoke. His mouth could barely close, twisted to an extreme. He inquired if they had threatened Shuer into marriage. No. They merely showed her the video from that night at the nightclub. The tone of his subordinate's voice diminished. He had seen that video as well. Little did he know that the Sea King had once been so domineering. He was left wondering what had become of the man named Jia in the footage. The twisted mouth finally closed. He recalled that valiant Jia. How could he have been caught on camera? He had only attempted it a few times. With his mouth now closed, his aura dissipated entirely. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. After watching the video, Li Shuer had immediately lost all hope. Who would have guessed he could commit such an act? The thought alone was repugnant. After Chun Tianxing fled, everything was thoroughly investigated. It was merely because Wang Chuan gazed too long at Chun Tianxing and Jia, which displeased him, leading him to create trouble under the influence of alcohol. Relying on his martial prowess, he broke both of Wang Chuan's legs. That was indeed quite brutal. Li Shuer had escaped due to Chun Tianxing. She voluntarily offered to care for Wang Chuan, as they were still in a romantic relationship at the time. In some way, she wished to atone for the mistakes made by Chun Tianxing. Although they had been friends for many years, their relationship had been limited to holding hands. She was a principled individual, insisting on cohabitation only after marriage. However, by the time Chun Tianxing fled, they were yet to wed, which indeed presented some obstacles. During her time caring for Wang Chuan, events began to unfold like a drama. In the 6th year after Chun Tianxing's escape, they finally ascended to the altar of marriage. It must have been the machinations of Wang Baichuan. I shall personally seek him out for answers. The twisted-mouthed Sea King had held his tongue for long enough before uttering this sentiment. Concealing his current status, he sought out Li Shuer, planning to surprise her with luxury cars and grand mansions, ultimately leading her to the Wang family's threshold to avenge past grievances. He had not anticipated this turn of events. Before his subordinates, he could not afford to lose face. Unbeknownst to him, his mouth twisted once more. With that twist of his lips, confidence surged within him. This time, he would ensure Wang Chuan's demise. Not even divine intervention could save him. In the Jiangnan branch of the National Security Bureau, a gray-haired man gazed at the screen and remarked, "I've received the latest news. The Sea King, Chun Tianqing, has arrived in Jiangnan. I wonder if it is related to that incident from years ago," the gray-haired man mused. Regardless of the reason, Jiangnan is not a place for him to act recklessly, a middle-aged man responded sternly. "Notify Scorpion about this matter. Should Chun Tianqing make any moves, instruct him to assist in managing the situation." "Understood, boss." The gray-haired man dialed a phone number. "Hello, Gotzi. What's the matter?" Gotzi inquired. "I've just received news that the Sea King, Chun Tianqing, has arrived in Jiangnan and may engage in some reckless actions. The higher-ups have asked me to inform your boss Scorpion to assist in handling it. I have sent the specific document to your work email," Niaoning said. "All right. Ninggu." When Scorpion arrived in the southern Mo Kingdom, an agreement was established. Whenever required by the National Security Bureau, he would provide unconditional assistance within his capabilities. However, he could enjoy equivalent privileges during ordinary times. When the Great Serpent came to Jiangnan, the National Security Bureau also requested Scorpion's assistance in an investigation. But no useful information was uncovered. At the Mayday Hotel, after the meeting, Chunshi resumed his conversation with Lin Feng. He felt that Lin Feng's suggestions were becoming increasingly astute. In a moment of distraction, he even had the illusion that Lin Feng understood the content he intended to write better than he did. "Shigu, I believe you should create a few invincible techniques, such as the 9 secrets of Taoism, each possessing a unique attribute." Chunshi was astonished. He hadn't expected that Yuche, aside from being an impressive driver, had knowledge in such matters. "Yuche, it feels as though you have read this book before. Many of the settings I have are still in draft form. Yet you articulated them so closely. Why don't you write it yourself?" Chunshi chuckled. "Shigu, you jest. It's easy to say, but difficult to execute," Lin Feng replied, clearly aware of his own limitations. Some concepts might seem straightforward in conversation, yet translating them into written form presents a significant challenge. He occasionally had brilliant ideas, but the act of writing them down proved formidable. Thus, he eventually had to shift to writing battle god narratives, where he could indulge in mindless bravado without concern for other elements. Chapter 59, Extraordinary Talent. "Yuche, I saw the suspenseful plot you wrote yesterday. Who exactly is that little girl's father? Could it be that the protagonist is truly being cheated on?" Chunshi inquired. "Impossible. I never betray my protagonists in my novels." "Of course, there's a major twist ahead," Lin Feng boasted. "As for the plot, I'll have those handsome fellows pinned down and rubbed into the ground." "Quite impressive. If your talent had been discovered earlier, you would have been a god by now," Chunshi praised. Ultimately, under Lin Feng's guidance, Chunshi finalized the novel's version. The title was One Hand Covers the Sky, featuring the protagonist Yi Batian, the female lead Lan Yueying, and various supporting characters. "Yuche." Suddenly, Hua Tailang approached and greeted Lin Feng. He had just finished a discussion with Niu Tu and found time to come over. "Tailang," Lin Feng said, patting Hua Tailang on the shoulder. "That shiny head of yours resembles a light bulb." He couldn't help but remark. Hua Tailang appeared somewhat embarrassed. Ever since he became an editor, his hair had been thinning, particularly in the past 2 years, to the point where not a single strand remained. Logically, going bald should lead to increased strength, yet he felt weak in that regard and needed to take a special tonic. "Yuche, please drive slowly in the future. At the rate you drive, I'm afraid I won't last," Hua Tailang said earnestly. Lin Feng wondered what Yuche intended, yet he felt an inexplicable desire to go. Hua Tailang found himself in a quandary. At the Tianlong sect, the leader and several elders stared silently at the corpse. How could such a bizarre event have transpired? Especially Elder Baiyu, gazing at Li Jiao with an increasingly peculiar expression. While the others remained oblivious, she was well aware. Despite Li Jiao's fervent proclamations of pursuing the path of emotionless cultivation, it was merely a consequence of his initial rejection by Zhao Tingyi. Rumor had it that the two still maintained some clandestine connection, though the depth of their relationship remained a mystery to her. Now, with Zhao Tingyi's lifeless body laid before them, she found herself grappling with how to properly handle the remains. She had never anticipated this situation would unfold. It surpassed even Elder Su's prior transgressions. Had she known, Elder Su's involvement would have been irrelevant. Ruo Shui mentioned that Zhao Shimi had met her demise while pursuing that spatial ability user. Currently, the only path to uncovering the truth lay in locating that individual. Li Jiao spoke slowly, suggesting that they would decide the matter after laying their sister to rest. Zhao Tingyi was formidable. The fact that someone managed to behead her indicated extraordinary prowess, likely at least of the level of an elite ability user. With the Sixyang flag, used to seal spaces, now lost, even if they found that ability user, they would be unable to exert control. This posed the greatest challenge. They must find another artifact capable of sealing spaces. As night fell, Hua Tailang confirmed that no one was behind him before knocking on Lin Feng's door. Lin Feng warmly embraced Hua Tailang, recalling the kindness he had shown in the past. Initially, when Lin Feng supported Lu Fei, he faced numerous rejections from various platforms. Ultimately, he found Tomato. And as a newcomer, Hua Tailang had just started working there. He meticulously reviewed Lin Feng's submissions multiple times. The writing was akin to navigating a treacherous path, producing a series of disastrous outcomes that even paled in comparison to the speed of a bicycle. At one point, it described a scene where the war god commanded 30,000 helicopters to encircle an airport, followed by 30,000 breathtaking beauties in bikinis descending from the aircraft, surrounding the war god. What on earth was this? However, rather than outright rejecting the work, he added Lin Feng to his contacts. They exchanged thoughts, and he ultimately advised Lin Feng that his writing skills would only suffice for daily submissions to earn perfect attendance. To achieve success, he would need to hone his craft for several more years. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng's luck turned when he encountered a wealthy benefactor. Thanks to the gifts from this benefactor, he managed to persevere, despite Hua Tailang's initial belief that Lin Feng would abandon his efforts midway. Tailang, you should lie down on the bed. It might hurt a bit, Lin Feng stated directly. What on earth do you mean? Hua Tailang exclaimed, alarmed. Yet, given Lin Feng's towering stature, he was uncertain if he could overpower him. I have a surprise for you. Just lie down, Lin Feng said mysteriously. He then produced a row of golden needles, the very tools acquired upon mastering medical arts. 5 elements golden needles. What are you planning to do with those? Hua Tailang's anxiety began to rise again. To administer acupuncture, stay still, lie down, and prepare for a surprise, Lin Feng instructed. It was his first time giving acupuncture to a male, and he was uncertain about the pressure to apply. You're going to use those on me? Hua Tailang gazed apprehensively at the needles, which still shimmered with a silvery glow. What else would I use? My ancestral medical skills are renowned for treating baldness and kidney deficiency, Lin Feng replied. He understood that Hua Tailang was still somewhat concerned, so he did not tease him and spoke directly. Can this remedy cure baldness and kidney deficiency? An experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner would not deceive you. Lin Feng's demeanor was warm and sincere. All right, I don't believe you can harm me, Hua Tailang replied. Having known each other for many years, he was confident in this. Just lie down comfortably. The skilled physician commenced his practice. The most convenient aspect of this method was that all the acupuncture points were clearly marked. Lin Feng held the golden needle and pierced each point sequentially, from the lower back to the crown of the head. After inserting a total of 109 needles, Lin Feng finally paused. He observed that the areas around the golden needles were gathering with a unique luminescence. System, is this sufficient? Rest assured, with the system's product, there can be no issues. In due time, everything will improve, but hair regrowth will require patience. Hua Tailang could feel the flow of energy intensifying in his lower back. The previously weak areas were becoming increasingly robust. Could it be that what Yuche said was true? He felt a surge of excitement. 2 hours later, Tailang. It's done, Lin Feng announced as he removed the golden needles. My hair? Hua Tailang inquired, feeling his still somewhat bald head. It will grow back within a month. Don't worry, Lin Feng reassured him. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed a hidden task. Medical expertise rewarded with 2 mysterious lottery draws. How long has it been? Finally. It has reappeared, Lin Feng thought with excitement. This hidden task was indeed difficult to trigger. Yuche, if my hair truly grows back, I want to say another word. You can drive my car whenever you like, Hua Tailang remarked, touching his still shiny forehead. Even a broken road could be navigated? As long as my hair grows back. You could drive it on my face if you wished. Hua Tailang was filled with exhilaration. It is worth noting that he was once the heartthrob of the campus. A true charmer. Chapter 60, The Woman with the Split Mouth. After bidding farewell to Hua Tailang, it was already midnight. There were still several days to go. Lying in bed, a series of system notifications echoed in his ears. Earned 50 hunting points, gained 100 experience. That Gung Gui fellow is indeed reliable, Lin Feng mused. Without a doubt, Gung Gui must have been searching for food. I wonder how Qian Qian is doing. Today felt peculiar. He had a lingering sensation of something repeatedly brushing against his face, reminiscent of a wheel. Could it be that after I ran over that group of handsome youths yesterday, they bore a grudge against me? It seems I'll need to use a steamroller next time to crush them thoroughly. Beside the graveyard, Yi Chuin donned a simple spaghetti strap top paired with ultra-short shorts. Her long legs rested on the sofa, her head leaning against the cushion as she boredly scrolled through her phone. I knew it would end this way. How could siblings possibly be together? She had just finished watching the finale of Xian 3, and it indeed met her expectations. Casting another glance at the busy cultivators, it seemed they were nearing the end of their work. In these past few days, the grand formation has been completed, if the serpent does not appear soon. She may depart. Currently, she finds herself in a state of ennui, even bordering on loneliness. However, she had not brought an adequate supply of clothing for change, making it rather inconvenient. Sighing, she decided to head to the bathroom, thinking it would suffice. In Jiangnan, at Lin Feng's residence, Gu Qianqian, clad in a delicate nightgown, lay on her bed, clutching a substitute doll while gazing at her phone. Her fingers incessantly caressed the doll's face, occasionally applying pressure or rubbing it. She even experienced a peculiar sensation, as if the doll possessed a certain corporeality, almost resembling a real person. Strangely enough, after prolonged contact, the doll's form would become rigid. Startled, she hastily dressed the doll in pants. Upon witnessing the conclusion of Scene 3, her disbelief was palpable. How could they not end up together? I refuse to believe it, Gu Qianqian exclaimed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The tragic ending left her disheartened. Unlike Yi Chuin, who would simply accept the conclusion. She was a thinker, always ruminating on the narrative. After a thorough online search, she eventually discovered the authentic conclusion of Scene 3, nodding in satisfaction. Her earlier gloom dissipated instantly. Her sentiments were simple, she merely abhorred tragedies. High above in a towering building, a man wearing a conical hat appeared, gazing intently at the city below. Suddenly, the space behind him began to warp into a vortex, from which another man, donning a mask, emerged. The person you seek has been located, the masked man declared. This is her information. Her constitution aligns with yours and should perfectly accommodate your ocular power. Very well. Time is of the essence. I entrust the remaining matters to you. The man in the hat replied, coughing slightly, burdened by old injuries and excessive use of his eyes. He had long since reached the limits of his lifespan. Do not worry. We have been partners for many years. As for other matters, I assure you, she will be completely safe until she fully masters your ocular power, the masked man assured. Then I leave everything in your hands. Run to, the man in the hat said. Observing the photograph he held, a woman with long blue hair, large eyes, and a somewhat delicate and charming appearance. The back of the photo contained detailed information about her residence. Draw, activate, burn fruit, flash fruit, freeze fruit, tremor fruit. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the passive skill rift. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skill precognition. When attacking with weapons using rift, there is a minimal probability of ignoring any defenses to achieve a penetrating effect. Precognition, an active skill that, when used, has a low probability of revealing a vision of impending events. Not bad. He had acquired 2 new skills. Lin Feng had not anticipated that the lottery drawn to treat Hua Tailang would yield such valuable abilities. He pondered which type of weapon would best complement rift. He perused the arsenal of the moonlight weaponry once more. Though it was versatile, the varying states of weapons led to different combinations. Currently, he primarily utilized the skill Tianchong, but he realized he still had much to learn in other aspects. After a period of contemplation, Lin Feng realized it had been several days since he last ventured out to hunt spirits. He thought to himself, if he did not put in more effort, he would soon be outperformed even by the Gung Gui. Within the brief span of 2 hours, the system indicated that Gung Gui had successfully hunted 5 lower-tier spirits and even acquired a bottle of potent potion. Since the Gung Gui consumed its prey, all dropped items were automatically deposited into Lin Feng's storage ring by the system. As he pondered, the system issued a new task. This time, there was a specific requirement. It was no longer merely a matter of hunting at random for a chance to draw rewards. The task was to hunt a liquor, a grotesque spirit. The reward for this endeavor included 2 lottery draws and 2,000 points of hunting value. Lin Feng gazed at a massive yellow circle in the distance, the designated area for the liquor. However, the radius of this zone was quite extensive, spanning several kilometers and inhabited by other spirits. Only by defeating the liquor could the task be deemed complete. Under the sparse moonlight, Lin Feng donned his bamboo helicopter and soared through the sky, searching for potential liquor spirits. System, have you increased the difficulty? He mused. Is this truly a high difficulty? You should see the tasks from the neighboring system, which starts with a challenging liquor hunt. The system replied, leaving Lin Feng momentarily bewildered. A challenging hunt? Such a macabre proposition. Lin Feng was astonished. Were the system to assign him such a task, he would never consent, even if it meant enhancing his weapon to level 10. Speaking of level 10, the weapon's effects were indeed quite impressive. Featuring luminous special effects, something only those who wielded it would truly appreciate, Lin Feng thought. But had the other host completed the task? They had attempted it. Albeit with a rather convoluted outcome, the system recounted. How so? The host had poor judgment and mistakenly targeted a male liquor. This unfortunate soul was, indeed, quite unlucky. Within the constraints of the system's permissions, there were only partial hints provided, with no indication of gender. The host had assumed that a mere bite would activate the system. But the aftermath was quite the ordeal. Ultimately, what became of that unfortunate host? They were cured of their constipation. The system, feeling pity for them, assisted in activating their system. Such a tragic fate. Upon activation, did the host not have to immediately slay the liquor? The system fell silent. For such matters were delicate and perhaps not meant for discussion. Had Lin Feng not chanced upon this topic today, the system would have never divulged it. Who could have anticipated that such feelings would arise? As Lin Feng flew through the night sky, he felt an inexplicable warmth coursing through his body. Had he not changed into his Hauka brand shorts, today would have certainly proven uncomfortable. He could not fathom the cause of this sudden heat. Could it be related to the tale of the host and the male liquor that the system had just recounted? A shiver ran down his spine, but he quickly composed himself. Employing his medical expertise, he examined himself and found no abnormalities. Everything felt entirely natural. Even his exceptional endurance was comparable to the finest Nanfu battery. With the moon shining faintly, Lin Feng surveyed the area, yet he found no sign of the fabled liquor. Without hesitation, I descended directly to the ground, preparing to investigate further. After all, the task assigned this time was indeed challenging, not something one could encounter easily. Occasionally, I observed spirits wandering the streets. These were ordinary ghosts, lacking any distinctive markings. After death, remnants of one's thoughts often linger, with some choosing to traverse familiar paths from the past. Is that not the infamous Neo? I noticed the ox-headed figure followed by several spirits, their dark shadows suggesting a history of misdeeds. If left unattended in the mortal realm, they would eventually become a menace. I also spotted two familiar figures, the couple notorious for staging train accidents. I never imagined they would be taken so swiftly. The spirits were all bound in chains, while Neo held a phone to his ear, engaged in a hands-free conversation. Old Ma, why does this matter seem never-ending? I've been working overtime after the meeting, and there is still so much to manage. Neo, since yesterday, the number of malevolent spirits in your area has surged drastically. It perplexes me, Ma Mian remarked, gazing intently at the device resembling a computer. Isn't this endless overtime going to affect our updates today? Neo lamented. With this thought, he dialed Hualang. Neo, what is up? Hualang was engaged in a video call with his wife, showcasing his remarkable talents when he received Neo's call. Hualang, I need your assistance with something. What do you need, Neo? I have to work late tonight to capture ghosts, so I want to be able to update the book. Are you suggesting I ghostwrite for you? Be honest, or I might just toss you into the cauldron or the iron tree hell. Neo suddenly snapped at the couple nearby, whose lamentations disrupted his call. All right, Neo, I'll start writing immediately. You focus on your work. Hualang hurriedly ended the call, feeling a chill run down his spine. Neo was indeed formidable, and his threats were not to be taken lightly. Ding. Hualang received a message on WeChat. 10 updates due before noon tomorrow. Accompanied by a work photo. The image was a selfie of Neo leading the group of ghosts, serving as proof of his claims. The ghosts in the photo appeared pale and woeful, instilling a sense of dread in Hualang, who found his sleep utterly elusive. He promptly began to type furiously, feeling that Neo had crossed a line by using such a photo to intimidate him. Previously, Neo had even mentioned wanting to take him on a tour of the underworld, from the 1st to the 18th level. Neo cast a glance at Lin Feng, who wore a mask, before turning away. Unlike the others, he was not one to seek trouble without cause. His work remained unfinished. Their duty was to guide souls, and matters concerning the living were generally beyond their scope. For them, it was preferable to have more cultivators and practitioners of supernatural abilities. This was because the spirits slain by such individuals were inexplicably sent to the underworld's prison, facing harsher judgments. Otherwise, with so many spirits in the world, even their small team of full-time workers would be overwhelmed, no matter how tirelessly they worked. Recruitment was indeed necessary. Was the work in the underworld truly that demanding? Neo's voice had been quite loud earlier, and Lin Feng's hearing was sharp. After the bull-headed figure departed, he continued to stealthily traverse the night. Where had the split-mouthed woman concealed herself? Lin Feng searched diligently for a considerable time, yet he still failed to catch a glimpse of her presence. Occasionally, he encountered a few level ghosts, which he effortlessly dispatched, collecting them as experience. Confronting such specters posed no challenge for him anymore. To his astonishment, after defeating a level-drenched ghost, Lin Feng discovered a 2,000-year-old purple spirit ginseng. He was about to pick it up, adhering to his principle of never wasting resources when a voice rang out from a distance, commanding him to halt. A pair of individuals, one male and one female, approached. Both cultivators at the Qi refining and mid-foundation establishment stages, respectively. The female, possessing slightly superior cultivation, appeared to be at the mid-foundation establishment standard. Who are you? Inquired the purple-haired woman. Lin Feng, adorned with a mask and clad in a long black robe, wielding a crescent moon blade, certainly did not present himself as a paragon of virtue to the onlookers. Yet, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the purple ginseng before him, still emanating a violet glow, which had captured their attention. As cultivators, they were particularly attuned to such celestial herbs, instantly recognizing its exceptional quality. Just passing through. Lin Feng replied courteously, deftly stowing the ginseng into his spatial ring. I cannot detect any levels here, the man remarked, perplexed. This marked their first encounter of such a nature. Previously, no matter how high the level of their targets, their abilities had never failed them, leaving them somewhat bewildered. You must be someone of significance, I presume. Have you ever heard of the Supernatural Bureau? Hong Yu ventured to inquire. Based on her years of experience, she sensed that this individual possessed unique qualities, especially the menacing aura emanating from his blade. I have heard of it, and then? Lin Feng responded nonchalantly. He had indeed heard of the Bureau from Jifeng but had not registered, as he had little interest in the meager salary they offered. Furthermore, with his distinct abilities, he feared being coerced into undertaking missions to assist others in treasure hunting, which he deemed a cumbersome affair. My apologies. But I have matters to attend to and cannot linger, Lin Feng added, eager to locate the split-mouthed woman in hopes of uncovering more valuable treasures. Sir, are you truly disregarding our Supernatural Bureau? Suddenly, another woman arrived on her sword, halting directly in front of Lin Feng. This was none other than Hong Yu's senior sister. Hong Yu, A peak foundation establishment cultivator, she had just received news from Hong Yu regarding Lin Feng's possession of the precious ginseng. Desperate for such a spirit herb for her alchemical endeavors, she could hardly believe her fortune. Chapter 62, The Cherry Blossom Scene. Hong Yu was unable to discern Lin Feng's level of power. Typically, cultivators descending from the mountains would be warned by their sect to abide by secular customs. Their information would be submitted to the National Security Bureau and subsequently relayed to other departments. This individual before her seemed oblivious to such protocols, leading her to conclude that he was likely a newly awakened supernatural being. Only such novices would exhibit such a lack of reverence. Lin Feng's cultivation method diverged from the norm. He was neither a traditional cultivator nor an awakened ability user, his ascension reliant solely on capturing ghosts to level up. The detection glasses are incapable of discerning true strength. My apologies, but I am indeed pressed for time. We shall converse another day. Lin Feng was genuinely anxious. It was nearly 4 a.m. Just moments ago, the back end of the tomato platform had sent a reminder. Such matters cannot be delayed. As he had no one to write on his behalf. I have heard that you possess a spiritual ginseng. May I have a glimpse? Hong Yu had merely heard about it from Hong Yu and had never seen the actual item. She wished to confirm its existence. Lin Feng could not simply refuse. To say he would look would be to save face. Oh, it seems you truly have no regard for propriety. Hong Yu's expression darkened. As a foundation-building practitioner, being continuously rebuffed in front of her junior disciples was somewhat humiliating. You made a special trip here solely for that spiritual ginseng. Yet you casually invoke the name of the Supernatural Bureau. Lin Feng had already discerned her intent. He was somewhat averse to such tactics of leveraging authority. Young man, whether you believe it or not, you must accompany me today, Hong Yu stated coldly. She was well aware of the valuable possessions Lin Feng held. Are practitioners like you devoid of reason? Lin Feng felt a surge of anger. Reason? Young man, if you possess the strength of a higher level, then we could discuss reason, Hong Yu replied, accustomed to this demeanor. In this world, power reigns supreme. Had Yi Chuan been present, she would not have dared utter a word, for after all, level-advanced practitioners are not easily encountered. In all her years, she had only come across one level-advanced newcomer. However, although that individual awakened a level-advanced ability, it belonged to a close combat skill, lacking any long-range combat capabilities. With minimal battle experience, she had solely relied on her swordsmanship, deftly evading while casting spells, ultimately subduing him with ease. For practitioners, as long as one masters sword control, even if they cannot win, escaping is a simple matter, unless they encounter those troublesome ability users. Over the years, in battles against malevolent spirits, the casualty rate among ability users has been the highest. You are not wrong. I indeed should not engage in rational discourse with you, Lin Feng suddenly realized. After years of writing novels, how had he forgotten the futility of reasoning with those seeking treasures? Young man, since you understand that reason is futile, then remove your mask and lay down your weapon. Accompany us. Lin Feng's eerie skull mask made her uncomfortable. As soon as she finished speaking, the three began to ascend into the air on their swords. They locked their focus on him. Should Lin Feng exhibit any unusual behavior, even if they could not subdue him, they could ensure a swift escape. Ding! Defeat the three before you and earn a mysterious lottery draw. System, are you raising the stakes? What? Do you intend to present me with a foolish binary choice akin to the neighboring sign-in? Lin Feng had heard of such a choice, rumored to be quite brutal. 1. Immediately kneel and surrender, relinquishing all treasures, and earn the title of timid as a mouse. 2. Choose to engage in battle with the enemy, earning a perfected sacred body and unparalleled martial arts. You make a valid point. Give me the binary choice, for I wish to cease my struggles. Begone. Choosing between two options is a perplexing task, particularly for a principled system. It is inconceivable that it would issue such a foolish assignment. Would it truly presume that those charming individuals would engage in reading without the application of intellect, escaping unscathed from ridicule? Is this what one would call a choice? With the enhancement of the system's rewards, Lin Feng could no longer restrain himself. The ability to foresee was activated, yet yielded no results. Perhaps it was a mere illusion of power. Young man, I grant you 3 breaths to relinquish your weapon. Otherwise, do not blame me for taking action. The 3 adversaries had already drawn their swords, poised to strike at the slightest provocation from Lin Feng. Even if an inquiry were to follow, they would readily label Lin Feng as the aggressor. The Moon Slayer in Lin Feng's grasp began to transform, its blade shifting from black to white, its length slightly diminishing. With the blade now directed toward the ground, the onlookers, Qian Ben Ying and Hong Yu, observed as Lin Feng released his grip, allowing the blade to fall. They assumed he had indeed surrendered. However, the moment the blade touched the earth, it seemed to sink into the ground. Subsequently, thousands of sword blades rose around his feet, towering several feet high. The blades then began to shatter spontaneously, disintegrating into countless minute shards. In the moonlight, they resembled a sea of white cherry blossoms, swirling around Lin Feng. Sister, something is amiss, Hong Yu remarked. The delicate shards danced about, and through their spiritual perception, they discerned the incalculable quantity of fragments. Yet, they merely floated gently around Lin Feng, showing no intention of advancing. Subdue him, and we shall investigate the peculiarities of that sword, Hong Yu remarked, unfazed. With a gesture, she invoked the Xinjing curse, conjuring a flurry of icy spikes. Go. With confidence, she waved her hand, sending a barrage of cold ice shards racing toward Lin Feng. The other two also unleashed their own distinct spells to strike downwards. How could this be? They observed as the icy spikes, upon nearing Lin Feng's vicinity, were intercepted by the cherry blossom fragments, which then shattered them into powder. Lin Feng stood there, calmly observing the trio above. 5 Thunder God spell. Hong Yu, with another gesture, directed a fierce bolt of lightning toward Lin Feng. The blossoms formed an impenetrable wall, effectively shielding against the oncoming storm. Crack! More bolts of lightning descended. As Hong Yu and her companions unleashed their fury from the sky, the atmosphere crackled with thunder, and as the storm raged, the number of blades gradually diminished. Indeed, the blades are not invincible, Lin Feng mused. He had merely sought to test their resilience to damage. Naturally, when withstanding attacks, the shards possess a limit to the harm they can endure. As your moonlight level increases, the quantity of blades and their capacity to absorb damage will also rise. The system elucidated. Invincibility? That is a mere fallacy. Chapter 63, Black Flash. Cherry Blossoms, Mass Grave. Having concluded his assessment of the shard's resilience, Lin Feng concentrated, directing the remaining blossoms toward the 3 adversaries, enveloping them in a flurry of petals. Sister, be cautious. Hong Yu was taken aback by Lin Feng's proactive assault. A water spirit shield materialized around the trio, encasing them in a protective barrier of azure. Sister, his blade cannot endure for much longer. A third of its durability has already diminished from the previous assault, Hong Yu remarked. She harbored a certain greed for the items Lin Feng possessed, and since he was now resisting, it provided her the perfect pretext to eliminate him. After all, his demise would be well deserved. The 3 of them were shielded, with the blade repeatedly scraping against the smooth water shield. Upon noticing that Lin Feng had lost his blade protection, Hong Yu believed the moment had arrived. She had concluded that Lin Feng's unique ability was to control that long knife. In her understanding, dual-element ability users did not exist. 9 Thunder spells. She prepared to unleash another set of lightning spells. As the lightning descended, Lin Feng's figure vanished from sight. What? How is this possible? Hong Yu was taken aback. A crack appeared on her body, soon followed by another. Blood began to trickle down as numerous wounds marked her form. Although her shield remained intact, she bore dozens of lacerations. How could this happen? Besides this shield, I am also clad in protective inner armor. If the armor is unbroken, how could my flesh be harmed? Host, you possess quite the ingenuity, employing this technique to activate the severing effect. Although the probability of triggering the severing is relatively low, since it ignores all defenses when in the state of moon slash, one would need to swing countless times to potentially trigger it. Triggering it in blade form, despite the limited range of each severing, cannot withstand the sheer volume of attacks. The frequency of blade strikes is too rapid to defend against. Cease at once, Hong Yu exclaimed, her heart racing. She realized that Lin Feng must be nearby, as there was no way he could control those blades from a distance. If you do not stop, once I shatter all the blades, no matter where you flee within the southern Mo kingdom, I will not let you escape, she declared furiously. Throughout this time, she continuously attempted to dispel the blades. Though she managed to reduce their number by half, her face was already marred with blood, and crimson liquid continued to flow. While her injuries were not fatal, if this continued, her body would likely be reduced to mere fragments. Suddenly, the weakest of the men found his water spirit shield shattered. The blades mercilessly dissected his flesh into fine powder, ultimately transforming him into a mist of blood. Such was the brutality of it. With the blades now devoid of a target, they turned towards Hong Yu. Flee. A thought flashed through her mind. She could no longer sense Lin Feng's position. And should this endure, once her shield shattered, her fate would not be better than that of the man before her. Junior sister, we must go. As she spoke, she prepared to summon her sword and depart, having confirmed that this individual possessed a high level of power. To subdue him, one would either need to employ a potent array to control him or utilize an even stronger spatial ability to temporarily seal this space. Bang! At that moment, Hong Yu's water spirit shield was also shattered by a blade. Fortunately, she wore a protective artifact, which allowed her to withstand a portion of the assault. Suddenly, a hidden weapon shot toward her, drawing near. Ghost Path 47, Scarlet Fire. In an instant, Lin Feng materialized before her, striking her chest. A swirl of purple flames enveloped Hong Yu. Ah! Once again, a chilling cry echoed as the crimson rain vanished entirely within the violet flames. Lin Feng resolutely decided that the trio must not be allowed to remain. Otherwise, releasing the young would only invite the elder, leading to an endless cycle. The red grapefruit soared southward at an alarming speed, with Lin Feng closely in pursuit. Her conjecture had proven correct. Once they exceeded a certain distance from the caster, the blades could not be sustained. How could one still employ a flying artifact? She was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, Lin Feng had unleashed flames, commanded blades, and executed spatial jumps. How could one individual possess such an array of extraordinary abilities? She found herself questioning her very existence, as this entirely upended her understanding of reality. As Lin Feng chased, she inadvertently glanced below and caught sight of a woman whose face was tightly wrapped. The woman carried a small bag and held a pair of scissors emerging from a room. Could it be her? A suspicion began to form in Lin Feng's mind. It was surprising that she had just stepped out, explaining why Lin Feng had seen nothing during her earlier search. Cherry blossom explosion, Lin Feng exclaimed, causing the blade fragments to detonate continuously around the red grapefruit. The force was significantly greater than before, yet following the explosion, the fragments would dissipate. Soon, the water spirit shield was obliterated, leaving merely a handful of blades. The red grapefruit's personal artifact emitted a faint green glow, maintained solely by her spiritual energy. After Lin Feng's relentless assault, coupled with the final explosion, the spirit energy was finally depleted. Yet, that was not the gravest concern. The most pressing matter was that chunks of flesh were consistently falling from the red grapefruit's face. The earlier penetrating and severing effect had been so effective that she now appeared somewhat ghastly, even more so than the legendary lady of the split mouth. Moonslayer. The remaining fragments vanished, transforming into the guise of the Moonslayer. The consumed blades required Lin Feng to capture spirits for replenishment. The skills were indeed resplendent, yet the replenishment process was cumbersome. This was the flaw of the Thousand Cherry Blossoms technique. Endless and inexhaustible. Such a notion was inherently impossible. The system must maintain balance. Who on earth are you? The red grapefruit realized the futility of her situation, recognizing the depth of the opponent's concealment. With such formidable strength, how could she have considered challenging him? A flash of darkness illuminated the air. As her words fell, Lin Feng thrust a sword through her skull, leaving no room for risk. Congratulations, host, for exceeding the task requirements. You are rewarded with 2 mysterious lottery draws. I admire your decisiveness. It surpasses that of the previous pathetic ones I encountered, the system remarked. Is this reward something you can just conjure at will? Do you always hold something back? Lin Feng inquired suddenly. Get lost. Am I that kind of system? Yet, the system was somewhat astonished, for Lin Feng's guess was remarkably accurate. However, those rewards were not withheld from Lin Feng. They were simply unused opportunities left by previous hosts. One former host had an obsessive-compulsive disorder, insisting on accumulating 100 consecutive draws, believing it would yield superior items. Ultimately, before any quality item emerged, the person had perished. Thus, he still possessed numerous lottery chances. Among all the hosts, Lin Feng was the one he found most agreeable, particularly with the green war god she had written. It was indeed quite impressive. The allure only grew stronger. Chapter 64, The Mysterious Woman. After dispatching the red grapefruit, Lin Feng tidied the battlefield. The pink grapefruit storage bag contained a plethora of items, all of which he hastily gathered. He then hurried to search for the mysterious woman he had encountered earlier. Lacking any system notifications, he could not ascertain whether she was indeed the infamous slit-mouthed woman. The system's only indication was a simple description, a significant fissure at the corners of her mouth. With no additional photographs for reference, he was at a loss regarding her true appearance. Retracing his previous steps, he scoured the area repeatedly. Yet the woman had vanished once more, an unsettling occurrence. Considering the task assigned by the system, could it be that his current guise was the reason for her disappearance? In the absence of any witnesses, the risk was minimal. Thus, he decided to undergo a transformation and shift his appearance. Lin Feng donned a more ordinary outfit and traversed the night. However, after the prolonged battle, fatigue had begun to weigh on his body. After walking for another half hour, he had not encountered the slit-mouthed woman, nor even a single ghostly apparition. It had been quite some time since he received any additional experience notifications. As the clock approached 5 in the morning, he realized that lingering any longer would result in daylight breaking. Moments ago, he had received notifications from the back end, with several impatient readers urging him for updates on his story. The comment section was fervently demanding more content. He quickly reassured them, stating that he was in the midst of writing. As a devoted author of martial arts fiction, he would not abandon his principles for the sake of a side job, maintaining a steadfast schedule of 4 updates daily, regardless of any obstacles. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him. Yet, he had misplaced the small scissors. Still no notifications? Lin Feng gazed at the veiled woman for an extended period, but the system provided no special alerts. He could discern no grotesque transformations in her eyes, which left him somewhat perplexed. The woman, who had initially bowed her head, gently lifted it, revealing clear and bright eyes reminiscent of a ghostly figure from the Republic era. However, ever since Lin Feng activated the system, he had not encountered that particular spirit again. Perhaps she had ventured elsewhere to expand her influence. Her absorption technique was undeniably impressive. Regrettably, it was a one-time ability, and only he had retained the memories of his original self. During solitary moments, he would occasionally ponder where that ghost had acquired her skills. A few strands of hair obscured the woman's eyes, adding an alluring quality to her appearance. She soon approached Lin Feng and continued walking forward, seemingly indifferent to his presence. Perhaps she was not the one he suspected. Although Lin Feng felt an urge to pursue her, he lacked any evidence to justify such actions. He could not simply remove someone's veil based on mere conjecture. To do so would be akin to the brazen behavior of that yellow-haired fellow who once attempted to tease Qian Qian. Such conduct was inconsistent with his principles, and he was not so overbearing. With a quiet resolve, Lin Feng decided to continue on his way. The readers in the comment section had become increasingly agitated. This situation was becoming rather ominous. He was not a bull-headed figure and did not possess the ability to resurrect souls. If a reader truly became despondent over the updates, he would find it difficult to reconcile in his heart. Hey, handsome, would you like a little relaxation? The suggestion was quite direct. Those hazy eyes held a peculiar charm that made it hard to refuse. Relaxation? Was it appropriate? After all, he was indeed weary from the earlier skirmish and yearned for a moment of respite. He could always seek out the slit-mouthed woman another day. There is everything. Follow me. The woman said as she walked forward, soon turning and entering a room. System, is this your doing? Are you testing my temperament? Lin Feng pondered, his heart sinking as he followed her into the room. He meant no harm. He merely wished to ascertain whether the establishment offered legitimate health services. After all, he possessed his trusty shorts, ensuring no one could strip him of his defenses. If it were indeed a genuine massage, he might consider indulging, for he felt somewhat fatigued. With his shorts on, he felt quite secure. Inside, the room was dimly lit and simply decorated. The woman, still obscured by a veil, sat on a small stool. Beside her was a small bed, presumably intended for massages. Lin Feng, emboldened by his skills, thought to begin with a foot massage. Even if a ghost were to administer the treatment, it would pose no real concern. He had already prepared his escape plan. Should any trouble arise, he could swiftly withdraw. If it indeed turned out to be that infamous spirit, it would be even better, a quick resolution. Lin Feng began to suspect that the system had temporarily disabled his visual recognition abilities. There was something peculiar about this woman. Could it be that he had become overly reliant on the system's judgments? During the novice phase, the auxiliary features had provided him with warnings about encounters with spirits. But perhaps his protection period was nearing its end, and the system intended to toughen him up to avoid future mishaps. His recent surge in strength seemed rather rapid. With the aid of special passive abilities, he could easily handle solitary confrontations. He hardly qualified as a novice anymore. The woman glanced at Lin Feng, confirming his earnestness. Hee. Handsome, you are quite amusing, she remarked with a smile. It was her first encounter with someone so genuine in a long while. It would surely be an interesting experience. So, will you proceed? If not, I will take my leave, Lin Feng asserted once more. Of course, I will, she replied, deftly retrieving her tools. The sound of her hands massaging Lin Feng's feet echoed in the room. The meat must be tenderized to be delectable. In her past experiences, she had always preferred to thoroughly pound the meat before consumption. As she worked on Lin Feng, it felt akin to hammering iron. Fortunately, she possessed enough strength to manage the task. Meanwhile, Lin Feng busily typed on his phone, his fingers flying across the screen. Meng Luo, how could you do this? The god of war lamented, feeling as if his heart were being sliced open. He had encountered yet another formidable woman, a peerless beauty. Yet he had not anticipated her venomous heart to unleash such poison upon him. Green brother, why can't you accept me? What do I lack compared to them? She questioned, her heart as ruthless as her words. The blade in her hand danced perilously close to the god of war, tearing away at his clothing piece by piece. Stop, Meng Luo. I cannot betray you Han, Ing Yu, Zilin, Lon Lon, Xiao Li, or Shui, the god of war exclaimed, listing 8 names in one breath. Seeing that she remained unfazed, her actions only intensified. It seemed she was determined to breach his boundaries. Even if you possess my body, you shall never claim my heart. The god of war declared with fury, I desire your heart for naught. What I truly seek is your corporeal form. After a considerable interval, a peculiar green light once again enveloped the god of war, this time enhanced by the presence of 8 ethereal maidens. He has ascended once more. Chapter 65, The Power to Alter a Chaotic Era. Put a bit more effort into it, Lin Feng remarked as he diligently typed away. Despite his focus on his writing, he discreetly observed the individual before him. Though their visage was consistently concealed, the force exerted was undeniably formidable. The sound of impact resonated incessantly, revealing no signs of frailty. He had formed a judgment in his mind. Even if this was not a woman of the slit-mouthed variety, she was undoubtedly some other spectral entity. Yet, in this moment, he merely wished to unwind and utilize this fleeting time to compose. He aimed to pacify the older gentleman present. In his perspective, if the system sought to refine him, this creature's level must be relatively low, for it would be unlikely to find a host of such quality if it were to truly bring about his demise. Half an hour later, the woman's hands had grown weak. She prepared to remove her trousers, intending to proceed to the next phase. She resolved that this evening, she would only partake of the lower half. The remainder could wait until tomorrow, as fatigue had set in. A gust of wind swept through, and Lin Feng's eyes seemed to regain their clarity. So many? He mused, noticing the numerous robust spirits wandering about the room. Indeed, this is your doing, Lin Feng remarked. All of this is for your benefit. Your novice protection period is nearing its conclusion. Although your vision is commendable, The entities you currently encounter are merely commonplace spirits of a low caliber. Should you encounter those adept at concealing their presence, you may find it challenging to identify them directly, potentially leading to grave consequences due to negligence, the system explained. This task had indeed been slightly adjusted, increasing Lin Feng's difficulty. In the system's view, as long as the Green God of War remained unfinished, this host should continue to thrive. Although a substitute doll existed, it was merely a one-time use. Unless Lin Feng could summon some extraordinary immortal essence, the likelihood of that was exceedingly slim. The experience function during the novice phase could be unlocked for a fee once you accumulated sufficient hunting points, the system added. Business must persist. Yet it differed from the grand achievement system that thrived on exploiting hosts for amusement. What? The woman exclaimed suddenly, having pulled down Lin Feng's outer trousers and revealing the distinctive hauka shorts. While the interior remained obscured, the silhouette already bore some marks. So lengthy, it must taste delightful. She pondered, ready to initiate her actions. She seized the hem of the trousers, attempting to exert force. However, regardless of her strength, the fabric remained steadfast. Lin Feng simply observed, "The quality of these trousers is remarkable. No wonder they are Hauka brand." He intended to ascertain the durability of the garment, and indeed, apart from him, no one could remove it. Such knowledge offered him profound reassurance. He grasped the woman's arm. Ghost Path 44, Infernal Flame. A violet blaze ignited from her arm, swiftly engulfing her entire form. Do you not wish to unveil the veil and glimpse this woman's appearance? Not at all. She is surely hideous. Otherwise, why would she wear a mask? Upon the demise of the slit-mouthed woman, Lin Feng swiftly received a notification of reward. Coupled with the previous bounty from slaying the red pomelo, he had amassed 4 opportunities for the lottery. The accumulation was notably rapid. Lin Feng addressed the souls, acknowledging that he lacked any tools for their enlightenment and had no time to assist them in resolving their lingering desires. Thus, if they could not untangle their emotional knots, they would inevitably become malevolent spirits in the future. The hotel bore a mark. It was far more efficient to type on the computer. He had just checked the update notification from the Bullhead novel. As expected of the seasoned editor, Lin Feng resumed his typing with fervor. Around 6:30 in the morning, in gratitude for his brother's support, he sent over the 100 seed links shared by Bullhead. There was no ulterior motive, merely a desire to see if his brother's joy could multiply and take flight. Regrettably, his brother was absent that day. Otherwise, he would have been treated to the slit-mouthed woman's massage service. Surprisingly, it was quite pleasant, provided one did not focus on her face. Her figure was indeed commendable. Who are you? Where's this place? Gu Qianqian gazed at the man before her, utterly astonished. Surrounding her were blood-red surroundings, punctuated by the occasional caw of crows. Such a scene was unprecedented. This is the realm of Tsukuyami, and my name has become irrelevant, the man spoke slowly. The realm of Tsukuyami? How did I end up here? Is this a dream? Gu Qianqian realized something and bit her arm, feeling a sharp pain. This is no dream. Little girl, do you have someone you wish to protect? The man asked suddenly. Someone I wish to protect? Gu Qianqian's mind flashed to a familiar face. She noticed something peculiar in the man's eyes. Suddenly, a thought occurred to her. Are you an esper? She inquired tentatively. In recent days, during moments of boredom, she had perused online forums and stumbled upon a post dedicated to the tales of espers, which categorized their abilities. Indeed, I am an esper with ocular powers. Why have you sought me? Gu Qianqian felt perplexed by this question. Her understanding of espers was limited to those trivial rumors found online. My abilities are unique. An ordinary person's physique cannot possibly bear the weight of this ocular power. Only your constitution aligns with mine, allowing for a flawless manifestation of its strength, the man elaborated. He spoke at length with Gu Qianqian, some of his words resonating deeply within her. She indeed had someone she wished to protect forever. And her recent encounter at Lanhua Temple had left her astounded, shattering all her previous conceptions. The world truly harbored spirits. If what this person said was accurate, should spirits once again unleash chaos, how could she safeguard the most cherished individual in her heart without sufficient power? Very well, I am willing, Gu Qianqian replied earnestly. The man pointed towards Gu Qianqian's eyes and began to chant enigmatic phrases. Soon, a crimson light enveloped her entirely. After a considerable time had passed, the fusion of power required an extensive duration. The most pressing concern now was to survive. I have implanted everything within your mind. I hope that once you achieve complete success, you can assist me with that final task. Consider it our transaction. The man spoke, his eyes dimming as the runes began to fade. The power of his gaze was shifting. Once Gu Qianqian fully awakened, she would possess formidable strength. Chapter 66. From now on, I shall protect you. In Qianqian's room, she lay upon her bed, her eyes tightly shut. Her face quivered slightly, as if she were undergoing some profound experience. In the living room, a gungue lay on the floor, its eyes spinning in circles. Occasionally, its legs twitched, seemingly lost in some terrifying dream. This little creature is rather intriguing. It dares to protect her, the masked man remarked, observing the gungue. Let it remain with her. For as long as those eyes exist, no ordinary person can harm her, the man in the conical hat stated. You are quite observant. You've even set up that forbidden technique directly. Unfortunately, the transplantation of your gaze requires too long a time to fuse, the masked man lamented, feeling a twinge of regret that such combat prowess could not be immediately utilized. Zhongzhu has been searching for your whereabouts. Should I inform him once you are laid to rest? Let him harbor resentment towards me. Only through suffering can he truly grow. The man in the conical hat said softly, contemplating his somewhat foolish younger brother, who would never mature without experiencing hardship. Your words echo his sentiments. What kind of suffering are we speaking of? The masked man shook his head, recalling that individual. Let us depart, run Tuesday. She is likely to awaken soon. Indeed. A vortex of space materialized out of nowhere, drawing the two into its depths. Everything vanished. Much later, Gu Qianqian awoke from the lunar reading illusion, finding herself still at home. She pondered how, after merely opening a door, she had ended up back in bed. She recalled glancing at her watch as she opened the door, 12:02. Now it was only 12:05. In a mere 3 minutes. She felt as though she had experienced a plethora of events. She remembered the words spoken to her by that individual. Her mind now filled with an array of peculiar thoughts, seemingly left behind by him. Various techniques of eye manipulation were imprinted in her consciousness. With a mere thought, her pupils transformed to crimson. Initially manifesting as 3 magatama, they then morphed into a singular form, seamlessly connecting into one. Gazing out the window, she perceived a world starkly different from her usual one, bathed in a deep crimson hue, with numerous unfamiliar elements. She recalled the advice given to her. Without sufficient strength, one must maintain a degree of low profile, for her powers required nurturing over time. After all, surviving in this world was paramount. Death would render her unable to protect anyone. Though her mind was cluttered with information, most of it pertained to the techniques of her eye power. Deeper knowledge had been sealed away by that individual. During this adjustment period, many techniques could not be directly utilized. Brother, I shall protect you from now on. She murmured softly, picking up the nearby doll. She glanced towards the living room. When had the Gung settled in her home, she retracted her ocular techniques. Maintaining them for too long was taxing. After all, she had only just undergone the transplantation and required time to adapt. Maintaining a constant state of alertness imposes a considerable strain on one's psyche, which she is currently unable to endure. The Ning Shinju continues to emit a harmonious glow, nourishing Qianqian. The Gung perceived a presence shaking it, finally awakening from its nightmare. It noticed Qian staring at it with wide eyes. Realizing that its invisibility had dissipated, it hastily concealed itself once more. No need to hide. I know you are here. Come out, Qianqian urged. Surprisingly, she felt no fear towards this Gung, despite having witnessed it consume malevolent spirits. After all, it acted out of self-preservation. And the extraordinary calming properties of the Ning Shinju had significantly diminished her trepidation towards supernatural entities. Upon hearing her words, the Gung reappeared, utterly oblivious as to why it had found itself on the ground. Are you here to find me? Qianqian inquired. The Gung remained silent, adhering to Lin Feng's directive to protect Qian discreetly without revealing its identity. Did you eat what was in the refrigerator? Qian pondered aloud, having recently noticed that the snacks stored therein had mysteriously vanished. The Gung continued to remain mute. Oh well, if you want to eat, then go ahead. If there's something you fancy, I can buy it for you, Qian offered. I have more goodies in my bedroom. Would you like to try some? She observed the corners of the Gung mouth curve into a smile, revealing its delight. Indeed, it seemed there was no creature devoid of a gluttonous appetite. Qian mused to herself. However, the Gung adorable appearance was precisely to her liking. Hua Tailang labored until 11 a.m. to complete the 10th chapter, cursing Niu Tu countless times for making frivolous promises of 10 chapters, which forced him to work overtime until this late hour. Nevertheless, the acupuncture treatment administered by Yu Che yesterday proved remarkably effective, sustaining his vitality from last night through today. A man, only at such moments, can truly feel confident. Suddenly, he received a call from his wife, her tone sounding somewhat somber. Wife, what is the matter? Hua Tailang sensed something was amiss, noting the unusual timbre of her voice. Tailang, my second uncle may not have much time left. Her voice trembled on the verge of tears. How can that be? Wasn't he my second uncle just fine a few days ago? Hua Tailang responded anxiously. His second uncle had always treated her with great affection, and the thought of losing him weighed heavily on her heart. Wait a moment. I have something important to discuss. Hua Tailang recalled something. Hello, Nyogu. Tailang. What is up? I just got off work, Nyotu replied. Nyogu, there's something I need to ask you for help with. What is it? Just say it. Nyotu inquired, reclining on the sofa. Yesterday, I received quite a few favorable reviews. My wife's dear second uncle's health may be failing. Could you assist? Provide me with his name, Nyotu answered promptly, interrupting Hua Tailang before he could finish. Shui Ma, lend me a hand, he addressed Ma Mian, who was still working at the computer nearby. Calling me Shui Ma out of the blue is certainly not a good sign, Ma Mian commented, eyes glued to the screen. He knew Nyotu too well. He always referred to him as Lao Ma, reserving the title Shui Ma solely for instances when he needed a favor. Help me alter someone's lifespan, or perhaps the entire 99, Neo2 replied nonchalantly, propping his legs up. Last time, you altered the lifespan of an entire family, and now you're at it again? If old Chui finds out, he'll surely have something to say about it. You're always meddling. Haven't old black and old white done enough? Neo2 remarked disdainfully. In the entire underworld, there are only a handful of formal workers, and they've lost track of how long they've been together. They usually turn a blind eye to minor infractions. What else can they do? Fine. I can't argue with you. Just send the information over. Ma Mian observed Neo2 as he sent the information, clicking on the screen. The display showed a countdown of 1 minute. He began to make the changes. Pan Chi's lifespan was altered from 77 to 99. With a note, familiar to Neo2. Chapter 67. Sisters are always better off with others. Brother Neo, enough already. It's only now that altering these things is convenient. 500 years ago, one would have to go to the ledger of life and death. Now, it merely takes a few clicks on a computer. However, they don't engage in these alterations frivolously. It's only when they encounter acquaintances that they make occasional changes. As for the consequences, they've never faced any. Working overtime without extra pay, what repercussions could there be? Have you not seen Mingpa try to resign multiple times without success? In this day and age, it's already a blessing that anyone is willing to do this job. Old Ma, you've done well with this matter. I brought a few bottles of shampoo yesterday. I'll bring them over shortly. Indeed, it seems you've taken the charm for yourself. He casually swept his flowing hair back. He occasionally browses the internet. Using the username Modishwai. Regarding the hiring matter you mentioned yesterday, old Shui spoke to the higher-ups. What was the outcome? As expected, there are no permanent positions. One can only work as a temporary employee. He conveyed to Ma Mian about the notion of eternal lifespan. Of course, eternal lifespan isn't something he can alter. That computer with the necessary permissions resides in the Lord Yama's office. So, does eternal mean being a temporary worker for life? What else could it mean? Ma Mian stared at the computer as it emitted another warning. A ghost tide has erupted in the kingdom of Sha'in, with casualties rising dramatically. Immediate guidance is required. The address has also been dispatched. There's no one else available. Old Black, Old White, and the day and night wanderers are all out. Old Neo, hurry up. We're on overtime. They have become accustomed to the computer's directives over these past 500 years. They once considered investigating what lay within. Yet no matter how hard they tried, they could not dismantle it. Even the Emperor's seal could not be damaged in the slightest. What bad luck. Reluctantly, but without delay, Neo2 stood up. Though generally indolent, he understood that when emergencies arise, work cannot be postponed, unless someone else is available. Lottery. Lin Feng awoke to find it was already 2 p.m. The first thing he did was participate in the lottery. He still had 4 chances from yesterday to use. Start. Stop. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the pet skill book, advanced spell critical hit. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a forgiveness hat. Congratulations, host, for receiving a misfortune doll. Congratulations, host, for acquiring an advanced wolf fawn club. What on earth are these rewards? In 4 rounds of the lottery, the only item that barely caught my eye was the pet skill book. The rest were, to put it mildly, rather disappointing. The advanced spell critical strike increases the pet's spell attack critical rate by 20 upon use. The forgiveness hat grants unconditional pardon from the opposite sex for any mistake made. With a limit of 5 uses, the misfortune doll allows one to affix a name to the doll and envision the person's likeness in their mind, thereby inviting misfortune to haunt them relentlessly. The advanced wolf fawn club doubles the joy for both parties, with a range amplified by 210 times, packaged in 10 boxes. Lin Feng was astonished. The system truly dared to include anything in the lottery. The notion of joy being doubled? He was skeptical. He immediately clicked to use the skill book, which functioned as a passive skill for his pet. The previous day had been a formal meeting, with the remainder being a convivial gathering for feasting and merriment. Had he known, he would have invited Qian Qian along, so he could show her around and spare her the boredom of staying home alone. Yesterday, he had even recommended a television series, CN3, vowing to finish it when he had the chance. In Qinghai City, at the branch of the Paranormal Bureau, several sword-wielding cultivators stood together, seemingly engaged in a serious discussion. Everyone has received news regarding yesterday's events, I presume? A cultivator in blue robes inquired. One individual was gruesomely executed, reduced to a mist of blood, while 2 others were incinerated to ashes. This is infuriating. Who could have committed such an atrocity? Another cultivator in gray exclaimed. We have yet to uncover any leads. However, the scene of the battle was extremely brutal. Based on the remnants of the conflict, it seems likely that it was one of our own who did this. The blue-robed man slowly asserted, having inspected the site himself. The technique employed did not resemble that of an ability user, who typically excels only in their awakened powers. From the analysis of the debris left at the scene last night, given the vast distance between the locations of the deceased, it is certain that the incident occurred during a sword flight. At Langia Ancient Mountain, a pure and lovely young woman addressed the man beside her, Brother Yi. Do you think your girlfriend will be upset knowing we came here to hike? The man, robust and approximately 185 centimeters tall, possessed a handsome visage. What nonsense are you thinking? She is not so easily angered. He affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, speaking with natural ease. Having known each other since childhood, he had always regarded her as a younger sister. Today, as they hiked together, he carried her on his back for almost the entire journey. Chengwe, you are too light. He chuckled. Then I shall eat more next time, she pouted playfully. The two stood atop Langya Mountain, savoring the beautiful scenery, everything feeling remarkably effortless. Brother Yi, I heard from home yesterday that things are becoming unstable abroad again. Has something sinister occurred? Yi Chui recalled the news he had received the previous day about an influx of malevolent spirits. Dozens of at least level ghost entities had simultaneously descended upon Cheyenne country without warning, resulting in heavy losses for the city of Moreland. Although such sudden occurrences had happened throughout history, they seemed to be happening with alarming frequency in recent years. The ghost tide. Yi Chui softly uttered these two words. He had experienced the terror of the ghost tide firsthand. Had it not been for the divine armor protecting him at that time, he feared he would have lost his life amidst the chaos. Suddenly, the supernatural detector on him began to vibrate, a signal indicating the presence of malevolent spirits nearby. He glanced at Xue Chengyue, who was still gazing at the beautiful scenery, seemingly unwilling to disturb her reverie. If only Hatsune were as charming, he sighed inwardly. Sisters are always more admirable in others' families. Although his sister was quite beautiful, her temperament left much to be desired. Who among his close friends would dare to marry her? Knowing her fearlessness and familiarity with the depths of darkness, his friends had witnessed her effortlessly splitting iron durians with her bare hands, their eyes nearly popping out in shock. Iron durians, being a premium fruit with a tough, iron-like skin and delectable flesh, were no trifling matter. As the specter drew closer to the two at the mountain's peak, the detector vibrated even more violently, indicating that the creature's level was undoubtedly formidable. Gravity field, centered around him, the space, save for Xue Chengyue, was influenced. The demon with red horns and fangs could not move an inch. Within this gravitational domain, he sensed the spirit's location. Spatial compression ensued, as if an invisible wall was pressing in from all sides towards the center. Ultimately, it was compressed to the size of a fist. In a climactic finale, the space shattered, and the demon dissipated into motes of light, scattering into the ether. Chapter 68, Assistance Report. It seemed that his great-uncle was no longer in distress. He was now clamoring to dance in the square, and no one could restrain him. How efficient was Brother Nyo? Previously, old Nyo had told him that their entire family's lifespan had been set to 99, and he had been somewhat skeptical. To his surprise, it turned out to be true. Jiangnan City, Department of the Supernatural Affairs Bureau. Zhu Qian was meticulously studying a report, specifically the list of missing persons from the Lanrua Temple incident. Based on the items left at the scene and through thorough investigation, he had identified a total of 137 individuals with actionable information. Who would have thought that this temple was such an unsettling place? Shaoli, please distribute the list of individuals to the various jurisdictional inspection bureaus for them to contact the families, Zhu Qian instructed. Such matters are best handled by the inspection bureaus. They are more adept at communicating with the families than we are, as we specialize in dealing with spirits and are not particularly skilled in matters of consolation. What a pity. As he looked at the photographs on the list, he noticed many were quite young, especially the students featured at the top. It was truly regrettable that such youth had perished. However, he had long grown accustomed to the mercilessness of the supernatural. At times, he pondered why these spirits had emerged so suddenly and why the world's spiritual energy had begun to awaken. What could have influenced this phenomenon? Yet, such thoughts were merely musings. Now, numerous gifted individuals were conducting research, proposing countless hypotheses, yet none had yielded definitive results. Jiangnan City, Ancient District, Inspection Bureau. Ling Hao received an assistance email from the Supernatural Affairs Bureau. As he casually opened it, he was taken aback by the contents. The email contained a verified list of victims from supernatural events, requiring them to inform the families. In their area, there were 3 victims listed. Yet the first name on the list was none other than Gu Qianqian. Gu Qianqian had been killed? This was his immediate reaction. A few days ago, he heard from Ling Yi that Gu Qianqian had been granted direct admission to the prestigious university of the capital. She was no longer in school and was traveling to various places. Such an exceptional young woman, it was truly a pity. He felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Just the other day, he had learned that Lin Feng's leg had healed, and he had felt joy for them. Yet, how could such a tragic turn of events occur so swiftly? This brother and sister duo had indeed faced great misfortune. He wondered if Lin Feng could withstand such a blow. Wait, something seemed to spark in his memory. It appeared that Ling Yi had spoken with Gu Qianqian yesterday. They had made plans to go hiking after the college entrance examination. However, the reported time of death was undoubtedly prior to yesterday. Could it be that the person who spoke with Ling Yi was not Gu Qianqian? His composed heart suddenly tightened with anxiety. This situation had grown increasingly complex. If supernatural occurrences were to be discovered, protocol dictated that it must be reported, with designated personnel assigned to handle it. This was a regulation, implemented for the safety of all. No one could guarantee that malevolent spirits would refrain from causing harm. But what if Gu Qianqian was unharmed? He glanced at his attire. seemingly steeling himself for action. Chapter 69, Death by Supernatural Causes. Once the assistance email was dispatched, according to standard procedure, identity information would be preemptively deactivated. Furthermore, it would be recorded in the supernatural archives for future statistical purposes. However, if Gu Qianqian was indeed safe, deactivating her identity information would complicate matters. After all, it involved the Bureau of Supernatural Affairs. The revalidation of identity was not at their discretion. It must be personally verified by personnel from the Bureau, given their inability to discern supernatural entities. Brotherly, I have a question. Do you have a moment? Ling Hao pondered for a long time before making a direct call. Ling Hao, what is it? Li Cheng replied, exhaling a puff of smoke. Being locals from Jiangnan, he and Li Cheng had been coordinating on supernatural incidents, and they had grown somewhat familiar with each other. I wish to inquire whether, after death, a spirit can still utilize items from their former life? Ling Hao posed the question. If the resentment is profound, then it is still possible, Li Cheng mused before responding. The secrets surrounding spirits are manifold. Anything is conceivable. We have encountered spirits with remarkably strong mental energy, who, merely days after their demise, transformed into formidable vengeful spirits. However, once one becomes a vengeful spirit, their malevolent energy surges, invariably causing harm to those nearby. Moreover, as time passes, their thirst for flesh intensifies, eventually leading them to become bloodthirsty demons. Upon hearing this, Ling Hao did not hesitate and divulged the situation. Currently, Gu Qianqian's identity information had already been flagged by the Bureau of Supernatural Affairs, provided there were no further complications. Her identity would be automatically deactivated within half a month. At the scene, Gu Qianqian's travel bag had been discovered, bearing several large holes. Inside the bag were her ticket information and some clothing. The individuals who had ascended the mountain with Gu Qianqian also found traces of blood, although her own blood had not been located. Nonetheless, it was not uncommon for spirits to consume their victims whole. Far too many individuals go missing each year without a trace. It is not uncommon for remains to vanish entirely, if indeed this young girl harbors grievances. Transforming into an unquiet spirit, it is imperative that she be guided swiftly towards liberation. Of course, he also hopes he is mistaken. After all, the girl is still quite young. The following morning, Gu Qianqian received a call from a man claiming to be conducting identity registration for the community, inquiring whether she was at home. After hanging up, she urged the ghost, Geng, who was still twirling a hula hoop in the living room, to keep his voice down and play in the bedroom to avoid startling anyone. After all, Geng's appearance might be unsettling for many. Boss, I just confirmed over the phone that the girl is indeed at home and able to answer calls, reported Zhu Qian. Is she still there? Could it be that we were mistaken? Zhu pondered. The list issued yesterday had confirmed the deaths of everyone except for Gu Qianqian. How did she manage to emerge? Since I have business to attend to, let us go together, Zhu Qian said to Li Ping. He was somewhat intrigued by the Lan Rua temple and curious about what secrets it might hold. However, he wondered if the girl might possess any insights. Finally, the meeting concluded. Lin Feng stretched lazily. Attending meetings was not without its benefits. He had received a green medal and gained valuable experience from discussions with the esteemed Chen Shi. In the past few days, there had been little to do, and Chen Shi intended to consult Lin Feng regarding the new book's concepts. Following Lin Feng's suggestions, new characters were introduced, including Zhu Huang, the legless Taoist, and the old madman, among others. In Lin Feng's room, Hua Tai Lang came to discuss certain matters with him, primarily concerning driving safety. Be cautious behind the wheel. Avoid running over handsome lads, he advised, as Grey Wolf was persistently pursuing both him and the book by Niu Tu. If you were to inadvertently cause Grey Wolf's demise, it would create quite a predicament, unless you become the chief editor, in which case Lin Feng and Niu Tu would be safe. He had conveyed this sentiment to Niu Tu, but he was uncertain how Niu Tu felt about it. Tai Lang, I have a gift for you. Lin Feng mysteriously produced a small box and handed it to Hua Tai Lang. Hua Tai Lang examined it with curiosity, his face suddenly flushing. Although you have cured my kidney deficiency, is this appropriate? I am not yet psychologically prepared. What are you preparing for? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Are you suggesting I use this to administer an injection? Hua Tai Lang raised the small box and inquired. Administer an injection? Lin Feng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Can this truly bring you joy? Tai Lang, are you still single? Have you been fooled by the grand sword outside? Hua Tai Lang remarked meaningfully. He was well acquainted with the tricks of the outside world, which only serve to deceive young men like Lin Feng. This thing will never bring you happiness. It will only hinder your quest for joy, he advised, adopting the demeanor of someone with experience. However, he acknowledged Lin Feng's gesture with gratitude. This is your sincerity, and I shall accept it. Rest assured, you will undoubtedly be recognized as an outstanding green author this year. There is no need for such formality between us. Hua Tai Lang patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. True friends do not require such niceties. Lin Feng's mastery of acupuncture techniques earned him genuine admiration from Hua Tai Lang. Lin Feng endured for a long time, but ultimately refrained from expressing his thoughts. The joy he once experienced was beyond the imagination of Hua Tai Lang. This box claimed to have a maximum effect of tenfold. Yet one person alone could not trigger a critical hit. He wished to let Hua Tailang give it a try, should it prove to be a falsehood. He intended to consult the system to discern if any compensation remained. Ding. A notification for a friend request on WeChat. At that moment, Lin Feng's phone chimed once more. The WeChat name read, Sorrowful Sister. The profile picture seemed somewhat familiar, prompting him to peruse her moments for a while. Indeed, there was an air of maturity about her. Wasn't this the online romantic interest of his previous self? It had been 4 years since they last communicated. What could she possibly want now? Did she wish to inquire about his well-being? He promptly clicked to refuse the request. What a jest. The original self was already gone. What was there left to discuss? In the cemetery, hey, Hatsune, came the voice. What is it? Yi Qian's face flushed as she lounged in the bathtub, engrossed in a film recommended by Shui Chenghua. Just as she was getting into the mood, she received a message regarding her account as Associated Person. Associated Person? What is going on? She recalled binding Qianqian to her account, which should be her sole associated individual. The Jiangnan Supernatural Bureau was in the process of nullifying her identity information, citing supernatural causes of death. What? Yi Qian gasped in shock, crushing the showerhead in her hand. Chapter 70. The Chronicles of Pure Love and War. Reports from the ancient district indicated that in the investigation of the deceased list from Lanhua Temple, there appeared to be a young girl who seemed to still be alive. Li Ping and I will go take a look, Zhu Qian stated. Someone is still alive. Zhang Ruoshui expressed her astonishment. She had reviewed that investigative report and noted that the site was littered with blood and remains. How could anyone have survived? Indeed, however, of the 137 confirmed identities, only this one is suspected to be alive. Verification is still necessary to determine if she has become a vengeful spirit, Zhu Qian elaborated. After all, Gu Qianqian had many dubious points surrounding her, as all her companions had perished. If she had managed to escape alone, how did she do so? The distance from Lanhua Temple to the city was considerable. He suspected 2 possibilities. Either Gu Qianqian was possessed by a vengeful spirit, or she had become one herself. Otherwise, how could these phenomena be explained? Regarding the incident at Lanhua Temple, I also have nothing pressing, so I shall accompany you, Zhang Ruoshui remarked. She too wished to delve into the matter, especially since Master Zhao's death occurred right at the temple's entrance. What was the extent of its connection to the spatial ability user? No traces of him had been found throughout Jiangnan. If she were indeed a vengeful spirit, perhaps there was a way to elicit information from her. In the cemetery, retrieve the specific documents. What exactly is Qianqian involved in? Yi Qian commanded coldly. She held a fondness for that clever and charming girl, who was also quite beautiful. She nearly regarded her as a younger sister. Hatsune. The archive documents from Jiangnan indicate Gu Qianqian is involved in the supernatural events at Lanhua Temple. Numerous remnants were discovered at the scene, along with various surveillance videos. Preliminary assessments conclude that Gu Qianqian has perished. Thus, her identity information is to be revoked, categorizing her as a supernatural death. On the other end of the line, there was a hint of nervousness in her voice. She could sense that Yi Qian was quite upset. Just then, a notification pinged. Yi Qian received a message. Sister Qian, please help me with a few cuts, I beg you. It was a WeChat message from Qianqian, requesting a shared red envelope of 200 yuan. Yi Qian was momentarily taken aback. Ordinarily, investigations by the Supernatural Bureau should not encounter issues. So many detailed records remained at Lanhua Temple, and logically, it suggested a case of murder. But who was it that sent her this message? Had Qianqian turned into a ghost, or was she possessed? Having experienced far more and knowing much more than Zhu Qian, Yi Qian pondered for a moment before dialing another number. Hello, Xianghui, are you still in Jiangnan? What's up? Xianghui responded, still engrossed in his pursuit of gold. He had been abstaining from food for quite some time. Ever since he had escorted Yi Qian and Lin Feng to school, he hadn't eaten anything. He had vowed not to eat until he secured some gold. I just received news that the Jiangnan Supernatural Bureau is in the process of canceling Qianqian's identity information. Can you please confirm at Lin Feng's house whether Qianqian has encountered any trouble? Is the Qianqian at home a human or a ghost? Or has she been possessed? If she is indeed a spirit, ensure her protection. If she has been possessed, we must rescue her. She needed to hurry, but it would take some time. Fortunately, the formation was now complete, and no one would dare to question her departure. Of course, even if the formation had not been finished, no one could have stopped her. All right, Xianghui agreed without hesitation. He had dined at Lin Feng's house once and had developed quite a fondness for that young lady. If something were truly amiss, it would indeed be regrettable. System, am I ill? Could you please check? Lin Feng felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. Although there was a certain comfort in the pressure, it was not something he could endure frequently. You are an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Can't you examine yourself? I have checked, and your health is excellent. 10 times a night is not out of the question, the system's proficient medical prompt displayed. Then everything is fine. What illness could there be? You're living in comfort, but remain unaware of it. After stating this, the system ceased to engage with Lin Feng. Today, there was an online training conference for the system. It was the same grand achievement system presentation of 9,999, But this time, attendance was mandatory for all systems. He had no choice but to comply. Speaking of the grand achievement system made him slightly irate. There were some unspoken grievances between them, back in the day. Both were novice systems. Unexpectedly, he had aligned himself with the right person, rising swiftly to prominence, becoming a system mentor, while Lin Feng had cycled through 9 hosts. The disparity was growing ever wider. Luck was truly incomparable. What do you mean by living in comfort but unaware? Clarify your words. This is just a will rolling over me. Who can withstand that? Lin Feng became increasingly fixated. There was one thing he hesitated to mention. Occasionally, while sitting, he felt a certain rigidity. If the stimulation were intense enough, he might even feel nauseated. What does that mean? Unbeknownst to many, he found himself grappling with the notion that he might be perceived as a deviant. This troubled him greatly, as he pondered the origin of his plight. The wheels of fate. That seemed a trivial concern. Eventually, it would crush him, he mused darkly. Daring to pass on a cursed doll to others without heeding the instructions was bound to yield dire consequences. Ding. Lin Feng received a friend request from a sorrowful goddess, accompanied by a message. It was my fault back then. I am truly sorry. He chose to decline. Right and wrong had ceased to hold significance. The former self was no more. What purpose did an apology serve? Although the previous incarnation met a rather tragic end, that manner of demise might offer a peculiar solace. After all, prior to his death, he had savored the pleasures of manhood. One could say he passed away in comfort. Drip. Lin Feng observed in the writers group a member named Stranded Fish, who had shared a QR code for an urban pure love writers exchange group. Approaching it with a spirit of learning, he attempted to join. The system notified him. The other party has declined your request and ridiculed your novel. Zhang Ainyo also attempted to join, only to receive the same dismissal and mockery of his work. I must clarify, my pure love exchange circle only admits serious authors. Those who write green narratives are not welcome, Stranded Fish proclaimed, followed by a derisive smiley face. Having been in the group for half a month, he had dominated the urban charts with his work, Pure Love Battle God. He could hardly tolerate Lin Feng and Nyo too, who indulged in writing green-themed stories. Chapter 71. The Fate of the Imitation of Pure Love. I am the Pure Love Battle God, specifically targeting Nyo too, Stranded Fish remarked again in the group, leaving Lin Feng feeling somewhat embarrassed. Was his work truly worthy of such derision? Although the original premise dictated that being cuckolded would lead to strength. Under Hua Tai Lang's guidance, the premise had been altered. Now, becoming a green wife conferred power. The blatant mockery in the group felt excessive. To the individual above, we are all part of the same circle. Writing is merely a passion. There is no need to target anyone, declared the esteemed Chen Shi, a prominent figure in the realm of fantasy. He could discern that this individual merely harbored disdain for Lin Feng and Zhang Ainyo, as they were the only writers of green stories within the group. We are all just trying to make a living. Why the hostility? Furthermore, he had read Lin Feng's work, which, while seemingly green, was not truly so. It was not a typical Nyotu narrative. Hua Tailang, what is Stranded Fish's actual name? Do you have a photograph? What? Are you planning to confront him through the internet? Do not act foolishly. I have already warned him. Just send me the name and photo. That is all I require, Lin Feng replied. Soon enough, a photograph accompanied by a name arrived from Hua Tailang. It turned out his name was Donkey Tip, a rather amusing moniker. Lin Feng produced the unfortunate doll and affixed a note directly onto it, envisioning the visage of Donkey Tip in his mind. In the underworld. How intriguing. How dare he mock my work in green narratives? The chains of the bull-headed figure rattled ominously. In the comments section of his work, a multitude proclaimed, the pure love battle god reigns supreme, specializing in the demise of Nyo too. This was the first time he had encountered such indignation. Brother Nyo, what troubles you? Why does it seem like smoke is emanating from your head? Smoke? Not just smoke. I'm furious. The bullhead exclaimed. Calm down, brother bull. What is it? Please. Enlighten me, Ma Mian quickly urged. Someone mocked you for writing green novels, and even came to my review section to ridicule me. This is intolerable. Let me see. He insisted. Ma Mian took Bullhead's phone and scanned the chat records. Indeed, this is rather excessive. It's hard-earned for old Bull to find a hobby, only to be met with such derision. Brother Bull, I have an idea. How about this? Ma Mian whispered a few words in his ear. After a while, Bullhead smirked. Handsome Ma, you are indeed clever. Insulting others is permissible, but disparaging their written works is unacceptable. In Jiangnan City, San District, a young man was furiously typing away in a small house. His work, The Pure Love War God Record, was rapidly climbing the ranks on the tomato list, nearing the top position. However, Bullhead's novel Greening the Worlds occasionally competed fiercely for the same spot. To be honest, he had been following both Bullhead's and Lin Feng's green novels. Yet, to emphasize his own uniqueness, he had deliberately crafted himself into a pure love persona, employing this ruse to deceive the legion of pure love enthusiasts. It could be said that while he outwardly presented as pure love, a bullhead resided within him, an exceptionally audacious bullhead, with an array of green novels at his disposal. He aimed to leverage the charm of those pure love aficionados to suppress Bullhead's work. After all, pure love reigns supreme. Suddenly, The computer screen turned blue. Thankfully, the software had autosaved. The man was unperturbed. Encountering a blue screen was merely a commonplace occurrence for a writer. Upon rebooting his computer, he discovered the saved files were utterly empty. Where are my words? He exclaimed, momentarily dazed. This was the result of 3 hours of labor. The readers in his group were already urging him to update. They were eagerly anticipating how the protagonist would slay Bullhead. Fortunately, it was only 3 p.m. There was still time. The man resumed his furious typing. Wait, what? The keyboard is unresponsive? After typing just a few words, he found the keyboard had inexplicably failed him. No worries. I can still type on my phone, he reassured himself. While it would be slower, he could still produce text. After 2 more hours and 5,000 words later, just as he was about to send it out, his phone suddenly froze. Upon restarting it, all his written material was gone. Where are my words? Where have they gone? He was left in shock. It was only 5 p.m., and there was no need to panic. He still had a chance. He decided to step outside, rent a bike, and head straight to an internet CAF. Upon arrival, he found it filled with elementary school students playing games. There were no available seats. After a long wait, he finally spotted an empty spot, only for it to be snatched away. Hey, I see you've been waiting here for quite a while. Are you looking to use a computer? Suddenly, a bespectacled man approached him. Yes, I have an urgent matter. Unfortunately, there are no computers available. How fortunate. I have a computer at home that I don't use much. If you're in urgent need, you're welcome to come over and take a look. It's not far from here, and the house is quite spacious. The donkey-headed figure gazed at the man with a benign expression, internally reflecting that he had encountered a good soul. Thank you, brother, he said. The man turned to the internet CAF owner and requested another loaf of bread. With the bread in hand, he and the donkey-headed figure made their way homeward, towards the ancient city community. Meanwhile, Gu Qianqian felt a twinge of anxiety as she observed the 3 individuals before her. They did not appear to be mere clerks conducting simple information registration. Gung Gui was in Lin Feng's room, engrossed in the online world, showcasing his remarkable intelligence. He had even mastered typing and could now navigate the internet with ease. Utilizing their extraordinary abilities, the trio employed their supernatural vision to scrutinize every movement of Gu Qianqian. There was no trace of malevolent energy surrounding her, nor any indication of a ghostly presence. Based on their extensive experience, they were certain she was human. However, with the lingering remnants of the events at Manhwa Temple, questions remained. How had she escaped? What sinister occurrences had transpired within the temple? These matters required thorough investigation. My dear young lady, Zhu Qian began. We are here primarily to uncover the truth about that fateful night at Manhwa Temple. There was no need for pretense. The investigation into the temple's mysteries must be thorough. The records indicated that Gu Qianqian and her companions were the last visitors to the temple, and she was the sole survivor. He was convinced that she held crucial information. Chapter 72. The investigation. Upon hearing the mention of Manhwa Temple, Gu Qianqian began to grasp the intentions of these individuals. We are from the Jiangnan Supernatural Bureau, currently investigating certain matters. Everyone who accompanied you to Manhwa Temple that day perished within its confines. We discovered your backpack, clothing, and train ticket at the scene. These items sufficiently prove that you were indeed present in the temple. You needn't be overly anxious. Our purpose today is simply to understand what transpired that night and how you managed to escape. If there are any lingering supernatural entities, we must act swiftly to eliminate them to prevent further harm. Zhu Qian explained, his tone calm and methodical, as befitting his role in the bureau. He sought a definitive answer and had no intention of beating around the bush. The evidence was clear, and it was up to the young lady to provide a coherent explanation. Recalling the words of the skull-masked figure from that day, Gu Qianqian understood that she was to keep his identity a secret and refrain from spreading tales of the encounter. Being quite astute herself, she paused for a moment, considering her response. That day, after we ascended the mountain, you mean to say that the monk was a vengeful spirit? Zhu Qian inquired. Yes. He suddenly transformed before us into a towering blue monstrosity. Gu Qianqian continued. The creature was exceedingly cruel. And did another woman appear? Zhang Ruoshui asked. Yes. A very beautiful lady with long hair, Gu Qianqian replied, embellishing her account. She recounted the events she had witnessed, cleverly substituting the skull-masked man with a figure in white, deliberately obfuscating the truth of the encounter. Aside from that, nothing was overlooked. She was well aware of the gravity of the situation. After all, allowing malevolent spirits to harm others was certainly not a trivial matter. Had it not been for the serendipitous rescue by that masked man last time, she might have perished there. Malevolent spirits? This implies that there should indeed be other entities lurking near the temple. Yet why were there no traces to be found? Zhu Qian pondered. They had thoroughly investigated the temple, yielding no further discoveries. Who was that woman in white? He could not quite decipher it. But this world was rife with experts. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence that someone happened to pass by. He inquired about the woman in white from Gu Qianqian, who spun a tale so convincing that he found no fault in it. He pressed her with a few more questions, yet she remained unfazed. However, Zhang Ruoshui, for reasons unknown, sensed something amiss with Gu Qianqian. She answered all questions with remarkable fluidity, yet her responses were excessively detailed. When it came to the part about her companion being devoured by a spirit, there was scarcely any fear etched upon her face, as if it were an ordinary occurrence. Her emotional state exhibited little sensitivity to the gravity of the matter. Little did she know, under the influence of the memories bestowed by Ning Shun and the mysterious man, Gu Qianqian's mental fortitude surpassed that of the average cultivator. The combat memories left by that man included encounters with ferocious and malevolent spirits, rendering the notion of a green-faced ghost devouring humans hardly alarming for her. Gu Qianqian, I fear you will have to accompany us, Zhang Ruoshui stated, disregarding Zhu Qian's presence and addressing Qianqian directly. What? Is there an issue? Gu Qianqian replied, somewhat perplexed. I have yet to encounter an ordinary person as composed as you. Surely, you must be concealing something, Zhang Ruoshui remarked. The Supernatural Bureau possesses a specialized interrogation room, staffed with professionals adept in extracting useful information. She believed they could unearth something valuable from Gu Qianqian. Li Ping, take her away, Zhang Ruoshui instructed. Rising to her feet and addressing Li Ping, there are many ways to deal with a girl like her. She had a faint premonition that the secrets this young woman harbored were intertwined with what she sought, and they seemed rather significant. Thus, she insisted on taking her to the bureau for questioning. Knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. Zhang Ruoshui exchanged a glance with Li Ping, who promptly rose to open it. Captain Xiang? Li Ping announced upon opening the door. Yes, Xiang Hui replied. Upon entering, he observed Zhang Ruoshui and Zhu Qian present. Greetings. Captain Xiang, Zhu Qian, and Zhang Ruoshui greeted him. Xiang Hui held a considerable position, being an inner disciple of the Longhu Temple and having spent many years in Nanmo. His connections were extensive, and he currently served as the leader of the 7th Group under the National Security Agency, a rank superior to that of Zhu Qian and his peers. Very well, Xiang Hui responded succinctly. Heavenly Eye Technique. Xiang Hui scrutinized Gu Qianqian for a moment, confirming her humanity beyond doubt. His heart felt slightly reassured. After all, if Gu Qianqian were a spirit or possessed by one, it would pose considerable trouble, especially with Yi Chuan en route to their location. Captain Xiang, what brings you here? Zhu Qian inquired. There is nothing much to discuss. I merely heard that there are survivors at Lanhua Temple, and since I find myself with some free time today, I decided to come and take a look. Xiang Hui casually remarked. Zhu Qian was somewhat at a loss for words. His demeanor clearly indicated a reluctance to elaborate. The events surrounding Lanhua Temple, at present, seemed to be nothing more than an ordinary supernatural occurrence. Although it appeared that the young girl had some secrets to conceal, they likely did not amount to anything of great significance. As long as the matters concerning the ghostly entities were clarified, other issues would pose little concern. When it comes to the supernatural and abilities beyond the ordinary, the connection to common people is truly minimal. There have been numerous instances where ordinary individuals have been frightened or rendered senseless by transformed spirits, and typically, they do not hold excessively high expectations. As long as they are not possessed by any malevolent entities, all is well. He was here merely to ascertain the situation at Lanhua Temple, not to impose any harm upon Gu Qianqian. Throughout the entire encounter, Gu Qianqian remained silent, though she felt that Xiang Hui's voice was somewhat familiar, as if she had heard it before. How is your investigation progressing? Xiang Hui inquired. What could such a small girl possibly conceal? I've just checked. She is neither possessed by a ghost nor under any heart-stealing spell. If the matters concerning the spirits are made clear, that suffices. Let us not make things difficult for ordinary citizens, Xiang Hui remarked with significance. In his view, as long as Gu Qianqian was not transformed by a spirit, nothing else was problematic. Chapter 73, Toxicity. Xiang Hui began, acknowledging that they should extend some courtesy. Zhang Ruoshui dared not speak further. The three were no fools. They would not assume that Xiang Hui would come to assist an ordinary girl without reason. Clearly, there must be some special relationship at play. Could they be companions in the Tao? Since team leader Xiang has said so, it is my oversight for not being cautious enough. Zhang Ruoshui expressed with some regret. Not long ago, Xiang Hui had acquired the 6-legged golden armor, and his strength was now unfathomable. She dared not provoke such misfortune. Very well, let us file this matter away. Handle the subsequent affairs properly. We do not wish for anyone to trouble her again, Xiang Hui instructed. Understood, team leader. We shall proceed as you suggest, Zhu Qian responded. You are quite capable. Dedicate a few years to your duties here, and then consider joining Team 7, Xiang Hui said, patting Zhu Qian on the shoulder. Gu Qianqian was equally astonished. Why would this person help her? She did not know him at all. After seeing off the 4, Qianqian finally let out a sigh of relief. She had felt a bit tense earlier, and she even found herself admiring her own ability to fabricate stories so fluently. The ghost, Gung Gue, was playing on Lin Feng's computer and noticed a special collection label. The label indicated data. It had seen Lin Feng sneakily open it before. Upon opening it, a new prompt appeared. This link has an unsafe certification and may damage your device. Do you wish to continue? Displaying a mischievous grin, it clicked continue without hesitation. After all, the device was not its own. Viewing a series of dull images, it found them far less appealing than the episodes of Peppa Pig it had watched previously. Gung Gue, come out. Don't mess with my brother's computer. Gu Qianqian entered the room. At that moment, Gung Gui was opening an image of a dark version of a popular character. How can you look at such things? Gu Qianqian gazed at the image of the scantily clad woman and hurriedly rushed to close it. Please refrain from clicking indiscriminately. There are numerous writing materials belonging to my brother on this computer. If it gets infected with a virus, it would be quite troublesome. As she spoke, she diligently shut down the bothersome pop-ups. However, she couldn't help but marvel at how clever this individual was. How did they learn to navigate the internet? No one had taught them, after all. 2 days later, the pure love war god had been on hiatus for 2 days. And Lu Jian sat at the edge of his bed, gazing out the window. The cost of that bread was rather steep. Fortunately, his courage was ample, and he had not suffered a loss. Although he appeared slender, he was sturdy beneath the surface. That exceptionally brave Jia was nothing extraordinary. Noticing the uproar in the pure love readers group, he resolved to write a few words to comfort his readers. At a critical moment when the female protagonist was drugged by the antagonist, and the male protagonist was about to burst through the door to rescue her. This was the climax of the tale. According to the original plan, the male lead would burst in and vanquish the villain, earning a series of magnificent rewards. The female lead would instantaneously fall in love with him, resulting in an unavoidable melodramatic narrative. Just as he was about to write, he suddenly heard the sound of chains rattling in the room, seemingly drawing closer. It was 11 p.m., which felt rather eerie. After searching around, he found nothing amiss. Suddenly, he stumbled back a few steps, pointing at a massive figure sitting at the edge of his bed. Bull. Continue speaking, what bull? I was wrong. Lu Jian quickly knelt on the ground. This was a genuine minotaur. Are you not the so-called pure love war god? Is it not said that you can slay a minotaur with a single strike? Here I am. Come and try to cut me down. The minotaur growled. Forgive me. I was mistaken. I am not pure love. Like you, I belong to the green faction, Lu Jian hastily replied. He had realized he was in grave peril, and perhaps today he would meet his end at the hands of this minotaur. Bah, how dare you claim to be of the green faction? The only green the first acknowledge is the young carriage. The minotaur retorted. Indeed, you are right, esteemed minotaur. I was wrong. I truly made a mistake, Lu Jian pleaded. I am a false pure lover. My heart has always leaned towards the green faction. How can I prove it? How can you demonstrate this? The minotaur inquired. Great minotaur. If you do not believe me, look, Lu Jian rapidly opened his computer drive. So many, even more than I have collected. The minotaur was taken aback. This person had amassed such a collection of green literature. It seems you are indeed a false pure lover. However, if you wish for me to spare you, it will not be so simple. The minotaur's tone softened slightly. Please, great minotaur, grant me mercy. Guide me, Lu Jian implored. His luck had been rather dismal these past few days. Ever since he clashed with young carriage and Zhang Niu in the group, he had been plagued by misfortune. Today, he had even attracted the attention of this minotaur. Life had become unbearably difficult. If you wish to survive, do as I instruct, the minotaur said coldly. Great minotaur. I will heed your words, Lu Jian responded, his heart lightening. The minotaur glanced at a few of the most vociferous critics in his review section. These individuals were loyal readers of the pure love war god, Shi Tuo, the pure love warrior, and the brutal minotaur, and Wan Gu, the Navi, pure love war god, who mercilessly slaughtered minotaurs. Nia Wushuan, the golden medal minotaur hunter and a seasoned champion of pure love, had an overwhelming number of plots, 400 or 500, all directed by this ass. The minotaur whispered a few words to the ass. Old bull, we cannot write it this way. We must not. Why not? It seems you wish to accompany me to the underworld. Choose any of the 18 layers of hell. We shall depart at once. With that, the minotaur prepared to act. I will heed your words. Is that not sufficient? The ass, intimidated by the minotaur's fierce demeanor, quickly resolved to type with fervor. He wrote a staggering 8,000 words before pausing. The minotaur inspected the work once more before granting permission for it to be published. 10 minutes later, the chaos erupted. She is stranded. I shall not kill you. I swear I will not become human. Oh, the president of the lowly society has sinned. What wrong have I committed that you show me this? I was mistaken. My resolve has crumbled. The comment section was rife with curses from loyal pure love readers, who could scarcely believe the ass had poisoned them with such vile content. Poison of the most pernicious kind. Very well, let this book continue as it is. Write it until it is bound. The minotaur scoffed before vanishing once more. In the underworld, a handsome horse remarked. Your idea was astute. Who would have thought he was a false purist, with more green literature than even I possess? The following day, the minotaur's comment section was flooded with apologies. Anyo, I was wrong. Your green is indeed authentic. At least it is not like that hypocrite who poisoned us midway. What have I done to deserve this treatment? Leave your email, send seeds. At least grant them a final shred of comfort. Chapter 74, The Rebirth of Filth. S. What on earth have you written? Huat Wolf received a notification from the operations department early in the morning, stating that his writer had gone mad, relentlessly feeding poison to readers, leading to a torrent of complaints. Readers threatened to end their lives if the content did not change. He initially suspected it was the Minotaur or Lin Feng causing trouble, as very few could manage such precise poisoning. Only these two green riders often found themselves in hot water. However, upon discovering the author's name, it was indeed the ass. At first, he thought there had been a mix-up in operations. How could the author of Chronicles of the Pure Love Warrior possibly poison his readers? The book had garnered significant readership. As long as the author wasn't a fool, who would dare to poison their audience? The Pure Love Warrior merely stood at the entrance, offering silent blessings before turning to leave. The comment section was ablaze with anger over the disastrous outcome. Hey, ass, what is the meaning of this? Have you lost your mind? Huadai Wolf inquired over the phone. This popular book was slated for a large-scale promotion, with efforts expected to match that of the Heavenly Sanctuary. You have half an hour. Change the content, Huadai Wolf insisted. There is no pure love in this world, nor light. It is all a fade. The ass uttered these words before hanging up the phone. The memory of Old Bull's threat loomed large. One misstep could lead to a selection of any of the 18 layers of hell. Who could endure such a fate? To the readers, he could only offer a heartfelt apology. The phrase death to friends, but not to the Taoist priest. If you are dissatisfied, seek the ox head resonates ominously. He continued to sit quietly, pouring words onto the page while contemplating how to eliminate the remaining steadfast readers. The sooner they were dispatched, the sooner he could conclude his narrative and evade the persistent thoughts of the ox head. At the Mayday Hotel, Lin Feng examined the doll, noticing that the writing had vanished within 3 days. Why has the script disappeared? He mused. Did you not read the manual? Did you overlook the tiny print at the end? It was only then that Lin Feng observed the crucial detail. Every curse lasts for 72 hours and requires reactivation for further use. The location of such a vital instruction was so minuscule that it was easily overlooked. He suddenly recalled that he had not scrutinized the manual for the death doll closely enough. That is fortuitous, Lin Feng thought. Once Qian heads to the capital for her studies, I must determine the appropriate place for the doll. He had already made plans to sell his old house and purchase a larger one, making future romantic endeavors more convenient. In recent days, he had explored nearly all the tourist attractions in the vicinity, acquiring numerous gifts for Qian. In just a few days, she would celebrate her 19th birthday. Previously, birthdays were merely marked by a simple cake, lacking any genuine celebration. This time, he was determined to ensure Qian had an unforgettable birthday, compensating for past regrets. Beep. Again, it was you. How tiresome. Lin Feng once more encountered that friend request. Previously titled Sister Yu Sorrow, it had now been altered to Mild Sorrow. The WeChat ID remained unchanged, as if he wouldn't notice. He declined the request once more. His memories of this woman were profoundly etched in his mind. If he were still in his former life, he would have accepted without hesitation. Alas, that life had perished, and all he could do was burn paper for the deceased. Besides Qian, he truly wished to sever ties with any other connections from his past. At the cemetery, Yi Chuan had departed hastily 2 days prior. Now, the grave was under the watchful gaze of Chun Yin and Chun Liang, both of whom were formidable level 1 enhanced individuals, seasoned in combat. With the 7-kill formation in place, they believed that even the Great Serpent would find no advantage here. Your brother's words hold truth. With the 7-kill formation guarding us, the Serpent is hardly a threat, Chun Yin remarked. They shared the same surname and had forged a brotherly bond through years of collaboration. Both men exuded confidence, as the 7-kill formation held significant renown. The setup had involved numerous personnel from the cultivation group and required 10 days of meticulous effort. Now, in the absence of Yi Chuan, the responsibility rested solely upon the two of them. The formation could autonomously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, requiring no further concern from them. Brother, why did Yi Chuan leave in such haste? What could have transpired? Chun Yin pondered aloud. Is there some significant event occurring within the Yi family? Chun Yin mused, reflecting on the family's recent prominence. With Yi Zhongchun boasting 4 exceptional children, many eyes were undoubtedly watching. The Yi family had reaped considerable benefits after quelling the ghostly disturbances in the capital. Rumors suggested that their offspring could awaken extraordinary abilities. Having acquired something extraordinary during that ghostly tide, Chun Liang added. As a level 1 enhanced individual, he was privy to much knowledge. It was exceedingly difficult for ordinary people to awaken such powers. The 4 siblings of the Yi family, with the exception of Yi Chuan, all possessed top-tier awakened abilities. Such a probability is exceedingly rare in history. Consequently, many have set their sights on the treasures of the Yi family. If this artifact were to be in their possession, it would undoubtedly facilitate the creation of even stronger progeny. However, despite their ambitions, the Yi family's strength is not to be underestimated. Having quelled the demonic tide in the imperial capital, they wield considerable power. Yi Chuxi and Yi Chufan have secured 2 sacred garments, making any attempt to act against them a matter requiring careful consideration. Sir, we are approaching the cemetery, remarked a silver-haired man with glasses. They have indeed set up quite a formidable array, he added with a smile. Huh, is that formation a challenge for you? The Great Serpent licked his lips, intrigued. The 7-kill formation is indeed powerful. However, if we can destroy its core, the array will become inert, the silver-haired man replied, grinning. This time, I intend to gauge its true strength. Although the conditions for revival are not perfect, it should still manifest 50% of its power. Understood, my lord. The bespectacled man responded respectfully. Once a formidable warrior, let me witness your might. The great serpent chuckled, and with a commanding voice, he proclaimed, impure world reincarnation. A black wooden coffin rose from the ground. Chapter 75. Homeward bound, who goes there? The two soon realized the gravity of the situation in such a heavily guarded location. It was unexpected for three individuals to suddenly appear. Upon seeing these newcomers, Chun Yin and Chun Liang felt a surge of tension. They recognized the great serpent and the bespectacled man, but the third figure instilled a sense of unease within them. Was that not the revered Wanshou? Sought after by the Paranormal Bureau? His face bore numerous fine cracks, and his eyes lacked luster, giving him an eerie presence. Make your move. Wanshou commanded the great serpent without hesitation. Chun Yin and Chun Liang exchanged glances and leaped into the 7-kill formation. They were not fools. They dared not confront a being of the great serpent's caliber directly. Instead, they sought to harness the power of the formation to subdue the three intruders. They possessed special tokens ensuring the array would remain impervious to any assaults. Without a moment's hesitation, Wanshou followed suit, and as he entered, a barrage of invisible sword chi surged towards him. Barrier technique. With a mere thought, a wooden wall enveloped him. The invisible sword chi struck the wall, producing a series of resounding thuds. What is happening? Chun Yin exclaimed, incredulous. Such a dense concentration of sword chi would severely injure even a high-level combatant. This is Wanshou's unique wood-based ability, Chun Liang noted, his expression grave. He had anticipated the arrival of the great serpent, not the unexpected resurrection of Wanshou. Waterblade. Flameblade. Chun Liang and Chun Yin resolved to act decisively. They had to breach that wooden wall. Did we succeed? Chun Yin observed massive cracks appearing on the wooden barrier, which rapidly spread. With a thunderous roar, the wooden wall shattered, and multiple streams of sword chi pierced through Wanshou. Directly pierced by numerous holes, the elder spoke with a strained voice. Young one, depart swiftly. I cannot hold on much longer. Despite being penetrated, Wanshou suddenly uttered these words. Predecessor, we cannot leave. Rest in peace. We shall seek someone to perform a rite for you in the future. Chun Yin responded solemnly. With the fiery blade technique, Chun Liang manifested a long sword of crimson flames in his grasp, cleaving towards Wanshou's head. The blade fell, severing the neck with a decisive strike. Is it successful? Chun Liang pondered, incredulous at the ease of the feat. Brother, something is amiss, Chun Yin interjected. The severed head disintegrated like paper, reconstituting atop the headless body. Once more, Chun Liang wielded the fiery sword, delivering another blow. Bang! This time, he did not strike the neck. Wanshou caught the blade with his palm. His expression had dulled considerably, his gaze more vacant. A faint blue light flickered around him, and the sword energy struck the blue aura, yielding no reaction whatsoever. The realm of trees descended. In an instant, countless vines erupted from the ground, thrashing wildly within the great formation. He intends to forcibly dismantle this array. Chun Liang comprehended the intention immediately. In the 7-kill formation, they were merely on the outer perimeter, with far more ferocious sword energy lurking within, poised to launch lethal assaults on their foes. As the sword energy surged, attempting to obliterate the wildly growing vines, explosions resounded. The formation's core was forcibly destroyed by the vines, and the terrain was continuously sliced and reshaped. Hurry, we cannot hold him back any longer. Chun Liang shouted urgently. For reasons unknown, Wanshou had yet to launch a fatal attack against them. However, with the array dismantled to this extent, failing to flee would mean surrendering their lives here. After a considerable time, the bespectacled man remarked, My lord, during the battle, he exhibited a semblance of humanity. They had observed clearly from outside. Although Wanshou had forcefully dismantled the 7-kill formation and seized the coffin within, he had not slain the two individuals. This was merely a preliminary experiment. Let us depart. Now that we have obtained what we sought, remaining in Nanmo holds little significance, the serpent chuckled coldly. Indeed, my lord. In Jiangnan City, Lin Feng's flight arrived at 9 a.m., while Qian Qian had been waiting since 8:30. Today, she donned a camisole adorned with lace, paired with blue knee-length shorts, white lace stockings, and white athletic shoes, exuding a somewhat alluring charm. While waiting at the airport, she was approached repeatedly by individuals attempting to flirt and add her on WeChat. However, Qian Qian ignored them all, discerning their disingenuous nature. Today, Geng Gui had also arrived, yet remained concealed within Qian Qian's shadow. Lin Feng had instructed it to safeguard her, and naturally, hiding in the shadows was the safest method of protection. Beautiful lady, would you be interested in becoming a streamer? Suddenly, a man of notable attire adorned with a gold chain approached. No, Qian Qian replied, not lifting her gaze from her phone. This was the third such encounter today. It was becoming quite bothersome. I perceive great potential within you. Should you choose to sign a contract, I can assure you a monthly minimum of 300,000, the man insisted. Do not be too hasty, Gu Qianqian remarked. She indeed held little interest in becoming a streamer. With university just months away, her thoughts were far removed from such distractions. Oh, who just kicked me? Just as the man was about to persist, he suddenly felt something nudge him. Looking around, he found nothing of significance and had no choice but to leave in disappointment. When you see my brother later, you must not startle him, Gu Qianqian cautioned. Gung Gui shot her a glance, pondering, startle him? Are you not aware that your brother is the Grim Reaper? If it weren't for him, would I even be here? Qianqian. Lin Feng emerged from the hall and immediately spotted Gu Qianqian waiting outside. She dashed over and grasped his hand. With a smile, Qianqian remarked, "This outfit was a recent gift from Yichuan. She is truly kind-hearted. I wonder who is fortunate enough to win her heart. I heard she has never been in a relationship." Over the past few days, Yichuan had taken her on various outings in her sports car. Sitting in that vehicle, it felt as though they were the center of attention, an experience that left her feeling somewhat out of place. In her mind, Yichuan was extraordinarily affluent, never hesitating to spend money. When asked if she liked sports cars, Qianqian was too intimidated to respond, fearing that Yichuan might gift her one in a moment of excitement. She must be waiting for someone she likes, but those who appear do not meet her preferences. Lin Feng observed, matters of the heart are inherently elusive, and he possessed little experience in such affairs. Nevertheless, he set himself a goal, to find a sister-in-law for Qianqian before she graduates from university. He planned to call her soon and invite her over for dinner, promising to prepare a signature dish. "What will you be cooking?" she inquired. "Stir-fried river crab." Chapter 76. Confidentiality. Upon returning home, Lin Feng busied himself, having brought back an abundance of local delicacies for Qianqian. However, as he rummaged through his suitcase, he intentionally sent Qianqian outside to retrieve a package. He was somewhat astonished at how much could be packed into the suitcase. The table was adorned with 3 enormous crabs, their claws flailing in a display of might. They were quite large, possessing 10 legs, yet their mouths were concealed, and they had no visible eyes, only 2 long antennae that waved incessantly. "Is this what my brother referred to as crab?" she mused, having never encountered such a creature before. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was in the kitchen preparing lunch. Yichuan would arrive in the evening, so a simple meal for the 2 of them sufficed. Where has Gung Gui gone? He was not concealed in her shadow. And with Lin Feng at home, she felt uncomfortable calling out loudly. Sharingan, Qianqian's pupils transformed into a red, 3-tomo pattern as she began to search the house. After a thorough inspection, she found no trace of Gung Gui. Could he have gone out to play? She pondered. Over the past few days, Gung Gui had been staying at her home, and she had grown accustomed to his presence, often sharing her snacks with him. In the daylight, Gung Gui typically accompanied her, only venturing out at night. Today, however, was an anomaly. System, isn't the marketplace supposed to provide an array of daily necessities? How is it possible that there is no soy sauce? Lin Feng expressed his dissatisfaction. Well, the marketplace is out of stock and will replenish within 24 hours. Did you not send that fellow to purchase some? Why the urgency? That fellow has been gone for 2 hours just to fetch soy sauce, and I am still waiting. He retorted. At the Jiangnan Star River Hotel, Yichuan lay languidly on the bed, clad only in a camisole, engrossed in a newly recommended film from Shuechenghua. The hotel was undeniably more comfortable than that small room in the cemetery, spacious and cozy, with convenient access to fresh clothes. She had gleaned a fair bit of information regarding the matter at Lanhua Temple. The inquiry report she reviewed indicated that Gu Qianqian's narrative seemed plausible, yet it was riddled with inconsistencies. Xiang Hui also believed that Gu Qianqian had concealed certain details, though these were likely unrelated to the spectral entities. The information concerning them was quite clear. The white-clad woman, however, had spoken somewhat ambiguously, with several contradictions present. Yet, such matters were trivial, as the white-clad woman had committed no malevolent acts. Feeling a sense of ennui, she decided to take another shower and donned a fresh outfit. After appraising her appearance in the mirror, she opted to style her hair into a bun. This transformation was, of course, inspired by Lin Feng. After receiving a call from Qianqian, she found herself growing impatient. Unfortunately, Lin Feng had scheduled their dinner for the evening, and she could not very well rush over in the middle of the day. Thus, she had to bide her time at the hotel. Ding! She received a WeChat message from the Master of Time Management. "Sister, I've contemplated this matter all day, and I believe we should proceed as follows." How should we proceed? Yichuan inquired. "Based on my analysis, that young man feels immense gratitude towards your identity as Wolf Extinction. Perhaps we could employ the method of a deathbed entrustment," the master suggested. "Please, speak more courteously, show the necessary respect for your future brother-in-law. Stop mentioning that young man incessantly," Yichuan admonished. Fine. What I mean is to move him emotionally. Imagine if Wolf Extinction were to lie on a hospital bed with a terminal illness, trembling as he grasped my brother-in-law's hand, entrusting you to him. Could he possibly refuse?" The master proposed. Yichuan began to ponder this notion. It presented a potential breakthrough. Erasing the identity of Wolf Extinction would alleviate her future burdens of pretense. At present, Lin Feng was obstinately resistant to romantic hints, compelling her to seek assistance from the Master of Time Management. "You are rather clever," Yichuan remarked. "Indeed. I have befriended more individuals than you have encountered spirits," the master boasted. "Sister, yesterday I captured a rare dancing ghost," he continued. "Never mind. It's commendable that you are putting in the effort. I want to see it myself. I will venture to the grave to find it. Furthermore, this matter must remain confidential. If anyone besides you learns of it, you know the consequences, Yi Chuin stated firmly. Sister, rest assured, my lips are sealed, the master replied. In the group chat titled Loving and Caring Family, an explosive update surfaced. My sister is preparing to take further action. Xiaofan. It is not easy for your sister to find a companion. You must assist her in securing the moonlit romance this time, said the mother. Rest assured, mother. I have this matter well in hand, replied Yi Guqing. Now what progress has your sister made? Has she revealed her true identity yet? He inquired. Father. It is not that simple. My sister fears that disclosing her identity may frighten others away, so she continues to disguise herself. Sighing, Yi Guqing remarked. What a fine young lady she is. How unfortunate that she has awakened such peculiar strength. Otherwise, she would not have remained single for so long. By the time your mother was her age, your elder brother was already 4. The second son possesses formidable abilities, yet he is also the source of much concern. The young lady is quite attractive, ranking among the top in the capital. However, her temperament is rather fiery, having undergone rigorous training from a young age. Even a group of boys her age would struggle to match her. After awakening her extraordinary powers, she became truly remarkable. At the old man's birthday banquet, she demonstrated her prowess by effortlessly slicing steel and shattering enormous stones with her bare hands. Following that performance, no one dared to propose marriage. The suitors within their social circle are all prominent individuals of influence. Why not seek a gentle and virtuous bride? Moreover, considering Yi Chuin's extraordinary strength, should any disputes arise between a couple, provoking her could lead to dire consequences. Being struck down with a single blow would be most unjust. Chapter 77, The God of War's Family. They were well aware of Lin Feng's identity. The dossier was exceedingly detailed, spanning over 20 pages. It encompassed matters of romance and online relationships, all meticulously documented. What piqued their curiosity, however, was the inexplicable recovery from Lin Feng's congenital leg ailment. Yet, while their curiosity lingered, they had no intention of delving deeper into the matter. This was Yi Chuin's first crush, as long as he was whole and healthy. That was all that mattered. Yi Guqing felt somewhat dissatisfied with Lin Feng, noting that he was merely an author of light novels. Moreover, he frequently criticized the God of War in his writings, which was rather unseemly. Aside from his decent appearance, there was little else remarkable about him. However, should the two eventually become a couple, it would be necessary to secure Lin Feng a position and arrange a comfortable job for him. After all, what future could there be in writing? As the son-in-law of Yi Zhengchun, such news would surely provoke laughter among others. Parents, older brother, younger sister. You must keep this secret. My second sister has warned me that if I dare to reveal even a word, you shall feel the agony of losing a loved one. Yi Chufan added emphatically. Third brother, what are you afraid of? With the holy armor, why fear my second sister's iron fist? You are being too timid, said the little witch of the Yi family. Fourth sister, do not speak so lightly. Be wary of your third brother's fiery fists, she retorted. In the Jiangnan community, Lin Feng busied himself once more in the kitchen. The challenge of stir-frying river crabs was considerable, prompting him to elevate his culinary skills by 2 levels. Having reached level 4, he finally managed to handle them with relative ease. The knife in his hand whirled swiftly as he followed the system's recipe, meticulously cleaning each crab before tossing them into the sizzling oil. Before long, a delightful aroma began to waft through the air. Once the river crabs were prepared, Lin Feng also took the liberty of preparing several side dishes. After all, merely eating crabs would not suffice, and this was his first attempt at such a feast. Uncertain whether Qianqian and Hatsune have a penchant for food, Yi Hatsune arrived at Lin Feng's residence at precisely 6:20 p.m. After all, one must not appear overly eager. As a refined lady, it is imperative to exhibit sufficient professionalism. Sister Long, please have a seat. There are still 2 dishes in preparation. Lin Feng called out while bustling about in the kitchen. Qianqian assisted him, claiming she wished to learn some culinary skills for future endeavors. Lin Feng merely smiled noncommittally. After all, his skills were bestowed by the system. With his speed, most eyes would struggle to keep up. Little did he know that while he was engrossed in his cooking, Gu Qianqian was discreetly using her Sharingan to observe from behind, meticulously replicating all his techniques and methods. Though her speed could not match Lin Feng's, she was able to imitate approximately 70% of his other skills. Upon further exploration, she discovered that this ocular ability to cheat and replicate was exceedingly potent. Anything she observed with her eyes would be recorded, allowing her to effortlessly mimic it all. Lin Feng, this river crab is truly delightful. I've never tasted anything quite like it, Yi Hatsune praised as she savored the dish. Having indulged in countless delicacies, this was her first experience with river crab, characterized by a crispy exterior and tender meat, with the crab roe being particularly rich. It surpassed even the fare she had enjoyed at 5-star hotels. Sister Long, what has Wolf Brother been up to lately? Lin Feng inquired between bites. Recalling what Yi Chufan had mentioned, Yi Hatsune deemed this an opportune moment to share. He has been unwell, she replied slowly. Unwell? What ailment does Wolf Brother have? Is it serious? Lin Feng quickly pressed for details. He has some issues with his back and is currently undergoing examinations, Yi Hatsune understated, keen to avoid exaggeration. Although she yearned to swiftly conclude the wolf's identity, she feared that an abrupt revelation might backfire. Wolf brother is ill. I must pay him a visit, Lin Feng declared. No, he is still being examined. It may not be that severe, Yi Hatsune hurriedly interjected, as she was not yet prepared for a trip to the capital. System. Can a back ailment be treated? Rest assured, aside from irreversible conditions, everything can be cured, the system reassured Lin Feng, who felt considerably relieved. For Wolf brother had always been immensely supportive of him. After a warm dinner among the three, Yi Hatsune eagerly volunteered to wash the dishes. Though she had never done so before, her enthusiasm was palpable. However, as Lin Feng stepped outside to dispose of the garbage, the dishes she had used were nearly shattered. Ultimately, she had yet to master the final technique of dishwashing. Controlling her strength proved to be a challenge. It was Gu Qianqian who could no longer bear to watch and stepped in to take over. Sister Hatsune, you are simply not suited for this task, Gu Qianqian remarked as she washed. Yi Hatsune felt a tinge of embarrassment. She had not anticipated that washing dishes would prove to be slightly more challenging than slaying demons. Clearly, integrating into this household would require much more practice. Yi Hatsune lingered until nearly 9 p.m. before leaving, arranging to accompany Qianqian the following morning for a shopping trip. Lacking other hobbies, she had little to do in the hotel besides watching movies. Thus, she planned to first win over Qianqian before gradually courting Lin Feng. At midnight, she uttered, "Let us go, Gung Gue." After Lin Feng's form became ethereal, he ventured out with Gung Gue. Today, the system had issued a task to hunt a long-tongued, large-breasted, vengeful spirit in the abandoned factory of Nanjiao. There were no additional markers, yet the two critical traits were the long tongue and ample bosom. Following the directional arrows, Lin Feng adeptly navigated through the air. His proficiency was increasing, and he could now assess the approximate level of spirits by sensing their aura, even without system prompts. Oh, it was that bull-headed figure again, so diligent. During his nocturnal journey, he encountered Zheng Nyo, who was trailing a string of spirits while seemingly engaged in a phone conversation. Brother Nyo, I don't know either. The computer indicates that there are this many spirits to be guided. Ma Mian, observing the red warning on the screen, felt a headache coming on. It was highly likely that they would transform into wandering, malevolent spirits, complicating matters further. The Nanjiao factory had been abandoned for an unknown duration, overrun with weeds. Occasionally, the sound of a woman's laughter echoed from within the dilapidated structure. According to historical records, this site was once a large factory accommodating thousands. But a catastrophic fire had occurred a decade ago. The blaze erupted one night, and the gates were locked tight, leaving no one to escape. Following the fire, the facility was completely deserted. The Supernatural Bureau had sent agents to investigate, exorcising only a portion of the souls, while others remained unaccounted for. The celestial vision seemed to falter unexpectedly, yielding no results despite repeated inquiries. Ultimately, they sealed the factory with talismans, postponing further action for another day. Chapter 78, The Woman in White. Lin Feng surveyed the factory from above, noting the remnants of the devastating fire. Numerous areas had been entirely warped, making it hard to imagine the ferocity of the blaze. After circling, he and Gung Gue descended directly into the factory. The criteria of a long tongue and large bosom should not be overly challenging, considering the compactness of the factory grounds. It was certainly easier than searching for the spirit of the slit-mouthed woman. Thud, thud. Inside the factory, the sound of mechanical clattering resonated. Lin Feng's eyes widened as he observed several figures bustling about, clad in factory uniforms, both men and women, all engaged in various tasks. Was this an illusion? The environment around him morphed, transforming from a state of ruin into a bustling scene. Occasionally, individuals pushed carts laden with goods, moving swiftly past him. Time seemed to accelerate, and the imagery shifted rapidly. Amidst the fleeting scenes, Lin Feng caught sight of a voluptuous woman darting through a section of the factory. Her figure was striking, and he estimated her attributes to be of a considerable level. What was she trying to reveal to me? Lin Feng grew wary, his sword morphing into a cherry blossom blade that danced around him. Gung Gue was also observing, evidently ensnared in the illusion. Once inside, the system had ceased all communication, leaving Lin Feng to navigate this enigma on his own. Ultimately, the system provided assistance, but other matters required the host's own endeavors. However, there were no failures that could obliterate the mission. Most of the path forward depended on the host's own choices. Lin Feng could accept this, for otherwise, if he acted solely according to the system's directives, he would merely become a tool, which was far less intriguing than writing novels. The factory as scenery continually transformed, and Lin Feng attempted to soar into the skies. He discovered that once he departed from a certain range, the illusion would dissipate automatically. The factory morphed into ruins. It appeared that the female specter was closely tied to the illusions below. After confirming that his teleportation technique was unaffected by the illusions, he dove back down. The scene resumed from the ground that had just vanished. Before long, night fell. It seemed that he could hear voices in the factory shouting about a fire. Lights began to flicker on in the dormitory building. The dormitory was not far from the factory, which was piled high with flammable rubber and considerable amounts of industrial fuel. The fire was peculiar, with several ignition points erupting simultaneously, swiftly engulfing the factory. Flames soared to the heavens, and numerous explosives landed near the dormitory, causing it to ignite rapidly as well. In the air, Lin Feng vaguely saw a figure rushing toward the only main entrance through the darkness. Upon exiting the door, the figure produced a chain of iron locks to secure it tightly. After confirming that it could not be opened, the figure fled into the distance. The silhouette remained indistinct, perpetually elusive. Was this the perspective of someone else? A bold thought struck Lin Feng. Amidst the flames, people were desperately fleeing toward the door, yet it was firmly locked. The chains outside were notably robust, rendering any attempts to break through futile as the flames gradually spread closer. In the fierce blaze, they were ultimately reduced to ashes. Once the scene concluded, the factory reverted to ruins, just as it had appeared when Lin Feng arrived. Walking through the night, although it was merely an illusion, witnessing the inferno claim so many lives weighed heavily on Lin Feng's heart. Who could commit such a heinous act? The air was filled with the haunting sounds of weeping and screams, unnerving to the core. The ghost's eyes widened further. Having lingered for an extra 2 hours at a game stall earlier that day, Lin Feng had given it only a bowl of plain rice, leaving it somewhat famished and eager to devour spirits to satiate its hunger. Where, indeed, was that ample bosom? A chilling laughter echoed. Was it from the rooftop of the factory? Lin Feng flew directly there. A woman clad in tattered white garments appeared, her attire seemingly torn by another. Had everything he just witnessed been through her eyes? Lin Feng inquired. The only response was a series of anguished, mocking laughs. He observed the spectral energy emanating from the woman, focusing intently, and discerned her charred body, every inch devoid of unscorched flesh, resembling nothing more than charcoal. Another illusion. Lin Feng witnessed the white-clad woman being subjected to unspeakable acts by a masked man atop the factory roof. After inflicting several stabs, he doused her with gasoline before fleeing. Indeed, this entire illusion was derived from your sights and experiences. Lin Feng understood that the woman did not perish immediately after the stabbing. Rather, she succumbed to her agony only after being set ablaze. That haunting laughter echoed, tinged with profound sorrow. As Lin Feng observed, numerous spectral shadows emerged from the woman, suggesting that the souls had been consumed. It was no wonder such a potent spiritual illusion could be conjured. Cherry blossoms danced around Lin Feng and the Ghost King, with ghostly energy occasionally wafting towards him. However, any malevolent essence that approached Lin Feng was swiftly absorbed by the Ghost King. The factory had witnessed the demise of many souls, some of whom had been pacified by the Paranormal Bureau. The remaining spirits, steeped in resentment, likely transformed into vengeful spirits. And now only this woman remained. Most likely, the other vengeful spirits had been devoured by her. What do you intend to show me? Lin Feng pondered, perplexed. If this female ghost meant to attack, why go to such lengths to present these memories? She could have simply launched an assault. What was her ultimate objective? Suddenly, the woman's mouth gaped wide, even more exaggerated than that of the Ghost King, and she emitted a piercing shriek. A mental attack? This was the first time Lin Feng encountered a ghost capable of such an assault. The cherry blossom blade could only provide physical defense. It was utterly ineffectual against this psychological onslaught. Just then, the Ghost King's form began to expand dramatically, positioning itself in front of Lin Feng, its mouth curving into a menacing grin. The mental attack was futile against it, and it retaliated by hurling 2 shadow orbs. The female ghost hesitated momentarily, and Lin Feng's blade encircled her, ready to strike should she make any move. The reason for his restraint was his curiosity regarding her true intentions. What prompted her to reveal so many memory illusions only to suddenly launch a mental assault? It was perplexing. Although there was no alcohol present, Lin Feng sensed that there were deeper stories at play. Could there be hidden tasks yet to be uncovered? Chapter 79. The Simple and Unadorned Affection. His system frequently deviated from conventional patterns, with legitimate tasks being scarce. Many were random, hidden missions, reminiscent of entering a dungeon, where luck played a significant role. Although there was no level indicator, Lin Feng assessed that the female ghost's aura, while not overwhelmingly potent during her mental attack, suggested she was at the pinnacle of her power. With steadfast control and his severing abilities at hand, he believed he could eventually wear her down. The mutual consumption of so many souls indicated a peak level of power. It seemed that the evolution of ghostly entities was no simple matter. Perhaps it required serendipity. Lin Feng mused. The blade swirled around the female ghost, while the Ghost King glared menacingly at her. Had Lin Feng not instructed it to wait, it would have leapt at her without hesitation. Reveal to me the purpose behind those memory illusions, Lin Feng inquired once more, granting her but a singular opportunity for explanation. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to linger. According to customary practice, once this wave was concluded, he would return to compose a narrative about the Green War God, having not streamed in quite some time. Release me, so I may exact my vengeance. The woman's mental resonance echoed within Lin Feng's mind. However, the fluctuation was intermittent, suggesting her condition was far from stable. Was it possible that the excess she had consumed had disordered her consciousness, leading her to oscillate between laughter and tears? Ding. A hidden quest entitled The Wish of the Busty Ghost has been activated. Rewards include 5 mysterious lottery draws and 5,000 hunting points. Lin Feng's suspicions were confirmed. Should he choose to simply eliminate the ghost, he would receive only a single lottery draw. The newly appended task granted him 5. Indeed, this system was rather lazy, even resorting to succinct titles, reminiscent of his own title-choosing process for his novels. It is out of the question to release you, Lin Feng stated plainly. Allowing a peak-level ghost to roam free could result in catastrophic repercussions. Moreover, with her unstable mental state, she was prone to indiscriminate violence. Should the consequences of her actions be traced back to him, it would undoubtedly spell trouble. Relay to me the information regarding that individual. I shall fulfill your final wish. He proposed. Tasks were to be completed, and this ghostly amalgamation was a pitiable soul, a victim of a tragic conflagration. The woman's emotional resonance surged once more. Within all her memories, the man remained veiled or shadowed. After a lengthy pause, a somewhat tarnished bracelet flew from her hand. It had been torn from the man's grasp during her desperate resistance years ago, landing amidst the weeds. He scrutinized the bracelet, noting the absence of any distinctive markings. Remain here for the time being. I must deliberate on a course of action, Lin Feng declared, before instantly teleporting outside the factory. After a moment of reflection, he retrieved a high-level indexing talisman from his spatial ring. Placing the bracelet upon it, the talisman emanated a purple glow, conjuring a thread visible solely to Lin Feng, which pointed toward a location in the city center. Another trip is in order, he mused. Without hesitation, he soared along the thread toward the city center, driven by the ghost's desire for vengeance. Following the thread, it sufficed to identify the perpetrator. Zijing Community, a prestigious residential complex situated in the heart of the city, was enveloped in silence at 2 a.m. Most of the lights had been extinguished, save for the illumination emanating from room 701 in Building 9. A slender man, approximately 46 years of age with half of his hair already turned white, was engrossed in examining reports within his study. The shelves were adorned with numerous talismans and protective artifacts, including red cloth, a bagua, and a finely crafted peachwood sword, clearly indicative of significant expenditure for external blessings. Old song. It is time for bed. You have work in the morning, a voice beckoned. A beautiful woman clad in pajamas knocked on the door, reminding him. She was 45, just a year younger than the man. Though she had aged, her diligent self-care allowed her charm to endure. Yes, I understand. Just a moment. I'll go to bed after this, the man replied without lifting his head, his tone notably indifferent. Sighing, the woman couldn't help but voice her frustration. Over the years, he consistently stayed up late, seemingly evading something. Once asleep, he often succumbed to terrifying nightmares, awakening in a state of inexplicable alarm. Their intimate life had dwindled, especially in the past 2 years, with hardly any communication. Despite their financial stability, they were childless, and despite numerous efforts in their youth, they had been unsuccessful. Both had undergone medical examinations, revealing no physical issues. Various fertilization methods had been attempted, yet none bore fruit. As time passed, they had reluctantly come to accept their fate. Occasionally, she would hear him sigh quietly. It's retribution, all of it, he would mutter, but whenever she inquired, he would adamantly deny having said anything. This cyclical pattern persisted. Suddenly, a notification flashed on the woman's phone. It was a goodnight image from Wang Dali, accompanied by a red envelope containing 886 yuan. Their emotional exchanges were refreshingly simple. Wang Dali was a recent friend she had met through a social app, known for his wit and humor. However, his romantic life also seemed fraught with challenges. At 28, he had just gone through a divorce. They shared many commonalities and, as their conversations unfolded, they became confidants. With her days spent idly at home, Wang Dali's daily messages provided her with amusement. He had a knack for making her laugh. Aware of his job search and financial struggles, she often sent him a small blessing of 666 yuan in the morning, followed by 888 yuan at noon, and another 886 yuan before bedtime, merely tokens of encouragement. Her 2 nephews would occasionally visit, but only to borrow money. Relatives had their eyes on her assets, anticipating a contentious dispute upon her and her husband's passing. Their own communication revolved solely around meals and greetings. They had long since ceased sharing a bed. As the years progressed, the man's health had declined, and he had long abandoned certain indulgences. In Chapter 80, just this once, forgive me, Yi Chuan experienced a peculiar dream. She found herself clad in a white wedding gown, preparing to marry Lin Feng in a remarkable location. Just as they were about to exchange vows and rings, a gigantic crimson figure materialized. A massive red sword suddenly swung toward her, separating her from Lin Feng and snatching him away. Faintly, she seemed to hear someone utter, just this once, forgive me, sister. She jolted awake, the scene lingering in her mind, a bizarre vision, the red giant reminiscent of something she couldn't quite place. Yet, anyone bold enough to seize someone from her grasp should be prepared for dire consequences. I must be exhausted. How could I dream such a thing? She thought. shaking her head in disbelief. A tremor coursed through her heart. Had she truly married Lin Feng? That dream felt astonishingly vivid. Were it not for that imposing red statue, she would have preferred to remain within its confines. Lin Feng must still be engrossed in his writing, she murmured to herself. The hour was merely 3 in the morning, and although she yearned to send him a message, she hesitated, fearing it might disturb him. Glancing at her pristine form, she delicately stepped towards the bathing pool, deciding a refreshing shower was in order. As she reclined in the bath, her thoughts drifted to where she might take Qian for an outing the next day. Perhaps she could subtly suggest something to her brother? After all, prolonged singlehood could render one rather forlorn. Given her brother's age, it was certainly time for him to settle down. In the capital, within the Yi residence, Yi Zhengchun perused Lin Feng's messages on his phone. It must work out. It simply must, Zhao Meiming insisted. It's a rare opportunity for Chuyin to have found someone she likes. We cannot let him slip away. Chuyin is a wonderful girl, yet her romantic endeavors have been less than fortuitous. If only she possessed half of our luck, Yi Zhengchun sighed. That cannot be said. Chuyin is no fool. I had old for investigate previously. At the old man's birthday banquet, Chuyin acted deliberately. She simply found those young lords unappealing, which prompted her performance, Zhao Meiming softly remarked. A mother's insight unerringly profound. Yet, as she matures, one must also consider her future. No matter how extraordinary her capabilities, she is still a woman, and one cannot expect her to remain single for a lifetime. Is that so? That truly is a rarity, she mused. Lin Feng's background is quite unpretentious, orphaned, yet possessing a kind heart. Even as the son of a maid, he has worked diligently to provide for her education. If Chuyin were to be with him, she would undoubtedly find happiness. The two continued their hushed dialogue. How vexatious. At this age, still so restless, Zhao Meiming chided, swatting away Yi Zhengchuan's hand. At this stage in life, clinging to youthful frivolities is quite unbecoming. Meanwhile, Lin Feng soared through the night sky. The distance was indeed considerable. He had been flying for nearly an hour. Fortunately, the bamboo dragonfly operated along its designated course autonomously. With nothing better to do, he resumed his writing. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he spotted a flying sword hurtling towards him, bearing 2 individuals. Upon reviewing the information, he was relieved that the system had not obscured it. The duo comprised an ability user and a cultivator, each of moderate caliber. Greetings. Are you a brother of the wolf friends? The cultivator on the sword inquired before Lin Feng could respond. His distinctive mask had already drawn attention, having long been registered with the Jiangnan Supernatural Bureau. Space ability users were exceedingly rare, naturally attracting interest. No, I am the Black Flash, Lin Feng. He replied with earnest conviction. He had searched the term online and found it ill-suited to his character. He was a man of integrity, incapable of engaging in such sordid affairs. Ah, so you are the Flash brother, the cultivator in white introduced himself. It's merely a code name. Changing it to Green Flash would be perfectly acceptable. However, both were somewhat astonished by the prior intelligence. It had not indicated that this individual possessed any flying equipment. In this world, apart from cultivators who can wield swords in flight, it is rather challenging for those with supernatural abilities to soar through the skies. One must either possess an awakened ability with flight attributes or uncover exclusive flying apparatuses within secret realms. The former is exceedingly rare, and the latter proves equally elusive. If melee specialists were to acquire such flying devices, their combat prowess would undoubtedly ascend to a new echelon. The spatial abilities, for instance, currently possess flying instruments, indicating that this individual is not to be underestimated, Ji Feng mused. Take himself, for example. He found himself compelled to share a flying sword with Jiang Shuian. Were he to obtain a flying device, his circumstances would be vastly different. However, even if he were to acquire one, maintaining it would pose a significant challenge. Who would dare to flaunt their flight so brazenly in the open skies? Pray tell, where are you headed, Brother Shining? Jiang Shuihan inquired. Some personal matters. Lin Feng replied while typing. Since you have business to attend to, we shan't intrude, Ji Feng remarked, noting Lin Feng's busy hands, which suggested pressing concerns. Although there was an intent to recruit this individual, it required sufficient sincerity. Clearly, he was exceedingly cautious, having disclosed not a hint of his identity thus far. Convincing him to serve their cause would likely prove challenging. Very well, until we meet again, Lin Feng acknowledged, before continuing his flight. He preferred to avoid dealings with such specialized departments, especially given the lives of several individuals from the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities resting in his hands. The less entangled he became, the better. Another hour passed. Ah, it appears this is the vicinity, Lin Feng noted as the blue guiding line led him to a particular apartment building. The night was tranquil. This upscale community boasted rigorous security, with guards occasionally patrolling the periphery. However, Lin Feng descended directly from the sky, slipping through the window of the apartment indicated by the blue line. The interior was spacious, adorned with luxurious furnishings. 2 rooms still emitted light. Lin Feng navigated quietly through the darkened space, his vision keen even in the night. He caught a glimpse through a partially ajar door of an alluring woman engaged in a video call, faintly hearing her say, "Dali, shall we go hiking tomorrow?" He proceeded to another room, where the blue line's guidance came to an end. Pushing the door open, he encountered a man with graying hair, engrossed in documents on his desk. The man's surprise was evident upon seeing Lin Feng enter. After all, this was a high-end community, and few would dare such an intrusion. Ghost technique, 55th style, binding. A chain ensnared the middle-aged man, binding him tightly. With so many exorcism tools present, who would have thought that you are the true malevolent spirit? Lin Feng observed the peachwood artifacts as he closed the door behind him. The study had excellent soundproofing, rendering any noise within inaudible outside. Chapter 81, The Anomaly. Who are you to dare enter my home? Are you after wealth or something else? The middle-aged man asked, maintaining a calm demeanor, devoid of the panic Lin Feng had anticipated. I did not expect you to remain so composed. It seems I underestimated you, Lin Feng remarked. Are you from the Supernatural Bureau, or which sect do you belong to? The man continued to inquire. He observed Lin Feng's peculiar attire, wielding a black long knife. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could ensnare him, indicating that he was far from an ordinary individual. You seem to possess quite a wealth of knowledge, Lin Feng remarked with a hint of surprise. The man's ability to articulate such novel terms suggested he had some unusual connections. Do you know who I am? My brother is also in the Jiangnan Supernatural Bureau. His name is Song. Stop. I have no interest in your identity or that of your brother. I simply wish to inquire about the arson you committed a decade ago. What was your motive? Lin Feng stated bluntly. He did not wish to waste time entangled in trivialities with this man. He aimed to resolve the matter swiftly. The clock had already struck 3:30 in the morning, and any further delay would see the dawn break. The demands for updates from the handsome admirers were nearly palpable. Arson? I do not comprehend what you are referring to. The man's expression shifted slightly, yet he remained tight-lipped. Your resolve is indeed commendable, Lin Feng observed, noting the man's hardened demeanor. The index pointed to this location, and the middle-aged man's residence was adorned with talismans for warding off evil spirits. Given his demeanor, Lin Feng surmised he was not far from the truth. He tossed a bracelet onto the table with a decisive motion. The man's countenance transformed instantly as he recognized it. I am aware of the rules governing your abilities and those of the cultivators. You cannot lay a hand on ordinary people. You cannot arrest me. The man exhibited a clear understanding of certain protocols. However, he did not comprehend Lin Feng's stance. The two were worlds apart. Lives of several individuals from the Supernatural Bureau were at stake. Do you truly believe you possess the authority to discuss such matters with me? Did you not consider the implications of being an ordinary person when you committed murder? Lin Feng observed the man's remaining arrogance and chose not to engage further. With a subtle gesture, the chain sealed the man's mouth completely. Ingui, take him away, Lin Feng instructed, preferring not to carry the man around. Immediately, Ingui opened his mouth wide and devoured the man into his spatial belly. As long as Ingui refrained from digesting him, the interior would serve as a prison, conveniently housing living beings. Let us proceed. Lin Feng, accompanied by Ingui, soared directly towards the factory. The female ghost should possess the means to extract information from him. As for his mention of a brother, he cared little. The arson had claimed thousands of lives. Did he truly believe he could escape accountability? If he wished for preservation, his fate was sealed. In the air, Lin Feng spent over an hour organizing the content for the day, finally completing his updates. Unconsciously, his speed increased. Otherwise, he would be trapped in a state of unbearable frustration. Arriving at the abandoned factory, Lin Feng sped through the skies, reaching the site before 5:30. From above, the desolate ruins remained eerily silent. He descended onto the factory roof. Ingui promptly expelled the man he had consumed. It was uncomfortable to retain him within. Soon enough, Lin Feng heard that familiar, mocking voice. This is the person you have been searching for. Handle it as you wish, Lin Feng stated directly. The female ghost approached the man swiftly, scrutinizing him intently before gradually transforming into her appearance from before her demise, revealing her form without further concealment. The scent that the man left on her lingered in her memory until her dying breath. With her face pressed against his head, she felt the surroundings. Oh. Upon witnessing the transformed female ghost, the man's psychological defenses ultimately shattered. That visage had haunted his mind for years, tormenting him with relentless nightmares. He had often dreamt of the scene where the ghost sought his life, a scenario that replayed incessantly in his dreams. Despite the frequency of these dreams, their impact remained unchanged. They continued to invade his consciousness. Lin Feng observed the man, whose gaze had turned vacant, his body trembling uncontrollably. It seemed he was ensnared within that mental illusion. Why, after all these years, had they been burned alive? Within the illusion, the man was bombarded with roaring voices. As he recognized the familiar factory, his memories began to blur. Hadn't everything been consumed by flames? How could it still exist? He also witnessed himself, masked, engaging in unspeakable acts with the voluptuous woman, the scenes accelerating in repetition. His trembling intensified. Eventually, he saw the charred victims crawling toward him, biting into his flesh with ravenous intent. Lin Feng, rendered almost senseless, could only glance at the unfolding horror and remark that such psychological torment was beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. The mental illusion inflicted upon him by the female ghost had wrought significant damage. In his perception, he was being devoured, subjected to relentless mental anguish, far more unbearable than a swift death. Within the illusion, the woman discerned the entirety of the events that had transpired, to seize business opportunities. It had been a premeditated act of arson. Coincidentally, she had been unable to sleep that night and had stumbled upon the man pouring oil. Seized by lust, he had dared to commit acts of both lust and arson. Such audacity was astounding, which explained his composure when Lin Feng confronted him. After a lengthy interval, a notification chimed. Mission accomplished. 5 mysterious lottery draws awarded. 5,000 hunting points gained. Lin Feng sighed, relieved that the mission was finally completed. Surviving nights like these would exhaust even death itself. Suddenly, Lin Feng noticed the ghost pulling the man towards her, merging him into her being. Was she attempting to possess him? Alert! Lin Feng understood that this was a conglomeration of numerous resentful spirits, not to be judged by ordinary standards. Your wish has been fulfilled. Hasten to the underworld for reincarnation. Lin Feng commanded. Those who imprisoned us here shall not escape. A disembodied voice echoed. You have my gratitude. By merging with his flesh, I have gained strength. How powerful might I become with your essence? The man's lips uttered bizarre phrases. It appeared that the ghost's resentment was indeed formidable. Lin Feng had anticipated that once her wish was fulfilled, the ghost would dissipate. Yet he was taken aback by her desire for further power. Chapter 82. Instant Prison Shadow Kill. Class of Spectre, Voluptuous Female Ghost. Weakness, Psychic and Shadow Attacks. The system's information prompt finally materialized. Offer me your flesh and blood, and together we shall seek vengeance. A voice, neither masculine nor feminine, echoed repeatedly in Lin Feng's ears. His body continued to undergo a transformation, ultimately morphing into a formidable female spectre, a visage somewhat terrifying. Even the most dashing of youths would hesitate to engage her. With a swift motion, Lin Feng unleashed a colossal blood moon dance, the sanguine crescent slicing through the spectre as though cleaving through the void itself, ultimately crashing into a dilapidated building behind her, resulting in a cacophony of explosive sounds. Futile effort, the spectre intoned, you can no longer harm me. After devouring the man, she had ascended to a new level, seemingly endowed with unique arcane abilities, allowing her to conceal herself within the air. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Feng conjured a flame, invoking the ghostly Tao's 43 hellfire, yet it too was merely a penetrating strike, producing no discernible effect. She appeared to be chanting. Suddenly, the abandoned structure surged into the sky, hurtling down towards Lin Feng with great force. In a blink, Lin Feng evaded to another location, ever cautious. He had marked multiple spots within the ruins. However, he was taken aback by the formidable strength of this newly elevated spectre, her existence defying his expectations. He had never encountered such a powerful female ghost before, his physical and magical assaults rendered utterly ineffective. In the past, even when employing attacks of varying elemental properties, he could inflict some degree of harm. Yet this time, not a single trace of injury was left behind. Boulders and abandoned steel rained down upon him. While he might have been bold enough to shatter ordinary stones with his head, these massive rocks were imbued with the spectre's psychic energy, and being struck by them would not bode well. How long can you evade? The spectre abruptly ceased her pursuit, seizing a colossal stone and sending it crashing towards the iron gate. With a thunderous boom, the runes upon the gate dissipated into nothingness. Those wretched runes can only repel spirits below level 10? A thought flickered through Lin Feng's mind. I crave sustenance, I seek retribution. Her visage contorted into a more grotesque form as she floated in the ether, capable of instantaneous movement and sustained flight. Eluding her was a daunting task. Fortunately, she eventually relented, knowing that many more offerings awaited her outside. As a conglomerate of malevolent spirits, her temperament had shifted dramatically, particularly after consuming the man's flesh and blood, an unforgettable experience. This cannot continue, Lin Feng mused, a responsible man who refused to neglect the consequences of his actions. System, I wish to purchase an item. Certainly. What do you require? Why did you take so long to respond? I thought you had malfunctioned, Lin Feng retorted, somewhat irked. Isn't this a test for you? You have garnered 5 opportunities for a lottery draw. Is that not enough? Even if you flee now, those 5 chances remain. It was prudent to prepare items in advance, as confrontations could be resolved in an instant. Without proper preparation, a single fatal blow could end his life, rendering him no different from his predecessors. It was crucial to remember that while the system conversed with its host, time continued to flow outside. The adversary will not grant you the luxury of preparing your armaments before launching an assault. Enough of this discourse. I am determined to procure items capable of striking her. The female spectre soared through the air at an astonishing velocity, with Lin Feng in hot pursuit, fearful of losing sight of his quarry. Kelly's telekinetic enchantment talisman could temporarily imbue weapons with magical properties for a duration of half an hour, priced at 2,000 hunting points. Very well, I shall take it. His illusory moon instantly radiated a golden light, inscribing a yellow rune upon the hilt of his sword. In the form of the 1,000 cherry blossoms, he commanded, "Scatter forth." Cherry blossoms. Instantly, countless blades surged toward the female ghost. "How dare you inflict harm upon me?" She seethed, although her weapon had been enchanted, allowing it to transform into any shape while retaining its magical effects. Lin Feng remained cautious. This entity was unlike Zhao Tingyi. She could not be vanquished with mere blood sacrifices. His success in defeating Zhao was largely due to fortuitous circumstances. However, this was a vengeful spirit, tough-skinned and resilient. Even if he shattered his comrades, it would likely prove futile. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, the encircling cherry blossom blades erupted in a violent explosion. "You have truly provoked my ire." The female ghost bore numerous lacerations, yet none were fatal. The evolution and enhancement of high-level spirits was not to be underestimated. She cast a furious glance at Lin Feng, seemingly etching his image into her memory before continuing her ascent toward the city. She craved sustenance. After breaking through to a higher level, her thirst for blood intensified. Imprisoned for a decade, her newfound freedom ignited a hunger that, if satisfied, could easily propel her to even greater heights. Lin Feng's expression grew increasingly grave. Should this specter reach the city center, he would undoubtedly find himself unable to focus on his writing. Perhaps he should send a message to Lao Niu, requesting assistance in capturing the ghost? After all, he was a formal worker, and Lin Feng had imparted numerous writing techniques to him. It was only fitting to extend a courtesy. He retrieved his phone, intending to place a voice call to Zheng Niu. Suddenly, a shadowy arrow hurtled toward the female ghost, striking her with unerring accuracy. "Hey Lao Che, what's up?" came Zheng Niu's voice over the line, accompanied by the sound of keystrokes. Even at this late hour, he was diligently typing away, a truly industrious individual. It's nothing urgent. I just wanted to ask if you have any other seeds available." Lin Feng observed a man in dark clothing engaging the voluptuous ghost in combat, manifesting various types of shadow weapons. "Do you want green seeds? I've acquired quite a few from the donkey's tip. If you're interested, I can send some your way." "Never mind. I fear being poisoned by an excess of them." "Poisoned? We are all authors of green literature. You wouldn't be going undercover as a pure love novelist, would you?" "Ha." The laughter of the bull-headed man boomed, clearly incredulous at the notion of a pure love warrior, especially someone like Lin Feng. "All right, Lao Che, I want to keep you with jesting. I'm currently pondering the plot. If you have nothing further, I'll hang up." "Okay, Brother Niu, carry on." Lin Feng observed the man wielding a shadow-long sword, relentlessly charging at the female ghost. Shadow doppelganger. The man unexpectedly conjured another shadow, flanking the female ghost from both sides. The posture was quite impressive, and Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Although clad in black, the individual's movements were distinctly stylish. It was evident that he had caught wind of Lin Feng's sincere appreciation, prompting him to showcase his prowess once more. Instant shadow kill. The two shadows lunged forward, resulting in a resounding explosion as the female ghost detonated on the spot. "Is that all there is?" "Nothing more," the man remarked nonchalantly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, addressing the sole spectator present. Chapter 83, The Art of Combat. "Indeed, there exists an artistry in battle," Lin Feng remarked, unable to contain himself. "I never expected you to grasp the nuances of combat artistry. That is truly rare," the man replied with a smile. "I have a modest understanding." Lin Feng responded humbly. He had already resolved to swap his bamboo copter for something more exhilarating, perhaps the cloud somersault or wings, simply to experience the essence of true combat artistry. Lin Feng descended from the sky. Though the man was somewhat curious about the object atop Lin Feng's head, he harbored no ulterior motives. Not everyone was inclined towards murder and treasure hunting. "I am Shadowblade." The man introduced himself courteously. "I am Black Flash." Lin Feng reciprocated the politeness. Lin Feng's initial impression of him was favorable. At the very least, he had helped resolve a predicament. The two exchanged a few words about the art of combat, and Lin Feng discerned that the man was indeed straightforward. Despite possessing shadow-based abilities, he spoke with clarity. After some casual conversation, they became more acquainted, and Lin Feng learned much about him. The man's real name was Qin Weidong, a resident of the imperial capital, who had come to Jiangnan for a vacation. He had heard tales of a peculiar graveyard ghost in the nearby hills and had made the journey to witness it. To his surprise, he encountered the busty female ghost and effortlessly rid the world of her menace. "I must go seek the ghost now. We can converse further another time," Qin Weidong remarked, glancing at his watch. Those graveyard ghosts are elusive if one waits too long. His time was limited, with only a few days to spare in Jiangnan. It was his first time staying up so late, and fatigue overcame him as he succumbed to sleep. When he awoke, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Qian had long since departed with Yi Chuin for shopping. He accessed the system's marketplace and purchased some ready-made food to satiate his hunger. Time for a draw. Yesterday, he had indeed acquired 5 chances for a lottery, though he lamented that he hadn't personally vanquished the busty ghost, which would have granted him an additional chance. Lin Feng opted for 5 consecutive draws, having heard that this method was more likely to yield exceptional rewards. "Congratulations. You have obtained the Skill Death Tombstone. Congratulations. You have acquired the passive skill Mana Void. Congratulations. The host has received Skill Enhancement Stone. Congratulations. The host has gained 10 Emerald Enhancement Scrolls. Congratulations. The host has secured 1 Little Song Doll. The Death Tombstone summons a gravestone that continuously generates zombies within a certain radius, relentlessly attacking the enemy. The Mana Void skill reduces the enemy's spiritual energy while dealing damage. The Skill Enhancement Stone allows for the elevation of an existing skill by 1 level. The Emerald Enhancement Scroll has a 70 chance to directly upgrade a weapon to level 10. Little Song Doll? Why is there no explanation? Lin Feng couldn't help but steal glances again and again. He then stowed it away in his spatial ring, not because he had no use for it, but rather to enhance his weapon first. With 70 of the scrolls collected, it seemed the system was intent on propelling him forward. Lin Feng mused. Let us go? Let it shine. He grasped the scroll and slapped it against the illusory moon. To his dismay, there was no exhilarating sound. Enhancement failed. Persevere. The enhancement skill, Instant Teleportation Technique, began to emit a dazzling light. Congratulations, host. Enhancement successful. Instant Teleportation Technique level 6. You can now mark up to 100 locations and ignore any spatial locking formations. Lin Feng's prior concern about spatial locking was now alleviated. He could directly disregard it. In a renowned international brand store, Yi Chuan was trying on clothes with Qianqian. It must be said that with a good figure, anything looks splendid. Yi Chuan effortlessly mastered a variety of styles, her allure undeniable, perfectly complementing every outfit. Today, both donned short skirts paired with black stockings, giving Yi Chuan a sensual, mature appearance, while Qianqian, still possessing a youthful innocence, exuded a blend of charm and cuteness. Sister, we bought so much today, Qianqian exclaimed, looking at the pile of garments. Qianqian, pick a few items for Lin Feng as well. Yi Chuan suddenly remembered. No need. I bought him some yesterday. Qianqian waved her hand dismissively. Lin Feng had previously instructed Qianqian not to let Yi Chuan spend on him. Debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. Yi Chuan had been a tremendous help in assisting Qianqian with her studies. Occasionally buying things for Qianqian was something he could not prevent, but he truly did not wish to owe too many favors. After all, this wasn't ancient times. One couldn't simply pledge oneself in return. He pondered about Brother Wolf's back issues, suspecting it might be related. Even the hospital where he was treated was kept from Lin Feng, let alone any medical records. He recalled the fire ginseng he had previously discovered, which the system ultimately identified as being 500 years old, suitable for alchemy or brewing wine. This item was quite nourishing. Just a whiff had nearly overwhelmed him, showcasing its potent effects. Without hesitation, he purchased a storage box from the system's shop. When it comes to favors, every little bit counts. Otherwise, perpetually taking advantage of others left him feeling uneasy. Sister Chuan, look, there's a dance performance. After finishing their shopping, Yi Chuan dragged Qianqian to explore other attractions. The little girl's hand felt delightful, reminiscent of her brother's. The performers on stage danced splendidly, eliciting applause from the audience. Noticing that no one was paying attention to her, Gu Qianqian discreetly pulled out a pair of small sunglasses from her pocket and put them on, ensuring that no one could see her crimson pupils, her Sharingan. She held a mild interest in dancing, though she had no intention of formally learning it. Yesterday, she had heard from Teacher Wang that the school planned to host a campus gala after the college entrance examinations. How perfect that was. Chapter 84, The Tree of Life. Days passed, and Yi Chuan frequently visited Lin Feng's home, each time with a simple excuse. Taking Qianqian out to explore various high-end venues. The intent was to broaden her horizons. During dinner, Lin Feng suddenly inquired, to which Yi Chuan softly replied, how could one feel disdain? If Sister Lin wishes, she could reside here daily. Lin Feng elucidated, what do you mean by asking that? While nibbling on her chicken feet, Yi Chuan remarked that Lin Feng's preparation was delightful. Indeed. Her favorite. Isn't Brother Wolf's back ailing? I wondered if he might be in need of supplementation. Recently, I asked a friend to help me procure a fire ginseng, hoping you could assist in delivering it. Lin Feng clarified, having inquired several times about the hospital where Wolf Mia resided, only to receive vague responses. Thus, he sought Yi Chuan's aid for its delivery. The fire ginseng held little utility for him, for someone who could engage 10 times in a single night. Such a thing was unnecessary. Oh, in that case, please hand it over to me, and I'll help you deliver it, Yi Chuan said, her mouth full. The scene of the three dining together felt exceedingly warm, resembling the essence of a complete family. It seemed an opportune moment to entrust Wolf Mia with his legacy. She opened the brocade box Lin Feng had given her, revealing a vibrant red spirit ginseng before her eyes. To a cultivator, it was a precious item. However, to her, it was rather mundane. It wasn't due to lofty standards, but rather because supernatural beings found little benefit in such treasures. They could not absorb the spiritual energy of these rare materials, and consuming them would not prolong life. Should they be refined into medicinal pills? Only ordinary auxiliary pills would yield a modicum of effect for her. Much like the beauty elixir Xiang Hui had given her, the effects were merely negligible. As for those regenerative pills, they held no value for supernatural beings. When faced with injury, one must resort to scientific surgical procedures at a hospital. Hence, It was rare to witness cultivators and supernatural beings vying for secret realms, magical artifacts, or spiritual herbs. Though consuming spiritual herbs was akin to an exercise in futility, they could serve to nourish the body if used in a chicken stew, helping to add some flesh. She bit into it, finding it slightly sweet and quite palatable. Yi Chuin, reminiscent of someone munching on corn, savored the fire ginseng as if it were a confection. Half an hour later, she felt a surge of energy coursing through her. This is extraordinarily nourishing. On another front, at the Death Tombstone, Lin Feng's efficiency in ghost hunting significantly improved following the acquisition of a new skill. The system rated him at peak level, and traditionally, he could contend with foes of a higher grade. Should he encounter such a ghost again, he felt confident in his ability to engage. The bamboo dragonfly had been transformed into a pair of black wings, enhancing his already striking presence with the Black Reaper ensemble, imbuing him with an artistic allure. However, the initial protection period had elapsed, and the system no longer provided insights into ghost weaknesses. Some spirits were well concealed, requiring utmost diligence with the eye of the netherworld to unveil. 7 nocturnal spirits lurked near the hospital. With a simple gesture, Lin Feng summoned a towering black gravestone from the ground. From beneath the feet of the nocturnal spirits, a horde of deathly zombies began to emerge. Directly seizing the night-walking specter beside him, it relentlessly gnawed away. With a swift crack, the zombies' defenses appeared rather feeble, as the specter merely needed a single slap to send a zombie's head flying. Yet, the zombies continued to emerge from the ground, always reappearing at the specter's feet. For each zombie that fell, another would immediately rise. The tearing and biting persisted. After approximately 10 minutes, the gravestone began to fade from view, and the zombie vanished without a trace. "Go ahead and feast, my specter," Lin Feng encouraged. The specter revealed a broad grin, devouring 7 in one go, which brought it great satisfaction. Lin Feng stood by, ensuring that no unforeseen events transpired. Now at level 4, the specter could barely be considered a rank. However, when faced with even slightly formidable monsters, its only recourse was to flee. Lin Feng resolved to train the specter diligently, striving for it to reach level 7 as soon as possible. This would ease his burdens in the future. After all, toiling nightly to capture spirits was hardly sustainable. What would happen when he got married? He couldn't possibly carry his wife on his back while sneaking out to hunt ghosts at night. Such a scenario would inevitably lead to trouble. A sapling? The spectral entities devoured by his specter yielded rewards that directly materialized in his spatial ring. The system had just notified him that he had obtained a rare seedling of the Tree of Life. He examined it closely. The diminutive Tree of Life could produce a regular life fruit every 2 days, each extending one's lifespan by 30 days. It could be upgraded, but usage was restricted to a maximum of 15 fruits per year, with any excess rendered ineffective. "This Tree of Life certainly looks promising," Lin Feng remarked. "Indeed, it is far less demanding than cultivating one's essence," the system replied. With the system at his disposal, Lin Feng had no inclination to pursue the arduous path of cultivation. Having awakened to the system merely a month ago, he was already on the verge of vanquishing spectral entities. If he were to follow the path of cultivation, who could say how long it would take to attain equivalent strength? Chapter 85, The Manhunt for the Black Flash. In the Jiangnan Supernatural Bureau, a man with graying hair sat on a bamboo stool, perusing a special report. As he turned the pages, his expression grew increasingly grim. "Black Flash, regardless of who you are, how dare you murder my brother, Song Banshan? I will ensure you pay with your life." The report detailed the case of his brother, Song Yicheng. The investigation was progressing swiftly, as his wife, Chen Yingying, confirmed that he had been in the study reading at 2 a.m. that very night. The Patrol Bureau promptly retrieved surveillance footage from the community, which fortuitously captured Lin Feng as he stealthily entered and exited the Song residence. Although no evidence was found of Lin Feng carrying Song Yicheng upon his departure, matters concerning supernatural abilities naturally fell beyond the purview of the Patrol Bureau. Such affairs were best handled by the Supernatural Bureau. His subordinates compiled an exceedingly detailed investigative report. Coincidentally, on that day, 2 personnel from the Supernatural Bureau had encountered Lin Feng and verified that he indeed headed towards the home of Song Yicheng. With this abundance of corroborative evidence, a comprehensive chain of proof was established. The report indicated a high probability that the individual had been slain by the Black Flash. Inflicting harm upon ordinary citizens as a supernatural being constituted a crime, especially when the victim was none other than the brother of Song Banshan. This matter, of course, cannot be resolved amicably. What are the spatial abilities? The Supernatural Bureau is not lacking in talents capable of arranging spatial formations, as long as the space is sealed. He will find it impossible to escape. Xia, issue a notification. The individual known as Black Flash is suspected of harming ordinary citizens and is now under full pursuit. A substantial reward will be granted to anyone who assists in apprehending him. Furthermore, I am personally offering a bounty. The elimination of Black Flash will yield the coveted Xuanwu armor. Xuanwu armor? Song's group, is this not excessively valuable? The woman named Xia appeared somewhat incredulous. The Xuanwu armor is a personal possession of Song Banshan, and had it not been for this armor, Captain Song might have long since met his demise. Do you not comprehend my words? Song Banshan spoke coldly. The two were like brothers. And now that his sibling lay dead, with not even a trace of his remains, how could vengeance not be sought? Even if his brother had engaged in unlawful acts, it was not for others to interfere. It is an unyielding law that extraordinary beings must not deliberately harm ordinary people. Thus, severe punishment is imperative. Hence, even if those above hold this individual's spatial abilities in high regard, the rules cannot be violated. Indeed, the Xuanwu armor is his cherished possession, carried for many years. Yet, he is now aging, and in a few years, retirement beckons. The armor will serve little purpose then. After retirement, he can seek a tranquil place to enjoy his later years, free from concerns of safety. Soon, everyone within the Supernatural Bureau received the latest assistance notification regarding the capture of Black Flash, alongside a mysterious bounty. The reward for eliminating Black Flash is the Xuanwu armor. The two announcements were issued almost simultaneously. Many quickly inquired and soon understood the essence of the situation. Black Flash is quite formidable, having provoked the wrath of Song Banshan. Gotzi remarked with a chuckle. Indeed, he has slain the younger brother of Song Banshan. This incident has escalated. Even the head of the Jiangnan branch cannot dismiss this lightly. Pan commented. They were well aware of who possessed the Xuanwu armor. Song Banshan's willingness to use it as bait demonstrates his fearlessness of repercussions from above. After all, his brother perished at the hands of Black Flash. It is only just that murder be avenged. Who would dare speak against this? Boss, do you think someone will truly attempt to kill Black Flash? Gotzi inquired. Haha, is it so easy to kill someone with spatial abilities? Scorpion shook his head. He had witnessed videos of Black Flash in combat. His techniques bore striking resemblance to the Flying Thunder God technique and also featured spells akin to those of cultivators. Should one fail to slay him, it would lead to greater troubles. What of Chen Tianqing now? Scorpion questioned. He seems to be searching for a man, Gotzi replied. A man? Could it be that Chen Tianqing has enemies? Scorpion pondered. He had come to assist in dealing with the Sea King, Chen Tianqing, but unexpectedly. Chen seemed to have sensed something amiss. He had not acted out of line, rendering intervention inappropriate. In recent days, his business had been thriving, and according to his plan, he should be able to gather the 8,000 needed within a month. The high-grade puppet crystal nucleus must be acquired. Chapter 86, an introduction. I wonder what this fruit tastes like. The tree of life had been planted by Lin Feng in his home, not out of a desire to display it ostentatiously. The growth conditions of this fruit of life require the absorption of the natural energies of heaven and earth. After absorbing for a duration of 48 hours, a fruit will emerge. If placed within a spatial ring, time will freeze. Gu Qianqian, observing her brother who had seemingly transplanted a sapling from an unknown source, paid little heed, for their home already boasted numerous flowers and plants cultivated by Lin Feng. However, she noticed that Lin Feng appeared to cherish this sapling immensely, frequently stepping out to inspect it. To her surprise, within just half a day, Gu Qianqian noticed what seemed to be a pink bud blossoming on the sapling, which then grew at a visible pace. It blossomed, withered, and subsequently bore a small white fruit. 2 days later, the fruit had expanded to the size of a fist, emanating an enticing fragrance. Indeed, it has adhered to the timeline, Lin Feng remarked. With this fruit, longevity is no longer a concern. Nowadays, there are cultivators who live for centuries, and according to the system, the prospects for ascension are promising. Many of these practitioners aspire for immortality and to enter the celestial realm, especially after the revival of spiritual energy for 500 years. Formidable beings have continuously emerged among cultivators. Once a certain period passes, if those with extraordinary abilities cannot break through their limitations, they will likely be overshadowed by the cultivators. It is merely a matter of time. In this world, strength always reigns supreme. Lin Feng had no intentions of pursuing immortality himself. Nor did he plan to have Qianqian follow that path. Cultivation was a solitary endeavor, often requiring decades of seclusion. Qianqian was still a young girl. Why should she endure such hardships? This fruit of life, under normal circumstances, could yield around 180 fruits each year, ample for their family. Living alongside him in longevity was quite sufficient. Once the third fruit matured, Lin Feng gathered them all. Yichuan had visited several times and was quite curious about these fruits. She had never encountered this variety before and had found no images in the database for comparison. The aroma wafting from the fruit was remarkably fragrant and rich. However, she had no intention of stealing one. Firstly, it was not in her nature, and secondly, the lesson from the fiery ginseng was still fresh in her mind. Here, one for each of you, Lin Feng said as he washed the fruits and handed them to the two. The fruit could not be divided. It had to be consumed whole to be effective. Upon taking a bite, they discovered its exquisite sweetness, slightly sticky. As the essence of life melded within their mouths, they felt a surge of vitality, extending their lifespan by a month. Within minutes, they had devoured the fruit. Brother, this fruit grows so quickly and tastes delightful, Qianqian exclaimed between bites, having witnessed the maturation of these 3 fruits. 2 days for one, quite punctual. Indeed, the origin of this fruit is remarkable. Keep it to yourselves, Lin Feng cautioned. Understood. Qianqian replied softly, not one to pry deeply. Whatever Lin Feng told her, she accepted without question. Yi Chuin, treating Lin Feng as family, was even less inclined to delve into details. After observing Lin Feng finish his fruit, she cautiously swallowed hers. Having suffered from her reckless consumption of fiery ginseng a few days prior, her thighs still ached, a reminder of her ordeal. Being alone had proven to be quite a challenge. Ah, the flavor is quite delightful, Yi Chuin remarked while enjoying her snack. The fruit suited her taste perfectly, leaving her feeling refreshed. Rest assured, there will be plenty more to come, Lin Feng replied with a smile, never hesitating to be generous with family. Lin Feng glanced at the new book rankings. To his astonishment, the Pure Love War God Chronicles had risen to the first position. This was somewhat terrifying. Hua Tailing was also in the office, analyzing the book. Observing the data trends, he was equally surprised. Just a few days prior, the book's readership had plummeted, seemingly indicating that readers had been turned off. Yet, starting 2 days ago, the numbers began to soar, increasing by 200,000 in a single day, surpassing the previous popularity of Bullhead in the myriad realms. At that moment, Lu Jian was immersed in writing. Eager to complete the book, he was penning it in the most provocative manner possible, seeking to nauseate readers, all in hopes of finishing it swiftly. After completing 8,000 words that day, he finally checked the back-end data to see how many readers remained. To his surprise, he was taken aback by the influx of new readers and a plethora of comments. Weilan Jing, not bad, this is the novel I've been searching for. A tremendous twist. How can the protagonist always appear at the crucial moment? Meng Xiaoxin, the previous commenter is right, the righteous bullhead shall prevail. Chui Gong Shu, this book is rather interesting. It deserves my 2 urging tokens. Qi Xing, I thought Young's books were absurd, but today I encountered one even more ridiculous. Quite intriguing. Lu Shui Ji Ren, author, keep it up. The Bullhead Warrior will never yield. Vaguely, some readers had even bestowed upon him the title of Bullhead War God. The gifts and rewards kept pouring in. What does this mean? Hua Tailing pondered over the comments for a long while. Wow, this fellow is truly a genius. How did he come up with such an idea to attract the Bullhead faction? They adore this kind of literature. I had almost forgotten. He had initially planned to submit a request to have the book banned. However, it appeared that it still held some merit. He wondered if there were any of Young's small boxes left. The Wolf Fawn Club had run out, leaving him without that doubled pleasure. He felt somewhat uneasy about asking Lin Feng for more, as it would be rather awkward. He had searched online, but there was no mention of the Dulé brand, nor any information at all. It seemed like a product with no provenance. As the moonlight dimmed, Lin Feng gazed at the small tsang within his spatial ring. Feeling a flutter of desire, the system produced an exceptionally realistic replica, complete with comprehensive voice functions. Inside, there was even a miniature smart computer to ensure constant interaction. Yet, reason reminded him that this was a beloved entity. He could not act on such impulses. Strengthening weapons. Lin Feng decided to enhance his weapons to regain composure. Host, would you like to learn about the enhancement elixirs? The system inquired. Enhancement elixirs? Information regarding the elixirs was projected before him. Upon consumption, within half an hour, the enhancement probability increases by 3, valued at 2,000 hunting points. Alright, I'll take a bottle, Lin Feng said without hesitation. With 12,000 hunting points available, he was more than ready for a boost. After a successful deduction, there remained 10,000 points of hunting value. Additionally, there is the Ancient Essence Refinement Manual. Would you care to learn more about it? The Ancient Essence Refinement Manual, a legendary creation by the renowned Master Daxababy. It significantly enhances the success rate of refinement. Daxababy? Lin Feng seemed to recall this name. Indeed, this individual possesses unparalleled refinement skills, and the manual is filled with insights into the art of enhancement. It is valued at 2,000 hunting points. You must understand, reaching refinement level 10 is merely the beginning. This person's weapons are all at least refined to level 17. Thus, for 2,000 hunting points, you would undoubtedly be making a wise investment. Chapter 87, Retribution. Purchase. Lin Feng had resolutely decided to refine to level 10 today, eager to witness the brilliance of the outcome. Such is human nature. Once one becomes enthralled, it is difficult for anyone to restrain them. This book is truly exceptional. Lin Feng flipped through several pages of the manual. It detailed various techniques for enhancement, including blade padding, timing methods, head-knocking techniques, and retraction methods, among a dozen other secret arts of refinement. It was also adorned with numerous illustrations. With the secret medicine and the manual at his disposal, Lin Feng's refinement process was remarkably smooth. Success at levels 8, 9, and then 10. Host, your fortune has arrived. The spirit of the soul system could not help but exclaim. Lin Feng glanced at the shimmering moonlight in his hand. The weapon's attributes had indeed transformed. Ghost damage had increased by an additional 30, and attack speed also surged by 30. In melee combat, there was a 3 chance to freeze the enemy for 13 seconds. The likelihood of freezing was significantly greater than that of bleeding, as bleeding only performed optimally under the condition of the 1,000 cherry blossom state. However, the issue remained that the shards of the 1,000 cherry blossoms did not withstand damage. as he had been astonished when a formidable female ghost had shattered all the blades with a single strike. If he were to achieve refinement level 17, would he not soar to greater heights? Lin Feng cast a glance at the level 17 ancient essence giant sword, which boasted over 10 additional attribute lines: electrocution, burning, blindness, and bleeding. Although each of these attributes had a 3 chance of activation, it was noted that all attributes would trigger independently. This meant that any attack on the opponent could independently determine the additional damage from any of the aforementioned effects. With a stroke of luck, a single strike could potentially unleash the full array of effects upon the adversary. No wonder everyone relished enhancement. It invariably brought joy. Lin Feng could not help but exclaim. Indeed, however, one must exercise caution with enhancement. You possess only this one effective weapon. Should it shatter, it would pose considerable trouble. The system cautioned, concerned that Lin Feng might impulsively attempt to reach level 11. Should the weapon be destroyed, his combat prowess would be diminished by at least half. Let's go, Gung Gui. Time to catch some ghosts. Lin Feng, accompanied by Gung Gui, instantly teleported to the rooftop of the adjacent community. He surveyed the surroundings, contemplating the most suitable location for ghost hunting today. The black wings had unfurled behind him, transforming his appearance into one of considerable charm. He heard a peculiar sound not far away, a woman's voice, somewhat alluring. Ali, she called out. To be exercising at this hour was indeed impressive. Lin Feng harbored no desire to spy. If given the opportunity, he would be inclined to try it himself. In the last life, I had no opportunities. Let us see if this life holds any hope. With a flicker of thought, I unfurled my ebony wings and soared swiftly into the distance. There is no rush. First, I shall indulge in a bottle of Kidney Treasure King, tilting my head back to drink. Ollie, do you prefer the Ferrari green or the yellow Lamborghini? I shall accompany you to view them tomorrow. Whatever you gift me, I shall cherish, Wang Dali replied with a hearty smile. His greatest virtue lies in his lack of discernment. As I detected the trace of a dark flash, Lin Feng ambled along, engaged in combat with monsters, oblivious to the fact that he had already become the object of someone else's scrutiny. With the promise of substantial rewards, brave souls had gathered, analyzing Lin Feng's initial battle videos. They collectively assessed him to possess mid-tier strength, merely having mastered the art of time and space. It required the coordination of a cultivator's formation to be truly effective. Currently, Lin Feng was merely reducing the monsters to a weakened state before allowing his companion, Gung Gui, to consume them. Once Gung Gui had feasted, both would receive experience rewards. Congratulations, you have obtained the pet beast decision. Good and evil will be repaid. Without hesitation, Lin Feng chose to learn it. The more skills one possesses, the better. Should he unleash a double attack, the damage would undoubtedly be tremendous. A number of figures steadily approached Lin Feng's location. Upon nearing within a 2-kilometer radius, they halted, producing a crimson flag from their storage bags. These individuals belonged to the Anomalous Affairs Bureau, all cultivators in their own right. To capture Lin Feng, an adept of spatial abilities, they could only rely on their formations to ensnare him. As the formation flags were summoned, they immediately formed a square spatial barrier. The Void Moon formation, once established, would thoroughly lock down the space, rendering any teleportation or jumping abilities utterly ineffective. Lin Feng sensed something peculiar. His eyes widened slightly as he perceived a yellow spatial barrier rising around him. Several figures advanced toward him. Surrender, you shall be captured, declared a woman clad in a green robe. You possess quite an array of treasures, remarked another man in gray attire. Together, they numbered 4. All disciples of the Qian sect, their strength hovering around mid-tier. Have I slain anyone? Lin Feng pondered, aware he had ended a few lives, seeking confirmation. Have you perhaps forgotten? 10 days ago, in Zijing community, Songyicheng, do you acknowledge this? The man in gray inquired. It dawned on Lin Feng that he had indeed not exercised sufficient caution last time. However, one cannot walk a path without getting their shoes wet. It was only natural to be caught off guard by ill fortune. Scum, you deserve to die, Lin Feng replied coldly. The question of life and death is not for you to decide. Anomalous beings and cultivators must not interfere in mundane affairs. This is a decree established by our predecessors. The woman in green asserted, her tone lacking any courtesy. The 4 of them united to execute a sword formation, powerful enough to contend with mid-tier experts. Facing Lin Feng, who had been preliminarily assessed as mid-tier strength, they felt no fear. With the space now sealed, they believed that no matter Lin Feng's formidable abilities, escape was impossible. Chapter 88, Retribution. You have 10 breaths to don these handcuffs and accompany us. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of hospitality, Green Xingyu stated. Handcuffs? Lin Feng found himself momentarily taken aback. A dazzling silver bracelet hurtled towards him. The system alerted him. Handcuffs crafted from a unique sea tower stone. Once shackled, the use of supernatural abilities would be rendered impossible. Was my ability considered a supernatural one? Certainly not. This was merely an explanation. For those who disrupt the balance with their powers, execution is not merely a matter of instant termination. It depends on the circumstances. The proper procedure involves apprehension, followed by submission to a special department for judgment. Direct extermination is only permissible for those who resist or pose a significant threat. Generally speaking, capturing a living individual is markedly more challenging than simply killing them. If one can apprehend a living being, they can undoubtedly eliminate them as well. This is a regulation promulgated by the Bureau of Supernatural Affairs, which practitioners and supernatural individuals are expected to adhere to under normal circumstances. The rationale is straightforward. Unraveling the secrets of supernatural awakenings necessitates extensive experimentation, involving continuous blood and genetic analysis to identify various mutations. Those who commit heinous acts become the most suitable subjects for such trials. 10 seconds. It seems you are quite confident, remarked the specter of Gungwei. Drifting behind Lin Feng. Its advanced invisibility, now at level 4, rendered it undetectable to those beneath its power level. Engaging in an attack would reveal its presence for 1 second. If no further actions were taken, it would revert to its concealed state, with damage reduced by 30%. With a swift motion, Lin Feng struck the sea tower stone handcuffs with his blade, triggering a rupture. How could this be? Qingyu Green exclaimed in astonishment. These handcuffs are specifically designed to restrain supernatural offenders. Their hardness is beyond question. It appears your sword is quite exceptional as well. The man in gray said with a hint of greed. The four had already dispersed. Since Lin Feng refused to surrender, extermination was their only option. Once he was dead, all that remained would rightfully belong to them, which they could submit to the Bureau for exchange points, regardless of its immediate usefulness. The Bureau certainly possessed numerous valuable items. Typically, supernatural beings would submit any relics obtained during their explorations to exchange for wealth, as such items hold little value for personal use. It is more advantageous to convert them into currency to purchase vehicles, homes, and enhance one's quality of life. Although the state provides welfare, benefits vary by rank. To attain a better life, one must strive diligently. Practitioners obtaining items from supernatural beings can, besides private transactions, also exchange them at the Bureau for valuable resources such as spiritual herbs, elixirs, or magical equipment. Since you seek your own demise, we shall not be blamed. The man in gray declared. Everyone engage. With that, a small sword formation encircled Lin Feng, initiating a lethal array. From the sword chests on their backs surged numerous flying swords, resembling silver serpents in a chaotic dance as they rushed towards Lin Feng. Even he dared not directly confront the flying swords, for his physical resilience had yet to reach that standard. Blades are indiscriminate. This sword truly is abundant. Lin Feng mused to himself. With a flash of darkness, your end is nigh, Qingyu Green coldly asserted. Lin Feng's refusal to surrender left him with but one path, death. Justice, after all, must be served. At an indeterminate moment, Gung Gui had stealthily positioned itself behind Lu Qingyu. Gung Gui's current prowess was at an unparalleled level, under equal conditions. The four individuals were utterly oblivious to its presence or state. A malevolent reprisal ensued. Gung Gui's initial strike triggered this dark response, doubling the ferocity of the attack, which astonishingly penetrated her protective armor. A single blow pierced through Lu Qingyu's heart. The three companions, witnessing Lin Feng's abrupt disappearance, were horrified to see a terrifying, gaping maw materialize behind Lu Qingyu. He. In but a fleeting breath, the monstrous visage vanished. Lume, the man in gray, cried out in anguish. The carefully arranged sword formation faltered, rendered ineffective by the absence of one member. Brother Zhang, be cautious. That black flash harbors ill intentions. One of the companions urgently warned. They were aware that they were still ensnared in a spatial lockdown, yet the ominous black flash had inexplicably vanished. The situation was exceedingly eerie. Lu Qingyu's lifeless body plummeted from the heavens, prompting the man in gray to rush forth and catch her. Suddenly, he heard the sinister laughter. He felt a fist thumping against his chest, yet it brought no pain. Rather, it was imbued with warmth, dispelling the fatigue that had lingered from the previous night. Brother, the creature is behind you. His companion hastily alerted him. They beheld Gung Gui's fleeting silhouette. Protect yourself. In the distance, Lin Feng observed the scene with quiet contemplation. It was he who had commanded Gung Gui to launch a surprise assault. Yet he had not anticipated a subsequent benevolent outcome that restored much of the gray-clad man's vitality. This skill was suited for ambushes, albeit somewhat reliant on fortune. Should luck be unkind and the benevolent response continue to trigger, it could potentially revive the adversary from grievous injury to a state of spirited vigor. Now, with the trio encased in their sword barrier, Gung Gui could no longer engage. If it were to strike too often, it risked its own demise. Lume, the man in gray, lamented, cradling Lu Qingyu in his arms, his sorrow echoing through the air. The fervor of the previous night was still fresh in his mind. How could she have been slain by such a beast? It must be the work of that black flash. That black flash, I, Zhang Sifeng, shall not rest until I have avenged you. He howled to the heavens, his voice tinged with anguish. So, his name was Zhang Sifeng. Without hesitation, Lin Feng produced a figurine and began to inscribe. With a resounding clap, he set it in motion. The system had just cautioned him to exercise prudence. Recklessness could lead to dire consequences. Possessing strength was not enough. One must also tread carefully to thrive. After all, Zhao Tingyi had lost his head due to his own hubris, despite his formidable prowess. He pondered the fate of his sister, who still awaited her dowry preparations. Now, the Bureau of Supernatural Affairs had begun to hunt him down, necessitating a more cautious approach in his future endeavors. I hope the Bureau adheres to the established protocols. Lin Feng sighed. What protocols? The system inquired. The tropes of Dopa, Lin Feng replied. Such conventions may not hold in this world. You should remain vigilant. At the very least, before meeting your end, you must recount the fate of the Green War God to me. The system jested lightly. Illusions of the moon, Gatling. Lin Feng rarely manifested such modern contraptions, primarily due to their cumbersome nature. However, today, he found himself compelled to give it a try. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Lin Feng charged towards Zhang Xifeng, wielding a Gatling gun with intent. Chapter 89, The Ghost Tomb. The three men were taken aback as they witnessed Lin Feng charging directly at them. Such audacity could only be deemed suicidal. Yet, to guard against the formidable creature, they formed a triangular defense. 9 Thunder Incantation. A bolt of lightning struck down. In the moment it landed, Lin Feng vanished once more. Brother, his spatial jumping ability is extraordinarily potent. Despite several bolts of lightning, none found their mark on Lin Feng. He consistently evaded detection, teleporting to another location just as he landed. Suddenly, a cry of pain escaped Zhang Xifeng's lips. For reasons unknown, his spiritual energy had inexplicably waned. The flying swords fell uncontrollably, losing their protective effect. At that moment, Lin Feng's Gatling gun unleashed a relentless barrage upon him. After a series of blue flashes, numerous holes appeared across his body, transforming heaven's lock to slash the moon. At such a close distance, Lin Feng swung his long knife, effortlessly severing Zhang Xifeng's head from his shoulders. In his view, a decapitation was the most definitive way to ensure death. Only the two of you remain, Lin Feng declared coldly. There was no doubt that these two would meet their demise. After dispatching the last two, Lin Feng, accompanied by the spectral entity, hastened towards home. He needed to contemplate how to navigate the challenges ahead. Previously, he had only anticipated engaging with ghostly beings, never foreseeing entanglements with the Supernatural Bureau. It seemed that each enhancement of his strength would usher in new trials, Lin Feng pondered. He briefly entertained a notion that perhaps he would be reduced to a mere dog, wandering aimlessly. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. With so few nations, encountering such entities was unlikely. Rubbing his temples, Lin Feng felt a surge of discomfort. He wondered whether the four he had slain today would attract the attention of some ancient monstrosity. Exercising caution, he had incinerated that group into ashes. As long as his adversaries desired his life, he had always adhered to a principle of reciprocity. Fortunately, he had upgraded his teleportation ability to level 6 beforehand. Otherwise, he would have been the one facing demise today. Upon returning home, Lin Feng settled down to write, producing a staggering 5,000 words with ease. Much of it was purely imaginative, yet he felt he had no other recourse. Meanwhile, Hatsune was still contemplating her strategies. Xianghui's acting prowess was commendable, and having met Lin Feng previously, it was only fitting for him to portray the role of the wolf's demise. At this juncture, she had no further options available. According to Qian, Lin Feng harbored a deep disdain for deceit, likely stemming from a profound betrayal by a romantic interest he had met online. The exact reasons were unclear to Qian, but she knew that after that incident, her brother had lost considerable weight, to the point of being described as emaciated. Thankfully, under Qian's attentive care, Lin Feng had regained his former vitality. However, since that time, he had steadfastly refused to speak of the past. Ding! A message from the young sorceress of the Yi family arrived. She was the youngest sister, Yi Chuyi, affectionately known as Huahua. Sister, you have been in Jiangnan for quite some time. Is there something of great importance? The young sorceress inquired. She could never allow the little witch to learn of this matter. That girl would only cause mischief and potentially complicate her own affairs. They were a loving family. All night owls who slept quite late. Is my sister about to make a move? As Yi Chufan engaged in a deep conversation, he glanced at his phone and began to ponder. He needed to provide his sister with a thorough analysis of the guardianship process to avert any mistakes in the rush that could ruin their good intentions. Yi Chufan gently tapped the woman on the head, offering a reminder. Xiaofan, Xiaoya, the seal of the Wuling ghost tomb is weakening. You two should go check it in 2 days. Other families will also send people, so be cautious. Yi Guqing sent another message. Dad, don't worry. With my brother and me around, nothing will go awry. You should take good care of yourself at home, Yi Chufan replied. Dad, I also want to go. The little witch messaged. Huahua, why do you want to join the fray? You should go to bed early, Yi Chu replied. After so many years, the little witch felt a sense of nostalgia. The experimental product could currently hold up to 1 cubic meter of items, which paled in comparison to a cultivator's storage pouch. However, it would suffice for storing divine garments, Yi Guqing explained. Unfortunately, certain items belonging to cultivators cannot be utilized by those with special abilities. The spatial capsules took many years to develop and have only yielded a handful of successful prototypes, around 10. The Yi family will receive 2. 1. Due to the illustrious reputation of the war god Yi, and 2, because the Yi family possesses 2 divine garments. With these capsules, at least they wouldn't need to carry cumbersome garment boxes around, which would be too ostentatious. I also want to find a divine garment, the little witch declared. However, before you search, you must learn to control your Byakugan ability. That place is exceedingly malevolent. Once inside, you will lose all sense of direction, Yi Chufan cautioned. Divine garments are indeed valuable, and the Yi family naturally wishes to acquire as many as possible. Yi Chuyi possessed the Byakugan, an ability that granted her the power of omniscient vision, allowing her to see through all weaknesses. She was a high-level auxiliary ability user. Chapter 90. The Bull-Headed Desire for Progress. Zhengchun, they have all grown up. We should entrust those matters to them from now on, said the beautiful woman lying beside him. Meiming, they are still too young and lack experience. There are many things I must still oversee. Many eyes are watching our family, Yi Zhengchun replied, shaking his head. But your health, Zhao Meiming hesitated. It is merely an old injury. I consider myself fortunate to have survived that ghost tide, Yi Zhengchun said, gently caressing his wife's cheek. Life ultimately has its limits. We are not like those cultivators who can live in harmony with the heavens. Therefore, we must seize the moment and enjoy life. As he spoke, he leaned in closer, slowly removing Zhao Meiming's undergarment. You again, you old rascal. Manhwa is all grown up. And you still behave like a young man seeking novelty, Zhao Meiming said with a hint of displeasure. Hee, we must seize the moment. I hope to leave them a legacy before I depart, Yi Zhengchun interjected, cutting off his wife's ramblings, knowing her words would be endless. No more of this next time, Zhao Meiming said, her words trailing off. The author group of Huatai Wolf. In the realm of literary discussions, an intriguing exchange unfolded. You truly possess remarkable skills, adeptly drawing in that assembly of minotaurs, remarked the illustrious deity, your general indeed. I once harbored the desire to craft a tale in such a manner, yet lacked the audacity you exhibit, chimed in the transformed elven spirit. Numerous esteemed authors in the group engaged in lively discourse, adhering to the conventional narrative tropes established by the likes of Tomato. Each time the female protagonist faced peril, the male lead was expected to make a timely appearance, at the very least during pivotal moments. He would vanquish the antagonist, only to find himself compelled to assist the heroine in detoxifying from the villain's nefarious schemes. Alternatively, in times of danger, the protagonist would invariably activate some inexplicable fortuitous event, with treasures arriving unexpectedly. Both readers and authors were well aware of these conventions. After all, without the thrill of confrontation and dramatic reversals, how could the story progress? However, this particular narrative took a decidedly unconventional turn. The white-clad empress concealed within his ring departed due to his perceived cowardice. This tale proved to be quite captivating. Who could have anticipated that the initial 200,000 words served merely as groundwork, with the true antagonist emerging only thereafter? It was indeed impressive, prompting even the usually reticent by the illustrious figure to voice his admiration. The chatter within the discussion group grew fervent, as many esteemed authors deliberated on this sudden rise of a villainous tale. After all, it represented a fresh perspective. The old tropes had been exhausted, and innovation was in order. This work by Lu Jian inspired numerous notable authors, illustrating that villains could indeed be formidable. The renowned writer Feng Hua, Shi Jiaochan began to organize his thoughts and outline. His fingers danced across the keyboard with remarkable speed. The title he devised was, I Became the Great Villain of the Heavenly Tao. The protagonist was initially conceived as someone who traversed into the body of a great villain, relentlessly overpowering various heirs of fortune, perpetually thwarting their auspicious endeavors. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, sensing that this narrative would undoubtedly surpass his previous work. 2 days later, a multitude of villainous imitations flooded the Tomato platform. The tale of Inshao Di Fu emerged, showcasing commendable writing. The horse-faced deity bestowed 99 accolades upon the pure love war god chronicles. During moments of respite from work, he sought relaxation. Since the Minotaur had informed him of Lu Jian's exploits, he occasionally kept tabs on the novels penned by Lu Jian. To his surprise, he found himself increasingly captivated. The prose exhibited a finesse superior to that of the Minotaur. The drive was executed with a deftness that the Minotaur lacked, avoiding the roughness evident in previous works. The protagonist seemed to possess only that singular skill, while Lu Jian's narrative showcased a range of adept techniques, from nunchaku to cacti to drills, all employed with remarkable proficiency. The Minotaur had labored for so long without evident progress. Having perused countless books alongside the Minotaur over the years, he recalled a time when computers were non-existent, and spirits were less prevalent, able to reincarnate independently. During tedious workdays, they would seek out a few books to read, never fretting that authors might abruptly abandon their stories. Any author who ceased their work would be marked for future reference, ensuring that when they reincarnated, they could clarify the conclusions of those unfinished tales. He fondly remembered becoming enamored with a novel inspired by a dream of red mansions, prompting the horse-faced deity to grant him time to complete its ending. The handwritten manuscript remains in his bedroom. Handsome Ma, please create a table, The King of Hell wishes to review the data on the vengeful spirits from Wuhan. The data must be detailed and visualized. At that moment, Neo too, with a large cigar in his mouth, entered the room. Get lost. Make it yourself, Mom Mian retorted. It's merely a standard data sheet. Why complicate matters so? The King of Hell has been visiting the mortal realm incognito lately. What has he been learning? Working 996 every day is already taxing enough. Does he truly have the leisure to indulge in this? At that instant, a man clad in red and draped in a black robe entered. Old Shui, you find yourself with some free time today? Mom Mian greeted. The cases have been a bit sparse these past few days. I'm just stealing a moment, Shui Fuyun replied. What is the King of Hell's obsession with these tables? Shouldn't we focus our limited energies on life and leisure? Who knows? He is the boss. Everything is dictated by him. However, I suspect he may be preparing to evaluate the outstanding King of Hell, he speculated. Outstanding King of Hell? Are you implying he is due for a promotion? Neo too inquired. It's hard to say. He has been here for several millennia. Perhaps he seeks to expand elsewhere. After all, this place is rather small. If he ascends, wouldn't that mean the position of King of Hell could be yours, old Shui? Mom Mian remarked. Huh. That would depend on everyone's support, Shui Fuyun replied politely. If old Shui is promoted, then the position of Fuyun would become vacant. Neo Fuyun. That has a nice ring to it, Neo too mused. Everyone aspires to advance. Once one becomes a Fuyun, there's no need for the 996 grind. And one can enjoy ample leisure time. It seems I must perform exceptionally well. Many are vying for the position, including Ryu Shun, Hei Wu Chong, and several old comrades. Neo too thought to himself. Indeed, he too desired to progress. Chapter 91, Fiery Fist. Upon realizing that the Supernatural Bureau had set its sights on him, Lin Feng became increasingly cautious. Although the instant body technique allowed him to bypass formations and barriers, he still feared being eliminated in an instant. His reflexes were swift, yet if he encountered someone or a killing formation faster than his own, disaster could easily follow. Despite his caution, he was still targeted several times. Naturally, he responded with decisive action, collaborating with Gung Gui to eliminate threats without leaving any potential hazards behind. Team Leader Song. Several sects have reported that the soul tablets of their disciples have shattered in the past 2 days. After our investigation, we suspect it is related to that black flash. A young woman entered, holding a report. The deceased possessed considerable strength, with top-tier sword evasion skills. Yet they all perished suddenly over these 2 nights. Some even sent messages prior to their deaths, claiming they had located the black flash and were surrounding it. Based on this reliable intelligence, the black flash has become the prime suspect. Didn't those individuals possess formations? How could they let it slip away? Song Banshan replied. Somewhat irate. In 2 days, many have died, yet we have yielded no results. As of now, we haven't even identified the black flash. Investigate, continue investigating. If we still uncover nothing, we shall request assistance from the people of Butianguan, Song Banshan said, taking a deep breath. In the presence of the Song group, the prospect of consulting the diviner at the fortune-telling pavilion loomed large, and the woman hesitated, aware of the considerable cost involved. The pavilion is renowned for its ability to predict both past and future events. However, such divination often involves the perilous risk of divulging celestial secrets. Each consultation necessitates a sacrifice of one's lifespan, with the dire consequence of imminent death when inquiring about national fortunes or warfare. The cost can be exorbitant, rendering many cultivators unable to bear it. They begin their journey in chi refinement and tirelessly cultivate, gaining substantial longevity with each breakthrough. Should their lifespan be exhausted before achieving the next realm, they face the grim fate of demise. Thus, cultivators regard their lifespan with utmost importance, especially since later stages of alchemical refinement can demand decades, if not centuries, of seclusion. No one wishes to squander such precious time unless a compelling benefit entices them. We possess several longevity pills and earth spirit roots as compensation. If we summon Taoist Im Ping from the pavilion, I refuse to believe we cannot unearth that elusive black gleam, declared Song Banshan with a fierce tone. Indeed, the woman from the Song group replied softly, recognizing the genuine ire simmering within Song Banshan. Logically, with so many personnel deployed and the assistance of formations, capturing that black gleam should be a trivial endeavor. Yet, to their dismay, not only had they failed to capture it, but they also suffered casualties. In the imperial capital lies the Wuling Ghost Tomb, an area steeped in malevolence. For 10 miles, not a blade of grass thrives, perpetually shrouded in an unyielding aura of ghostly energy. Beyond this desolation, a multitude of cultivators and supernatural beings diligently maintain a perimeter, ensuring that the malevolent entities within do not escape. The ghostly energy surrounding the tomb continuously morphs, occasionally manifesting as fearsome specters lunging at the guards. Captain Shun, I've heard that someone from above is arriving, remarked a man with yellow hair. Indeed, the surge of ghostly energy has escalated alarmingly, and the level of malevolent spirits has reached catastrophic heights. If this aberration persists, we may not be able to contain what lies within, Xin Ping replied in a hushed tone. The ghost tomb harbors unsettling mysteries. Even the spirits formed from the outer ghostly energy are formidable adversaries. Should the seals within be completely breached, it would spell disaster. Captain, they have arrived. The yellow-haired man exclaimed suddenly. Qin Ping turned to observe a procession of over 10 individuals, a mix of cultivators and supernatural entities. Their expressions bore a gravity that suggested significant developments were unfolding within the tomb. Should the suppressed entities stir, it could unleash a catastrophic tide of spirits. You must be Yi Chui, Qin Ping stated, addressing the foremost figure. I am Qin Ping, the temporary head here. Yi Chui, clad in a deep green ceremonial robe, stood tall and imposing, exuding an aura of remarkable strength. I am Yi Chui. Let us discuss the situation as we proceed, he responded in a grave tone. Understood, Qin Ping acknowledged. In his estimation, the strength of this group was formidable, with the leader being the most powerful. Yet, the individual in the yellow ceremonial robe trailing behind also radiated a potent energy. Their resemblance suggested he must be his brother, the legendary playboy Yi Chu Fan. Under the guidance of Qin Ping, the group traversed along the straight path. Along the way, they encountered numerous malevolent spirits formed from condensed ghostly energy, all of which were effortlessly dealt with by Yi Chui. Their singular objective was to identify the source of the ghostly energy leakage and seal it with reinforced bindings. Brother Bao, Yi Chui seems to have grown even stronger than before, remarked a middle-aged cultivator clad in a 7-star Dao robe, communicating through sound transmission with another cultivator dressed in white. Junior Guan, I felt an unsettling chill as soon as I entered. Let's swiftly locate the leakage point and seal it as soon as possible, he replied. The convenience of sound transmission became apparent when verbal communication was impractical. The two continued to converse quietly at the rear of the group. Bao Yu and Guan Tong were both experts in sealing formations, specifically dispatched by the National Security Bureau to assist with the sealing process. Look at the Wang and Xie families. Their expressions seem rather grim, Bao Yu observed. Indeed, many lives were lost during the previous ghost tide in order to quell the chaos. In our hasty retreat, the remains of many kin were left buried within that ghostly tomb, Guan Tong responded. Who would have thought that after all their scheming, that artifact would end up in Yi Jingchuan's hands? What a futile endeavor for those families, Bao Yu lamented. However, the Yi family's acquisition of the item may not be entirely negative. Their ancestors fought valiantly for Nanmo, paying a significant price, Guan Tong noted. As the two exchanged secrets, their extensive experience revealed a wealth of knowledge. The entrance to the ghostly tomb lies just ahead, Qin Ping announced. The entrance resembled a colossal maw, with numerous sharp pillars protruding from above and below. Surrounding the entrance were several formidable ghostly beings, all gazing intently at the group. With so many at the entrance, I can only imagine how many lie beneath, Qin Ping remarked anxiously. Regardless of their numbers, we shall eliminate them first, Yi Chu Fan declared. With a fiery fist, he conjured a massive blaze from his right arm and directed it towards the ghostly creatures at the entrance. Instantly, the sky was engulfed in flames, accompanied by the sounds of anguished wails. As the fire scorched, the black ghostly energy dissipated into the air. In mere moments, more than a dozen formidable ghosts were vanquished. The expressions of those accompanying him grew increasingly solemn. Both brothers have become incredibly powerful. Little did they know that Yi Chu Fan had undergone countless grueling training sessions to prepare for his sister's iron fist, dedicating all his time that could have been spent managing the fish pond to training. Chapter 92, The Reinforced Necklace. What should I gift for Qianqian's birthday? Lin Feng pondered, feeling a bit conflicted. Clothing? Jewelry? Most of these had already been gifted by Yi Chuan, all brand new from the latest 49 series, leaving his wardrobe nearly overflowing. Perhaps I should explore the system's marketplace, he decided. Lin Feng opened the marketplace interface and began to scrutinize the offerings. The selection was indeed vast. Yet many items were bound to specific users and could not be traded. Host, is it truly so complicated? Simply enhance the Ning Xin pendant to level 10, and you will ascend immediately, the system interjected, unable to contain itself after observing Lin Feng's indecision. What would the effects of that enhancement be? Lin Feng inquired. Rest assured, it will bring her nothing but benefits, the system assured him. Very well, I shall retrieve it from her shortly. After all, it is a system-recommended enhancement for the Tranquil Heart pendant, thus it is unlikely to deceive him. The one who once vowed to accompany you into old age, does he still remain? Has he already embraced her by his side, uttering the same words to her? If I truly am your most exquisite flower, how could you bear to withdraw? Qianqian, adorned in a delicate white camisole, paired with azure shorts and newly acquired black thigh-high stockings, was practicing her dance within the confines of her room. Her routine included splits, waist twists, and various intricate movements. Her natural grace had been further refined through rigorous training in recent days. Just yesterday, while shopping with Yi Chuan, she had encountered the trending Douyin bridesmaid in purple, who was performing on stage. Inspired, she had eagerly replicated the routine and was joyfully dancing. Lin Feng, upon pushing open the door, beheld Qianqian immersed in her practice, donning Bluetooth headphones, completely unaware of his presence as her back faced the entrance. The precision of her head movements was commendable, Qian dances beautifully, Lin Feng mused. He had also viewed that wedding video featuring the bridesmaid and was astonished by how closely Qian mirrored the performance, truly a testament to her innate talent for dance. Lin Feng observed for a full 5 minutes before Qian noticed his arrival, her cheeks flushing crimson as she had yet to grow accustomed to performing before others. However, the fleeting embarrassment soon dissipated. You dance splendidly. It's just that our home is rather small, limiting your expression. Next year, we shall move to a larger residence. Lin Feng remarked with a smile, appreciating her artistry without ulterior motives. Brother, what brings you here? Qian inquired. May I borrow that necklace? I shall return it in a couple of days, Lin Feng replied. Of course, Qian responded without hesitation, removing the necklace from around her neck. However, remnants of perspiration lingered upon it from her recent exertions. Bring me a bottle of the enhancement elixir, Lin Feng instructed. Drawing from prior experiences, he understood the elixir's value. A small investment could yield significant rewards. He reviewed the ancient essence compendium once more before commencing the enhancement process. 1, 2, 9, 10. This time, the endeavor was less seamless, as he encountered setbacks, dropping from level 9 4 times before finally achieving level 10. The current tranquil heart pendant shimmered with a brilliant blue light, reminiscent of a sapphire. Its aura was pure, and even in his grasp, Lin Feng could sense a unique energy steadily replenishing. He glanced at the pendant's attributes, a 40 increase in fatigue resistance and memory enhancement. If the previous effect was akin to 6 walnuts, now it should be equivalent to 12. Additionally, a new attribute had emerged, ability recovery, restoring a moderate amount of special ability each second. Aside from this attribute, which bore little utility, the rest were quite satisfactory, Lin Feng contemplated. In his view, as long as Qian benefited from fatigue resistance, mental clarity, and memory enhancement, it sufficed. She was neither a cultivator nor an extraordinary being. Thus the ability recovery was of no consequence. The pendant's design had also transformed. It not only glowed but appeared more exquisite, a true reflection of value for money. No wonder so many were captivated by it. The radiance emitted by the necklace is excessively intense. Could it be reverted to its former state? Lin Feng inquired. Concealing it is certainly feasible, as not everyone appreciates luminous objects, the system responded. Soon, under the system's modification, the necklace's brilliance gradually diminished. There are certain limitations within which the system cannot disclose certain information to the host. The intricacies involved are quite complex. Should everything be explained, it would likely detrimentally affect the host's experience. Revealing too much is a burden even the system cannot bear due to the terrifying power of its regulations. In the Moonwheel Kingdom, within a somewhat secluded forest, a masked man traversed slowly through the thicket. Occasionally, venomous snakes and flying ants launched surprise attacks. Yet they silently passed through the man's form, as though he were merely a phantasmal image. At that moment, a man with a face resembling a yin-yang symbol, adorned with aloe, emerged from the ground. Has the task been accomplished? The masked man paused and inquired softly. Of course. However, run too. Even if that girl can fully harness the power of her gaze, can she truly bear the cost of vitality it demands? To gain power, one must naturally pay a price. If her ocular strength were to evolve once more, everything would undoubtedly be worthwhile. The masked man murmured. You have tampered with his legacy. If he were to be resurrected, he would likely seek to eliminate you first, the aloe-headed man chuckled. Resurrection? By then, the world will have already changed. 2 days later, Qian, come, put this on. Lin Feng finally presented the Ning Shun pendant to Qian after a 2-day interval, claiming that the merchant had a promotional event for exchanges. Qian, however, was not particularly concerned about the old or the new. She cherished anything gifted by Lin Feng. After a cursory glance, she donned the Ning Shun pendant with delight. Come, have some fruit. Lin Feng washed several pieces of fruit, saving some for Yi Chuan as well. He intended for Qian to indulge in the 15 fruits of life this year. According to the system, these fruits could be upgraded in the future. The higher the level, the more longevity they would bestow. However, the conditions for upgrading were rather stringent, so he decided to focus on the immediate tasks at hand. Qian, clad in workout attire, munched on fruit while practicing her splits in the living room. Dance requires diligent practice. After all, achieving successful replication necessitates a body that is both flexible and harmonious. Otherwise, it cannot be expressed perfectly. Yet she found it somewhat peculiar that, regardless of the difficult maneuvers she attempted, she did not experience the weakness or discomfort that others often described. Occasionally, she felt a slight sensation, but it quickly subsided. This left her puzzled. Could it be that her physique was so exceptional that she felt no pain? Chapter 93. Brother, you cannot control the internet. After much contemplation, he resumed typing on the keyboard. The world map of the Green God had now transitioned to the Phoenix ancient realm. Ding. Lin Feng's WeChat chimed once more, displaying the familiar avatar, an image of subtle melancholy. The events of the past were somewhat convoluted, yet with the original body deceased, it was time for this matter to be wholly concluded. After all, their breakup preceded his arrival in this world. This matter is entirely unrelated to him. The original owner never even held her hand. On Earth, it barely qualifies as a romance. The original owner was merely a naive young man, just 18, whose heart fluttered with excitement as he immersed himself in the illusory realm of the internet. He fancied he had found a kindred spirit, yearning to plunge headlong into a passionate affair. Shasha had warned him, cautioning that the digital realm was too enigmatic for him to navigate. Yet, he refused to heed her advice. Consequently, he met a tragic fate, falling victim to a female ghost from the Republic of China shortly after their breakup. Now, aside from Shasha, he wishes to sever all ties with the remnants of the original owner's past. Should he, relying on his now handsome and gallant appearance, rekindle a romance with the former girlfriend? Apologies, but he cannot bring himself to do so. It is simply not in his nature. Moreover, Shasha had never been fond of her. Had it not been for Shasha's care, he would likely have perished upon his arrival. The image of that emaciated figure is now a haunting memory. Thus, anything that Shasha disdained is equally unappealing to Lin Feng. I only wish to see you once more, he expressed with a tinge of sorrow. What transpired in the past was my wrongdoing. No, let the past remain in the past. It would be better if we did not meet. Seeing you would only displease Shasha, she replied. As for those events, there was neither right nor wrong. The original owner was inherently flawed. Anyone in his position would have to deliberate carefully. Not to mention, if Shasha were attracted to someone like the original owner, he would have to work hard to win her affection. Not that he meant any offense, but such a love would undoubtedly be exhausting. Forcing a connection would likely lead to disdain after the initial sweetness fades. What is the point? Thus, Lin Feng resolved to completely block all connections, disabling the option for others to add him as a friend. He severed ties with clarity and decisiveness. In the Jiangnan Supernatural Bureau, within the office of Song Banshan, a venerable man clad in a cerulean robe and sporting a long beard sat. Brother Yin Ping. This is the situation. This individual is indeed cunning. That is why I wish to request your assistance in divining his information, Song Banshan said courteously. Yin Ping was a distinguished figure from the Bujin Temple, particularly adept in the art of divination. Their branch occasionally sought his counsel in times of uncertainty. Of course, the cost was not insignificant. Divination often required a sacrifice of one's lifespan. Without adequate benefits, who would be inclined to undertake such a task? Even the National Security Bureau could not compel practitioners to do so, lest it incite chaos. Certainly, Yin Ping replied, eyeing the several lifespan elixirs and earth spirit roots before him with a smile. Based on his experience, a single divination session typically consumed 50 years of lifespan. The mid-tier lifespan elixirs would more than compensate for this, and the earth spirit roots were excellent materials for crafting treasures. Should he present them to his sect, he could acquire even greater rewards. Once all was prepared, Song Banshan led Yin Ping into the adjacent room, where several others were already awaiting their arrival. They were eager to discover the identity of the elusive figure behind the recent black flashes. The black flashes had garnered considerable notoriety, with many who sought to hunt him down falling victim to his prowess. This individual, relying on his mysterious temporal and spatial abilities, continued to elude capture. Due to the inability to ascertain the individual's identity, many matters must remain suppressed for the time being. However, once pertinent information is uncovered, unless this person can evade capture for a lifetime, it is only a matter of time before they fall into the hands of those seeking them. Yin Ping produced a bagua mirror and a feather duster, beginning to chant incantations. As long as he could divine something of worth, his task would be deemed complete. He periodically brushed the mirror's surface with the duster, continuously casting spells, urging the birth dates of those individuals to be revealed. Present the birth dates of the deceased. Yin instructed the secretary of Song Banshan. The woman, adept in her movements, skillfully placed the birth dates of those previously slain by the black flash beneath the bagua mirror. These were confirmed victims. Only after accumulating a sufficient number could divination be attempted. A smaller number or the presence of extraneous elements would render the inquiry impossible. Having collaborated for many years, they were well versed in these protocols. Under Yin Ping's incessant incantations, the ink of the birth dates inscribed on paper began to separate, coalescing into a dark mass that the bagua mirror absorbed. This mirror was extraordinary in origin and nature, embodying the principle of causality in all things. After reciting another round of incantations, indistinct images began to materialize within the mirror. He sought to forcibly deduce Lin Feng's true identity through the causal power of these individuals. If the identity could be disowned, everything would become considerably simpler. No nation would permit a spatial manipulator to wreak havoc unchecked. Such individuals pose a significant threat. If they cannot be controlled, annihilation is the only recourse. There are no fewer than 100 spells capable of inflicting harm from a distance. The images within the bagua mirror transitioned from indistinct to clear. The power of causality intensified. White light incessantly flickered from Yin Ping, flowing from his fingertips into the bagua mirror. This was a sacrifice of his lifespan, forcibly divining the unknown. A red and white skull mask began to coalesce upon the mirror's surface, cold and foreboding. What lay beneath that mask? Everyone watched anxiously, eager to uncover the identity of this enigmatic figure. Yet, the mask on the screen remained shrouded in mystery. More power of causality, Lin Feng exclaimed, as another surge of white light enveloped him. The task was halfway complete. Having accepted remuneration, he was compelled to see the endeavor through. Otherwise, who would partner with him in the future? Another 50 years of his lifespan were expended. The mask appeared to develop cracks that spread relentlessly. Yet, upon reaching a certain extent, the progression halted, resulting in a tense stalemate. Once more, the power of causality. Lin Feng was resolute, determined to settle this matter today, even at the cost of profit. Failure to resolve it would severely tarnish the reputation of the Butian Temple. With the reinforcement of causal power, the mask shattered more thoroughly. Just as it seemed on the verge of complete dissolution, the Manhwa mirror displayed a sequence of characters. Not only was Lin Feng taken aback, but others were also momentarily stunned. What could this mean? It was the first encounter with such a phenomenon. Bluffing. Power of causality. Lin Feng bellowed. Having expended so much of his lifespan, how could he allow such a hint to deter him? The Manhwa mirror began to exhibit enormous cracks. With a thunderous explosion, it shattered violently, its power magnified within the confines of the small room. A cacophony of cries erupted, and Lin Feng, positioned closest to the epicenter, suffered the gravest injuries. Numerous shards embedded themselves into his flesh, devastating his spiritual nodes and dantian, rendering him nearly incapacitated. The prospect of cultivating immortality in this lifetime had become utterly bleak. Chapter 94, The Mastery of All. Lin Ji's visage turned ashen, his dantian shattered, severing his path to the nascent soul. His journey toward immortality was unequivocally thwarted. Previously, his frequent collaborations with the Supernatural Bureau had granted him a modicum of prestige within the sect. Outside, upon hearing the explosion, onlookers rushed in, fearing a crisis. Upon entering, they were met with the sight of individuals sprawled across the floor. Song Banshan was in a dire state, with shards of the Manhwa mirror embedded in his left eye and groin. He clutched himself, acutely aware of the painful repercussions. Despite the advancements in modern medicine, full recovery would require considerable time. Fortunately, their rank ensured that all expenses would be covered by the government, a cherished benefit. Although their salaries were modest, the accompanying perks provided ample support, allowing entire families to enjoy similar privileges based on rank. That black flash was ruthless. He gritted through clenched teeth. He could hardly fathom that merely seeking a glimpse into the unknown would lead to such calamity. Nonetheless, he harbored resentment as his subordinates hurried to transport him and the others to a specialized hospital for treatment. Lin Feng, munching on sunflower seeds, remarked that during moments of boredom, watching Qianqian dance was a delightful diversion. Qianqian's hair had grown significantly longer, likely a result of her indulgence in the fruit of life. This time, however, she opted against a haircut. Her previous short style had been prompted by the inconveniences of boarding school hygiene. Now, with ample time, she yearned to experiment with a new hairstyle. As double ponytails were currently in vogue, the advantage of her striking appearance was that, transcending the archetype of a seductive woman, she could effortlessly embody any style. She even possessed the ability to mimic the endearing voices often found in anime, leaving Lin Feng in awe of her cuteness, truly a necessity for every otaku. Marriage? Qianqian paused her rhythmic swaying. Given that her brother was nearing 25 without a girlfriend, it was a valid consideration. Life was somewhat arduous for him, often spent typing away until calluses formed on his hands. His old computer frequently succumbed to viruses and inexplicably crashed. Yet, upon hearing Lin Feng speak of marriage, an odd feeling stirred within her. Would she have to move out after he married? What if his future wife did not like her? Suddenly, a cascade of thoughts flooded her mind. However, the rain was inevitable, and Lin Feng's impending marriage was an unstoppable reality. Brother, do you have someone special in mind? She inquired. No, I'll have to wait until we buy a house. This place is too dilapidated. Who would want to live here with us? Lin Feng had already formulated a plan to purchase a larger home, envisioning a shared life together. Oh, Qianqian replied succinctly. It appears that Lin Feng's interest in forming romantic relationships is rather tepid. This sentiment is somewhat intricate, one that the average individual may struggle to comprehend. Shouldn't she be delighted that her brother is dating? Her sole wish is for Lin Feng to refrain from engaging in online romances, particularly after his last unfortunate experience. That realm is one he truly cannot navigate. The vast distances cannot deter the warmth of proximity. Once again, he is bestowed with an unbounded warmth, accompanied by a sword of blessing and silent support. Alas, it seems there may be no future, leaving an unintentional escape route. Suddenly, Lin Feng's phone rang. It was a call from Hua Tailang. Ever since Qianqian recommended Xian 3 to him, he had changed his ringtone accordingly. Tailang, what's the matter? He inquired. Nothing much, just wanted to say my hair has genuinely grown back. Thank you, Hua Tailang replied. Such trivialities, why the formality? Lin Feng dismissed nonchalantly. Hua Tailang hesitated slightly. Is there something else? Just speak plainly. Where did you buy that Wolf Fong Club? I'd like to acquire a few more boxes. He delicately articulated. About that? You can't find it outside, but does it truly work? Hee hee, my young brother, That stuff really does double the effect, Hua Tailang replied, grinning widely. Now, his vitality restored and hair regrown, he walked with newfound confidence. He had once again become the killer of campus beauties. For a self-assured man is perpetually charming. Just recently, he had even had women asking for his WeChat while out and about. I still have some left. I'll send you a few boxes tomorrow. However, exercise caution in its usage. Overindulgence can be detrimental to one's health, Lin Feng advised kindly. While kidney deficiency can be treated, what if one were to suffer a fatal incident due to excessive vigor? After hanging up, Hua Tailang opened his computer to review the latest data. Recently, the tomato brand had heavily invested in advertising, attracting numerous novice authors. These writers, lacking experience, required his occasional guidance. He had performance metrics to meet this month and needed to boost the readership of this group of fledgling writers. What on earth are you all writing? Hua Tailang found himself increasingly agitated as he read. Unable to contain his frustration, he recorded a voice message in their group chat. Are you telling me you're facing writer's block? Is it not enough that readers are criticizing you? Or has the full attendance made you lose your motivation to write? Have you filled the pits you created? If so, can you not continue digging elsewhere? Must the protagonist's family remain unscathed? Couldn't he be the son of the immensely wealthy old song next door instead? The protagonist should encounter a thug after just a few steps, and after 3 steps, a hero must appear to rescue a damsel in distress. You claim you lack material? If truly at a loss, just find a female character for the protagonist to engage with, though do not overdo it. Should it flop, I cannot salvage it. Don't know how to write those scenes? Take a look at Green Battle God and Greening All Realms. Learn a thing or two. You won't regret it. And after each session, remember to solicit 5-star ratings from those handsome lads, tap on free gifts, and watch for those update short videos. Do not allow them to grow complacent. Based on my years of experience, those who become too comfortable often meet their demise. Hua Tailang tirelessly imparted writing techniques to this group of novices. It was a necessity given the dire state of their foundational skills, which directly impacted his end-of-month evaluation. He had to undergo rigorous training. Rumors circulated that Grey Wolf was set for a promotion, which would leave the chief editor position vacant upon his departure. Currently, there existed 4 formidable contenders for the chief editor role: Wu Tailang, Jin Tailang, Tao Tailang, and himself, Hua Tailang. Given the implications for his future, he naturally approached this matter with utmost seriousness. The training for these novices would certainly not be lenient. Chapter 95, The Nightmare Symbol. Lin Feng, seeking a diversion, decided to indulge in a round of League of Legends to pass the time. However, upon logging in, he received an invitation from Chao Man. Come on, let us play a 4-man squad. Upon entering, Lin Feng discovered that besides Chao Man, there was Su Yu, and another individual he did not recognize. This is my friend Yuan Benchu, a skilled player, Chao Man introduced. Today, it's all thanks to Yuan Benchu that Su Yu and I managed to ascend to gold. I'll choose the successor. You two can decide freely, Yuan Benchu stated. Chao Man, is your friend reliable? I've only just managed to reach gold. Lin Feng inquired privately. Absolutely, he is a diamond-level deity, specially guiding Su Yu and me to rank up today, Chao Man assured him. That is good to hear. Lin Feng replied. The game commenced smoothly. Lin Feng selected De Ji and headed mid lane, focusing on carefully clearing minion waves while occasionally harassing the enemy. However, Su Yu was incessantly chatty, requesting Chao Man to accompany him for ambushes and skirmishes. Unfortunately, luck was not on their side, and Su Yu died several times, inciting Yuan Benchu's ire, who remarked that it would be better without a teammate. Benchu, listen to me. Check the dragon pit. See if they are attempting to steal the dragon, Yuan Benchu said impatiently, clearly not wishing to engage in further banter with Su Yu. If only you would spend this time honing your reflexes. No sooner had he spoken than a notification appeared. 3 surnamed servant has slain the dark tyrant dragon. Su Yu, feeling aggrieved, lamented that Yuan Benchu had disregarded his advice. Chao Man, I sent by Jia to fetch the car keys from you. Has she arrived? Her phone seems to be dead, and I've been unable to reach her, Su Yu suddenly mentioned. All right, thanks. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Su Yu added. Why are you being so polite? We're friends. Chao Man's voice suddenly dropped in volume. Lin Feng, with keen ears, sensed something peculiar. The sound was somewhat familiar, yet too faint for him to discern the content. Chao Man, why did you hang up? Lin Feng asked, observing Chao Man's Chen Yao Jin, who stood still and silent. Just take the call. It always starts off like this, but it will be fine soon. Su Yu explained. Indeed, the deity lived up to his reputation. In the absence of support, the successor single-handedly faced 5 opponents, effortlessly leading Lin Feng to victory. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the house. Qian had gone out for errands, leaving Lin Feng alone. Is it Sister Lung? Or has Qian forgotten her keys? Lin Feng pondered as he approached the door. With a resounding thud, Lin Feng opened the door to find 2 men and a woman standing outside, holding a black box. Lin Feng stared in astonishment. He did not recognize these individuals at all. You must be Lin Feng, the middle-aged man spoke, equally surprised. How is it that your leg has healed? Have you not always been a cripple? Lin Feng inquired. I am Gu Qian's father, Li Huan, the middle-aged man replied. I have come today to discuss something with you. The mention of Qianqian's father sparked Lin Feng's memory. He was somewhat aware of her family's circumstances. It was astonishing how he could be so callous towards his wife and daughter, having never cared for Qianqian throughout her life. Not even after the unfortunate events that befell Lin Feng's father and Gu's mother. Why, after all this time, had he chosen to come and discuss this matter? Yet, Qianqian bore no resemblance to him. She took after her mother in looks and character. "May we come in?" Li Huan asked, prepared with ample resources. Seeking an opportunity from Lin Feng. "No," Lin Feng replied coldly. "This is Qianqian's home. How could I allow such filth to enter?" "It does not matter if we cannot enter. We merely wish to ask for a favor," the middle-aged man continued, surprised by Lin Feng's firm refusal. "Refusing is not an option. Leave," Lin Feng insisted, his mind already concocting plans for revenge against his stepmother, wishing this family could experience suffering as well. "We're not asking for charity. We have money," the woman beside him interjected eagerly. "Money? What good could that possibly bring?" Lin Feng retorted icily. "Young man, this is Qianqian's brother, who is gravely ill and requires a kidney transplant. The doctors believe Qianqian's kidney would be a suitable match. We are willing to offer you 1 million yuan, provided you can persuade Qianqian to donate a kidney." The woman hurriedly finished her statement, fearing Lin Feng would reject them outright. To her, 1 million was no small sum, especially since the dilapidated apartment he resided in was worth barely 400,000. 1 million could accomplish a great deal. Lin Feng glanced at the young man in the wheelchair, afflicted with a rare kidney disease in its advanced stages. "System, is there any treatment available? Only the type you mentioned can be treated. However, it is quite difficult in a hospital. A kidney transplant is the only viable option." The system explained. "It seems he is doomed," Lin Feng commented. "A family that commits wrongdoing will eventually pay for it through one of its members," the system responded slowly. The system, well acquainted with Lin Feng, did not believe he would come to the young man's aid. Seeing Lin Feng momentarily lost in thought, the family assumed he was contemplating their offer, their hearts lifting with hope. They had done their research. Gu Qianqian was very close to this individual. If he intervened, they believed the matter would be easily resolved. "If you agree, we are willing to provide you with a 200,000 yuan deposit up front. The remainder will be given after the surgery. We can sign a contract," the woman said, having already devised a plan. Once the kidney was exchanged, they had no intention of honoring the remaining payment. They had consulted with others and knew that such organ trade agreements were not legally protected, even if a lawsuit ensued. Lin Feng would be implicated in the illegal transaction, a risk none could afford. "Host, this item is highly effective, specifically designed for ordinary individuals. Currently available at a 50% discount," the system suggested to Lin Feng. Lin Feng sought a means to impart upon the loathsome couple a torment far exceeding that endured by Gu Mu and Qianqian. The system eagerly made its recommendations. To them, perishing in a blaze seemed a grave matter, yet the agony was fleeting and entirely disproportionate to the enduring suffering borne by Gu Mu. A common nightmare talisman. Without hesitation, Lin Feng cast 3 of these talismans towards them. Upon contact, the talismans fully integrated into their beings before they could even comprehend the situation. Those who fell asleep under the influence of the ordinary nightmare talisman would inevitably plunge into harrowing dreamscapes, the more malevolent deeds one had committed, the higher the level of nightmares they would conjure. This effect was ineffective against those endowed with supernatural abilities or cultivators. However, for the bearer of the talisman, torment would ensue within the dream until their psyche shattered and they perished, with the duration of suffering extending over a protracted period. The 3 talismans cost 600 hunting points. Yet Lin Feng deemed this a worthy investment. "Leave the money. Return in 10 days. I shall contemplate this matter," he stated, gazing at the box of coins. This money was not to be dismissed lightly, as the couple owed Gu Mu a considerable debt. In due time, Lin Feng intended to pass this sum to Qianqian, leaving its application to her discretion. Chapter 96, A Grand Feast. Lin Feng placed the 200,000 coins directly into his spatial ring. Their family was faring well, lacking only a bit of money for purchasing a home. Aside from that, everything was satisfactory. They had no concerns regarding sustenance or clothing, as groceries were procured directly from the system's marketplace. With the addition of life fruit, their future days appeared promising and lengthy. "System, what is the current strength of that group of cultivators?" Lin Feng inquired. "There are already several in the transformation stage, and their power is nearly on par with that of the supernatural beings," the system replied. "Are they truly that formidable?" Lin Feng mused. "Indeed. Have you not heard the adage, 500 years in the east, 500 years in the west? If the supernatural beings fail to achieve further breakthroughs, their era shall soon wane," the system articulated. This entity possessed a keen insight. The heavenly principles are fair. Supernatural abilities emerged to combat the sudden manifestation of malevolent entities when cultivators were still feeble. Achieving the foundation establishment stage was a formidable challenge, rendering them incapable of contending with high-level specters. Hence, powerful supernatural beings emerged in abundance. However, acquiring such formidable power inevitably incurs a price. These individuals often find their lifespans curtailed, particularly those employing certain special techniques that consume their vitality as a cost. Conversely, cultivators, though initially weak, could extend their lifespans significantly upon successfully establishing their foundations. They could then continually break through their realms, thereby prolonging their lives. Occasionally, prodigious talents would emerge, and over time, they would accumulate into a formidable force. Why do you concern yourself with this? Focus on capturing your spirits. Unlocking new functionalities should take precedence, the system advised. Lin Feng surveyed the experience bar, noting he still had a considerable distance to progress. I see several zeros in the upgrade experience, he remarked. Thus, you must persevere and refrain from idly watching seed videos, the system urged. Seed? Did you delete the 100 I downloaded? Lin Feng suddenly recalled, having not watched a single episode since downloading it, only to discover the video had vanished. Nonsense. I would never do such a thing. The system huffed in response. The video was a result of Gung Gue frequently opening Lin Feng's computer to watch Peppa Pig, causing a constant barrage of pop-up alerts indicating that there were virus files that needed to be deleted. Gung Gue found this quite bothersome and took it upon himself to eradicate those nuisances from Lin Feng's device. In his perspective, there was nothing appealing about women without attire. Even those who were clothed failed to capture his interest. As night fell, Lin Feng found himself haunted by the image of the ghost-faced Buddha from Manhwa Temple. It lingered in his mind, leaving him with an unsettling feeling, as if it were a matter unresolved. Tonight, Qian was not home, having gone out with Yichuin for some leisure. Lin Feng had intended to take advantage of the solitude to watch a movie and seek some inspiration for his driving escapades. However, the visage of the ghost-faced Buddha persisted, as though he would not find peace until it was vanquished. Frustrated, he muttered a curse under his breath, feeling the grip of his obsessive tendencies tighten. With a swift motion, he teleported once more, this time to the rooftop of the neighboring apartment complex. The familiar sounds greeted him. Ollie, your rooftop is still the most exhilarating spot. Wang Dali chuckled heartily. Ollie, my cousin just retired. ISNT your cousin AFA still single? I think they would make a suitable pair, a gentle voice suggested. All right, I'll mention it to him tomorrow, came the reply. Lin Feng couldn't help but scoff at the idea of relying on others. At such a prime age, engaging in such trivial pursuits on the rooftop was beyond his understanding, especially since he had already encountered them twice. Wait, that woman looks oddly familiar, Lin Feng thought, suddenly recalling that she was none other than Song Yicheng's wife. With Song Yicheng now deceased, it was surprising that this fellow had gained an unexpected advantage. Ying, did someone just speak? Wang Dali inquired, having heard a mention of soft food. Who else is here on this rooftop besides us? Tomorrow, I'll take you to see a new car, Chen Ying replied, affectionately stroking Wang Dali's head. Sister, the scent of seafood is quite strong here, remarked Yichuin, as she and Qian sought to indulge in the vibrant urban nightlife, having grown weary of hotel fare. They had ventured out to a bustling seafood stall renowned for its giant lobsters, a popular hotspot in Jiangnan where crowds gathered nightly to partake. The establishment, unique in its own right, was owned by a blind man named Li, known for his fiery temperament yet unrivaled culinary prowess with lobster. The arrival of the two beauties naturally drew considerable attention. Many patrons swallowed hard at the sight of their long legs adorned with black stockings. While other female influencers and streamers frequented this spot, none could compare to the innate elegance of these two, especially Yichuin, whose icy demeanor when not smiling exuded an air of regal grace that was impossible to replicate. Sister, it seems quite crowded. Why don't I queue here while you take a rest outside? Qian suggested. Following Yichuin's lead, Qian had taken to calling her sister, as it felt more endearing. She hadn't thought much of it, given how kind Yichuin had always been to her. Occasionally, she pondered how such a wonderful woman as Yichuin had never been in a relationship. With a warm and generous disposition, she possesses beauty surpassing that of celebrities, complemented by an exquisite physique and a melodious voice. Were she a man, one might easily find themselves captivated. Very well, I shall await your arrival outside. Yichuin had no ulterior motives. Dining out and queuing was simply a mundane affair. Ordinarily, she abides by the law as a model citizen. There were 7 individuals ahead of Qian in line, and no matter how swift the service, it would take over an hour. After obtaining a number, she casually sought out a bench to sit and wait. Excuse me, fair lady, are you waiting for a table? I have a spot available. Would you care to join me for a meal? Approached a rather ordinary-looking man with bare arms. As he reached out to touch Qian's arm, she deftly evaded his grasp. The man displayed a look of regret. Such fair arms were indeed a rarity. Come now, little sister. Call your companion over. Let us indulge in some lobsters and perhaps a drink or two, he persisted, undeterred. Encountering 2 beauties in one evening, he was determined to seize the opportunity. Following a night of revelry, who knew what might transpire? I shall say this once more. Keep your distance, Gu Qian retorted with disdain. Oh, little sister, quite stubborn. Aren't you? Do you believe you can leave this place tonight? The man, recognizing her defiance, resorted to threats, confident in his ability to handle such obstinate females. Is that so? Sharingan, Qian's pupils began to swirl with the Tomo pattern, and she rose to follow the man to his table. Dog 5, impressive indeed. remarked another man with green hair, also bare-armed and adorned with a dragon tattoo. Upon seeing Dog 5 actually bring Gu Qianqian to their table, he felt a surge of excitement. If they dared to come, they would not be leaving tonight. Hey, sister, why not call your friend over as well? Let us make this gathering more lively, the green-haired man suggested. From the moment Gu Qianqian and Yi Chuin entered, they had been under scrutiny, much to the delight of the men, as they anticipated a grand feast that night. Chapter 97, The High Monk and the Malevolent Spirit. Qianqian remained motionless, engrossed in a television drama on her phone. If you choose not to join us, then I shall fetch her myself, the green-haired man chuckled. Dog 5, eyeing his longtime comrade, noticed his face contorting with rage. You dare show your face here? Dog 5 exclaimed, spotting the pale-faced rival who had stolen his girlfriend, pointing and mocking him incessantly. In a fit of rage, he seized a beer bottle and hurled it at the pale face. With a resounding crash, it struck its target. The green-haired man was taken aback. What had incited Dog 5's fury? Yet, Dog 5, as if possessed, unleashed another bottle. Despite his robust physique, the green-haired man found himself struggling after absorbing 2 blows. Damn it, he shouted, brandishing an iron rod he typically carried and swung it at Dog 5. Ultimately, Dog 5 seized the green-haired man and forcibly dragged him away from the table, leading to a scuffle on the roadside. Boss, please tidy up the area, Gu Qianqian called out, envisioning the green-haired man transformed into her most loathed adversary. However, within the memories left by that enigmatic man, it was stated that prolonged eye usage and the application of certain techniques could lead to physical exhaustion and various discomforts, ultimately diminishing one's unique spiritual energy. Yet she found this notion rather peculiar. At times, she would activate her Sharingan and study materials for hours on end. Apart from the unusual appearance of her pupils while activated, she experienced none of the conditions described by that mysterious figure. This discrepancy felt quite strange. Sister, there's space available now. Come eat, Gu Qianqian messaged Yi Chuin. The 2 individuals brawling outside showed no signs of stopping anytime soon. They were nothing but scum. They deserved the beating they received, and she felt no compassion whatsoever. This illusionary technique of the Sharingan was indeed unconventional, unless Qianqian chose to lift it herself. Or that dog will manage to find someone with a higher level of ocular prowess. This suggestive illusion would persist. These 2 ruffians, bonded by their indulgence in liquor and meat, were destined for a tumultuous future. At that moment, Lin Feng was soaring through the skies. Yet it was curious that today seemed devoid of any pursuers. Occasionally, he sensed a few fleeting presences. Upon realizing it was him, they hastily vanished. Little did he know that due to Song Banshan's influence and the office explosion incident, the name Black Flash had gained considerable notoriety in Jiangnan. Whispers circulated that no fewer than 20 cultivators had perished at his hands. Even a standard spatial array could not confine him. There were growing suspicions regarding the nature of his spatial abilities, which might exceed mere levels, perhaps even transcending them. This situation posed a significant challenge, as advanced spatial ceiling formations were exceedingly valuable and not easily obtainable by the average person. His spatial jumping prowess was now on par with that of the once-renowned Golden Flash. The Golden Flash had been compelled to sacrifice his life to quell a demonic calamity due to his entanglements. In contrast, the Black Flash operated alone, with his identity shrouded in mystery, and it remained uncertain whether he had any ties whatsoever. Moreover, his strength was in a constant state of flux, consistently growing. Those of a certain caliber had already perished in droves, and ordinary individuals dared not set their sights upon him any longer. Fortunately, the Black Flash only targeted those who pursued him, refraining from indiscriminate slaughter of civilians, which did provide some relief to the populace. The pressing question remained, should they employ a more advanced formation to confine him, or seek assistance from those of higher spatial capabilities to apprehend him? They would have to wait for Song Banshan to complete his tasks before convening for discussion. 2 hours later, at Lanhua Temple, the skies above remained shrouded in dense clouds, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Lin Feng observed that the area surrounding the temple was now adorned with yellow talismans, likely a result of the Supernatural Bureau dispatching personnel for investigation. He peeled away the talismans from the temple's grand entrance and stepped inside. Numerous yellow paper talismans adorned the interior as well, though they had been meticulously rearranged and now shone more brightly than before. Upon his entrance, the extinguished remnants of a candle inexplicably reignited. A fierce gust swept in, producing a haunting whistling sound. Is this the essence of ritual? Lin Feng mused aloud. Entering such a foreboding place, one could only assume this ambience was standard. Nonetheless, he remained vigilant. That infernal obsession compelled him to visit today. Perhaps something significant was destined to unfold. As Gung Gui trailed behind him, they began their search room by room. The chambers posed no issues. It appeared that the trouble lay within the grand hall. Lin Feng gazed upon the clay statue of the Buddha, and to his surprise, it remained unchanged, a solemn figure seated in the hall, exuding an air of compassion. A sense of unease stirred within Lin Feng, prompting him to act decisively. He transformed his weapon, the Moon Slayer, into a Gatling gun and charged forward. The blazing blue light flickered, shattering the statue into fragments. To his astonishment, nothing remained. Lin Feng had assumed that the ghostly visage of the Buddha was embodied in that clay statue. Now, having reduced it to rubble, it seemed to bear no consequence. Much like true clay, from whence did the eeriness arise? Once more, Lin Feng morphed his weapon into the form of the heavenly Lock Moon Slayer. Suddenly, a fierce gust swept through, forcefully slamming the grand doors shut with a resounding crash. The candlelight flickered erratically, accompanied by an unusual melody. To his disbelief, the shattered remnants began to writhe, taking on a semblance of flesh and blood, utterly unlike before. They commenced a relentless reassembly, as if to coalesce anew. Benefactor, I did not expect you to return, intoned a voice, aged and weathered, resonating with the weight of untold stories. Though intrigued, Lin Feng remained cautious. The source of the voice was ambiguous, and he dared not let his guard down. Before him, the mass of blood and flesh had reformed into the imposing figure of the Buddha, now radiant with golden light. The intensity nearly blinded Lin Feng, leaving him momentarily dazzled. Once the brilliance subsided, he beheld an elderly monk standing before him, his face benevolent and serene, hands clasped in prayer, an image of an enlightened sage. Yet, behind him swirled an ominous aura, unmistakably the presence of malevolent spirits. Chapter 98, The Secret of the Monk. Why do you appear in such a form? Lin Feng questioned as he gripped the Moon Slayer. This monk exuded an aura rich with stories, perhaps offering inspiration for his own writing. Ba, this is my sin, the old monk solemnly declared. Were it not for the dark energy encircling him, Lin Feng might have sought wisdom from this master. I am eager to hear more, Lin Feng replied. The monk's presence felt extraordinary, as if fate had conspired to bring him here today. Nonetheless, Lin Feng's wariness persisted. Apart from Qian, he was reluctant to place his trust in anyone. I am Ichuan, the 13th disciple of the Great Compassion Temple. 30 years ago, while wandering the southern realms, I arrived at this Lanhua temple. In an unexpected moment of enlightenment, I chose to remain, the old monk recounted as he paced within the temple. Little did I know that despite my lifelong commitment to vanquishing evil, as death approached, I succumbed to a desire for life. Years prior, I had stumbled upon a tome on nurturing spirits, enabling the integration of ghostly entities within oneself. Coexistence grants one prolonged life and augmented power. At that time, I had failed to transcend to the golden core stage, and my lifespan was dwindling. Initially, I believed I could confront life and death with a sense of nonchalance. However, in the final moments, an unexpected yearning for life arose within me, compelling me to cultivate the art of ghost nurturing, thereby harboring a spirit within my own being. To preempt any unforeseen circumstances, I had meticulously arranged a unique formation outside the temple, deliberately placing the focal point beyond its confines. I had anticipated a mere symbiosis. Believing I could subdue the spirit, little did I realize that its mental prowess surpassed my own, ultimately seizing dominion over my corporeal form. In a moment of profound regret, I began to gather my strength, seizing the opportunity when the spirit fell into a deep slumber due to its cultivation, allowing me to temporarily regain control of my body. Alas, the respite was fleeting, for the malevolent spirit soon awakened. In a hasty decision, I activated the grand formation I had previously established, sealing both the vengeful spirit and myself within the confines of the Lanhua temple. Should I dare to step beyond its threshold, I would undoubtedly be met with a tempest of celestial lightning. Is this truly the case? I could only trust in a fraction of the old monk's words, for his demeanor appeared genuinely sincere, despite certain inconsistencies that lingered in my mind. After all, it was merely a tale, and I had no desire to overanalyze it. Excessive scrutiny only served to exhaust the intellect. Having spent considerable time in the company of Qian, I found that in certain aspects, we bore a striking resemblance. Master, in your current state, do you classify as human or spirit? I inquired directly, as the monk's narrative had reached its conclusion, signaling the commencement of the second act. The art of ghost nurturing. Who would have imagined it involved treating humans as fodder for spirits? The old monk sighed deeply, his visage beginning to transform, seemingly ensnared in a struggle of profound anguish, while his aura intensified ominously. Could this be a transformation routine? Having indulged in numerous anime, I was familiar with the standardized motions of monstrous metamorphosis. Nevertheless, I was not inclined to witness the entire spectacle unfold. Master, allow me to assist you in your liberation, I declared, brandishing my blade without hesitation, indifferent to whether the monk was human or spirit. Given his current mental disarray, I surmised he had been thoroughly possessed by the spirit. Had it not been for your appearance that day, which took away that girl and subsequently led to the complete sealing of this Lanhua temple, I would not have been compelled to merge entirely with that spirit. Had I consumed that girl, my existence would have been fulfilled. The old monk grasped the edge of my blade, rendering it immovable. Is the strength of a human-ghost amalgamation truly this formidable? A wave of alarm surged through me. The enhancement of his physical prowess was astonishing. Host, it is merely his hands and certain parts that have been specially reinforced, the system interjected briefly before lapsing into silence. By merging with us, you shall enjoy an eternity of life. With your spatial abilities, we shall become the epitome of unity. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. I have already activated the formation that seals this space. Merging with us is your only option, the old monk declared with a sinister grin. Has the monster evolved yet again? I mused inwardly. Previously, I had faced pure humans or pure spirits, but this dual fusion was an entirely new encounter. Moreover, the surge in strength following the fusion was unprecedented. Even the ability to absorb others for fusion is somewhat perverse. No wonder I felt a compelling urge to come here today. It must have been orchestrated by the system. In an instant, as the old monk grasped the edge of my blade, Lin Feng and the old monk soared into the air together. The old monk was caught off guard as a bolt of thunder descended from the heavens. How could the barrier fail? He was originally a master of formations. Although that spatial formation was hastily arranged, it should have held for at least an hour or two. Crack! Another bolt of thunder struck. Lin Feng had already sidestepped. Lacking the courage to withstand the thunderous assault, the old monk continued to roar, and with each strike of lightning, the dense aura of ghostly energy dissipated further. He sought to escape the range of the thunder's attack, but unexpectedly, a chain ensnared him completely. Master, it is best for you to rest in peace, Lin Feng stated coldly. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but admire the prowess of Yichuan's formation. Its power was so formidable that even he could not breach his own grand array. Fortunately, he had set the formation while he was still in control of his senses. Otherwise, if those ghostly entities had managed to escape the temple, countless lives would have been lost. The old monk's roars were incessant as he struggled against the chains. Fortunately, the ghost had transformed into a starfish-like form and, alongside Lin Feng, held onto the chains, preventing any escape. After enduring several strikes, the monk surprisingly settled into a seated position. The ghostly energy surrounding him had diminished significantly, and his eyes seemed less clouded than before. Alas, what a transgression! What a transgression, Yichuan murmured to himself. He allowed the thunder to strike him without further struggle or evasion. No wonder he had refrained from emerging earlier. It turned out that this peculiar formation's thunder could purify ghostly energy. Lin Feng finally understood why these entities feared the grand array and dared not venture forth. During Yichuan's cultivation of the ghost-raising scripture, he had also worried about such matters. Thus, he devised this method. In the event of any uncontrollable accident, he would activate this formation to completely seal himself and the ghostly beings within the Manhwa temple. Should those entities attempt to flee, they would face the peril of being purified by heavenly thunder. Chapter 99, Thoughts. Yichuan entered and inquired, having just been away for a brief moment. How did you return so quickly? Aren't there still many people ahead? Others were too intimidated to sit here, so I came over, Qianqian replied with a light laugh. The two outside were still engaged in a fierce battle, their heads bloodied and bruised, while numerous spectators gathered to watch. Oh, I see. You're quite bold, Yichuan remarked with a smile, surprised that Qianqian, whom she perceived as merely a delicate girl, exhibited such courage. Before long, several signature giant lobsters were served. This was the renowned Li's blind shrimp. It's a pity your brother isn't here. He peels the lobsters so deliciously, Yichuan said, seemingly reminiscing about the time when she could indulge in eating while someone else swiftly peeled for her. Indeed, he has recently taken to peeling fish and shrimp for me. I feel like he has been fattening me up, Qianqian replied joyfully. Thankfully, her figure was developing in the right places. Otherwise, she would have to worry about dieting. Hee. Yichuan's laughter echoed with envy. Indeed, she yearned to gain a bit more weight, yet her current circumstances were far from favorable. Sister, do you dance often? Sha suddenly inquired. Dance. Yichuan pondered. It seemed she only reveled in the art of combat, having scarcely learned the intricacies of dance. However, her physical flexibility was unparalleled. Executing high-level stunts such as splits, straddle jumps, and 360-degree spins posed no challenge to her. Not particularly, why do you ask? Yichuan replied. My brother mentioned I should dance at his wedding in the future. Ah, so it was about having Sha perform at our wedding. How thoughtful of him. Sha was only a few years younger than Manhwa. It would be delightful to see them dance together. One sister representing each. Just perfect, Yichuan mused, her mind instantly brimming with ideas. She was even contemplating the venue for the wedding. Yet, each time she thought of the wedding, her mind would drift to the vision of that colossal red figure from her dreams. What did that voice truly mean, and why implore her to forgive? After indulging in lobster, the clock struck 2 in the morning, and both had consumed a fair amount of fruit wine. Sha was slightly inebriated, and Yichuan tenderly linked her arm with Sha's as they made their way to the nearest hotel, adorned in high heels and black stockings. The two beauties strolled along the street, one of them swaying slightly, naturally drawing attention. As they passed a dimly lit intersection, 4 men with tiger tattoos approached them. At this moment, Sha, overwhelmed by her intoxication and fatigue, had succumbed to slumber. Yichuan swiftly wrapped her arms around Sha's waist. The girl was remarkably light, almost devoid of flesh. Beautiful lady, care to have some fun with us? We are quite strong, one of the men spoke. The 4 had formed a surrounding stance, evidently harboring intentions for an uninvited feast. Thud, thud, for splashes echoed in the night. Yichuan, unlike Sha, was not inclined to engage in polite conversation. She had no patience for such despicable scoundrels. It was evident that this group was not new to such exploits. Had it been anyone else in her place tonight, would they have succeeded? She glanced at Sha, blissfully lost in her dreams. Yi Chuin effortlessly scooped her up in a princess carry, hastening their departure. Upon reaching the hotel, Yi Chuin meticulously assisted Sha in changing her clothes, leaving her in only a bra and shorts. To her surprise, her dear Sha had grown so much. Yi Chuin playfully gestured and even pinched a bit, though not as ample as her own. The skin was tender and smooth to the touch. Yet, Sha seemed slightly uncomfortable, letting out a soft hum before turning to the side. The calming pendant around her neck caught her attention. Its unique design was far more appealing than the necklace she wore. Without a second thought, she gently removed it, placing it on the bedside table. Wearing a necklace while sleeping could be uncomfortable and might cause skin irritation. It was best to be bare for a restful slumber. Meanwhile, at the Wuling ghost tomb, Yi Chufan and the others had arrived 2 days prior. Upon entering the tomb, they encountered numerous fierce spirits. Yet the two brothers dispatched them with relative ease. The protagonist possesses extraordinary abilities, reinforced by the power of sacred armor. According to the conventional wisdom surrounding supporting characters, they are capable of overcoming formidable adversaries. Despite their combined efforts, the brothers found themselves facing no worthy opponent, which elicited a sense of wonder from Guantong. During their 2-day journey through the graveyard, the duo of Chu Yi and Chu Fan led the way. With one of their brothers present, it seemed sufficient. As Baoyu remarked, their differing perspectives allowed them to appreciate the unfolding battle. However, the expressions of the others in the group grew increasingly grim. The relationship between the Yi family and other clans was not particularly amicable. Had it not been for the incident involving the ghost tide in the imperial capital, the death of Yi Jingchun would have signaled the complete decline of the Yi family. Unexpectedly, after acquiring that artifact, he and Zhao Meiming had 4 children. United in purpose, the siblings exhibited formidable combat prowess, compelling others to yield in their presence. Brother Chongsheng, what is your family's stance on this matter? Xie Dehai inquired softly in his ear. After 2 days in the ghostly tomb, it was impossible for them to remain silent. Years ago, they had only traversed half of the tomb, as the malevolent spirits beyond were overwhelmingly fierce. Although they had reaped significant rewards, they had suffered considerable losses along the way. The deeper they ventured, the more chaotic their minds became, even leading to instances of teammates being killed. Presently, while each family had bolstered their strength, there remained no consensus on delving further into the depths of the ghostly tomb. Yi Jingchun firmly declared that the Yi family would only be responsible for matters concerning the tomb's periphery and would never allow its members to venture deeper. For him, fulfilling his responsibilities was paramount. He would never risk his children's lives for some inexplicable treasure. He was acutely aware of the horrors that lay within. Though treasures may be alluring, one must possess life to claim them. This is the place of revelation, Yi Chui announced. The crowd turned to discover a hole, half a meter high, in the stone wall, from which a continuous stream of ghostly energy surged forth. There is something within that hole, Wang Chongxing exclaimed with surprise, as he discerned a glowing object deep inside. If his intuition served him well, it was likely a treasure. However, the 2 brothers from the Yi family stood guard, deterring anyone from making a move. Seniors, please seal it, Yi Chui requested, regarding the contents within with indifference. Wait, there are valuable items inside, Xie Dehai interjected, eager to emphasize the potential significance of the find. It could be a weapon to vanquish spirits. We must not overlook it, Wang Chongxing hastily added, eager to witness what lay within. Seal it, seniors, Yi Chui reiterated, unmoved by the prospect of the treasure. Chapter 100. Sister, what is this? Brother Chui, perhaps we could lend a hand. The items in the ghostly tomb are rare, and if your Yi family does not require them, several of our clans could certainly benefit. Xie Dehai continued. The object pulsated with a radiant glow, suggesting it was no ordinary item. Among the individuals brought by the Wang and Xie families were several formidable practitioners. Indeed, Brother Chui, the items in the ghostly tomb are precious. Since your Yi family has already acquired valuable artifacts, you cannot simply seal this place off and deny the rest of us a chance, a member of the Shun family chimed in. Within the aristocracy, numerous unspoken rules existed, and even Yi Zhengchun had to tread carefully. This time, the other families requested to accompany the sealing, as they also wished to further explore the ghost tomb. Brother, since they wish to go, let them, Yi Chufan remarked with a cold smile. If someone seeks death, why must we intervene? He had already sensed a formidable aura emanating from within, and he believed his brother had noticed it too. Before their departure, Zhao Meiming had cautioned the 2 brothers to prioritize their safety and to act within their capabilities should any situation arise. The entities residing within the ghost tomb were far too terrifying. They should not be tempted by greed. Do as you will until the sealing is complete, he added. The atmosphere within the cave was indeed overwhelming, yet he and Chu Fan could likely suppress it together. However, there was no need to take such risks and unwittingly benefit others. After speaking, Yi Chui found a spot to sit down. Completing the sealing would take at least 2 to 3 hours. The other families exchanged glances. and their members swiftly darted toward the cave entrance. At Lanhua Temple, the thunder gradually subsided, and the ghostly aura surrounding Yichin dissipated almost entirely. Lin Feng and Gung Gue finally loosened their chains. My sins, Yichin's gaze grew clearer, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of regret for the deeds committed while possessed by the ghost. Having devoted his life to saving countless souls, he never imagined that he would commit such grave errors at the brink of death. Killing and devouring others were hardly distinguishable from the actions of a ghost. Soon, Yichin's face aged visibly. As the ghost departed, his life force began to wither away in accordance with the natural progression of time. Each breath altered his countenance, the wrinkles multiplying rapidly. It appeared that he would not survive the day. Younger one, may I trouble you with a request? Yichin spoke with a tremor in his voice. Master, please proceed, Lin Feng responded, feeling a mix of complex emotions toward this individual. Throughout his life, Yichin had performed countless good deeds. Had he departed peacefully, he would have surely attained the status of a revered monk. Yet, at the moment of his demise, he succumbed to the desire to cling to life, resulting in a grave error. I am deeply sinful, and I feel unworthy before those who have unjustly perished. I leave behind a jade tablet, which contains the record of my transgressions. Could you kindly deliver it to Master Yimeng and request him to conduct a rite for the souls of the unjustly deceased? Yichin spoke in a fragmented manner, his voice growing ever fainter. Task reminder, Yichin's final wish. Reward, 5,000 hunting points and 2 mysterious draws. Very well. I shall grant your request, Lin Feng replied after a moment of contemplation. Yichin pointed a trembling finger, and a jade tablet along with a red pearl flew toward Lin Feng. This is a fire-warding pearl. Once worn, it renders one impervious to any fire-related harm. Consider it a token of my humble gratitude, Yichin concluded, his head gently bowing. His life had come to an end. Lin Feng stored the jade tablet and the fire-warding pearl within his spatial ring, then sought out a clean patch of earth on the mountain to bury Yichin. Once everything was completed, he and Gung Gue took flight in the direction of home. The journey to Debesi was rather distant, and he would need to find an appropriate time to visit. He toyed with the fire-warding pearl for a while. It radiated a unique coolness. After donning it, he felt assured against any flames, indeed a fine item. He searched the system marketplace and found several similar products: water-warding pearls, lightning-warding pearls, poison-warding pearls, and various models available. However, the prices were not inexpensive, each uniformly priced at 100,000 hunting points. If one were to assemble an entire set, it would easily amount to over 2 million. For him, today could be considered quite fruitful. He took out his phone and noticed that Qianqian had sent him numerous photos, all taken during her outings with Yichuan. This girl is becoming increasingly adept at dressing herself, Lin Feng mused. Yichuan had already replaced all of Gu Qianqian's old clothes, and her wardrobe was now filled with a complete series of 49 outfits, characterized by their aesthetic appeal and comfort. He perused Yichuan's WeChat moments, which primarily featured various photographs taken at his home, accompanied by heartwarming captions about familial love, meals shared with her adorable sister, dishes prepared by family members. Wondering how Wolf Brother was faring, Lin Feng decided to send him a message. He maintained a consistent rhythm of correspondence, reaching out every 3 days without fail. He genuinely feared that too much reading might leave Wolf Brother feeling drained. Upon opening the back end of the tomato platform, he noticed that his elder brother, Yishang, had granted him a certification. In gratitude for his brother's support, he promptly sent him a link for 100 seeds. Subsequently, he hurriedly typed up 10,000 words and sent them off to Wolf Brother. In the hotel, Yichuan pondered the unusual assertiveness of the day. Having already sent the message, it felt inappropriate to ignore it, as she too had her compulsions. Barefoot, she quietly entered the room to take a glance. Qianqian was sleeping soundly, her breath soft and serene. Closing the door gently behind her, Yichuan slipped into the bathtub. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Qianqian, half awake, walked in, clearly intending to use the restroom. Sister, what are you doing? She asked, noticing Yichuan still reclining in the tub, her expression appearing somewhat off. No, nothing at all, Yichuan mumbled, finally acknowledging Qianqian's presence. Oh, Gu Qianqian responded, giving her a once-over before proceeding to the restroom. Being women, there was little to be self-conscious about. After Qianqian left, Yichuan climbed out of the bathtub and quickly wrapped herself in a towel. Sister, why are you wrapped so tightly? Qianqian, now awake and unable to fall back asleep, lay in bed playing on her phone. A calming pendant dangled around her neck, and unlike Yichuan, she did not prioritize comfort while sleeping. I just finished washing up. It's a bit chilly, Yichuan explained. This way, we can chat anytime. And it also fosters our bond. I'm going to sleep. You should rest soon too, Yichuan advised. Noting that it was already 4:30 a.m., time for night owls to retire. The following day, when Qianqian awoke, it was already 9 a.m. She discovered that Yichuan had embraced her while she slept, one arm draped around her neck and the other resting on her waist, creating an intimate scene. Cautiously, Qianqian extricated herself from Yichuan's embrace, hoping not to disturb her. After a moment of contemplation, she adjusted the sheets around her sister. Chuan, your figure is truly remarkable, she remarked sincerely. Though it was not her first time observing it, she found it breathtaking. A hint of envy flared within her, even prompting a desire to pinch her sister's cheeks to experience that unmanageable sensation firsthand. Ghost Tomb. The ceiling is set to be completed in just half an hour. Yet several factions that sent in personnel have yet to report any news. The Wang and Xie families are becoming increasingly anxious, as those dispatched are formidable experts. Should they remain inside for another half hour, they would surely be sealed within, an irreplaceable loss indeed. The two brothers from the Yi family stand vigil beside Guan and Bao, ensuring that no mishap occurs at the final moment of the sealing process. Can we extend the time a bit more? Wang Chongqing inquired. Our people have yet to emerge, and they are all skilled members of our families. If their absence causes a disruption in the sealing, can your Wang family bear the consequences? Yi Chufan replied, having spent more than 2 days in this ghostly tomb. He felt a growing urgency, akin to fish in a pond deprived of feeding. He wished to leave this accursed place at once. Suddenly, a sound echoed. A series of rapid hoofbeats approached from within. What is happening? Wang Chongqing exclaimed, astonished. He beheld a fearsome red-faced ghost riding a warhorse, seemingly charging toward them, brandishing 2 severed heads, those of Wang Wen and Xiechou. It was clear that something had gone awry inside. 100 Dragon Domination. Phantom Demon Fist. The Yi brothers did not hesitate, unleashing their fists in unison. Their formidable power appeared to blend 2 martial arts into one. The onlookers seemed to hear a harmonious cry of dragons and phoenixes. The brothers' sacred garments radiated with brilliance, as if ethereal dragon and phoenix figures manifested. Following a blinding flash, the red-faced ghost and the severed heads vanished without a trace. Such strength? Wang Chongsheng collapsed to the ground after the forceful gust from the earlier clash. The ethereal dragon and phoenix figures, the hidden talents of the Yi family, are indeed remarkable. Bao Yu could not help but exclaim. It was evident that these 2 sacred garments possessed the ability to perform a combined attack. Let us proceed with the sealing, Yi Chui stated expressionlessly. He recalled the invitation from Xueqing Yu to go boating together. They must not delay any longer. In Jiangnan, the Lin family. After waking, Lin Feng seized the moment to watch several material films before finally shutting down his computer with satisfaction. Learning is like rowing upstream. Not to advance is to drop back. Without viewing some material, his idle musings on plot lines would yield little. Gung Gui had inexplicably wandered off again, though Lin Feng seldom paid it any heed, merely instructing it not to harm others indiscriminately. However, he did advise it to be unyielding against any ruffians with yellow hair and scars. He pondered when he might visit the Great Sadness Temple to settle certain matters. It was reputed to boast splendid scenery and abundant incense offerings. A chance to pray for romantic fortune would also be splendid, especially as he had reached an age where the occasional impulse for companionship stirred within him. Yet, his reclusive nature and the unreliability of online romance had left him single. He had heard whispers in his group about someone who enjoyed certain delicacies. He too had contemplated such favorable prospects, but his readership consisted mainly of older gentlemen, making such notions unfeasible. Xiang Hui, what do you mean by this? Upon waking, Yi Chuin saw the message from Xiang Hui, stating that he would retreat for a brief 3-year period at Longhu Mountain, delaying the matter of the trust. It is well known that for cultivators, a retreat lasting a decade or even a century is commonplace. 3 years. You expect me to wait for you for 3 years? The tone of this conversation bears a striking resemblance to Lin Feng's tales of valor. Yi Chuin promptly made a call. Miss Yi, I am at a loss. Suddenly, my master has ordered me into seclusion, and I dare not defy his command, Xiang Hui replied. A look of helplessness etched across his face. This complication disrupted Yi Chuyan's plans for entrusting her concerns, which she had hoped to resolve in the coming days. She envisioned completing this matter swiftly, alleviating future burdens. However, she did not anticipate Xiang Hui's urgent predicament preventing him from descending the mountain. If you don't mind, how about this? Xiang Hui proposed an alternative. After a brief deliberation, Yi Chuin inquired, are you suggesting a video call for the entrustment? Rest assured, the equipment on the mountain is fully operational, and I have memorized my lines. I am confident I can secure his agreement. Xiang Hui asserted resolutely. Agreed. Let me know when is convenient. We shall finalize this while you are alone. Allowing me to focus on my seclusion, she replied. What day would be suitable? Today seems quite fitting. Yi Chuin, being rather impatient, expressed her eagerness. Their relationship had been progressing rather slowly, and despite her numerous subtle hints to Qianqian, they appeared to have little effect. It was perplexing how these siblings, though not biologically related, shared such similar traits. Could they truly not discern the implications of her hints? She was nearly at the point of directly stating her intentions to become her sister-in-law. Why were they so obstinate? Chapter 102, Deviating from the Script. Yi Chuin intertwined her arm with Qianqian's, their demeanor exuding warmth. The girl possessed a unique fragrance that was quite pleasant. Regrettably, her brother's character fell short, unworthy of Qianqian. Otherwise, she would have wished for Qianqian to marry into the Yi family, envisioning a harmonious life together filled with shopping and companionship. That sounds fine. Please be cautious. Qianqian gently replied. Yi Chuin was pleasantly surprised by her thoughtful nature. feeling her affection for the girl was not in vain. This girl was indeed more perceptive than she appeared. At Longhu Mountain, after hanging up the phone, Xianghui busied himself with preparations. Once he had managed Yichuan's affairs, he could devote himself to his own seclusion. Fortunately, the necessary equipment was readily available, and he awaited Yichuan's signal to initiate the video call with Lin Feng. Just as Lin Feng finished watching some footage, a knock at the door interrupted him. Upon opening it, he found Yichuan, looking particularly lovely today. Adorned with delicate eye makeup, her hair cascading over her shoulders, and wearing a light beige skirt that offered a glimpse of her figure. "Ah, sister. I've purchased some abalone for dinner tonight," Lin Feng announced. "Sounds delightful," Yichuan replied as she entered the room, simultaneously messaging Xianghui to prepare for action. Lin Feng busied himself in the kitchen while Yichuan rested in Qianqian's room, eagerly anticipating the thrilling moment ahead. She glanced at the figurine on the bedside and decided to examine it closely. "Oh, the pants can be removed?" she exclaimed, discovering for the first time that this item had such features. She had visited Qianqian's room several times before, but had never taken the time to explore it thoroughly. How intriguing it was, designed with such detail. Yichuan smiled wickedly. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of a video call resonated. Upon seeing the name Wolf Extinction, Lin Feng naturally answered. He beheld Wolf Extinction lying on a hospital bed, one hand connected to an four drip. The iconic golden dog collar still adorned his neck, leaving no doubt as to his identity. A few attendants hovered nearby, indicating the presence of an upscale hospital room. "Wolf brother, what do you need from me?" Lin Feng restrained his impulse as he spoke, feeling a tumult of emotions within. The malevolent force relentlessly assaulted his psyche. "Lin Feng, how have I treated you over the years?" Xianghui's voice was somber. "There's no need to say. Without Wolf brother, there would be no Lin Feng," he replied earnestly. This was indeed the truth. In the past, lacking any skills, he would not have endured without Wolf Extinction's continued support. Such kindness could not be overlooked, and repaying this debt of gratitude was a principle Lin Feng held dear. He had even decided to send Wolf Extinction 15 life fruits this year. Coughing heavily, Xianghui expelled a mouthful of blood. "Wolf brother, how are you? Why are you in such a dire state?" Lin Feng asked, astonished. Unfortunately, he could not demonstrate his medical expertise through the video, nor could he ascertain Wolf Extinction's precise condition. "My condition is inconsequential. Do you regard me as a brother?" Xianghui continued, his expression perfectly mirroring the script penned by Yichu Fan. "Of course, as long as Wolf brother holds me in regard," Lin Feng gritted his teeth, affirming. "It's nothing, just feeling a bit unwell today," he added. The persistent impulse within him did not cease. He was struggling to contain it. Yet, he could not unleash his fervor in front of Wolf brother, especially considering his imposing physique. "Brother, I may not have much longer to live." Xianghui shifted the conversation directly to the heart of the matter. "Wolf brother, what ailment afflicts you? Tell me where you are, and I shall come to you." Lin Feng inquired urgently. "Brother, it is futile. Even experts cannot save me. I do not wish for you to witness my current state." Xianghui waved his hand dismissively, accompanied by another spurt of blood. No matter how Lin Feng pressed, Xianghui refused to disclose his location. He intended to enter seclusion, leaving no time to attend to Lin Feng afterward. "Brother, I have come to terms with life and death. The reason I sought you today is to ask for a favor, hoping you can grant Wolf brother a final courtesy." Xianghui spoke, spitting blood with resignation. He was helpless, unable to reveal his address. He could only stabilize the situation for now and discern what arrangements needed to be made. "Mayan is still with you, correct? The matter I wish to discuss relates to her." "Wolf brother, speak freely. She has been frail since childhood, possesses a kind nature, is innocent, and quite beautiful." "Wolf brother, just tell me what you need." Lin Feng could no longer contain himself. He knew Sister Lung was good, but there was no need for such extensive descriptions. "My bond with her has been the strongest since childhood. If I were to depart, who would look after her? She has her parents, brothers, and sisters, does she not?" Lin Feng countered. Xianghui was taken aback, realizing Lin Feng was aware of these matters. The manuscript appears to be somewhat inconsistent. At this juncture, shouldn't one advocate for self-care in the future? "Brother Wolf, do not overthink it. Surely, his parents have made adequate arrangements. A young woman of such stature would undoubtedly not lack for care in the future. You have mentioned her numerous admirable qualities. Thus, she is unlikely to remain unmarried. Now, please enlighten me about your whereabouts." Lin Feng stated earnestly, unable to comprehend Wolf's underlying concern. Sister Lung is not in the same predicament as he and Qian, who are bereft of parental guidance. Why should Brother Wolf be so fretful? Such worries are indeed unwarranted. You Xianghui coughed up a mouthful of blood and promptly fainted. Lin Feng deviated from the expected script, leaving him unable to continue the dialogue. He succumbed to unconsciousness, awaiting Yichuan to devise her response. Chapter 103, Qian's abilities. Xianghui contacted Yichuan, while Lin Feng's assertions held considerable merit. With both parents alive and siblings to rely upon, there was truly no need for others to be concerned. It remains a mystery who suggested that Yichuan entrust her care to others. Such a notion is indeed far-fetched. Your friend will not perish anytime soon. He has a long life ahead of him, albeit suffering from some kidney deficiency, the system remarked after reviewing the study materials. The subpar acting was almost unbearable to witness, prompting a few words from the system, though this somewhat contravened its policy of non-spoiling. Remaining silent would surely disrupt Lin Feng's stable updates of the Green God of War tonight. After all, with the elder brother on the verge of demise, who would have the heart to continue the journey? It had assured others of a minimum of 4 updates daily. Yi Chuan found herself in a rather foul mood, having believed a certain outcome was all but assured, only to be inadvertently undermined by Lin Feng. Entrusting her care to others was no longer feasible. Alternative strategies must be devised. How could the doll be wet? Yi Chuan finally noticed some droplets on the doll's surface. Without further contemplation, she proceeded to dress the doll, as it belonged to Qian Qian, and damaging it would be rather unfortunate. That night, you did not reject me. Lin Feng, reassured of Wolf's well-being, felt a sense of relief. Coupled with an inexplicable surge of enthusiasm, he could not resist humming a tune. He resolved to visit the Great Sadness Temple in a couple of days, seeking divine intervention for a romantic fate. Sister Long, are you hungry? I have roasted a sausage for you. Lin Feng knocked on the door, observing Yi Chuan gazing out the window in silence, seemingly preoccupied with her thoughts, likely concerning Wolf's illness. Sister Long, rest assured, Brother Wolf is fine. He merely suffers from a kidney deficiency. He gently patted Yi Chuan's shoulder in a comforting manner, while also offering her the roasted sausage. Yi Chuan regarded his earnest expression, harboring a hint of resentment. She swallowed the sausage in one bite. Sister, you are remarkably brave. Lin Feng was astonished. How could she manage to consume such a lengthy sausage in one go? That was a skill he lacked. In Jiangnan city center, Qian Qian wandered aimlessly down the street, clutching several newly purchased novels. My brother cannot possibly be this handsome, she mused. Perusing titles such as The Overbearing Brother and Me and Brother's Sword, all of which depicted tales of everyday life. She was inexplicably drawn to this type of book, the narrative being both captivating and intricately detailed, evoking a profound sense of immersion. Suddenly, she felt a chilling breeze sweep past her. Her crimson eyes widened in shock as a malevolent spirit appeared on the street. 3 hands, 2 legs, and a single eye, its head drooping towards its shoulder as it meandered about. Abruptly, the spirit seized a passerby who was indulging in a slice of watermelon, swallowing him whole in a matter of mere seconds, leaving only a discarded rind behind. Startled, she recalled a piece of advice once given to her. Caution was essential for survival. Although she possessed the combat memories of that individual, she had never truly faced a ghost and was uncertain of its strength. The one-eyed specter seemed to sense her presence and began to pursue her directly. Terrifying whispers echoed ominously in her ears, luring her with promises of delectable energy from the extraordinary warriors. The spirit's saliva dripped as it was drawn to her. After devouring its prey, it could augment its own spectral power. In a frantic bid for safety, she darted into a nearby alley, a place with fewer witnesses, where she could employ her skills more discreetly. Yet, the relentless spirit was quick to follow, flanked by another, effectively cornering her. How grotesque they are, she exclaimed, unable to restrain her disdain. The 2 spirits were indeed repulsive, especially the second one, which bore 2 heads, resembling a monstrous amalgamation. How delicious! Her pupils morphed into a triangular shape as she invoked a powerful incantation. Amaterasu. A swirl of black flames enveloped the most hideous, 2-headed specter. The air filled with its anguished screams. Don't even think about escaping. As the first spirit attempted to flee, she subtly altered her gesture. A colossal blade of wind surged forth, cleaving the specter in 2, leaving a deep gash in the wall behind. The sheer force was astonishing. The individual in her mind had imparted numerous practical spells. Aside from a few unique abilities, her eyes could flawlessly replicate these techniques for her own use. The 2 spirits dissipated into mere flickers, leaving only traces on the ground to attest to their presence. This was her first encounter with ghostly combat. Instead of fear, she felt a thrill of exhilaration. The azure light emanating from her spirit continued to nourish her, replenishing her energy. She pondered briefly, recalling how she had overindulged in food and decided to go for a run, as Lin Feng had suggested. There was no other reason. Lin Feng's grilled sausages were imported goods from the system. Yi Chuan had consumed over 10, her stomach straining against the excess. Coupled with her current sour mood due to a failed task, she resolved to vent her frustrations by hunting a few spirits. Shallow. I'm planning to visit the Great Sadness Temple the day after tomorrow. Would you like to join me? The Great Sadness Temple? Isn't that quite far? What is the purpose of going there? It is said online that the place is quite auspicious for romantic encounters. I am planning to give it a try. Perhaps by next year, you will find yourself as an ant, Lin Feng remarked with a smile. Is it really that effective? Brother, please don't let yourself be deceived again. Much of what is found online is mere fabrication. You wouldn't be going to meet a female acquaintance from the internet, would you? Qian Qian said earnestly.